Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Luffy was kidnapped child of Big Mom and trained with Garp to learn all 3 Haki Part 3? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the Psychotic-Tomato for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. Chapter. In Jimbei XC. Jimbei XC has stopped working due to excessive data received towards system. The data Big Mom Luffy's ing mother had been too much for the system to handle with the file size. Data has caused additional new datas to be created. Dragon was married to Big Mom? Has been added. Dragon ed Big Mom? Has been added. How does a human procreate with a giant? Has been added. What the has been added? All files are equally large, which has taken up most of the space. Due to this problem, it has caused the application to run significantly slower to the point it won't even run. Recommended solution: removing temporary files to make room so the application can run smoothly and in optimal conditions. Creating room for data via purging temporary files and unnecessary cache. Please wait. Data purge completed. For the unforeseen future, we will upgrade and improve the application for problems it could face which were similar towards this. Starting upgrade now. % storage capacity has been upgraded to handle bigger files. % systems have been optimized to run smoother. % file compression has been upgraded to make data smaller, improving storage overall while the data stays the same. Upgrade has been completed. Commencing reboot of application now. Jimbei XC is restarting. Please wait. Jimbei XC is now running. Back in reality. Jimbei! Luffy shouted, trying to snap the fishman out of it. The fishman was stiff as a statue with no signs moving. He had been standing there a solid minutes without any movement at all. He hasn't blinked, he hasn't twitched, he just stood there as if he was frozen in place by Akiji. The Charlottes looked on in amusement, wondering how long it would take for him to snap back to reality. Luffy had tried calling out to him for a while, but nothing seemed to work until Jimbei blinked. Luffy stepped back when it seems Jimbei had came back to his senses. Jimbei, who rebooted, just looked and stared at Luffy for a couple of seconds before his eyes popped out and mouth gaped open at Luffy. He pointed at Luffy again but was shaking. You are her son? Yeah. Luffy nodded. You? Her son? Yeah. Her son? Yeah. Jimbei looked towards the Charlottes who were just staring at him in amusement. His facial expression was funny as hell to look at right now. Are you serious? Jimbei asked, in which Broly nodded while crossing her arms. Yeah. Unless that bastard dragon got together with another woman to have a child years ago, especially on Children's Day, then no. Big Mom looked down at Luffy and asked, your birthday is around May th, right? Yeah. Luffy confirmed while nodding his head. The Charlottes knew very well that their missing brother's birthday was on the th of May, and he would be years old. There was no way Dragon had another child around that time period. And besides, he was definitely a Charlotte. His appetite proved it. Big Mom then looked at Jimbei. There's your proof. That was when my son was born and taken away from me. How did Dragon and you get together? Jimbei now asked, more shocked at the prospect those actually married, and even more so over the fact that they must have procreated for Luffy to be born. I made a deal with the man when he washed up onto our shore heavily injured. He would give me a child and would marry me until he was born, and in exchange for that I would treat his injuries. And he surprisingly agreed quite easily. Big Mom shrugged but was thinking about the past, about Dragon. Of all her husbands she married and divorced, Dragon was an anomaly. Most of her husbands, when rejected and told to leave without getting to hold their kids, would do so out of fear and with sadness or protest against it, and attempt to break into either see or steal her child while being emotional and dramatic about it. Some had asked only to see their child's face once, and they would leave, which she had granted, although she sensed their feelings of sadness. Dragon, on the other hand, left without issues or had any emotional reactions towards the news of getting kicked out and divorced. He seemed to have accepted the situation. Maybe his goal was to get with her, make a child and steal said child from her? It would explain why he didn't react. He was probably planning to steal Luffy and get away from the start of her pregnancy. Big Mom snapped out of her thoughts and was now focusing on the present. There was no point dwelling in the past, which was unchangeable. Anyways, moving forward, Luffy, what's your relationship with Jimbei? Big Mom asked while tilting her head looking at her son in curiosity. She knew that Jimbei was sent to Impel Down due to being the only warlord to refuse world government's orders to assist the Marines against the Whitebeard pirates, which effectively stripped his title of warlord away from him. It was a big deal on the newspaper prior to Ace's execution date. Then sometime, Luffy had stormed into the prison and freed him along with several prisoners, where he accompanied her son, who with the prisoners heading towards Marineford to prevent the death of Fire Fist Ace. After freeing Ace and getting away, him, along with Silver's Rayleigh with her son, went to Marineford again to convey the message for his crew, and after that not much is known about the relationship between them. I met Jimbei when I got into Impelled Down trying to save Ace. He asked to also be released because he wanted to save Ace, so I freed him. Luffy said cheerfully. Is that so? Big Mom asked, now looking at Jimbei. Jimbei nodded yes. He has my respects for what he had done in Marineford. He said genuinely. He was impressed by how he broke into Impelled Down recklessly to save Ace and how he dealt with the admirals. And also, Jimbei said, turning towards Luffy and bowing slightly, I want to offer you my most sincerest gratitude for stopping Arlong's crew in the East Blue. The Charlottes and Luffy kept silence with a solemn look while Jimbei continued on. That was you, wasn't it? Jimbei asked, looking at Luffy, who just nodded. Thank you? Jimbei closed his eyes. But at the same time, I must apologize. Jimbei blinked, and his eyes now had a solemn and guilty look. The one who let go of Arlong into the East Blue nearly a decade ago was me. Luffy gaped and widened his eyes a bit at that but kept silence. The Charlottes raised an eyebrow at this but kept silence. This wasn't really their business. Me and my crew were going to go after him if he tried anything, but Arlong bribed the Navy around a certain island, so his actions never reached Navy HQ. Jimbei stared directly at Luffy's eyes. That island was Kokoyashi Village, or in other words, Cat Burglar Nami's home. Due to this, your Nakama and other people on the island had to suffer from my irresponsibilities. Jimbei now looked at the ground and was about to get on his knees and apologize, but, stop! Luffy shouted at Jimbei, which startled him along with the Charlottes, who now looked intrigued what he was going to do about this piece of information. Jimbei! I'm not the one who you should be apologizing to. It's Nami! Jimbei widened his eyes a bit of this before nodding. Yes, I should be apologizing to her instead, but still. He was shaking his fist in frustration. Were you the one who told Arlong to invade Nami's island? Luffy asked seriously, tilting his head towards Jimbei in confusion. Jimbei widened his eyes before shouting, I did not. So why are you apologizing? Luffy asked while tilting his head. Arlong was the one who attacked the island, it wasn't you. So why are you apologizing? Luffy asked, confused as to why Jimbei was apologizing. He did nothing wrong. If I had bothered to go see what he was up, less blood would have been shed. But I didn't, Jimbei said while gritting his teeth in frustration. He knew Arlong's hatred for humans ran deep. He should have sent someone to report about what he was doing from time to time. And because of that, innocent people had died. All that did was further prove the rumors on fishmen being evil. He hated the discrimination, and how Arlong was just proving their point by driving home the nail on what he did in East Blue. Your crewmate probably hates fishmen, doesn't she? Jimbei said with acceptance over this thought. He wouldn't be surprised if Cat Burglar had a grudge against his brethren after what they did. Jimbei just kept looking at Luffy, waiting for an answer that he knew of. Luffy softly smiled and gave a different one he didn't saw coming. Nami doesn't hate you guys, eh? Was all Jimbei could sputter out in disbelief. When we were going to Sabody, we met Hachi. He opened up a takoyaki restaurant with his friends, Kami and Papag. Nami and him were kind of tense because he was with Arlong, but they got along later. Luffy said, smiling while drooling a bit. He wanted to eat his takoyakis, they were good as hell. Jimbei was a bit stunned but also glad that Cat Burglar seems to hold no grudge against Hachi for what he did. Luffy frowned, continuing on. We went to Sabody, where Kami was captured and being sold off at an auction house because she was a mermaid. Jimbei along with the Charlottes held grim but an understanding look. They understood why. Jimbei knew how his kind were considered rare goods on the slave market, especially mermaids that are female. The Charlottes understood all too well. Toto Land was considered a slaver's dream for the fact her/Mama's main territory held almost all races in one place. If not for Big Mom's forces and their strength, it would have been a prime target for those bastards. Some naive and arrogant idiots have tried to take one of their citizens, and for the dumber and more unlucky ones, their siblings, expecting a slave that would get them rich when sold, all they got was an appointment with death, the Charlottes being the receptionist and booking them for the meeting. The family took great joy and pleasure in slowly, painfully, and brutally tormenting the fools that had tried to steal their siblings, who cried for their older siblings to save them, which they swiftly did. They were sadistic and terrifying to anyone outside the family, a trait that they all shared with their mother, although they wondered if their brother Luffy had shared the same sadistic and terrifying trait along with them. Some stupid celestial guy shot Hachi when we were trying to save Kami when he exposed his arms, Luffy said, scowling while Jinbei flinched at. What did you do? Big Mom asked but had a knowing look in her eyes. Tamago had stated that Luffy had punched a celestial dragon. So was this? I punched that stupid jerk in the face, Luffy said with a look that held no regrets. He looked like he wanted to punch him again. Not that anyone in the world can blame him for. Everyone apart from the celestial dogs wanted to beat the shit out of them. Big Mom nodded in approval at this with a grin. Yup, must be the one Tamago talked about. Bastards always had it coming. Broly and Ma Dior hummed, now knowing why he punched a celestial dragon. Jimbei, on the other hand, who hadn't known he punched a celestial dragon, as expected, was shocked by the news. You punched a celestial dragon? Yeah. He shot Hachi. That bastard hurt my friend. Now at this Jimbei was shocked for another reason. Friend? Jimbei said. Besides Namur, a fisherman who was a commander of the Whitebeard pirates and treated like an equal. He became friends with a fishman? A human and a fishman getting along? Luffy nodded while smiling cheerfully. Yeah. Hachi wanted to make up for the horrible things he did, and he was really nice. Nami also became friends with him along with Papag and Kami. Jinbei looked stunned before he shifted to a soft look. Luffy-kun, do you think humans can get along with fishmen? Luffy just grinned at him. What are you talking about? Of course we can. If me and Nami can become friends with fishmen, then why not other people? And besides, I consider you my friend too. Jinbei at this was staring at him wide-eyed before smiling softly. I also regard you as my friend. Thank you, Luffy. Luffy just laughed, then looked at Jinbei contemplating something. Then he grinned up at him when he decided what to say. Jinbei, join my crew. The fisherman looked surprised a bit but started to look down. I can't, the Sun Pirates are led by me. And besides, with the alliance of Big Mom and the Sun Pirates, ICA, you can join, eh? Jinbei looked up at Big Mom when she said that. My son's crew is allied with mine unofficially until he reunites with them. You joining still means you are still allied with us. But you would have to find a new captain for your crew then, Big Mom stated, shrugging before smirking and raising her hand to point at Jinbei. And also, for my extra condition, you must accompany Luffy as his crewmate when they sail again for our alliance. Big Mom said, grinning. You're fine with this, right? Big Mom asked, raising her eyebrows slightly at Jinbei. Jinbei widened his eyes, looking between Luffy and Big Mom before bowing towards the Yonko. Yes. Big Mom just laughed in joy. This just cemented the contract between them. It would be useful for Jinbei to join and report what her son would be doing in the future when he sails out with his in the new world. And the Sun Pirates probably won't argue much with Jinbei's decision to join the Straw Hats, considering their captain saved theirs. Mama good. Now go tell your fellow fishermen about my propositions and tell them I will be coming with a few of my children to see the place. Big Mom said, to which Jinbei nodded. Yes, it shall be done once I go home. Jinbei looked at Luffy and told him farewell before leaving to tell his fellow fishermen about this. I'm going to go find Broly said, shrugging before taking her leave to have a conversation with her twin before lunch. Mondior, upon Jinbei leaving through the door, took out his pocket watch to tell how much time they got before lunch. We still got about an hour or so, he said, closing and putting the watch back into his pocket. We could use the time to show you the library with Mondior guiding you around, Big Mom suggested, to which Mondior smiled at. The three proceeded to make their way towards the library while also greeting their siblings along the way. Once reaching a giant door that was taller than their mother with two soldiers made from the giant's soul, Mondior approached and with minimal effort in one hand, opened the door. Once stepping through the door, Luffy was looking around in curiosity. The library was massive with round bookshelves that stood around stories tall with books as twice as Luffy's height. The color of the room was mostly brown except for the white pillars along with the railings on the floor and staircase decorated with red and pale blue lollipops on top of them. Welcome to the library. This is the place where we keep animals with my devil fruit. Along with books that caught our interests along with a section that houses people, Mondior explained to Luffy cheerfully, although he looked quite sinister when he mentioned how he had a section that contained people. People? Luffy asked, tilting his head at him. Mondior nodded before explaining further. My devil fruit allows me to keep people in place, alive and unable to age inside a book if pinned in it. It serves also as a prison over in another section. There are bastards who would come onto the territory to try and steal one of the citizens, or worse, our siblings. Some of them are kept in the books to suffer until the end of times along with any other individuals that have tried to bring harm upon us. Mondior explained. He didn't really mention how they would also either torture to death, brutally execute, or feed them to his siblings' pets. Those were the lucky ones in his personal opinion, because at least their torments end. Is that say? Okay. Luffy said, not really bothered by it. Even though he met those kinds of people once in Sabody, he had already developed a strong dislike for slavers. It was a move to steal a person's freedom from them. They walked towards a sofa where Big Mom gestured for Luffy and Madior to sit down, which they did while Big Mom looked around for a book to showcase her collection of animals towards her younger son. Speaking of animals, she wondered, remembering about Syrup Island that her son mentioned. What about Impelled Down? He had broken in after all. Did they use professionally trained animals or creatures to serve as guards? She stopped for a second and asked while still looking for a book. No, Luffy, are there also animals in Impelled Down? Luffy hummed and nodded. Big Mom perked up and turned around to look at her son while Ma Dior also looked intrigued. What were they like? Ma Dior asked in curiosity. Impelled Down was not only the most secure prison but it was also the most secretive. The only ones who knew were the prisoners inside, wardens, and the warlords who requested entry inside the underwater prison. They were pretty weird. There was this giant chicken with an alligator head that chased me down there, and there was this big lion with the face of a guy. Luffy said, giant chicken with an alligator head? Big Mom asked, intrigued by this. Sounded like a crossbreeding experiment, or an extremely rare breed of whatever kind of creature it is. She was also curious about that lion he mentioned. Luffy nodded towards her. Yeah. Someone said it was a rare mutant or something like that. It's a snake that hatched from a chicken egg. It's called a basilisk. Is that so? Big Mom muttered out. She wondered if Luffy's break-in and break-out led to any of those weird animal hybrids being let loose. Maybe she could send an escort ship near the islands that were close to that place. It was worth a shot. After a while of looking through the books on the shelves, Big Mom found a book to show towards her son. She walked back to them and placed the book down in front of her two sons. There is always an infinite universe in books. Right now, this one isn't complete. But I can show you my recent catch that is my pride and joy as of now. Big Mom exclaimed happily while cracking it open to show a zebra with a horn on its head on the first page. Luffy piqued in curiosity over this. He hasn't seen something like this throughout his travels. Big Mom noticed and laughed in pride. Mama, it's quite the sight. Isn't it? She said while Luffy just seemed to be focusing on the sight of what animal he was seeing. Big Mom just kept flipping through pages while Luffy changed facial expressions when he looked at new animals. You know, we used to have people with very rare genetic mutations or born from certain races. But after consideration, I decided to release them and gave them the offer to let them go back to their island or let them stay around here. Big Mom said offhandedly. It was about a year after her baby boy's kidnapping. She felt somewhat bad for the people in the books, so she released them but kept the animals. It also was a less of a headache to hear them screaming for help, so that was also a plus. Luffy, when you set sail, make sure to write about the animals or any person who sticks out, will you? Big Mom asked of her son, to which he nodded, smiling. Yes, sure, he said cheerfully, but then he started rubbing his head sheepishly. But my writing kinda sucks. Why is that? Ma Dior asked, raising an eyebrow at that. I was raised by mountain bandits. Sabo helped teach me and Ace how to simple math, writing and stuff when we were kids. But I kind of absolutely suck at math, Luffy said, shrugging. Not looking bothered by this, he left out the part where they didn't learn much due to his supposed death when he sailed out early. What were the mountain bandits like? Big Mom asked. She knew of the fact her son was raised by bandits, but besides that, she didn't know what they were like. They were really nice. Dayton, the leader of the bandits, tried to act mean and bad, but she secretly cared and worried about Ace, Sabo and me, he said cheerfully. Big Mom at that was relief. It didn't seem like they treated him like how Garp did, at least. Dior, who was listening silently, decided to go back towards the topic about his education. Didn't Garp taught you anything? He asked, wondering if that man gave a shit. Luffy just shook his head. Nope. The only thing he did was train me to become a marine. If I said I want to be pirate, he would hit me with his fist of love, Luffy said while also subconsciously rubbing his head, remembering the pain of his fist. He knew it was infused with Haki thanks to Shanks' lessons about it. No wonder he could hit him even though he was rubber. At this, Big Mom and Dior frowned, with the older brother seemingly more upset over this. He had always enjoyed and took great pride in educating his siblings by teaching them the basics of navigation, writing, mathematics, and other general skills that a person should have. Both older Charlottes glanced at each other. Luffy seemed to be mostly trained to become stronger but has received little to no education from Garp. He was taught by a smart kid, but that was it, which really wasn't enough. Dior, during these years, teach your younger brother about the basics from scratch, starting from tomorrow. Big Mom asked of her son, looking upset over this. she was starting to question why in the hell Dragon would leave their child with an irresponsible marine. Of course, Mama, Monsieur said without hesitation and was determined to educate him properly. After a while of going through books while their brother talked about different animals, he came across through his journey which they took interest in listening. They headed for lunch when it was time. In the diner room, some of the siblings who were gathered inside the room were making some small talk. He kept calling me a branch even though I am not, Broly said, pouting and whining like a child towards her twin, while Broyd put her hand over her mouth to hide her snort of amusement over this while using her other to pat her back supportingly. You think he would like these? Oven asked towards his two brothers, showing a bunch of fried tempuras and toasted marshmallows along with French fries. Daifiki shrugged while Katakuri huffed in amusement, while patting his brother's shoulder as support. They were patiently waiting while talking about what they did throughout the morning and early afternoon until their mother, along with Luffy and Monsieur while carrying a bag in hand, came. Upon stepping inside, Monsieur and their mother took their respective seats, although when Luffy walking towards an empty one. No, Luffy turned towards the woman who called him out. She was wearing a long dress and a golden crown on her head. I am Broly's twin and your older sister, she said slowly, to which Luffy nodded at. Broly then pointed to herself. Who am I? She asked, which caused the siblings to look at her confused at what she was trying to do. Broly nay, he responded cheerfully. Broly softly giggled at how he looked so bright and innocent. She then pointed at Monsieur, causing the man to raise an eyebrow at his older sister. Who is that man? Mont and I, he said with the same cheerful attitude. Monsieur smiled at the nickname but still looked confused at where she was going with this until. Then who is this person? She then quickly pointed towards her twin sister. Broly looked surprised but then looked at Luffy, who smiled brightly. Branch nay. At this, Broly just snorted while covering her mouth to hide her snickering, while the other siblings, finally understanding what her intentions was, were having similar reactions. Hell, even their mother seemed amused while her daughter was clearly not amused. I am Broly, she shouted towards Luffy again, who just laughed it off and took a vacant seat. After everyone calmed down, even though Broly was kind of sulking a bit, Big Mom put the bag she was carrying onto the table, which her children had been eyeing at once she stepped in. What's in the bag? Smoothie asked, raising her eye at the bag. Jimbei had come to negotiate about an alliance with the Sun Pirates, which will make Fishman Island our territory. Their mother explained. At this they were interested. This bag contains Fishman candy. And they leaned forward to listen towards their mother's review about it. By far the best candy I have tasted. It topples over any other sweets I have eaten throughout my life, she said with conviction, which caused all of her children to go wide-eyed and stunned except for the ones who also tasted it. Their mother was a sweet enthusiast. She could go very in-depth about the taste, the quality and texture of the candy she had tasted. She's even got her own book in the library where she writes reports and personal thoughts about the candy. It was very detailed and very specific about various candies and where to find them. If someone like her says Fishman candy was the best so far, they were either mentally or physically drooling at what heavenly taste it could offer. Big Mom reached into the bag and handed it towards her two children, Paraspero and Compote, sitting between her, and they passed it down until there was no more. After the bag was empty, their mother along with Luffy, Broly and Monsieur ate theirs after receiving and handing it out and were in a state of bliss again. Cracker, looking at the state his siblings along with their mother were in, shrugged and ate his. Were these that good? As soon as his mouth closed and chewed followed by swallowing it, his eyes widened in shock. Oh, they were good as hell. And he wasn't the only one. Most of the siblings were in a blissful state, as if they had eaten food blessed from the Almighty who is above the clouds. Even the most stoic siblings had a slightly joyful or cheerful expressions once the flavors and taste hit their mouths, except for one man, Katakuri. As soon as he ate his without removing his scarf, his eyes widened with his pupils shaking. He wasn't in a state of joy like the rest of his siblings, but in heavy denial. Impossible something better than donuts? Throughout his entire life, from his childhood to his present self, he had always enjoyed and mostly ate donuts. Any other food consumed just couldn't compare to the deliciousness, the sweetness of donuts. When he's in public, or with his siblings, he makes sure to consume his food at an inhumane speed so they wouldn't get a glimpse of his mouth. 1 second his giant donut in hand would be whole, but in a blink of an eye, a fraction of it seemingly disappeared into thin air, with visible bite marks being the only proof the man had consumed it. He would only fully enjoy his guilty pleasure with his mask down when he was alone, so they couldn't see his shameful and embarrassing state when he was enjoying donuts. Just like any of his siblings, he too had a state of bliss and pleasure when consuming his favorite food just like their mother, but he had an image to uphold. He couldn't show the same weakness as he did before when he was an ignorant and naive child. He had to be the perfect elder brother for his siblings' sake. So, he always kept a cool and composed aura around him along with masking his mouth. If anyone saw it, his perfect brother image would falter and shatter. But right now, though, the always stoic and cool elder brother was having an existential crisis and questioning several things internally, while on the outside his facial expressions seemed to still be the same. When a man who had believed that donuts was the pinnacle of food and practically worshipped it throughout his entire life was met with something that could top it, yeah, expect one hell of a reaction. Big Mom was the first to snap out of her bliss so she could see her children's reaction, and to her delight, it seems they also could agree that fishman candy was good as hell. Mama, it's quite the taste, isn't it? Big Mom asked, smiling at her children's state of joy and pleasure. They all looked at their mother and nodded in confirmation that it is quite the taste. Is there any more? Effler asked with hope in her eyes. It also seemed a handful of her siblings, mostly the younger ones, also wanted more. To their disappointment, Big Mom shook her head. No, all the fishman candy that were brought here were inside this bag. But, if the negotiations are successful, we will build a factory over there to produce tons of fishman candy on a monthly basis, she announced. Her children lit up and were happy over this revelation. A monthly supply of tons of this was going to be great. They could split it amongst themselves equally, and have a good chunk of it. Big Mom now leaned back and was rubbing her chin in deep thought. Now, for said negotiations. When I go to the island and speak to Neptune over this matter, who should I bring? She looked around before immediately staring at her daughters and smiled. Of course. It should have been an obvious decision. When I am going there to talk things out with Neptune. Prim. Praline. You shall accompany me for the meeting, Big Mom said towards her mermaid daughters. Prim and Praline perked up at this and looked at each other in excitement and hope. They had always wanted to visit Fishman Island to chat and converse with other fishmen. But with the fact they were part of the Big Mom pirates, and they were entering Whitebeard's territory, they couldn't. It could cause misunderstandings. A Yonko's crew entering another Yonko's territory is normally presumed to be a raid or hostile takeover for them, considering their mother's relationship with the man, Whitebeard himself. Yeah, they couldn't risk it. Even though Whitebeard's death effectively put an end towards his crew, meaning every island that flew his banner is now exposed and open for any attacks or claim, they still couldn't really enter. After Whitebeard's death, most of the islands under his protection had been raided and pillaged for all their worth. Fortunately, it seemed Fishman Island was left untouched, probably due to both the forces of King Neptune's personal army and the Sun Pirates. If they tried to enter and if the fishmen had found out about who their mother was, they wouldn't be treated quite nicely. Any island under Whitebeards that weren't attacked are on high alert and tense for possible oncoming hostile forces that would come, including Fishman Island. They were lucky enough to come into contact with the Sun Pirates' captain for an alliance. This was an opportunity to finally interact with their own kind. They both turned and bowed slightly forward towards their mother in acknowledgement. Yes, Mama, Mama, good, she laughed in delight. Everything had been falling into place, from finally finding out and bringing her son home when he turned out to be alive and becoming quite the threat towards the Marines, to the fact she had gotten to be able to talk it out with Neptune and Jimbei for an alliance for a candy factory. She didn't have to waste her forces or resort to threats for this, with the fact that Jimbei swore to sail with her son just sealing the deal. And heck, maybe one or both of her mermaid daughters may get interested and caught feelings for a man over there. It was way better to see her children find true love and getting married rather than an arranged one. Well, maybe except for Lola. The number of rejections were getting ridiculous. Although if one of them dared to try to break one of her children's hearts, it won't be a pleasant experience for them to deal with her. After a couple of seconds of silence, Daifiki lightly smacked Oven's back and pointed at the food he prepared before pointing at Luffy. Oven lit up at what Daifiki was hinting at. Oh yeah, he should see what his baby brother thinks about the food he made for him. He walked up towards Luffy and stood by his side and put the plates down in front of him, while Luffy tilted his head, looking at the food placed before him. What is this? He asked, arms crossed. This is roasted marshmallows, fried tempura and French fries, he said while pointing at the plates. Try them, he said with a serious look on his face. Luffy just took the food from the plates and ate them. His eyes turned into stars. Delicious! Oven just grinned and laughed boastfully, and patted his baby brother's back. Glad you like it. After Luffy ate Oven's cooked food, which the man was proud of knowing his brother very much enjoyed it, then proceeding to eat more when the chefs came in until Katakuri pinched his nose in annoyance when he saw the future. The doors bust open with a panicking lion mink. "Excuse me." Enemy ships spotted approaching near, he said quickly, looking panicked. The Charlottes, instead of looking tense and ready for a fight, were groaning in unison over this. They were even more annoyed because they only recently gotten their brother back and it was their lunch. Heck, even Tamago looked mildly annoyed. Luffy, upon hearing this, quickly grabbed several pieces of food and stuffed it down his throat, gulping it down in one go before looking back at the lion mink in confusion. "Who are you?" he asked, tilting his head while Pecoms looked surprised when he saw who said that. Pecoms was tense and wary at who asked about him. "Why, you were the one at Marineford W who defeated those admirals and freed Fire Fist Ace. Why, you are the Billionberry rookie, Straw Hat Luffy," he said, shocked over the fact a person who recently became quite the big shot was eating casually with the Charlottes as if they were family. Tamago perked up in realization at his surprised expression. He wasn't there at the viewing, and it seemed nobody told him about the fact Big Mom had found her son. Big Mom, noticing Luffy's curiosity, decided to explain. "Luffy, this is Pecoms. He works under me and he along with some of his brethren are under my protection. He's a mink," she said. An explanation about Pecoms. Big Mom years ago was searching for the remaining races to join her island. She was also hoping for a miracle that she could find her son on her search. So when she heard about the fact a group of minks, a race that would bring her a step closer to having every race, was coming to settle in, she made sure to treat her new guests quite well with a warm welcoming. She housed Pecoms with his group and treated them with hospitality, with Pecoms deciding to become part of her crew while the rest becoming official residences, which she accepted with joy. After years of Pecoms' service, he had came forward and informed her about the arrival of his former crewmates, the Nox pirates. Pecoms had filled her in about his former crew when the giant woman asked him if he was a part of any, which he did. Pecoms had told her about his past when the Emperor seemed trustworthy after years of service. She had even shared chocolate with him if she had any from time to time. Big Mom found it quite interesting to hear about pirates hunting for poneglyphs, and with this information, she could easily narrow down the reasons they were visiting to. They were trying to catch up and talk with Pecoms, a casual conversation over a cup of tea with fellow friends who haven't seen each other for quite some time, quite touching and nice. Or, they are going to catch up with Pecoms with the addition of trying to inspect her poneglyph. Or they could do a little trolling and attempt to steal hers. She wasn't fond of the last guess of what they were going to do, so, asking Pecoms about the time they were coming, she along with Pecoms waited for their arrival. Flashback to years ago, when Big Mom heard how Pecoms' friends were arriving on her territory, and how they were chasing poneglyphs for a long time. Yeah, she was definitely joining in on the conversation and getting to know their motives behind why, especially since she owned one. Right now, she was hiding behind a building with her homies acting as citizens by talking with each other and everyday social interactions. She was waiting for Pecoms to talk with his former crewmates, Pedro and Zippo. The actual citizens around the area were ordered by her homies and crew members to evacuate the premise for a period of time, and were given a small compensation which made them leave without any issues. It was silence until, "Yo! Pecoms! It seems they have arrived. Zippo! Pedro, it's been a while. You doing good, buddy?" "Yeah. It's nice to meet you guys again, also sorry about this, eh?" And that was her cue to step in. She dramatically came out from behind the building and looked down at the now surprised jaguar and polar bear mink who gawked at the fact they were facing an emperor. "What's the meaning of this, Pecoms?" The jaguar mink shouted, surprised. "So, you are Zippo and Pedro, let's go settle down and have a nice conversation over tea at my castle. You don't got much of a choice on the matter though," she said as she motioned towards the surroundings. They looked around and were pale once they realized their position. She had ordered her children to position in several places, just in case they tried to escape or anything funny. Outside of a cafe next to their side, Paris Barrow was sitting on a chair, enjoying a cup of tea while looking at them carefully, while Compote was reading a newspaper next to him, taking occasional glances to look at the minks. On the other side from the alleyway, Smoothie stood tall facing them, arms crossed with his sisters behind her leaning on the walls. Behind them in the ocean, Prim and Praline were just floating in the sea with Mondior on a ship behind them with numerous Dan Mushi laid out on a table with him sitting on a stool, ready to give orders if they tried anything. Hell, even in the skies directly above them, Zeus and Prometheus were ready to either electrocute or burn them. To summarize their situation, they were completely surrounded by all sides and compromised. "What will it be?" Big Mom asked, raising an eyebrow at them before leaning forward and grinning maniacally. Life or death? Naturally, they responded with the most reasonable option. At the castle, Big Mom's office, Big Mom was sitting with Pecans and his friends who were on guard. Right now, she was slipping her tea while Pecans was eating chocolate by her side while sweating a bit under the glare of his former captain. Zippo, after a few seconds of silence, hesitantly proceeded to eat the food. After tasting it and finding it quite delicious, he ate more. After a few seconds, Big Mom noticed how Pedro was not eating anything on the table, still seemingly on guard. Pecans, why not you leave Pedro with me while you talk catch up with Zippo outside? Big Mom said, which Pecans agreed to while dragging Zippo outside with their respective food in hand. Pedro and Big Mom were now alone to converse. After putting her cup down after taking one last sip, she let out a sigh before looking at Pedro, who still was tense. I am not planning to kill you guys. Pedro's eyes widened at that statement before narrowing his eyes. How can we be sure of that? I think you know about our reputation and why we are here, don't you? Pedro asked. Pecans probably also told her about what they were infamous for. Yeah. Pedro, captain of the Nox pirates, a bunch of minks in search of poneglyphs, right? Big Mom said while Pedro nodded slowly. And considering the fact that I have a poneglyph, she said, trailing off. But he knew what she was going to say next. You are here to steal it, or at least get some a copy of the writings, she finished off, now leaning forward with her arms on her chin. She was curious on the reasoning and proceeded with her next lines. Why are you so hellbent on finding them? She asked the millionberry question. Was he trying to take after Roger and be the next pirate king? At this, Pedro leaned back in his chair, contemplating if he should tell. After a while, he decided he could tell her. Pecans seems to trust her, and she hadn't tried to bring any form of harm towards them. I am waiting and preparing. Big Mom raised her eyebrow at that. For what? For the next person to follow in Roger's footsteps. She now widened her eyes at the reasoning, but instead of bursting into anger at that, she laughed in amusement. Mama! Is that so? She said while laughing before calming down and looking at him. You are trying to get your hands on the poneglyphs so you could give it to a person who would one day show the potential for such a feat? Pedro nodded at that. Yeah, you should probably stop your search and go back to being one of the guardians of Zo. At this, Pedro flinched in surprise. How much did Pecans told Big Mom about him for her to even know his former role back in his homeland? And why should I? Because there will be a coming of a new dawn. Pedro widened his eyes at that. It may take a decade or so for that to happen. Hell, maybe it would take a century. But it will come. No matter how much the Marines, the government, and the Celestial Dragons try, someone will find his treasure, and then the next pirate king will emerge and turn the world upside down. Big Mom finished off, looking directly at his widened eyes that turned soft. Is that so? How are you sure? Consider it a gut feeling, she said, shrugging, but inside she knew. It doesn't matter how much the government tries to prevent it, it will come, and the world will bend towards his or hers will. After a couple of seconds of Pedro being mute, he sighed before looking up at the Emperor. Can I visit and talk with Pecans anytime? Big Mom nodded while smiling. Of course. He's your former crewmate after all. Pedro stood up and bowed slightly. You have my sincerest gratitude, Big Mom, but if I may ask, don't you also want to be king of the pirates? Pedro asked, and to his surprise, she shook her head. No, after something happened, it made me realize I never wanted to take after Roger and rule the seas, but rather take care of my family, she said with a soft look in her eyes. That's so, Pedro replied back. After that, Pedro and Big Mom had small talks, mainly about what Nox meant, before Zippo and Pedro left to go to Zo. Pedro and Zippo had hugged Pecans and gave him their contact so they could talk to any time. Pecans was grateful for Big Mom not stealing an ounce of their soul when he begged her not to before they arrived, and handling it peacefully. Flashback along with explanation end. Now back towards Pecans, who's scared shitless over Luffy. Pecans, do you know about how Big Mom had a son that was kidnapped? Bon Tamago asked towards Pecans, who nodded. Yeah. Why are you bringing that up? We have a bigger problem over there, he said, pointing at Luffy while the Charlottes were starting to get amused. It was quite hilarious seeing the surprised faces of people when they find out who Luffy was to them. The son has been found. Swar, Tamago announced while Pecans was surprised at this news. Really? Where is he? Why do you think he is here? Tamago said, pointing at Luffy. Pecans looked at Luffy, then Tamago, then looked at Luffy, then looked at Tamago, then looked at Luffy, then looked at Tamago, then looked at Luffy, until he finally connected the dots. Pecans was gaping while pointing at Luffy, shaking his body a lot. Why you are Big Mom's son? Yeah, Luffy said as if it was obvious. Pecans looked at Tamago, who nodded at him and took his cup of tea on top of his head for a sip, then looked at the Charlottes who nodded at him with looks of amusement. Huh. He fell backwards and was unconscious from the situation. Guess it was too much for him to handle, Bon Tamago commented with amusement. The Charlottes cracked up a bit at Tamago's comment, but as amusing as it was, they needed him to get the up to identify who the hell is attacking them this time. Seriously, the audacity for these people to attack during their lunchtime. Melise? Big Mom simply asked without telling her specifically what to do, but her daughter knew what her task was. Of course, Mama, Melise said, smiling brightly with a gentle and soft voice, getting off her chair and walking with grace until she was in front of Pikum's body. Tamago started backing up, gulping and sweating while covering his ears. Katakuri, upon hearing their mother asked for his little sister's assistance, immediately prepared mochi balls for himself, his siblings and Mama to cover their ears. Smoothie saw how Luffy was tilting his head on why he was being handed mochi balls and wasn't putting them in his ears, so she motioned him to use the mochi balls to cover his ears. Thankfully, he did, even though he was confused as to why everyone was doing it. The Charlottes all were nervous. Even if the mochi ears blocked their hearing, they still are using their hands to make sure her voice would be muffled. Melise, after a couple seconds of standing in front of Pikum's, slowly knelt down to inspect his face, scowled, slapped the shit out of Pikum's face, proceeded to pull his ear until it was next to mouth, and woke him up. What the hell do you think you are doing, you small-eyed furball? Deep inhale and another hard-ass slap towards the mink's face. Wake thee up, you sucking sack of shit. Pikum's woke up screaming as if he went through a near-death experience. After waking up and coming face-to-face with Melise, who immediately changed her facial expression to her bright and cheerful one before he could see her previous expression. Good afternoon, Pikum's. Had a nice nap? She asked politely with a soft smile, while her family took off their mochi ear mufflers and sweat dropped at her attitude change. Luffy just stared at Melise while gaping. She was more terrifying than an angry Nami. He didn't really clearly hear what she said through the mochi balls, but he knew that she was angry at that lion guy. And damn was she loud, to the point it didn't even feel like the mufflers did shit. The lion mink, unaware of the events that unfolded during his unconscious state, just nodded obliviously. Yeah, I had a weird dream though? Pikum said while sounding confused himself over the strange dream. Oh, do tell? Smoothie asked from her seat, gesturing him to share what dream he had while she took a sip of juice from her glass. I dreamt that Straw Hat Luffy, the recent rookie whose bounty skyrocketed to 1 billion berry, the brother of Ace who defeated admirals, was secretly Mama's son and he was eating with you guys. Ain't that crazy? Pikum exclaimed, looking surprised over the bizarre dream. The siblings were snorting or snickering quietly over this. Smoothie snorted in amusement while taking another sip. Is that so? Pikum nodded rapidly towards her before looking at all the Charlottes. Yeah. There's no way in hell that he is. Then his eyes finally landed on Luffy, a Charlotte. Pikum, upon seeing Luffy and staring for a couple of seconds, took off his glasses and took out a tissue out of seemingly nowhere to wipe it. Maybe they were extremely blurry. Upon putting them on after being thorough wiping it, he was still there. He slowly turned his head towards Tamago with a deadpan look. He really is a Charlotte, isn't he? Yes, he is, Bon Tamago said while patting his shoulder in amusement over his partner's reaction. Pikum, with this information dump, wanted to ask several questions, but he still had to finish giving the description and identity of the attackers. So, he decided to just leave the pile of mess towards his poor future self. Now wasn't the time to think about that. Anyway, continuing on about the attackers, Pikum continued going back to the urgent situation as if that revelation had fallen to a deaf person, much to everyone's amusement for a few seconds before looking serious. What is it this time? Slavers? Some small fry crime organizations? Mercenaries? Daifaki asked, grumbling. Throughout this time of the month, they had gotten very frequent attacks from the groups he had mentioned. They weren't even a challenge and weren't worth caring about. But when they keep attacking non-stop, they were now a nuisance. It's like getting rid of a fly but another one pops up the next day. It's getting on him, his siblings, the servants and Mama's nerves. He knew what their occupations were thanks to Mama's network of spies which informed her of anything they knew of, and also because the siblings were quite brutal when it came to interrogating them if there were any surviving enemies to make sure they won't lie. They did not only try to bring harm to the civilians, but they dared try to also attack his siblings too, which made it all the more pleasurable to torture them. Although, strangely enough, they all had one thing in common. When they broke and spilled the information they wanted, they were all hired to bring a resident or one of their siblings towards a client that didn't care if they were dead or alive. If they were successful, they would be getting quite a high pay depending on the person's status, occupation, and race. This wasn't the ST time something like this happened. There were many dumbasses that were hired to capture one of them. But they all were after them for their organs specifically. With this information, Mama contacted a person who was an expert in this. Jigra. Mama has relations with infamous underworld leaders, one example being Jigra, a person who also works in the illegal business of organs. But he wasn't the one orchestrating this. The methods Jigra used to get organs were way more concealed and tamer rather than the way more aggressive and bolder attempts. Jigra's normal and well-known approach was to get his employees to attack and kill any unsuspecting victim and harvest their organs while doing it with no witnesses. And if there were any, they were just extra profit to be made for them. Knowing Jigra was seemingly innocent, Mama contacted him to discuss other similar rival organizations that also made off getting rich over this sort of business, which Jigra complied happily. It was a win-win situation after all. Jigra would have less rivals and Mama would stop these damn frequent attacks. Amongst the several organ-stealing groups they talked about, one name stood out among the rest. Picam shook his head, which had the siblings' interest. A new kind of group that was trying to attack them now. No! The attackers this time are an illegal organ-dealing group. At this, the Charlottes lit up. Had the ringleader of this ING operation decided to make an appearance now? Was it them? The one Jigra talked about with Mama? What's their crew's name? Oven asked, narrowing his eyes. He hoped it was them. He never really took joy in boiling someone alive. But for them, he could do it with a big grin on his face while he hears their screams of agony. They are inhumane harvesters. At this, the corner of their mouths twitched up in glee. It was the group that Jigra mentioned. Oh, they couldn't wait to annihilate them. All of the Charlottes apart from Luffy looked at their mother in anticipation. They really wanted her to give the orders. Big Mom, noticing the looks that her children were giving her, she grinned sinisterly and raised her hand up and commanded, "Leave no survivors," she sang sadistically. "Yes, Mama," her children replied in a similar tone with sinister looks. All of them stood up with either their hands on their weapons or were ready to use either Haki or their devil fruits. They slowly approached the exit while Luffy looked around in utter confusion. "What's going on?" Cracker stopped and looked at his brother, grinning madly. "Before you came, we have been getting a lot of attacks which were more annoying rather than worrying. They all are weak as hell. But they still kept coming. They all were hired by some organ-dealing organization. That's why all of us are looking forward to ripping them to shreds." He finished explaining. He was really looking forward to putting an end to this because Angel, his triplet sister, was attacked from a guy from behind who they presumed was killed. He was now confirmed dead after that stunt he pulled. Fortunately, there wasn't a scar and it was a minor wound, much to the relief of Cracker and Custard. "Oh. Alright. Let's go beat them up," Luffy said, grinning brightly, not even bothering asking if he could join. He was going to join. He always liked a good fight after all, a trait that he shares with both sides of his family. Cracker grinned back in acknowledgement over this. Normally he would prefer fighting alone, but this problem has been a pain for everyone's ass, so it was reasonable for all his siblings to get retribution. And besides, he wanted to see what else his little brother could do. He wasn't the only one. The siblings also were interested in seeing their brother in action up close and personal, unlike on a screen like watching a movie. Looking at their mother for approval over this, she nodded and stood up to follow her children, which was quite rare. She also wanted to see what her son could do. They left to go and deal with the possible root cause of this problem that has plagued them for weeks. A few minutes later, Luffy, who was walking towards the harbor with his family, gawked at the massive ship that they were going to sail on to intercept the hostile forces, either because it was way taller than Broggy and Dory combined or the fact that it had a figurehead like Sunny. But it was singing about being a ship. There was also the fact that it seemed to look like a boat-shaped cake. But considering that Luffy had been with his family for quite a while and the architecture of the buildings outside the castle and the rooms inside were themed with food, he was way more surprised over the fact that it ing talks. Big Mom noticed her son's surprised Pikachu face and just laughed in amusement. Mama, it's quite the sight, isn't she? She is the Queen Mama chanter. She is the homie that took quite the chunk of my soul to make. Big Mom explained towards her son, the other being her hat, Cloud and Sun. We use this ship to normally get the monthly tribute of islands under our protection, or to conduct mass-scale raids and takeovers. Big Mom said in nostalgia over how she and her oldest children would go and attack an island as a family bonding activity. Maybe she could use this time to do some family bonding, considering all her children were involved, except for her children under who weren't trained yet. They would just spectate their other siblings and maybe learn from it to use in the future. After everyone was on board, they set sail towards where the enemy would be coming from. The siblings had made small groups to talk amongst those that they are close with. Poir, Galat, Opera and Mondior were talking about how they would approach the opponents. The swordsman and swordswoman of the family made sure to sharpen their swords, most notable being Amanda, Smoothie and Raisin. Katakuri, Daifiki and Oven were casually chatting about how they were going to cave their skull in with a Haki-covered mochi fist / boil their innards / slice them to pieces with a genie. Daifiki also handed Katakuri a bag of beans. The decuplets were playing a way game of Uno which had them riled up and angry towards each other. Saint Mark, arms crossed with Jokond on her horse, were just looking onwards to the horizon like most of the siblings, waiting to see a silhouette of a ship. Cracker was throwing a bunch of breadcrumbs towards her mermaid sisters as if he were feeding fish, much to their bemusement. He got splashed with a shitload of seawater in return, with the sea's curse immediately affecting him. Big Mom was at the front with arms crossed with a big grin on her face, looking forward to bond with her family. While they were sailing off to deal with their problems, they were unaware of what has happened and impelled down, or to be more specific, the escaped prisoners. With the world in a ruckus, especially the level prisoners of Impelled Down, the Marines and the governments are quite busy to say the least. A few days ago, when Marineford started repairs after the war, Sengoku was sitting in his office for one last time before he hands in his resignation, which was unknown to everyone at the time. The office was the main priority for repairs, so he could give orders and instructions over what to do. His final duties would be to assign a new fleet admiral to replace him, along with checking over the escaped prisoners. He was alone, silently praying that the level prisoners were the less well-known ones and were just starting out before they were taken down. If any came from the other side, the world could potentially shift and be thrown in disarray by their powers. The other side is a part of level where they keep pirates that are deemed a threat to not only a country, but the world itself, for their powers are beyond something the admirals of this generation could handle. There were only less than people placed over there, but they were on par with the Yonkos. They couldn't afford to make a new level for them, as even transferring one of them could give them a chance to escape. The best they could do was make their cells and cuffs thicker while adding additional cuffs to restrict more movement. Him, along with his longtime friend Garp, had taken down these pirates, but they would suffer massive casualties and destruction in the process. Hell, they had to call a buster call for one of them in order to even subdue him. Brand New opened the door which had broken the silence. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The list of prisoners you have requested, he stated before laying it upon his desk. He looked like he had faced death itself, he was that pale. Sengoku was wary and tense over his subordinate's expression. That was not a good sign of whatever is written in this report of escapees. Looking at the report, he paled and grimaced immediately upon seeing the top names. Douglas Bullet, the Demon Air level, the other side. Occupations: former Gauls Force soldier, former Roger Pirates. Shiki the Golden Lion, the Flying Pirate level, the other side. Occupations: former captain of the Golden Lion Pirates, former Redacted Pirates. He noticed how Burndy World, along with other well-known pirates, had escaped alongside them, but compared to these monsters, it was like comparing a normal shark to a sea king. This was the only thing Sengoku could mutter out in stunned horror. Shiki was like his main enemy, like how Roger and Garp were. The ultimate downfall of Shiki would be when he showed up at Marineford and demanded to see Roger so he could personally execute him. Shiki couldn't accept the man he had respected was going to be killed off in such a pathetic sea of all places, which had caused him to fight both him and Garp to fight it out with him, which caused half of Marineford to be destroyed, with Shiki finally being subdued. He had been restrained down to the ground with all limbs cuffed to restrict any movement possible after his escape attempt. He was about to sever his own legs in order to escape, which led to an even stricter restraint when a warden saw this and was able to stop it in the nick of time. The real issue, though, would be Douglas Bullet, a monster that had frequently fought Roger and sailed with him, a monster that had fought Whitebeard and was close to his power, a monster that took a buster call and survived, a pirate who also had conquerors. It was the worst-case scenario possible. Shiki was quite old, but his powers still could match the current Yonkos. But Douglas? He was at his peak right now. At Wano, on Ajishima's Skull Dome, Kaido's castle. Kaido was sitting on his throne while glaring at the man before him who was giving him a shit-eating grin. He was dressed in traditional Wano clothes which were colored orange and matched his long gold hair. The most distinctive part was a broken steering wheel lodged into his head, along with two swords strapped on his waist. Shiki had come to do some catching up with people he knew of. It's been a while, hasn't it? Cabin boy. TSK. I told you to stop calling me that, you piss-haired bastard. What did you call me? You ing cabin boy. You heard me. Piss hair. If you want to die that badly, if you want to get your ass kicked that badly, bring it. Somewhere on an island, a certain tall man was walking on piles of bodies while collecting any weapons he seized to add to his collection for his future plans. While doing so, he noticed someone of a corner of his eyes. Turning to look at man with glasses on with a cigar in his mouth giving him an approving grin. Narrowing his eyes at the stranger, he asked, "Who are you?" "Me? You can call me Buena Festa. I'm a guy that loves to hold festivals," he replied while his grin seemingly got a bit wider. Bullet just scowled at the guy without bothering to face him. No point in dealing with a weakling like him. "Tsk scram. I have important things to attend to." "Oh, where's the rush now, Douglas?" Douglas stilled at that while he slowly turned his head towards the man now with a killer glare. "You looking to die today?" "Oh. No, and no. I am here to make you an offer." Douglas didn't look interested in it, but he decided to appeal towards the offer out of curiosity. "What is it?" The man, upon hearing that, pulled out a map out of seemingly nowhere, showing the map of the New World with the several crosses marked on several islands. "You see, I am looking towards starting a festival where I am sure everyone would be interested in, a festival that would be grander than Roger's execution," he said while saying Roger's name with venom. He stole his spotlight after all. "And how are you planning to do that?" Douglas raised his eyebrows towards the very ambitious man. It had something to do with the map he was holding, but what were the coordinates for? "You see, on this map holds a treasure on one of these marked out crosses. A treasure which gather people wanting to obtain it. Even the strongest and wealthiest of people would want it. They would risk their lives on it even." At this Douglas now was intrigued. All of the strongest people gathered in one place. He could prove he was the strongest off the world if he beat them all. "What is this treasure you speak so greatly about?" he now wanted to acquire. What was this so-called treasure worth dying over for? "Oh, I am sure you are quite familiar with it. After all, it might as well be the same as having your dear old captain's greatest treasure in your hands. You had my interest. Now you had my attention." Luffy was leaning on a railing while looking to particularly nothing towards the sea in boredom. Sure, it hasn't been that long since they were out in the sea, but he was getting bored really quick. "I wonder how they are doing?" Luffy muttered out his thoughts to nobody. He hoped his crew weren't in any real danger, and they had received his message. Being the first to be sent away by Kuma meant he had no idea what condition his nakamas were in right now. He decided to shift back towards feeling bored while sailing towards the organ harvesting group. After a couple of seconds of nothing, he realized something. "It's been a while since I sung." And it was true, he never really sang much when he was sailing with his nakama. He was pretty sure they never heard his singing voice. Hell, not even Sabo and Ace have heard it. The only people who knew he could sing were Shanks with his crew, the people who were there around that time his friend singed. And said childhood friend? They had been surprised and flabbergasted when he had singed while his childhood friend just looked on in awe and excitement. Something about being able to do a duet and singing together with her. Author's note: the VA of Luffy has sang a song called One World. After a couple of seconds of thinking what to sing on board, he opened his mouth. The king and his man stole the queen from her bed. The Charlottes, hearing the first lines, looked at each other to confirm they heard that. They didn't know who it was, but damn, he sounded like a professional. Big Mom, who also heard, was also interested. She liked music a lot, something her children also had shown interested in. So, upon hearing that, she looked around wondering who was singing, and then her eyes landed on Luffy leaning on the rails, and bound her in her bones. He stopped leaning on the railing and started slowly to move up towards the bow while all the siblings had their eyes on him. They were surprised. The seas be ours and by the powers. He now stood in front of them on the bow as if he was standing on a stage while his siblings and mother, who moved so her son could be the center of attention, looked at him in awe and interest. They were his audience. Where we will we'll roam. He closed his eyes before proceeding to the next verse while lowering his voice by a bit, his siblings and mother keeping silent, wanting to hear more of his amazing voice. Yo-ho, all together, hoist the colors high, heave-ho, thieves and beggars, never shall we die. Luffy finished off grinning while opening his eyes to look at his siblings, who looked at him in awe from his short but impressive performance. They gave him a round of applause which had Luffy laughing a bit. Mama, mama! You have quite the pleasing voice, Big Mom said in delight over how her son sang, with her children also sharing their approval and agreements over his performance. What's the song called? Hachi asked, intrigued by the lyrics. Luffy grinned brightly towards the long-necked woman. Hoist the colors. I learned it back at Fusha village. He grinned brighter, explaining further about the song. It's supposed to be a shanty. Everyone should join in. The siblings all around, especially Mama, looked at each other before grinning. It would help kill of time, and it was a nice song. At Inhumane Harvester's ship, the unimaginable violence. The crew were sailing slowly towards Whole Cake Island under their boss's orders. They had deceived and manipulated several groups with the promise of money to attack the territory to steal people. But in actuality, they were just used to wear the Big Mom pirates out, so they were weakened and drained to the point they were unable to protect the residents over there. It suddenly got foggy all of a sudden, but they still sailed forward. They were brandishing several weapons and tools, most notable being several butcher knives, cleavers and hooks, along with chainsaws and the others being common weapons. They all had several expressions of sadism, bloodlust and cruelty, with the biggest being their captain's. He was letting his man steer the wheel while he sat by his side on a stool, inspecting his great knife, which was a gigantic half-scissor, with a look of anticipation. He liked it when it was dyed in red rather than a boring silver color. The right-hand man of Inhumane Harvesters, with the bounty of Barry Gore Fisher the Human Butcher. They started out as an unknown group before skyrocketing into infamy for their numerous counts of slaughter. Whenever Marines had come after their handiwork to inspect damages and to provide aid to any survivors, they would grimace with the light-hearted and fresh recruits either fainting or puking upon seeing their victims. They were amputated in numerous ways, with their chests ripped open displaying missing organs. People who had health issues like lung cancer or any diseases in a particular part of their organs had their infected organs left alone, while the healthy ones were taken away. The worst part was their faces that were unsettling. Their expression of despair and agony haunted anyone who saw their corpse. After their display of carnage, they were given the name Inhumane Harvesters, as they killed and stole organs on a massive scale, like how a farmer would yield a massive haul of crops. After sending waves of attacks and being told by his boss to finally go harvest, they were expecting the Big Mom pirates to be easy prey after sending several groups to attack them, but unfortunately, they were just another group of huge egotistical and arrogant idiots that were high off their power, thinking they are invincible. Sadly, they haven't truly comprehended the true power of a Yonko's crew like so many before them. Captain? Ship spotted. A crewmate from the Crow's Nest announced with a pale look painted on his face. Must be the Big Mom pirates, he said, grinning. He stood up and walked towards the bow of the ship. Upon reaching the front, he waited till they came into view from the fog. Instead of seeing a ship, he heard a song. Yo-ho, all hands! Hoist the colors high! The crew looked at each other in confusion over this before. A behemoth stood upon them. Heave-ho! Thieves and beggars! Never shall we die! They gawked at the size of the ship, which looked like a cake. But their eyes were on the figurehead. It was singing along with the people on top of the ship. Looking up, they paled upon seeing them. Big Mom with all her children were singing together in joy, completely unaware at the insects in front of them who were cowering in fear. When she and her children saw them, however, they didn't stop singing. They started grinning and sang louder. Yo-ho! All hands! Cracker had already set up his biscuit armor for a fight, and was stomping on the deck to the beat of the music, while his sisters stood by his side singing along, smiling. Katakuri was singing with a smile under his scarf over how joyful his siblings were. Oven arms were crossed with his head raised up and singing loudly towards the sky with a big grin. Even Daifuki was smiling at all his siblings singing as one, with him joining in after some time. Hoist the colors high! Opera was singing arms crossed with a big grin, while his quintuplet brothers had an arm on each other's shoulders singing loudly while stomping their foot on the ground towards the beat in unison. Baskart was singing with his mouth uncovered, grinning along with his brothers, who were smiling also, more so over the fact he seemed less shy about displaying his teeth. Heave-ho! Thieves and beggars! Mukuru, Marble and Mobile, who was standing behind his sisters along with the snake quadruples, were leaning with their arms resting on the railing singing and smirking at the group beneath them who were pale. Perispero and Compote singed while looking at the pest under them with a vicious grin. They wanted to get back at them for what they tried to do towards their younger siblings. Never shall we die! All the Charlottes sang the last part powerfully, with Big Mom and Luffy being the most prominent. She was in joy over the fact she sang with all her children while Luffy was grinning brightly. He should do this more often with his family and also with his crew when they reunite. It was fun. After a moment of silence after the shanty they sang, the Charlottes grinned upon seeing how they instilled fear into them by their mere appearance. Mama, good day we are having, aren't we, gentlemen? Big Mom said teasingly and politely, but her sadistic face didn't match her tone. They just kept silent for a while until Gore Fisher, who was initially frozen, snapped out of it and gave orders. Being as still as a statue wouldn't help. Why are you all standing still? Slaughter and harvest their organs. At that the crew also snapped out of it, and let out a war cry before trying to leap onto their ship, keyword being try. The Charlottes had immediately punched, kicked, shot, and stabbed in retaliation when they were reaching up. These guys are the ones who orchestrated this, Mikuru said in disbelief at how weak they were when she swung her sword at them with her long arms helping to extend her range. We had several attacks like these before, Perowin. They aren't nothing special, just another task of getting rid of trash, Paraspero said, sticking them with candy while his siblings killed them off. Jokond, why did you bring your horse with you? We are on a ship, you know, Galad asked, raising an eyebrow at Jokond on her horse while also restraining their attackers with butter while Poir shot them off. Honestly, I don't know. Guess it was out of habit after being on land for so long, she replied, shrugging while stabbing the enemy with her lance while her big brother, Saint Mark, was swinging at the people out of Jokond's reach with his battle axe, looking slightly amused by her response. Are you sure we can't join? A Nana with a scalpel in her hand asked, looking at how her siblings were doing. They didn't look so tough and seemed easy to handle for her. Pudding approached and denied her request. No, you can't. Wait until you are around or so, then you can join with your older siblings to fight. All right? Pudding said, kneeling forward while patting her head and also raising a flintlock with her other hand and shooting at her side without looking. She had put a hole between the eyes of an organ harvester as soon as he popped up. Anana pouted before nodding okay. Oh, would you look at that? You are finally acting like a big sister, I? Flam teased her eyed sister with a big grin which had Pudding flustered by her compliment. The siblings, who were conversing, had been heard by the enemy captain, who was in disbelief. Gore Fisher, who was listening in on their conversations, was twitching in irritation. They were talking as if it was a regular day outside and as if they weren't being attacked. They aren't acknowledging them as a threat at all. With a war cry, he had leaped up higher than his man and landed in front of them with a scowl on his face while drawing his weapon out. Who are you? Snack asked, raising his sword at the organ harvester, who seemed way stronger than the other man who had leaped onto their ship so far. I am the right-hand man and the captain of my ship, Gore Fisher, the man known as the Human Butcher. Remember that name in hell when I kill you all and reap all your organs for what it's worth. At that, Snack just looked at the man as if he ate cereal without milk and preferred pineapple for toppings on a pizza. Kill all of us? You can't even kill me, Snack said, a bit surprised how arrogant and confident he sounded. Their little conversation had drawn the attention of the siblings, especially about how he was the captain and the right-hand man of the organization. Ho? Right-hand man, you say? Katakuri said, appearing beside Snack with a bloodied trident in his hand and narrowed eyes at him. What's a right-hand man? Luffy asked, walking up towards the two after punching the organ harvesters barehanded. They were weak as hell. Snack at that turned towards Luffy while raising his sword and resting it on his shoulders. Right-hand man is someone who helps out their boss the most. It's similar to first mates, but they aren't the first to join the captain, he explained while shrugging while Luffy nodded at that, learning something new. Katakuri nodded at his explanation. We should keep that one alive for interrogation. If he is the right-hand man, he probably knows where their main base of operations are. Luffy nodded and smiled brightly while cracking his knuckles. All right. I'm going to beat that guy up. Katakuri and Snack were interested to see what their brother could do, so they stepped aside and would intervene if he struggled. Who are you, brat? Fisher asked, raising an eyebrow while raising his blade towards the boy who looked like a teenager. I'm Monk Charlotte D. Luffy and I am gonna beat you up, Luffy said, almost using his previous name before raising his hands, ready to throw hands towards the right-hand man. A henchman who was near them heard his name and widened his eyes in horror and confusion upon seeing his face. That was definitely Straw Hat Luffy, who was at Marineford, even though his iconic straw hat wasn't with him. His captain was away from the broadcast due to an important task handed to him, and he hadn't been informed about the super rookie when he returned. He wanted to tell his captain the monster he was facing, but he was more focused on the fact that he was with the Big Mom pirates for some reason, and he stated he was a Charlotte instead of a monkey. But before he could mutter out any of his thoughts, he was stabbed and drained off his life from Smoothie, who was now focused on seeing what her little brother could do. In fact, most of the Charlottes were done eliminating them and was focused on their fight, like they're witnessing a Colosseum fight. After a couple of seconds of staring each other down, Luffy was the first to move. Goma Goma no. Pistol! He cried out, launching his arm towards Fisher, who just arrogantly smirked. That all you got? He said, smirking as he deflected his fist with the flat of his blade before he flashed from his position and appeared in front of Luffy, raising his weapon above him for a huge swing attack. Iron Scourge. He struck Luffy with the intent of splitting him in two, but Luffy was able to react in time by using armament Haki to defend himself before he could slash his face. Luffy pushed him back and twisted his right arm Gomu Gomu no rifle. He landed a solid hit on Fisher's stomach, who gritted his teeth in pain and let go of his weapon over this, getting launched a few steps back. Getting his bearings back, he spit out blood and smirked at him again. Heh. Not bad, kid. But, Gore Fisher raised his hands up, which had all the Charlottes on guard when he posed as if he was going to cast some sort of spell. He had a devil fruit and was definitely going to use it. But what kind is it? They got their answers when several of the dead organ harvesters were now rising up, but they weren't themselves. You need to do better, he said, looking like an absolute psychopath before explaining further. I ate the zombie fruit. I am a zombie human. I can manipulate the dead and command them as I please. The Charlottes didn't really look impressed, but they shot looks of disgust at the organ harvesters who had risen from the dead. So all we got to do is kill them again? That's easy, Cracker said, not seeing the big deal, as he just slashed a zombie to his left without even looking at it. But he faced it with widened eyes when it didn't go down after that wound which Fisher had noticed and had him grinning at Cracker. Easy, you say? Then go ahead. Try to kill something that is already dead, Gorohohoho. He laughed, but it quickly died down when he noticed how they were all still calm but didn't move. What's wrong? You all frozen in fear or something? He taunted, thinking that they had lost hope in winning against him, but much to his surprise and disbelief, they turned to look at him in disappointment, like an audience witnessing the curtains fall to reveal the worst show they have seen so far. All we have to do is just make them into mincemeat, is what you are saying, Cracker simply said, doing just that with his armor, growing 2 pairs of arms and slicing and dicing through the zombie. Actually, they all weren't even struggling against the undead, they just burned them till they were nothing but ash, shot their legs and arms off so they wouldn't move, restrained them with their devil fruits, or just pushed them off into the sea. Fisher finally realized the situation he was in and paled. He was beyond outmatched, and was good as dead like the minions he raised up with his devil fruit. They had heavily underestimated the power and strength of a Yonko and their crew, but he won't let it end like this. He's going to at least take out the brat who hit him good. He let out a war cry and charged forward with a new goal: take out Charlotte D. Luffy. But sadly, he didn't know that he was like a deer running straight towards the jaws of a lion. The last thing he saw for a split second was a stretched black and right leg high up, reaching the clouds and descending down at very high speeds. And Goma Goma NOAXE was the last thing he heard before going unconscious. Idiot, the Charlottes who witnessed the events thought. Luffy started stretching his leg into the sky with armament Haki, winding up his attack when Gore Fisher stood perfectly still with a face that shone he had realized he had up big. After he seemed to snap out of it, the captain charged recklessly right into their brother's attack with his foot hitting directly on his back, which looked quite devastating. It left the reinforced deck broken upon impact directly onto his back. He may have just broken his spine if he was able to break the deck with a steel layer underneath the wooden deck. An interesting technique, Katakuri thought. He had copied several moves from his opponents and siblings when it seemed interesting or something that he could mimic with his devil fruit. Luffy's axe technique was a big wind-up by stretching his leg into the air, which left him exposed, but he would rapidly slam his feet down into the opponent, which caused devastating damage after. It gave Katakuri several ideas on what moves he could develop from witnessing his baby brother's technique. Even after his knocked out they are still up and walking around aimlessly, Smoothie commented as she sheathed her sword back when the zombies stopped attacking. After Fisher was knocked out, his man who turned into zombies stopped attacking them, and were just either standing there or walking around with no sense of directions. The siblings poked them, but they didn't respond or react in any way, much to their interest and curiosity, and some kept poking them for fun. Mondior was taking down notes and descriptions about the zombies and was studying them with great interest. Another entry to add in his journal of discoveries. Mama round up the zombies so we could either add them to the library or study them, their mother ordered with a big grin on her face. She was interested and very happy about how she has another creature to add towards the collection. Even after years off collecting creatures, there still was more. The ocean was a vast place, full of new things to discover. Just the way Lin likes it. Yes, Mama, her children replied back while taking them towards the holding cell down in the ship. The zombies were easily guided through the ship and into the cell. And also, let's have a very thorough conversation with this man along with anyone still alive. Big Mom grinned wickedly at Gore Fisher's unconscious body. Yes, Mama, her children replied back with a similar sinister grin. The Charlottes started rounding up the survivors for conversation purposes while Luffy just walked around and looked at all the people who were dead, until he spotted a familiar face from his childhood. Luffy was shocked by who he was and the fact that his chest was slowly rising and lowering. He was still alive. He muttered out one thing still in a state of shock. Porchemy? The siblings around him looked at their brother a bit surprised. He knew one of them? You know this man? Katakuri asked, walking up to his side, looking down at the man with an open red vest with a tattoo on his left bicep, and the bullet wounds that were near his chest that was aimed at his heart. By now the Charlottes who were tasked with locking up the zombies had came up and moved towards Luffy and Katakuri, who were observing one of the organ harvesters. Yeah. He's the guy who was with Blue Jam and beat me with the knives on his gloves back in Fusha when I was a kid. He spoke casually while pointing towards said man. The siblings around him froze before looking down at man who was revealed to be Luffy's past torturer. Big Mom, who heard what her son had said, was leaking a bit of her conqueror's haki at the piece of shit who was starting to get surrounded by her children, who looked at the man in fury and anger. Why was someone like him running with a gang of organ harvesters? In the New World too, of all places? Well then, it seems we got lucky, Cracker said as he got out of his biscuit armor and started walking up towards Porchemy, squatting down and grabbing his hair to bring it closer to his face to inspect him. They couldn't see his facial expression, but they felt his bloodlust. How so? Angel asked, arms crossed with a scowl on her face at the man who tortured her little brother. When Cracker turned back to face his siblings and his mom with a maniacal grin with murder in his eyes and replied back, they also started to display their feelings of bloodlust, fury and anger towards Porchemy. Big Mom looked on in approval. Because we can repay him back for what he did to our brother. Make it slow and painful. Yes, Mama. Luffy, along with his siblings who couldn't handle the sight of torture or gore, were escorted into the waiting room located inside the ship. The siblings who would be giving retribution upon Porchemy emphasize about how violent and brutal the payback would be for the man who dared tortured one of their brothers. Luffy went with his weaker-hearted siblings because they didn't want him to have any bad memories surface if he kept being around the bastard Porchemy. Although they were considering giving him the honors to finish off the bastard for good once they were done with him hanging by a thread of his life. Considering the fact that Luffy was tortured at such a very young age, he was guaranteed to have gained heavy trauma, and his piece of shit grandfather probably never thought of giving him therapy if the man even knew about the events that transpired. Hell, he probably added or made the trauma even stronger for him, even if he knew about what had happened or not. But they were based on assumptions from what they have gathered about the marine heroes so far. He was with his siblings who were either younger than him, or around his age, Ewan, along with Punna, Chiffon, Bavarois, Bazins, Moscato and Opera. The decuplets had left, and came back with boxes of toys for their siblings who were still children and several snacks and drinks to keep the older siblings occupied. The Charlottes, including Luffy, were chilling inside with the very young siblings playing around while the others were relaxing and conversing on either sofas or beanie bags. Luffy, is that guy really the same man who tortured you back in Fusha? Punna asked with her unloved hand on his shoulder, looking at him worried. She took off her animal claw gloves as soon as they stepped inside the waiting room and put them somewhere her child's siblings wouldn't be able to reach. The claws were very sharp after all. She would always attempt to cheer her siblings up if they seemed down about something. The siblings sitting down also shot a look of concern towards their younger/older brother. Some of the children who were smart and mature for their age also looked at Luffy worried for their older brother. Luffy nodded towards her. Yeah. I can't forget his face and his tattoos, he said before looking up at the ceiling, remembering how painful it was, how lonely it was. Noticing how he was drifting off into memories, she squeezed his shoulders to pull him back to reality, which worked. He shot a bright smile at his older sister for that, Punna giving her own smile in return. Bavarois, with his gloves laying on the table in front of the sofa, leaned back, thinking about Porchemy. How did someone like him end up in the New World, an organ harvesting organization also to boot? At that, the siblings also were wondering. A pirate from around paradise going to the New World was a rarity, considering how they needed to either be very strong with a minimum of a million berry on their head or needed to be part of a crew with the captain meeting said requirements. Knowing how inhumane harvesters started off in the New World, the chances and possibilities for Porchemy to get here was slim to none unless he sailed with another strong group before later joining them. Maybe they had a group they branched into paradise to recruit weak pirates to use as cannon fodder? Bazins gave the most likely and reasonable answer towards the discussion. At that, the siblings nodded slightly in approval, hearing his theory. It seemed like the most plausible theory so far. Maybe they will get their answer when their other siblings were done giving retribution to the man. Hopefully that bastard gets what is coming for him. Pudding said, crossing her arms with a scowl on her face. She didn't like how one of her siblings were tortured, especially when it was her kindest and most supportive older brother. Even though he was with them for less than a week, he had already left a hell on an impression on not only her but for a handful of her siblings also. His presence felt like a RD sun, the ND being Prometheus, and the SD being the normal sun. He was warm, embracing and kind. He could light up anyone's mood when they are around him. For her brother to suffer like that, knowing our big brothers and sisters, they probably would give him hell. Flamp commented, which was true. They were quite a close-knit family and were protective of one and another. Doesn't matter how close they were to certain siblings, they will give hell to whoever hurts one of them. But this was a first time in the family where one of their siblings wasn't wounded or insulted, but tortured. Porchimi was about to experience pain beyond imaginable. The siblings all nodded at Flamp's words and decided to use this time to get along and know more about their brother. Anyway, Luffy, do you remember our names? Moscato asked Luffy while motioning towards the Charlottes gathered in this one room. He seriously doubted he remembered all of them. Only Pudding, Flamp and Chiffon, he responded bluntly, to which he nodded in understanding. There were of them, including himself, and Luffy was unfortunately raised outside the family, so he knows little about them. Of course it would be hard to remember them. Well, let's formally introduce ourselves, Moscato said, clapping his hands, changing his expression to a cheerful one. I am Moscato, your older brother, he said while putting a hand on his chest to emphasize his identity, which Luffy nodded in response. Bazins, the man with several antlers on his head, waved lazily at Luffy while leaning into a beanbag chair. Opera Fa, the cream man said cheerfully. Bavarwa, he said, crossing his arms and puffing his chest. Punna, your big sis, the young woman who was sitting next to Luffy said cheerfully towards his younger brother. Nougat, the ND son of Big Mom, announced. He was wearing a white feathery scarf around his mouth to cover what is ever underneath the scarf, similar to katakuri. I am Nuchi, and these are Nuji, Nusan, Nushur, Nugo, Nutmeg, Akameg, Almeg, Harameg, and Fuyameg. We are the Charlotte decuplets. We were children born from Mama in a single birth. Noichi with his green hat announced his decuplet siblings' names on their behalf while pointing at each one, the only surefire to tell which one was who were. For the brothers, their hats which had different colors and Nushur standing out due to his very different build. For the sisters, who were way easier to tell apart with their different hairstyles with different colored ribbons on their necks. I'm Yuen. I'm around your age, by the way, he said with a smile on his face. He wanted to know more about his brother, who was around the same age as him, and hear about his accomplishments throughout his life. Luffy just hummed in acknowledgement, knowing their names. You know, now that I think about it, what was that guy's bounty? Yuen asked Luffy after introducing himself towards him. What guy? That right-hand man guy? Luffy asked, not knowing who Yuen was specifically talking about. Yuen nodded to confirm who he was talking about. Yeah, that guy. I'm pretty sure it's around, Barry's Moscato said after digging through his memories. Since inhumane harvesters were the most likely suspect of the continuous attacks on Tato land, they dug through that specific group the most to learn more about them. They could be considered a group that met the New World standard in terms of strength, but they weren't much of a challenge for a Yonko's crew. His bounty was that high? I thought it was lower. Flamp exclaimed in disbelief over this. She never really looked much about the organ harvesters. That weakling was worth Barry's less than snack? Even though he got his ass handed to him with their brother Luffy clearly not going all out, his bounty was still that high. Luffy at this rubbed his head, remembering Shaki's words about Jaggy's bounties. Shaki said something about bounties being higher if you kill civilians? He said his thoughts out loud, trailing off to remember more of the conversation. Moscato nodded at this before educating his siblings about how the system works. The bounties are issued by the world government through the Marines. They are based on how much they view an individual as a threat. The process is run in the Marines' main base of operation, where they determine the threat by how high their bounties should be before publishing them so people would know the person is a criminal. Moscato took a breather before explaining further. His bounty was that high because his group targeted people regardless of gender or age, and what they would do to said people, which made the government deem them more of a threat than people who are stronger than them. Thus a higher bounty is given. Take our siblings' bounty, especially Katakuri and I-san for example. He could go toe-to-toe with either king or queen from Kaido's crew, but his bounty is Barry's less than those two, right? At that the siblings nodded while some shot glances at Luffy. Katakuri was higher than their rubber brother's bounty by just berries. That's because we mostly just deal with anyone trying to attack our home, or when Mama orders us to invade islands, which is quite rare nowadays. She mostly sticks to diplomatic negotiations so she could come to an agreement with the island's inhabitants so she could trade certain resources that are exclusive over there. But Kaido's crew is a different case. He rules over Wano and has plans to go against the world government. If I remember correctly from Mama's network of spies, something called Smiles were involved with his plans on dealing with the government forces. Mosquito finished trailing off. He couldn't exactly remember what Kaido's plan with Smiles entailed, but it would definitely make him even more of a threat than them because they just invaded islands and dealt with intruders but never truly opposed the government. Kaido, on the other hand, was building an army where he would attack them with said army. The only reason they know this was because Mama had set up a network of spies which were from her crew that had no bounties or infamous backgrounds, making them easy for them to sneak into places as a mole, either in the ranks of Marines or the ranks of pirates, especially other Yonkos. She was still working on sending spies towards the revolutionaries to hopefully pick up her son's whereabouts before Marineford, but since Luffy was with them now, she could care less about what they did. The more you know, Nougat said, showing interest over this topic along with his siblings who were unaware about it, while the older and knowledgeable ones nodded at Moscato's lesson. He remembered what Mondior taught them. Even though Mondior was years younger than Moscato, he was the smartest of the family, with the Endi smartest being Perispero. They were happily chatting until a scream of a man was heard above them, and their faces turned solemn. They knew who was screaming. It seems they have started. A few minutes ago, on the deck, Porchimi was lying down unconscious before he felt a sharp pain in his sides. He groaned and stirred awake, opening his eyes looking at the ground. He had a severe headache and was trying to recollect the past events that had happened. They were attacking Big Mom's island before they got decimated by her children. He widened his eyes and gulped when he realized his situation. He was still on board. Feeling the cool breeze on his back, he knew exactly where he was. He was on the deck, out in the open. Finally, you are awake. Porchimi heard an unfamiliar voice from his right side. He hesitantly looked up in front of him. He wished he hadn't. In front of him were several of Big Mom's children, most notably being a tall woman with white hair with one-eyed cover, a tall man with a scar covering his mouth, a man with a candy staff with a giant tongue, and a big woman who had a hat that what seemed to contain an assortment of fruits. All were glaring down at the man with deep hatred and fury. He was confused before that feeling turned fearful. Did he do something to piss of the Charlottes on a personal level? He wanted to ask, but he was too overwhelmed with fear to the point he couldn't speak. He was afraid to mutter a single word. But even in fear he could still observe his surroundings, and oh boy, he wished he didn't. It seemed like or of the Charlotte family had surrounded the man, all with equally pissed off and savage expressions on their faces, which made Porchimi feel very small, like several sea kings surrounding a sheep. It was silence before. Are you Porchimi? A female voice echoed with clear bloodlust mixed in her tone. Looking at where the voice came from, he turned his head and faced straight forward. He saw giant feet, which caused him to pale at the fact that the woman must have been gigantic if her legs were that big. Looking up caused him to pale further when he saw the woman's disturbingly sinister Cheshire grin. At that moment, Porchimi knew that no matter what he does or say, he was getting out of here dead. He was frozen in fear while still keeping eye contact with the giant, afraid to blink, as if she would slaughter him if he broke eye contact for even a split second. After a couple of seconds of silence, the woman slowly lost her grin and was replaced with a frown. She leaned forward, asking again slowly but with more strength in each words now. Ario Porchimi? Porchimi shook his head up and down, afraid he would displease her and be killed by her if he didn't respond this time. At that the woman's mood didn't seem to lighten. It seemed like her aura just got heavier and more violent. Porchimi broke eye contact with her and looked at her children instead, only to be greeted with another sight of raised bloodlust and anger. In fact, most of them had an even more bloodthirsty and hateful expression that was directed at Porchimi. Porchimi, confused, frightened and pale from his situation, decided he really needed to ask. Why are you all looking at me like that? He shouted out loud. If he was going to die, he at least wanted to know why. Instead of answers, they only asked him more questions. Do you know who this is? This time, the tall man with the scarf asked, raising his left hand to show the bounty poster he was holding, while the other hand now had a trident in it. In fact, it seemed all the children started unsheathing their weapon of choice right after their older brother took his out. But Porchimi hadn't picked this up yet. Porchimi, upon seeing who it was, gulped. Monkey D. Luffy wanted dead or alive berries? He was shocked and flabbergasted over seeing that brat's face again and his bounty that he wasn't aware of. He knew he was going to get a decent bounty, but this high. Judging by your expression, I take it you know him? Smoothie now stepped forward, looking down at him with a narrowed eye. He nodded at her. Yeah. What about it? Yeah, sure, he's got a high bounty and all that now, but what does that have to do with all of this? Did you torture him? Porchemy looked behind and saw a woman with a panda mask and shark-like teeth eyeing at him like a prey. Porchemy visibly recoiled, looking at the woman's terrifying display of teeth, which caused her eyes to narrow in what seemed like anger by his reaction. He didn't respond, which got the woman to slowly walk towards him in a way that made him feel chills going his spine with each step she took. She was now feet apart from the man before she asked again, "Did you torture him?" Porchemy thought about his response. Clearly Luffy was someone important towards the Charlottes, much to his misfortune with what he did to said brat. And with each truth he tells, they were more pissed by him. He wanted to lie about what he did to him, but if he did, they would probably catch on to the lie and give him an even more painful death. Essentially his options were to either die painfully or die more painfully. So he went with the most obvious option and went with yes. Sadly, this triggered the RD option, the most painful and slowest death. Warning, gore ahead, it's safe when you see gore END or something between the next line break. Porchemy nodded towards her. Yeah. Brat had it coming though, you see. Before Porchemy continued, Por clasped his hands and now had a cheerful expression on her face. Thank God. Porchemy was confused by her words before. Munch. He felt something wet on his pinky finger only to find it missing. Porchemy was stunned before he screamed in agony when the pains started coming in. He pulled his hand away from her grasp while applying pressure on his missing pinky finger. Looking forward at Por, he found his pinky between her teeth in her mouth, which were stretched into a bloody grin. She spitted it out and faced him with the same cheerful expression, clapped her hands satisfied over Porchemy's response. Thank God that we can give you our utmost, sincerest, purest feelings of hatred and fury for what you did, she singed out with her tone sounding like she had fallen down towards the deepest depths of insanity, and embraced it, which matched her now psychotic grin. It wasn't only Por who was grinning like a maniac. All of the Charlottes seemed overjoyed over his response. Payback was long overdue for him after all. Porchemy was shaking his hand over the fact he now had 4 fingers on it. He could still feel his pinky finger, which was reduced to a phantom limb now. Looking forward, he finally asked the $1,000,000 question. Why is that brat so important to you? Oven stepped up with a scowl on his face while cracking his knuckles. That brat we keep talking about. Porchemy was sweating very heavily when the atmosphere suddenly felt extremely warm. Our brother. Katakuri responded behind him with a raised trident before he slashed his back, causing the man to yell again. But even with the fresh wound on his back, Porchemy was more in shock than pain for a split moment. As he processed this, he now realized his fate. He had tortured Luffy. He had tortured their little brother. Porchemy wanted to beg for his life, he really did. But the only sounds he could muster out were screams and wailings of pain, which were music to the Charlotte's ears. Normally I would give people the option of what organs I would pluck out of them if they harmed my siblings. Katakuri trailed off before getting rid of his trident. He didn't want to kill him on accident. But for you who tortured my baby brother. He kneeled down before proceeding to grab harshly onto the left side of his face with his thumb pointed at his eye. You don't have that much freedom, Katakuri said with his voice raised before pushing his thumb into his left eye, causing the man to struggle out of his grasp in pain. After a while, Katakuri let go of him and threw him onto his stomach with bits of what was left of Porchemy's eye on his gloves. Porchemy was beyond scared with all the events that suddenly transpired. He needed to get the out of there now. But before he could get up, Oven stepped onto his left leg, which burned due to his devil fruit. Where do you think you are going? Oven asked mockingly while pressing his leg deeper into the man's own leg and raising the temperature higher. He was putting all of his anger and frustration for what he did to their baby brother with his foot. Porchemy wailed in pain and tried to wiggle his way out, which, after a few seconds, it worked. He now needed to stand up and run, but fell instead and actually now couldn't feel anything on his left leg. Looking back, he found the reason why. Oven was looking at him with a cruel smirk on his face. The tall man stepped back before picking up his left leg. Oven had burned through several pieces of his flesh, so when Porchemy was wiggling, he tore his own leg off, much to the man's delight and amusement seeing him trying to stand up but failing miserably. Perospero stepped forward. Leaning forward before the newly amputated man, he examined his state before scoffing. Not enough, Peroin the eldest concluded. He hadn't suffered enough for what he did to Luffy. Porchemy grabbed onto Perospero's leg, clinging onto him like he was life support while crying heavily. Please! Mercy! The elder brother scoffed before angrily asking if you are asking for mercy, Perwin. Then did you show our brother any? Porchemy squealed at how he raised his voice, letting go of his leg and just looking up at the man without responding. He couldn't reply and could only stare at him with his remaining eye. Perospero relaxed his gaze. Exactly, Perwin, before he stabbed his other eye with his candy staff and pulling out his eye impaled on his staff. There shall be no mercy. Atone for what you did to our brother. Porchemy was now permanently blinded with the loss of his eyes. His tears were now blood-stained with the amount of blood gushing out of the now empty eye sockets with only bits of what's left of his eyes inside. He has lost his sight. Porchemy was crawling around screaming frantically for help before. Peros and I? Go for it. He felt something sticky on both of his hand and remaining leg which halted his movement. He tried to wiggle out of it but… Slow ballad. Porchemy screamed. Out of all the punishments the Charlottes dished out, whoever this woman was had to be the worst of them all so far. She was slowly cutting away his remaining leg off. And to add more insult to injury, Smoothie and Snack had struck their swords onto his arms just as Amanda finished cutting his leg off. In that moment, he now had lost all of his limbs. He has lost the ability to move. He wanted to scream more, but he had screamed so much, the only thing he could do was whimper or let out sounds of groaning. He felt someone grabbing onto his hair before he felt all of his teeth broken after a hard hit which was delivered towards his mouth. But before he could even process this, the mysterious man had grabbed his tongue and sliced it off. Cracker grinned satisfied over what he did with his sword and a fist coated in Haki. He has lost the ability to speak. Go or end. Go or end. Go or end. I warned you. Be glad this was mild, laughing face. Porchemy, once a proud pirate, was reduced to a useless pile of flesh not even worth acknowledging. He kept wiggling around with his torso and head like a worm. He had lost his pair of legs, arms, eyes, and lost most of his teeth and had his tongue cut off. He couldn't see, he couldn't speak, he couldn't walk, he couldn't touch, but he could still feel and think and hear, and he was feeling scared and thinking of the worst. Big Mom, who was overseeing this, just kept grinning and grinning on. She closed her eyes while swaying her hands like a music conductor hearing Porchemy's screams of agony. It was delightful. Not as delightful as her son's singing voice, but still delightful nonetheless. Big Mom decided to kill two birds with one stone with the aftermath. Good work, my children, she said, clapping her hands slowly like how an audience does at the end of a play. Now gather all of his sliced off body parts and show it to those bastards locked up to persuade and motivate them to tell us where their main base is. Yes, Mama. And as for Porchemy, put him on a boat. At that the Charlottes were confused why they were letting him go, while some caught on what their mother was doing with Porchemy and nodded in approval over this. Big Mom noticing how some of her children were confused, so she explained. He can't do anything in this state. Wouldn't it be hell for a person who can't see, move nor speak to be sailing out into the ocean on a small boat, drifting off alone with the only company being whatever you hear? At that the Charlottes shuddered at that thought before finally understanding what Big Mom was doing. Yeah, Porchemy was probably begging for death. Too bad they were all sadistic just like their mother, and decided to let him live the remainder of his life in that poor state. And Porchemy was dropped onto a boat which they pushed off into wherever it would end up. He could starve out in the sea, be eaten by Sea King, maybe miraculously reach an island where the residents would help the bastard. But one thing's for sure, he will suffer till someone puts him out of his misery. At the waiting room. Welp, sounds like they are done. Pudding said, clapping her hands, letting go of Anana's ears. The older siblings went towards the ones who were in under to cover their ears so they could avoid hearing the screams. Sure, they were all twisted in several ways, but they want to at least let their baby siblings enjoy an innocent and normal life before they end up just like them. The Charlottes had solemn expression the whole way through the ordeal. They know, judging by the screams, that this was the most brutal punishment the family had given to a person so far. But for what he did, it was well deserved. How do you feel? Flamp asked, tilting her head at Luffy. His torturer just got tortured after all. Deserved it though. Hungry, he said bluntly while his stomach growled, not showing any signs of giving a shit of Porchemy's fate. They sweat dropped at that. After getting more food from the kitchen to feed their brother, they just stalled and chilled until one of their siblings who was on deck came down to tell them they could come back onto the deck again. In the meantime, the younger siblings were in a circle with their older brother Luffy in the center, while the older ones kept back in their sofas, coaches, and seats. To kill time, the older siblings told him to talk about his journeys and enemies he has faced off in paradise, and suffice to say, they were all interested in his stories as he was the only Charlotte besides Chiffon that went on a journey. Then, we went to the reverse mountains to enter the Grand Line, Luffy exclaimed while the child siblings were interested in the next part of the stories. He finished telling his siblings about his adventures in Log Town, where he survived not only an execution attempt, but a ING lightning strike. They still couldn't wrap around the idea of the bizarre events that unfolded there, and the amount of luck it required for him to survive that shit. What happened there? Angle asked eagerly with a big smile on his face with anticipating eyes. Like all of his siblings, he was enraptured and was shaking a bit from excitement. This was better than the storybooks they were read to. Luffy stood up with a big grin while pointing up. We sailed upwards the mountains. But a giant whale appeared and blocked our way. The younger siblings gasped at the new development. He sure is good at telling stories about his adventures, Chiffon commented, smiling a bit while leaning forward, invested in his stories. There's just a certain aura around him that could make people feel joy when he does something. This Arlong guy, do you think is related to the Sun Pirates? Opera asked while rubbing his chin. All they knew about the man was the fact that his fish trait was that of a shark and he had a tattoo of the Sun Pirates who ruled over one of Luffy's crewmates' home island. The Sun Pirate tattoo is normally a way to either layer on or get rid of the slave mark that was burned into their skin. They never truly paid much attention towards the news that happens in Paradise because there never really was anything interesting. The shit people go through in the New World pales in comparison to Paradise. They had to give it to their brother though. His first bounty was berry, which made him one of the few siblings who had such a high starting bounty. Katakuri's first bounty was around berry smoothies. One was, while Cracker and Snack tied with a berry worth on their head. If he started in the New World, he probably would have gotten a similar bounty to theirs. New World pirates tend to get a higher starting one, although their mother still stood on top with a berry bounty on her head, and she was also way younger too when she first got it. We should ask Praline or Prim to ask that question when they get there, Bazin suggested. The siblings nodded at that before going back to listening about their brother's tales of adventures. Then, what happened? Did you crash into the whale? Nutmeg, Harem and Almeg asked, interested in what would happen next. Luffy just shook his head. Nope. We were able to slow down in time. Then he pouted, but the ship's figurehead was broken. It was my favorite seat. Oh, so you just repaired it and went past the whale, right? Norman tilting her head while sitting on Pudding's shoulder. Nope. Then what did you do? I punched him in the eye. I see you. Eh? Yeah? The siblings either dropped their jaws, looked on in amazement and amusement, or pinched their nose or facepalm at what he did. They really wanted to know what happened next, but the door opened with a kick courtesy of Cracker, who upon stepping in, saw his siblings give him a "Are you serious?" look and started looking sheepish at that. Seemed he interrupted something important. Bad timing? He asked. Bad timing, they nodded and said in response. Whatever, continue it on deck or sure stuff like that. He cut himself off from swearing when the siblings aged and above, except for Luffy gave him a look that dared him to cuss. They didn't want to deal with Ongla and his baby siblings asking what shit meant. It would be an absolute fiesta to explain it to them, especially if Mama was involved. The siblings begrudgingly got up and went up to deck, pouting a bit about how their brother didn't explain about what happened after he punched a whale in the eye, much to Cracker's mass confusion with gears turning in his head to process what the hell they were talking about in there that lead up to that point. When they reached the deck, they spotted their siblings all with looks of satisfaction on their face, as if they accomplished a lifelong goal. There were also mops with buckets filled with very red water, although the deck still had a couple of bloodstains all over it. Susu. How did it go? Punna asked, tilting her head with a finger on her chin, wondering. Let's just say Perospero stepped forward while rubbing his chin, choosing his words to describe Portuguese punishment. There isn't much he can do in his state except wait and hope for his death, Peron, he finally said after much thinking. Is that so? It was best to leave it at that. The description would probably be gruesome to even hear about. Perospero nodded at her before looking at Cracker to give him another task from Mama. Cracker! Mama said you should carry out the talk with our guests along with snack. Perospero said while holding a wooden crate out. It was sealed off with no way to know what the content was inside and was labeled persuasive material on one of the sides. And if you look closely you could see the faint traces of blood that was clearly wiped off the box. Cracker coldly smirked. Is that so? Alright, I will make them talk. Cracker went to Snack so they could go down to the holding cell to converse with their guests. Anyway, what were you guys doing down there? Perospero asked out of curiosity. Oh. Little bro was talking about his adventures to our younger siblings down there. Punna exclaimed cheerfully. Perospero raised his eyebrow a bit. Ho? Is that so? He asked to particularly nobody while turning towards his baby siblings who were expressing faces of joy and happiness. Yeah. Luffy and I-san's stories are better than the ones told in storybooks. Ungle exclaimed cheerfully, with his siblings who are around his age were also sharing their positive opinion over their brother's storytelling skills. Perispero just hummed in acknowledgement over this. Their little brother had probably been through a lot after all. Although the year-old boy trailed off while turning towards Luffy and pointing at him. "You didn't finish about what happened with the whale," he shouted while the rest of the siblings nodded at that. "Yeah. What happened when you punched that whale in the eye?" Fuyumeg stepped forward and asked. "What? Oh. My nakama along with the ship got swallowed by the whale." "Huh, yeah, what?" The older siblings were surprised or raised their eyebrows at the fact that Luffy apparently punched a whale in the eye, but were slammed with the immediate aftermath, which was the fact his ship along with his crew got eaten too. Big Mom, who had heard it, looked unamused. She wasn't really fazed. She sailed with the Bloody Rock's crew after all. They all had their attention towards their rubber brother, who just laughed at the dumbfounded expressions on some of the siblings' faces. Minutes later, the Charlottes, except for Cracker and Snack who were conversing with their hostages below, gathered around their rubber brother while Linlin just loomed over them from behind. "So, what happened after you got swallowed by the whale?" Ewan asked cheerfully, sitting down while Dragé and Dolce were floating above him. Dior had a book in hand which he quickly labeled, "The Adventures of Charlotte D. Luffy." He went around asking his siblings who were downstairs about the previous tales while writing at a rapid pace. After finishing gathering the information until now, he quickly wrote down the next entry, "The Reverse Mountain Arc," writing down all about how Luffy punched a whale in the eye and then how the whale proceeded to eat his ship along with the crew. He now was waiting for the next piece of information. "He was going to dive, so I quickly found a door on its back and got in. If it was any normal person, they would have found that ludicrous and unbelievable. But for experienced sailors, especially the ones in the New World, this wasn't all that bizarre than the shit they had already experienced. So naturally, they just let him continue on without question. That's where we met the doctor tending the whale." Crocus. The children knew at that while the older ones hummed in acknowledgement. Big Mom, though, narrowed her eyes at that. That name sounded familiar. "He's a cool old guy who was helping the whale when it kept ramming into the mountain because of personal issues." "Personal issues?" one of them asked, tilting their heads. "Yeah. It's Brooks' whale friend, Laboon." Remembering their talk with him about his crewmates, they could piece together what the personal issue is. The whale must have wanted to ram through the mountain to find this Brook guy and his former crew. Luffy told them all how he fought the whale, much to the siblings' disbelief and amusement, and made a promise to bring the skeleton's ass, or pelvis, back to Laboon after a long-ass time of being separated from each other. He later went on to explain how he traveled to Whiskey Peak with Vivi and Mr. who he had run into while looking for his crew inside Laboon, where they were ambushed by bounty hunters which they swiftly dealt with. He also revealed that they were working with the former warlord Crocodile, and how he also dealt with a few of his agents along with the bounty hunters in that island, much to their surprise a bit. They were more surprised as it turns out this Vivi girl was the princess of Arabasta, and then they set sail towards an island according to their brother, an island where Linlin would be very much interested in. "After we beat up those guys, we went to Little Garden." Little Garden, Linlin trailed off, thinking with a finger on her chin. She could remember faint memories when she was a child still living in Sheep's house at Elbaf before they moved away to another island, much to Linlin's confusion back when she was a naive kid. She never understood why the giants hated her. She remembered craving semla before going unconscious and waking up to the giants who either looked sad or had anger and fury directed at her, with the houses mysteriously being destroyed as if they went through a disaster. From what she heard upon waking up, Jorel died from unknown cause while she was asleep according to Mother Caramel. Although as time went by and she became an adult, she could piece together the reasoning for the giants' fury and hatred for her. She went into one of her hunger pangs. She became aware of them when Newgate talked about how she went on a rampage, shouting and demanding for crackers before a very amused and annoyed captain punched her with a hockey-coated fist back when they were sailing with rocks, and went on a rampage beating giants up before Jorel tried to stop her, but in doing so he got himself killed by her during her blind rampage looking for semla. Mother Caramel must have avoided telling the true cause of Jorel's death because she was still a child back then. Even though she is gone, she truly was a great mother to Linlin for her to not make her feel the guilt and repercussions of her gluttony. If only she knew. She shook her thoughts before thinking about Little Garden again. She remembered how Jorel and Gerald talked about the fate of their successors who were to be the next captains of the giant warrior pirates, and how their last sighting was around Little Garden according to the crew members who were saved by Mother Carmel. They believed their captains had died or been captured, but no one knew for sure. What was it like? What kind of inhabitants are there? Is the place little? Were some of the questions being thrown at Luffy, who just grinned and talked about his journey, and how he made big friends. Little Garden wasn't small at all, it was huge as hell. I don't know why they called it Little Garden instead of Big Garden though, Luffy said, shrugging while tilting his head. He was expecting it to be a small island, but instead it was a colossal island full of dinosaurs that Sabo had talked about in the storybooks back in Fuchsia. Katakuri widened his eyes in surprise a bit. There were a lot of dinosaurs. Dinosaurs? The Charlottes shouted in surprise and awe over the fact their brother found dinosaurs. Dinosaurs that were supposed to be instinct. Now, they know that there are zoan fruits that give you the ability to turn into a dinosaur, but seeing the ancient animal itself up close and personal was slim to none. Even Linlin seemed surprised and mentally added Little Garden into her list of islands of interest. She could also use this chance to send Ma Dior and a few of her children to explore somewhere else, or once to study and capture these strange animals that her son had mentioned. Dinosaurs would be a nice addition to the forest parts of Tato Land. Maybe she should start a zoo? She internally mused. Yeah. Dinosaurs. Luffy nodded in confirmation while grinning a bit in amusement over his siblings' faces. But how? They went extinct? Vero, the long-necked child, asked in surprise with widened eyes, although his hair covered them. Honestly, I don't know. Sabo told me they went extinct too till I found them, Luffy said while pouting a bit. He was pretty shocked when he came across the dinosaurs Sabo had mentioned before in books. He had been excited to meet one when he started sailing out, but that was immediately shot down with Sabo giving him a sheepish look with him explaining they were all gone. Well, until he actually sailed and visited Little Garden, where he actually saw said extinct animals and made big friends. Well, anyways, me and Vivi went into the forest. The plants and trees were huge. Katakuri was a stoic man, but he couldn't help but display a very rare expression that displayed emotions he rarely shown: surprise, disbelief, and slight fear. We later came across Dory and Broggy, and they were giants we made friends with. Silence. Nothing but silence. Luffy even kept silent instead of asking what was wrong when all his siblings looked at him in surprise and disbelief. But this was different. Their eyes were wide with their pupils shaking a bit. Their mouths were hanging without any signs of closing, and they immediately went stiff as a statue. Every second that passes, the heavier and suffocating the atmosphere felt. The Charlottes wanted to ask questions, speak basic words. They wanted to let out a sound, anything to break the silence. But they couldn't. They stood like that before Katakuri slowly turned to look at their mother. The siblings lagged behind before following their eldest brother's action. They knew what their mother would feel and look like at this revelation, but they were still surprised to see such emotions displayed on her face. She was frozen stiff with a look of surprise. Although surprise was an extremely heavy understatement, it's just that there were no words anyone could describe her facial expression. You made friends with giants? Big Mom finally broke the silence with the unexpectedly very soft voice which surprised her children again. Luffy nodded at that. Yeah. Dory and Broggy are these awesome guys that has been fighting for over a years. They are really strong and also big and tall just like you, he said, not really knowing how strong his mother was. Surprisingly, nobody has told him about how she was a Yonko for some reason yet. Luffy then grinned up towards her. You should meet them. They would like to fight another giant their size. His siblings whipped their head at him in surprise before quickly looking at their mother. They knew her ambitions and goals after all. At that, Big Mom looked down towards the deck in deep thought while taking her hand and clenching her other arm, squeezing it. If it were her past self, she would have immediately agreed, set sail towards paradise after dealing with the organ harvesting group and not give a shit about how the Marines would be panicking over a Yonko in paradise. But now she didn't know what to do. She refused Loki's marriage proposal, which would have effectively created an alliance between her and the giants, because she didn't want to hurt her daughter by marrying someone she didn't really know and show romantic interest to, but in doing so it probably caused her relations with giants to sour even further now. She could tell by Loki's voice turning soft before turning into anger and sadness when she denied him the hand of her daughter when conversing about the political marriage. And now she was given a chance by her son to meet up with two giants, a chance to finally make friends and possibly even have giants in Tato Land if she could persuade them. Her goal and drive was to bring every race possible into one place to unify and make Tato Land a safe haven where everyone wouldn't discriminate amongst each other. And yet it was the same drive and ambition that made her neglect her children and saw them as nothing more than tools or stepping stones for her own ambitions rather than giving a shit for her own children. Her own children were glossed over and ignored in favor of her dream, which was ironic in of itself with how she waved off and downright insulted some of how her children looked, which was the exact thing she wanted to avoid in Tata Land, discrimination. She gave more of a shit towards her people and subjects rather than her own children, and it took one of her sons being kidnapped in order for her to wake the up and realize the sack of shit she had been towards her spawns. Did she deserve to reach for her goals or even try and meet the giants? Does she even deserve to be a mother? And the memories came flooding like a tsunami carrying needles and shrapnel in its waves that slammed into her full force. Memories before Luffy's kidnapping, memories where she was still memories which eats away at her soul with guilt. But one memory stood out among the rest. Katakuri's mouth had been stretched wide open back when he was and when some of her children and herself were still on the Rocks Pirates ship. She ignored her donut-loving son who was trying to give an explanation as to why his mouth ended up like that towards her, which was poorly cleaned off with the blood still visible. She had immediately assumed back at the time that he accidentally stuffed too many donuts into his mouth due to his fast-eating habits, and it just ripped, and she turned deaf to his cries of reasoning while throwing a needle and some string at her son, and told him to stitch it up, and went off to the nearest bed to lay down on. She didn't even bother to comfort him, or try to listen to him. Looking back at it again, the words that she did pick up from Katakuri back then just kept repeating inside of her head, which was joined with many voices of anguish and sorrow from her own children that cried to their mother for any form of help which she didn't offer back them. Bastard knife sliced open. It wasn't because of him obsessively eating, it was because a crewmate went and sliced his mouth open. And it took Luffy's birth and her trying to redeem herself did she finally start to see the many forms of suffering and pain that her children been put through, especially the older ones. It took almost years for her to finally realize why her son's mouth had actually been split open when he was, and it was obvious in plain sight if she even bothered to look at the scar on her son's face, with said scar looking like it was done with a sharp object rather than looking like it was ripped open. And he was just one of many of the eldest that she neglected. Again, she internally asked, did someone like her deserve to be a mother for what she did? But it was joined with even more depressing thoughts. Would her own children smile brighter if she was gone? Did she even deserve to be alive for being a horrendous excuse for a mother? Did her parents abandon her because they knew she was bound to turn into the monster she had now become? Invisible aura of depression and sorrow slowly started surrounding her. Her breathing got heavier and the grip on her arm was tighter to the point it looked like she could rip a chunk off by how hard she was clutching it. The light in her eyes dimmed a bit before going dead. Her orange eyes seemed to darken like the sun was going down. Her children tensed a bit before frowning and also having a depressing aura around them when they realized what was going on, although it wasn't as bad as their mothers right now. Luffy on the other hand looked on in silent shock at Lin. Back when he was a child, he could read people's emotions and their nature pretty damn well, which he never really questioned much of and just wrote it off as good instincts. He knew who was good and bad or sad and happy. Ace was the first person he had come across who looked so lonely before he later met Sabo, who was also lonely, just like him. He made a vow to become their friends and later their brother, which he did not expect but was glad and happy it happened, and he brought them out of their sad states much to both of his older brothers' gratefulness and happiness for. And then there was his mother's sudden severe depressing state. She was in a far worse state than Pudding, Sabo or Ace. After a couple of seconds, Big Mom slowly stood up with her expression hidden with her head low and hair covering her face. I'm going to lie down in a room for a bit, she muttered out emotionlessly. "Oh, okay," Smoothie said with a rare stutter in her voice while looking down with her arms dangling down. She felt a pang in her heart from looking at the state her mother was in, and how she could not do jack shit in helping her. The children also looked down or away while showing various degrees of negative emotions. After their mother left the deck and descended down towards the lower parts of the ship, they were left in an awkward and depressing silence, as if they were at a funeral. "What's wrong with Mama?" Luffy broke the silence with a surprisingly unexpected soft and quiet tone. He tilted his head towards his siblings with a frown on his face. That was Mama's depression state. Luffy turned back to see Cracker and Snack, who came out from where their mother was and also looked quite down about it. They knew from how their mother was acting when they met at the stairs. Their mother stopped moving when Cracker and Snack were in her way before she quietly and softly told them to move out of the way, to which they did, much to their shock that turned to sadness when they realized the state she was in. Depression state? Cracker nodded while Snack stepped forward to explain further. Mama's depression state is when she starts to relapse and remember what she was like after you were born, Snack said after thinking when the depression phase started. It was something the Charlottes hated and felt sad for whenever it happened. It was worser than her hunger pangs because at least they knew that they needed some specific food to stop her hunger pangs. But her depression state was something the siblings couldn't snap their mother out of. They wanted to comfort her but they couldn't. Mama's guilt and sorrow was beyond heartbreaking to see, but they couldn't approach to help her make her feel better. She had already made amends to them by being better, but in her eyes it seemed she didn't do much with how she still has visible guilt in her eyes whenever she gazes at them. They didn't know how the hell they were supposed to comfort her when she sees them as her victims. If she made eye contact with one of them, she would get startled and moved back, and her eyes would start to get watery before telling them to go away, which they hesitantly obeyed. If they disobey and chose to move forward, she would back up into a corner, slump down and hug her knees, rock back and forward while repeating over and over again, "I'm a monster, stay away." It pained them even more when she quietly added she didn't want to hurt them anymore and quietly cry while getting rid of the tears in a poor attempt to hide them from her children's sight. She looked so weak, vulnerable, sad, lonely, dead. We managed to break the prisoners and make them spill everything. We know where their main base of operations is located at, Snack said, trailing off in deep thought about what their next approach should be. But it's pretty far, and considering Mama's state, we should head home and prepare to attack them when Mom recovers. Although they will be probably prepared for our arrival when their group doesn't report back. The Charlottes looked at each other and silently agreed to turn the ship around and set off back to Tato Land ASAP. They needed to go home quickly, for Mama's sake. The only sounds heard and made while they sailed back was the muffled cries of a guilt-ridden mother, and a silent spark of determination that lit up inside their rubber brother. Heading back home was quite miserable with how their mother was sobbing all the way through. The Charlottes present on deck were grimacing and frowning while hearing their mother cry her heart out with guilt in her voice. The younger ones were going teary-eyed, worried about their mother, with their older siblings comforting them, telling them Mama will be okay, and reassurance. Upon anchoring in the port, they just went back to the whole cake castle in silence while their mother loomed behind them, just staring down at the floor with her hair covering her facial expression. The citizens were quite shocked by the depressive aura that surrounded their queen along with her children. Upon entering the castle, Big Mom just ignored her servants' greetings and went straight to her bedroom, much to their confusion, until Katakuri told them about the state she was in, which caused them to frown in understanding of the situation, with the higher-ranking servants giving orders to follow the protocols and instructions given when this situation popped up. The Charlottes were now gathered inside the dining room with the servants asking them if they wanted anything, which they immediately rejected. They didn't have much of an appetite considering the situation right now. After dismissing the servants to have a personal discussion amongst themselves, no words were uttered after the doors closed. Until, "What was Mama like before I got kidnapped?" Luffy, after a couple of seconds of silence, asked while tilting his head and frowning over Mama's depression. At this question, Galette, Poir, and the Charlottes below or near their age also were curious about that matter. Mama treated them kindly when they were kids, but when Luffy's kidnapping happened, she still was kind and caring to them and all, but it felt more sincere and more affectionate. The older ones, on the other hand, stiffened at that question, especially the long-necked quadruplets, the eldest triplets along with Compote and Perispero. They sailed with Rocks before Mama became a captain of her own crew. The Rocks were brutal with how they always fight and kill each other on deck out of pure boredom when they aren't plundering or attacking something the captain had his eyes on. And even if they were children, they still had to keep their guard up and show no weakness if they wanted to stay. Katakuri found out the hard way when one carved his mouth. It was the first time Katakuri killed someone later out of anger, and to protect his siblings for what the bastard did when he threatened and taunted him about how he would make sure he wouldn't feel alone by carving his other siblings too, which caused him to snap and become bloodthirsty with a mix of protectiveness. It was a very different time back then, Katakuri said. Mama was pretty gluttonous and greedy. She would normally never share candy nor sweets with us when we reached. Only when she was in a good mood or when we were starving would she even bother sharing some of her sweets to us, which was rare in itself. We would normally just go out and buy our own sweets and candy to enjoy, Perispero said with eyes closed without ending his words without his usual pero or peroin at the end. She was a far cry to who she was now, a more affectionate and caring mother, never annoyed or angered when one of them asked for sweets from her own plate, which she gave with a smile, sometimes even insisting on them trying some candy from her own plate, and even her own stash. We found out from Strussen that Mama was abandoned by her own parents before being adopted by Caramel, before she and along with other orphans just disappeared from her somehow. Because of this, Mama never was taught morales, what was right or wrong was something she didn't give a shit about. She ended up becoming quite cruel and neglectful to us and to her own subordinates because of that, Compote said, clutching her other arm and reminiscent. She was born as a mellowed-down version of her mother, an absurdly strong body with strength to boot with it. Appearance-wise, apart from her choice of clothes and different hair and eye color, she looked like a shrunken-down version of Big Mom around her S, even though she was nearly in her S now. Compote chalked it up to Mama's genetics or her devil fruit meddling with their appearances, considering Mama herself didn't seem to age. The giant woman was in her S, but she still looked around her S. Hell, she still looked the same from Compote's childhood until now, although she did start showing signs of changing when Mama was in her S. But it didn't seem like aging. It looked like her appetite and gluttony had made her put on weight. Although after Luffy's kidnapping, Mama had locked herself in a room for a week straight in isolation where they could hear her sobs and cries slowly getting quieter and quieter as the hours and days go by. She finally came out when her hunger became too much to bear after being deprived of food for a week straight. Compote and her siblings, who saw their mother finally coming out of her room after a week, were horrified, pale and worried when they saw Mama's state. They could see her bones visibly underneath her dress and skin. That was how skinny she had become. After finally being fed, the day after that horrifying and extremely rare sight of Mama starving, Big Mom's usual ravenous hunger for food mellowed down drastically, everything tasting sour and bitter to her, and the change of taste were one of many things Mama developed after the accident, going from usually plates filled to the brim with food that were stacked on top of each other at a steady pace, turned down to a moderate amount of plates which she goes through at a very slow pace. Compote even sometimes sees her mother struggling to digest, or even eat during breakfast, lunch and dinner during the first few months. Compote shook her head when she felt her facial expression slowly turning into a look of grimace from the memories, and went back to the topic about Mama's youth. Her devil fruit allows her to replenish or add on to her lifespan via the souls of those who are unfortunate enough to cross her path and tick her off. Maybe some excess lifespan from Mama was passed down into Compote along with her siblings, thus making them age slowly but not as slow as their mother? Compote mentally shrugged that theory off before looking down at her hands. Just like Mama, she had been gifted with monstrous physical strength, and just like her, she didn't know how to control her strength when she was a child. She would accidentally break cups if she puts a bit of strength into it, rip doors from their hinges if she slammed them too hard, but the worst thing she did was break Perospero's ribs when she hugged him a little too hard. She cried like a little and worried like hell when he coughed up blood while reassuring he was perfectly fine with a smile on his face, saying he just drank an entire bottle of ketchup, which he coughed up in surprise over how she hugged him and how the cracking sound was someone snapping a piece of broccoli to eat it, and not his bones. Even though she was still a child, she was neither a dumbass nor naive about how Perospero was trying not to make her feel guilty, which was a very sad and poor attempt, like stabbing a person, and they reassure the stabber that they did nothing wrong. The supposed ketchup had a metallic smell which she was % sure it was not supposed to have, and there was no broccoli in the storage room. She had checked after all, courtesy of her boredom and hunger, which made her steal pieces of food and generally because the Rock's pirates, but Perospero still kept denying about it. Well, until he passed out, that is. Due to this, she never cradled nor carried her siblings, who were still babies, in fear of accidentally crushing them to death, until she eventually learned to control her own strength, which she did at the age of. When she asked her mother for help before she mastered her control and strength, she waved off her request while confidently saying, "If I could figure it out myself, you definitely can, you are my child after all." To which she did with great difficulty. In fact, Mama not only ignored her but her other younger siblings too, saying she has other matters to attend to, or was brutally honest by saying she didn't give a shit about what they accomplished, only if what they did helped her own endeavors rather than theirs. Sure, she had been honest, but damn, maybe she could have lied a bit or left out some details from her sentences back then? Well, at least she now has genuine affection and her attention for them, with how she drops whatever she is doing whenever we walk up and talk to her, Compote internally thought in relief. But even so, she still had some genuine affection for us, which she denied a lot back then. Amanda said with a small smile on her face while touching her hat. Their mother might have been cruel, and sometimes harmful towards them back when they were still children, but even so she still had some shred of warmth in her heart. The long-necked woman remembered when she was a teenager, she woke up at night and left her room to get a glass of water. Walking off to the kitchen, she went off into the corridor and saw something interesting. The library door slightly opened with light peeking through. As the curious child that she was, She went up and took a look inside, and when she did, she had to put her hand over her mouth to suppress her gasp of surprise. There, sitting on a chair while humming peacefully, was her mother, sewing a massive hat along with 3 other smaller hats on a table. And finally Lin reached out for a couple of flowers that were strung together before putting it on top of the large hat. There! Amanda was again surprised by the genuine joy in her tone and face. She had never seen Mama smiled so sincerely, or so genuinely before. Amanda decided she had seen enough before going to the kitchen for a drink and proceeded to head back to her bedroom and slept. Although it was hard to sleep with that scene of her mother making a hat stuck in her head playing on repeat. And when she woke up, she again was taken aback. The RD time when said hat Mama was working on was lying on her bed with a red ribbon tied to it. She found a tag which labeled, "To Charlotte Amanda, wear it, someone you know." Mama was making a present just for her late at night. She was too surprised to even notice the tears in her eyes. She hugged the hat close to the chest and slightly smiled. She thought Mama never cared for them, but here was the proof of her love, even if it wasn't much. Although she would have never known if she stayed asleep, she truly cared about them. And it wasn't just her reminiscing about a gift from Mama. Mondi, Hachi, and Effler touched their hats too with a soft look. Amanda was the one who told them about who gave them their gifts, which would have sounded ridiculous if it was anyone else. Yeah, the other older Charlottes nodded, before they chorused as one. She has changed for the better. The younger siblings looked in awe over the emotions displayed on their older brothers and sisters' faces. They looked so relief, happy, smiles that they don't usually see on the stoic ones were there for all to see in the dining room. Luffy looked in awe before smiling, and decided to sneak off under their noses. Pudding was smiling over the emotional moment before taking small glances to see her other siblings' reaction, and found Luffy missing. The Pudding called out to all of them, which got their attention. "What? Where's Luffy and I-san?" "Huh. Shit." At Big Mom's bedroom. Big Mom was curled up in her bed crying quietly but heavily, with Prometheus, Zeus, who were looming over her sadly while taking a glance at each other, and Napoleon, who was placed on the bedside table looking worried for Mama. It had been like this once Mama stepped into her room and walked directly towards her bed. They tried to speak to her, but when they made a sound, she would jump a bit and started shaking, which had silenced them. As homies who were always by Mama's side since their creation, they felt like utter shit seeing their mother in such a sorrowful state. They felt so useless. They could do nothing but stare at her in worry and not comforting her like they want to. And what they were staring at right now was their mother going through a plethora of emotions. If they try and talk, it seemed she reacted by getting anxious and began shaking a lot more than she previously was, while mumbling even more incoherently about something, which made them back off in fear of getting an even more frantic reaction out of her. They took glances at the door, hoping for a miracle that someone opened the door. Someone who could get rid of Mama's sorrow, and their prayers were answered in the form of someone who definitely could. Big Mom's POV. Lin was staring at her hands, which were shaking heavily while in a deep abyss of thoughts. Throughout her life, she wanted to create a place where all are unified and living happily amongst the other races. A land that was a dream, an Eden, and she did make the Eden. Sure, even though there were still a few races missing, it was a haven for all. But she had been a snake. She was like a wolf among sheep, a peaceful place where the peaceful habitants shared their residence with her, a natural-born monster. Most of the damages and casualties had been because of her hunger pangs rather than outside threats. She was a ticking bomb with no time counter, nor any indication of when she would set off. And the worst part was said ticking bomb was surrounded by her children. The only thing she could do was open her eyes and witness the aftermath caused by her from her hunger pangs. It was only a month ago, where she opened her eyes after tasting some delicious pudding in her mouth while surrounded by destroyed buildings. A month ago, where she was beyond horrified when she looked down and found her fist nearly making contact with Oven, who was using his body to protect his child's siblings. He was going to sacrifice himself to save his siblings, who were still and under from their own mother. She had been a mere second away from opening her eyes to find one of her oldest children along with some of her other kids who hadn't reached yet, lying dead on the floor, killed by her. What had she ever been good for besides destruction? Really, was she born and made to be a being that destroys all that are close to her? Then a thought came to mind, a theory she had shoved to the bottom pits of her dark thoughts. Did she kill them? Did she kill her orphan friends alongside Mother Caramel? She started breathing heavier but was able to somewhat shove that theory back down, and went back to her somewhat lighter but still heavy and dark thoughts. She was so deep in thought, she never saw how light started to shine in the room from the door. She forgot to lock it. Just like a fish biting a bait and getting reeled into the surface, she was pulled out of the black sea inside her mind by the words of a child. Her child. Mama? 1 or 2 minutes ago, Luffy walked up to the giant door and just opened it, not bothering to be quiet and subtle with it. Surprisingly, the door didn't even creak even with the strong push. He poked his head through the door while observing the inside while scanning around for where Mama was. Looking at the right corner, he spotted a huge mirror that was accommodated for her size. The mirror's frame had an elegant design made with silver. Shifting his gaze from the mirror, he looked further towards the right, and saw a dressing table along with several picture frames hanging above it. The pictures themselves display what looked like his siblings when they were younger messing around. But that wasn't what he was here for. Stepping further inside the room, he now looked at the left side and saw who he was looking for, Mama, who was accompanied by a sun, cloud and a hat that made eye contact with him. Luffy tilted his head at the homies who were giving a look of hope towards him with either one of them breaking eye contact, and after a while, he smiled at them before he called out towards her. Present. Big Mom quickly wiped away her tears before she slowly looked up to see her son. Lu FFY? Yo! Luffy just raised his hand to wave at her, and noticed how she twitched her hands slightly at that. They stayed silent with Luffy just tilting his head towards her when he noticed how his giant mother was shaking a bit. Luffy was worried about the behavior his mother was displaying, and walked forward. What's Ro? Stay away. He stopped dead in his track, looking a bit shocked before going back to his original expression when she said that, while also noticing how she was shaking more and moved a bit further away from him. Luffy stepped forward and she pushed herself back with her legs further on her bed in response. It continued until eventually Big Mom finally had her back touching the back of the wall, and curled up while muttering something under her breath. Noticing her behavior becoming worse, Luffy became even more concerned. With one arm stretched and latching onto the bed frame, he yanked himself towards and onto the mattress with Zeus, Prometheus and Napoleon looking towards him tensed at the situation. One wrong approach and a couple of poor choices of words could cause an eruption of very volatile emotions from Mama. And unfortunately for them, Luffy wasn't the type to tiptoe on a minefield. He is the kind of guy that would run around without giving much of setting one off. Luffy stretched one arm and grabbed onto Mama's arm, and before she could react, he had already thrown himself towards her face and, thud, smacked against her forehead before falling on his ass, now sitting on one of her arms. The homies witnessing this event just had a dumbfounded expression on their face. Lin and Luffy just stared awkwardly. Lin wasn't sure what to do. Normally her children would respectively keep their distance. But before she could think of what to do, "Are you still sad about being a bastard to my brothers and sisters?" Luffy asked bluntly while tilting his head with a serious expression on his face pointed at her, all the while cross-sitting on her arm with his arms and legs. Now the homies paled considerably with Zeus somehow getting whiter than he is. Of all things to say, they could only think of one thing about this situation, and it was, "Bruh." Lin at that flinched and tensed painfully over her son's very poor choice of words to start this conversation. She averted her gaze from Luffy and looked downwards, feeling the shame and guilt for what she had done towards her own flesh and blood. Luffy took this as a sign of a yes and restrained a grumble in frustration. "You sure are an idiot, you know?" Zeus, Napoleon and Prometheus didn't believe they could have their jaws hanging lower as they were now, but Luffy proved them wrong with that follow-up, a very shitty one at that too. "Oh, we are beyond fucked, aren't we?" they thought as one. At that Lin whimpered while slowly nodding. Yeah, she had been stupid. How could she make a safe haven where all could live happily when she attacked and neglected her own children? Why, I had been a shit excuse of a mother wasn't. "You aren't!" Luffy shouted while sounding like he was whining simultaneously. Big Mom twitched in surprise before whipping her head to now make eye-to-eye contact with her son wide-eyed. "Are you still ignoring them?" Luffy asked, tilting his head in confusion. It was like talking with Jimbei all over again. Now Big Mom gaped before raising her voice slightly to respond. "No. Are you mean to them?" He now lied on his side, propped up on one elbow with his hands supporting his head without breaking eye contact. Big Mom gritted her teeth a bit, and replied with her normal voice now. "No. Are you cold to them?" Luffy now raised an eyebrow at her, looking even more confused. Big Mom raised her voice a bit, and replied with more emotion. "No. So you love us?" Luffy broke the serious expression on his face, and smiled up at her, knowing what her response will be. "Of course I do." "Then how are you a shitty mother?" Luffy finally asked the big question. She was about to say something, but found herself unable to. Lin couldn't respond and just kept opening and closing her mouth like a fish gasping for air. She couldn't really find the words to retort against that statement. Luffy continued on while slowly getting onto his feet and standing up. "If you were a shitty mother, then why do you pay attention to them? Why are you kind to them? Why are you warm to them? Why do you love them?" Lin widened her eyes a bit, and went deep in thought. and for once it wasn't dark. And from those thoughts, she could only think of one thing. They are my children, why wouldn't I love them? For once, her thoughts could be heard out loud, which surprised herself. She never talked out loud what she was thinking. Luffy beamed up at her while also adding on, "See? You are a good mother, but I still hurt them, back then Mama, you already made up for that by apologizing to us and being better." Lin widened her eyes and looked behind Luffy, who also seemed surprised and followed her gaze, and saw her long-legged daughter peeking her head behind the door while pouting a bit. She had never seen her daughter had such a childish expression since she hit Smoothie. Another one of her child's head popped up from the door while looking grumpy. "We already got over it and moved on. There's no point about being sad and shit over the past. Cracker?" Bonk. That earned him a smack in the head with a candy staff, courtesy of the eldest child, which had Cracker dropping and rolling on the floor while holding his head in pain, which had his triplet sisters giggling with a hand over their mouths from behind. "Indeed, Peruin, it's all in the past and you became better, Mama. And besides, all of us have forgiven, have you already?" "Perispero?" The eldest just smiled and walked in further while waving behind him, which made the rest of the siblings to walk inside. Big Mom didn't know what to say when all children were gathered in her room while looking up at her. Faces of amusement, faces of happiness, faces of joy, faces of relief. Even some of her children who were cold, distant, and stoic had a positive look pointed right at her. Perispero wordlessly waved his staff and made a candy spiral stairway up to their mama's bed. Perispero walked up first before being followed by the rest of his siblings. Luffy, seeing his siblings coming towards them, just grinned before jumping down to walk up to them and went to Perispero's side, both youngest and eldest looking at each other, one with happiness pouring out of him, with the latter showing amusement and fondness while resting and rubbing the other's head, before raising and lightly chopping the youngest's head. "You sure have an interesting choice of words to use when speaking with Mama Peruin," the long-tongued sibling sighing while his rubber brother just laughed in response. Perispero, along with the rest of his siblings, were outside of their mother's room, listening in on what their brother was saying to make their mother better. The amount of emotions they went through was like experiencing the weather of the Grand Line. "But thanks for opening Mama's eyes," he finished softly with absolute sincerity and gratitude in his voice. At that, Luffy smiled brighter and shifted his gaze to Mama. "See? You aren't a shitty mother. If you were a shitty mother, you wouldn't have changed for the better. And everyone already forgave you." Big Mom looked at her children, who were all agreeing with him too. Her eyes started to become watery at that, not out of sadness, but out of relief and joy. She always wondered if they have forgiven her. She understood if some don't, but to think all of her children had forgiven her, she couldn't help but feel warm inside. The siblings looked worried seeing their mother in tears, but relaxed when they noticed she was smiling softly. Luffy looked at Big Mom, then at his siblings, then towards Mama, then towards his siblings, then towards Mama, then towards his siblings. He smiled, and anyone who looked towards their brother could almost see the light bulb lighting up above his head. He ran towards the back of the crowd of his siblings, who all paid attention to him. Katakuri sighed while pinching his nose but looked amused seeing what he was going to do next. The siblings around noticed their elder brother sighing, but before they could ask why, Gomu no, they widened their eyes before looking behind them and paled. Luffy had his arms stretched and hang on to the back of the bed frame behind Big Mom, who wiped her tears while looking curious on what her son was going to do. Before his siblings could protest or do anything about what he was going to do, Rocket, the siblings, along with their brother Luffy, were launched towards Big Mom, who, for the first time in her life, had a dumbfounded expression at seeing her children flying right at her. Quickly snapping out of her thoughts, she lowered and crossed her legs so her children could land in her lap. After landing into their mother's lap, with some missing her entirely, and slamming into either her pillow or the bed, Luffy just laughed while his siblings groaned while glaring at him lightly. Pudding, who landed next to him, huffed and pouted before pinching and stretching his cheek in annoyance over being launched towards Mama without warning. Some of the siblings who saw what Pudding mimicked her and started pinching and stretching his face to show they were clearly not amused by his actions. Luffy, with around two of his siblings stretching his face, started to smile sheepishly and started apologizing while scratching the back of his head, even though his grin shows no signs of being genuinely sorry. Big Mom, seeing her son getting pinched by her other children, couldn't help but giggle softly and quietly in amusement, which stunned her children. They have never heard her let out such an amused laugh before. Luffy, seeing her mother giggling, couldn't help but laugh along too. The siblings pinching him couldn't help but join in too, finding the situation funny. Then the rest of the siblings who were watching couldn't help but snicker a bit. Snickers and giggles slowly turned into full-blown laughter. Even Katakuri, along with his stoic siblings, couldn't help but laugh lightly or snicker a bit. Mama, throughout her laughter, couldn't help but feel internally warm and completed. Years of sad and depressive thoughts, gone in an instant thanks to her son. After the laughter died down, Big Mom looked down towards her children and smiled warmly and gently. Yeah, they were right. She changed for the better. Huh! It's already dinner time? Everyone was broken out of their thoughts, and stared at a surprised Ma Dior who was looking at his pocket watch. Poor walked up to his side and squinted at the watch in his hands before going wide-eyed. He was right. It was already about time. Huh, time sure passes by. Poor commented. It felt like minutes went by, not hours. Big Mom motioned for her children to get off her lap, to which they did so their mother could get up from her bed. Wordlessly going towards the door, she swung it right open and turned around. She looked at her children with a soft and gentle look on her face and uttered two words that were filled with affection and love. Let's go. And her children responded as one with the same feeling as hers. Yes, Mama. Before they could leave for dinner. Nah. All of the Charlottes, including Big Mom, looked towards year-old Wafers, who stood timidly when all of her siblings and Mama's eyes were on her. What's wrong? Smoothie asked. About what Cracker and I said earlier. The siblings tensed heavily while the mentioned sweet general froze in fear. What does shit mean? Wafers asked innocently while tilting her head in curiosity towards Cracker, who looked like he was diagnosed by a doctor with an unknown lethal disease. The siblings froze before looking towards their mother, who smiled. But they could see Conqueror's Haki leaking out of her. They wisely backed away, with Poor hugging and moving a confused Luffy wrapped in her arms, and kept their distance from Cracker while offering a quick prayer. Now the question was, how bad was he going to get it from Mama? Andy's sweet commander and minister of biscuits, Charlotte Cracker. Ah, that bad. Why yes, Mama? He replied, sounding like a little, and they couldn't blame him. You have a second head start. Run. Yes, Mama. Dinner was very peaceful and quiet, but that was mainly because many of the siblings couldn't help but just stare silently at Cracker, who was slumped on the table looking like a corpse. It was pretty awkward to eat their food while staring at their brother, who kept opening and closing his mouth. But he was too quiet for most of them to hear what he was saying, if he even was uttering sound at all. For those who were close enough to hear him muttering to himself, however, they couldn't help but let a sweat drop at him. Never swear at the children, never forget, never swear at the children, never forget. He had kept repeating that line like a broken snail recorder when Mama caught him and dragged him off to God knows where, with Cracker desperately trying to get his grip onto the floor and screaming like never before while being dragged away. He had tried to run away, but he never had a chance to run away. Mama was playing around with him by giving him a glimpse of hope with a head start. But you just can't outrun someone who can use Sora repeatedly. The fact that Mama also could be so fast and quick on her feet without Sora nor the help of Zeus carrying her was scary as hell. It was a terrifying sight to witness, seeing their mother straight up teleport in front of him and started chasing him down, slowly walking like she was taking a stroll in the park before full-on sprinting at speeds only professional giant athletes could try and reach. It was like Admiral Kizaru snorted white lines instead of smoking whatever kind of joint he is always high on, and started talking at normal speed. Not to mention whatever punishment Mama dished out for him. Anyone on Whole Cake Island who could hear the screams of the poor sweet general shuddered and felt a chill going down their spine. Alright, Snack, where's the main base of operations of those scumbags? Oh, and do go over the events of today so far. Snack looked startled a bit before donning a serious look on his face. Although for the more observant siblings, they could see him take a quick glance at Cracker and shout him a look of pity before quickly looking back at Mama. Yes. We intercepted one of their ships, which were led by the right-hand man of the organization. They were coming from around the southeast of Cheese Island and were planning to go from Cheese Island to Biscuit Island, and they finally would try to invade Whole Cake Island and try to finish off or capture our weakened forces. Many of the siblings, including Snack himself, couldn't help but snort in amusement at that. As if sending weaklings after weaklings could weaken them, or even make them tired. Babysitting their siblings when they were still toddlers were more of a challenge than them. After a conversation with our guests, their main base of operation wasn't around the southern parts of Toto-land where they attacked from, but rather, they are further off west and slightly south from Daifukianiki's island. Snack then pulled out a Denden Mushy projector, putting the map of the New World on the snail's left side, which made the snail glance at, which caused its right eye to project the map of the archipelago for all the siblings to see. Looking at the projected map, they focused on the red circle that centered around an island that was between Maguro Kingdom and Toto-land, but it was more towards their archipelago rather than the kingdom. Did they spill about anything besides the location? What about their forces? Smoothie asked. Yes, they have stated how they are men strong, and as for the big shots they have, out of they have people with berry on their heads. Besides that, the only person we should be cautious about is their captain with a bounty over berry on their head. At that, the siblings hummed in acknowledgement. Judging by the map and distance, it would take us about days to get there? Lauren commented while leaning back into his seat, while crossing his arms. Yeah, it should, Snack replied while shrugging. It's a pretty rough estimate. Big Mom hummed while getting her mind working on the next course of action. During these couple of months, the only thing they had to worry about were invasions by these organ-harvesting idiots. Besides that, there hadn't been much trouble that had been reported towards her, nor have her children seen or have received reports of anything truly troubling or problematic in the islands under them. Only some minor, only noteworthy reports personally to her and some of her children were some poor young brats that were either kicked off from their families, alone as their parents died, or runaways that escaped from their abusive parents and came here instead. Fortunately, they have an orphanage owned by Parasparrow in Candy Island where he properly educates and takes care of them alongside Compote, who loved kids, with Punna and Broy sometimes coming to the place to play with them. The others just stop by to check on their elder brother and sometimes entertain the orphans. The siblings with devil fruits use their abilities for tricks to amaze them. Besides that, the crime rate had decreased over time in the past 1.5 decades with the homies, subordinates, or her children roaming the streets and making sure the peace is maintained. She was confident that she could entrust her subordinates, and maybe an increase of homies patrolling to make sure any shit doesn't stir while she and her children were gone for about, maybe, or days. Bobbin, Tamago, and Pecans were the major reasons as to why she was that confident, but they would be gone for days, to get there and to come back, and that's not including the time it would take to destroy and wreak carnage on their base. If they travel by boat, that is, hours, it will take us hours. At that, the siblings looked towards their mother, who looked quite confident over that statement. Hours to get there? Pudding asked innocently while tilting her head. No, minutes to get there, an hour to slaughter them, and another minutes to come back. The younger siblings were surprised but were curious as to how they would be able to get there in such a significantly short amount of time, while the older siblings knew what Mama was thinking about and looked towards her homie Zeus in childhood nostalgia. They remembered how they would fly high in the sky on him, and sometimes if they asked or when anyone wasn't looking, Zeus would travel at higher speeds to entertain them. It was fun as hell for some, a scary and terrifying moment for others. We are going to ride on Zeus and fly towards them, aren't we? Bruley asked with excitement in her tone, which caused a couple of the older siblings to sweat drop at her, remembering their childhood. She was normally the one who excitedly asked Zeus to keep going faster and faster while laughing cheerfully in glee at the speed they were going at. Some of her siblings either cheered on or screamed and nearly pissed themselves over the fear of falling off from the ludicrous speed Zeus was flying at. Broy would normally cling on to her and scream in terror with tears in her eyes, while Bruley would scream in excitement with stars in her eyes when Zeus zoomed from island to island around Tato Land in less than an hour, sometimes taking a couple of minutes if he pushed his limits a bit. Zeus lit up at that while looking towards Mama, who nodded towards him, which caused him to beam. It's been a real long time since he could finally fly around with people riding him at fast speeds. Big Mom then looked back towards Bruley and nodded. Yes, we are. We shall fly and hover above their base and drop down at their port first if they have one. Then we will make our way towards the other end of the island, or their base, while looking around and killing any pests. She was interested to see if there was anything noteworthy to steal from them. Be it devil fruits, new ingredients, or whatever seemed interesting and caught either her or the children's eye. She wanted to start off from the port and make their way towards their base while either eliminating their forces or taking anything interesting. She was going to take everything they had and set an example on why it isn't a good idea to annoy them. We shall depart and leave minutes from now. Bring whatever you need and let's thoroughly enjoy slaughtering them all. Yes, Mama! The children all stood up at once, with Cracker being assisted and guided by his sisters out of the room and left to prepare in their own ways. Luffy stood up while looking around, wondering what the hell he should do until Ewan patted him on the shoulder. Luffy hummed in curiosity and turned towards his brother, who smiled at him. Ewan was interested to know more about Luffy, about something. You don't got anything to do, right, you? Nope. Alright. Let's go and have a chat. Okay. Ewan turned and walked with Luffy trailing behind while they had a stupid smile or grin plastered onto their faces and went off. At Ewan's room. The room itself was pretty big to accommodate for Ewan's size and looked like any other normal room in an average house. They were sitting on the bed with Ewan and Luffy sitting on the opposite ends of the bed. Luffy crossed his legs looking at Ewan while Ewan had his back onto the wall and laid there. Ewan wanted to talk to Luffy because he needed to know something. something that had been bothering him from listening to their brother telling tales of his adventures. He had picked up on something during Luffy's stories and that one conversation about his crew. It felt like there was always details that were left out when he talked. His crewmates, for example. It felt like there was an even bigger picture behind the backgrounds of his crewmates that he left out, but that wasn't the reason he dragged him. What he wanted to talk about was, Luffy, did you ever use Haki before the Marineford fiasco went down you? How he never mentioned using Haki during his journey. Not a single time has he heard him say anything about defeating people with armament Haki nor any signs of using Conqueror's Haki. Sure, he had never finished his story, but from how he talked about fighting a fishman, from the execution attempt from Buggy, from the newspaper talking about how their brother stormed Eni's lobby and defeated a top government agent, and the fact he fought and defeated Warlord Gecko Moria, which they learned from Lola. All that without Haki? He could have defeated Arlong easily if he used Haki and bashed him repeatedly until he was knocked out cold. He could have coated his neck in Haki so Buggy couldn't decapitate him. He could have dealt with that Cypher Pole agent with ease with his armament, and knock out most of the Marine reinforcements with his conquerors. He could have gone toe-to-toe with Moria instead of relying on people. So why didn't he use Haki? Not only that, but he was pretty sure he wasn't the only sibling who noticed how it felt like he skipped over a couple of details whenever he talked about either his journeys or about his crewmates. Luffy stared at Ewan for a sec before responding, "Yeah, I did." At this, it intrigued Ewan. "Who did you use Haki on you?" "Crocodile." "Crocodile?" Ewan was shocked. He sometimes read the news after dinner while lying on his bed and had seen a particular headline that piqued his interest a few months back. Commodore Smoker defeats and arrests Warlord Crocodile. It didn't make sense for a Marine to go after a warlord, even more so for a Commodore of all people to defeat Crocodile. After Crocodile's defeat, they looked into the Navy dog's background and history and found out he was originally stationed in Logue Town as a captain. What a waste of resources to station someone like him in Logue Town of all places. He clearly deserved a higher rank with his skills and power. He had potential to achieve more and should have been tasked with missions that accommodate for his strength. He doubted that his promotion would have existed if it wasn't for their brother's crew wreaking havoc around Paradise, causing the Marine dog to chase them. But that was the Navy's problem, not theirs. But even so, he wasn't at the level to deal with someone like Crocodile, not yet anyway. That task was more suited for either an admiral or several vice admirals. He didn't know Luffy was their brother at the time, but if he had known, he would have connected the dots on how Crocodile was defeated when he noticed at the bottom of the headline mentioning the Straw Hats also coincidentally being at Arabasta too. But did he? "Now Luffy, did you know about this?" Ewan stood up from his bed and bent over to grab a box underneath the bed. Opening the box, he rummaged through several issues of News Coup newspaper that have piqued his interest, and kept them to read when he got bored, before finding the one about Crocodile's defeat. Handing it to Luffy, he saw how his brother looked at the newspaper for a few seconds before going wide-eyed. Welp, that is a look of a person that recently discovered something he should have known a long time ago. "You didn't know you?" "No. But my bounty went up too, after beating his ass." His face went from shock to cheerful when talking about his bounty. At least his bounty still increased, and he still was gonna become the Pirate King, but I didn't really use it that often. Luffy added on. He only slightly used Haki to either punch Crocodile a few feet back when he almost impaled him with his hook, but luckily he coated a part of his chest with armament underneath his vest in time, even though he still grabbed and slammed him into the sand and buried him. Or when Crocodile grabbed him by the neck and dehydrated him, but he was able to kick him in time before he was dehydrated to a near-death state, and also when he was finally defeating him, he sometimes threw a Haki-coated punch that was mixed with blood-soaked arms. "Why not you?" Ewan asked. "It would have made things way easier if he did." "I made a promise to Shanks," Luffy said before lying down on the bed and looking up at the ceiling while remembering about the man. "What was it about?" Ewan asked, interested while not looking fazed by the mention of the Yonko. Tamago did mention how the Yonko had good relations with Luffy. "About how I should only really use Haki if I fight someone super strong and make sure not a lot of people see it too. But when I reached the new world I could go all out." Luffy said, grinning. He also saw it as a challenge when he taunted him about it too, saying he bet he needed to use Haki all the time when fighting because he was weak without it. That damn tomato hair. "Is that so you?" Ewan said while tilting his head. Sounded like a challenge that was given to Luffy from the Yonko. It also would help make Luffy be seen less of a threat if the people who knew about his Haki was kept at a minimum, which painted less of a target on him. although that secret was blown out of the water with the broadcast of Marineford that fully displayed Luffy annihilating the admirals. Honestly, he could fool anyone with how he looks like a kid before he absolutely destroys them in a fight, so that probably helped make him look less menacing too. Luffy hummed at that, which Ewan took as a yes. Looking around his brother's room, he saw his bounty poster on the left nailed on the wall with what seemed like previous bounties behind it too. Wanted, dead or alive, Charlotte Ewan. Now how did you get your bounty? Luffy asked while pointing towards it. That was when Marines came to bring us to justice, blah blah blah, send us to impel down where we belong, blah blah blah, and whatever crap they spewed you, he huffed, when remembering about that day. A bunch of Marine battleships led by several vice and rear admirals came around half a year ago to try and capture one of them for justice, or whatever kind of bullshit that came out of their mouths. Till this day, he is still baffled on why they haven't grabbed an admiral, because he was certain their chances would go up if they bothered to bring one. Who the hell are the higher-ups that planned and orchestrated this was a question he has been waiting for an answer for. They kept rambling and rambling on, and it got really annoying before I got annoyed and attacked first. I moonwalked above them before absolutely annihilating a battleship with this Ewan said while proudly holding his staff that had an orb on its tip. The ball on this staff can expand to about the size of Opera Nii San and hits like a cannonball with a swing, Ewan said enthusiastically before standing up and raising his staff above his head while Luffy just oozed in amazement. With my orb at its maximum size, I slammed it into the deck of the battleship with that annoying bastard and it exploded. Ewan motioned his staff in a way that showed how he slammed it while Luffy just kept looking amazed. If anyone were to open the door to see what was going on inside, they would have probably immediately closed the door and walk away with a confused expression on their faces on what those two were doing. Ewan then laid back on the bed, and after that, the rest of us just absolutely massacred them afterwards. They were dumbass for thinking they could take us on. The only smart decision they made was retreating before the casualties increased even more. Overall, it was pretty good combat experience for me and the siblings around my age. The Marines went from men strong, which included rear admirals and vice admirals and several seamen and officers of various ranks, to a crippling casualty of dead, wounded, crippled for life, and captured to be either tortured, interrogated, or a generous donation towards Mama's soul supply. Unfortunately, no dead vice nor rear admirals for the Charlottes. But they finally realized that retreating was better than fighting a losing battle. On their side were numerous replaceable chess homies consisting of pawns, bishops, knights, and rooks. The younger siblings partaking in this battle were Ewan, Raisin, Jokond, Mascarpone, and Joscarpone, who were followed by their older and more experienced siblings, Mondior, Galette, Poir, Melise, Saint Mark, Bascart, Cinnamon, High Fat, Mozart, Mash, and just in case they needed more backup, Bruley. The only one wounded was Raisin, but that was because he let his guard down against a vice admiral when a rear admiral came up behind and attacked him, left a bit of a scar when he turned towards the bastard and took the slash to his chest, but nothing terrible. To the Marines it was a fight for justice. For them, it was pretty good combat exercise and helped them give ideas on what to improve on. Ewan smiled in nostalgia over the moment the Marines realized they ate up big time messing with them. Glancing at the clock, he stood up and walked towards the door. All right. It's time, let's go. Luffy nodded and followed behind him. Yeah, now, he can't wait to see the terror and horror plastered on those damn organ harvesters next when they drop down on them. At the rooftop of Whole Cake Castle, Katakuri, along with Daifaki, Oven, Perispero, Compote, and Hachi were already present minutes earlier. The sweet commander stood tall, with a pouch of beans and a little time with himself and his beloved donuts. He was ready. Taking a glance towards a table surrounded with the other 5 siblings with him, Compote, Perispero, and Daifaki were enjoying tea while Hachi and Oven had a cup of coffee with them. He looked towards the entrance towards the rooftop and was guessing when they would come here. Hachi's other sisters, Amanda, Mondi, and Effler, preferred to come on time. Knowing Bruley and Broy, Bruley would come earlier than Broy, probably excited with the aspect of riding on Zeus again, and probably would try and get him to fly at extreme speeds. Even though she is in her S, she could be childish at times. While Broy was probably trying to mentally prepare herself, she wasn't one that could handle moving on a fast-moving vehicle, or in this case, homie after all. Cracker would be interesting to guess. He wondered when he would come around and recover from whatever Mama did to him. He most likely would come with his triplet sisters because they were snapping him out of it. The quintuplets would come without opera. The man himself would probably be busy reading a comic book again, and by the time he realized it was time, he would arrive around minutes later than the agreed time, depends on how fast he runs and panics. He could guess accurately what time, what activities or shenanigans his siblings around his age are up to. The younger ones, though, are pretty hard to read considering he doesn't really interact with them. He was too busy playing the part of a dependable, strong, perfect brother. Although he was interested in wondering what Ewan and Luffy were talking about, it's pretty rare for Ewan to bring someone into his room for a chat. Normally he preferred talking to them on the spot. Must have been really important if he wanted a more private location to converse whatever subject he was interested on with Luffy. After some time passed, he accurately guessed that Broly came looking quite positive and energetic, like a kid finally getting a chance to ride a roller coaster, while Broy followed behind looking slumped. Even with the minutes to prepare herself, she did not look prepared to ride on Zeus. It was now time. Amanda, Mondi and Effler, Ewan and Luffy along with most of the other siblings started coming in with Mama following behind. Big Mom stood at the front of the group while looking like she was doing a head count. After a few seconds passed, Cracker with his sisters finally came, although they could see a red handprint on the sweet commander's face which raised some eyebrows. The giant woman made sure to count the triplets before thinking. Where's your brother, Opera? She asked while looking at the present quintuplets. He's busy reading that comic book of his, Gala said while stroking his beard while the other brothers nodded alongside him. Galette, Mondior, and those close to the minister face-bombed. Of course he was busy with something unimportant, and you didn't bother telling him it was about time? She raised an eyebrow over them which caused them to look sheepish. To be fair, he told us not to disturb him, and he promised to be a few seconds late, Cadenza said helpfully, although it was now longer than a mere few seconds. Big Mom was about to say something before the man himself came busting through the doors looking a bit panicked. I was busy fa. Just join with your other siblings. Yes, Mama. And with that, everyone was present. All right, Zeus. Expand. Yes, Mama. The mentioned homie nodded and expanded to the size of the rooftop and stationed besides the rooftop. Big Mom was the first to step on Zeus before being followed by the others. As soon as everyone got on board of Zeus, the cloud homie immediately departed. Big Mom turned towards her children with a sweet sinister grin. All right, listen up. We will drop down on them, and as soon as we land, take out anyone who are not your siblings. We will start from their port or beaches and make our way towards the other end of the island. Make sure the last moments of their lives are filled with terror and horror. Yes, Mama. Like a student towards a teacher, Punna raised her hand which Mama took notice of. Yes, dear? What will this operation be called? At that Big Mom was thinking. They were seen as devils and monsters. Sometimes the females of the family were called witches, most prominent being Melise and Broly, and they were attacking them at night. They will be raining down, bringing pain and death towards them. Racking her brain, she looked at her children before she lit up. We shall call this operation Night Witches. After leaving the archipelago, Punna poked Yuan's shoulder to get his attention. Yuan, what did you and Luffy talk about? She said while slowly moving her finger to poke his left cheek. Yuan's expression lit up while being unaffected by her older sister's poking, and Luffy turned towards Punna and hummed when he heard his name. I picked up something about his battles. The siblings and Mama raised their heads before slowly turning towards Yuan and Punna curiously. What about them? He never talked about using Haki at all. This raised some eyebrows and caused some to go wide-eyed before all slowly stared at their brother in either curiosity or slight amazement. Punna, on the other hand, just waved it off. He probably would have mentioned using Haki somewhere down the line when he tells us more about his little adventure during Paradise, right? Punna said while turning and questioning Luffy at the last part. Only one time. Now that caused more eyebrows to be raised at his response. When you were fighting Gecko Moria then? Punna asked, tilting her head. Her older sister Lola did talk about how Luffy and his little group of pirates beat the warlord and freed her along with some other people, especially freeing and getting a new crewmate. Nah. He was strong but didn't need to use it against him. The siblings that were on the same thought along the lines of Punna were now surprised. Then who? Who forced you to use Haki then? Crocodile. The warlord. I see. Wait, what? Punna was nodding as if that made sense before fully registering what her brother said and turning to look surprised. Mukuru stepped up while raising an eyebrow at all her siblings, especially towards Luffy. Didn't some Commodore beat Crocodile? Yuan raised a finger to that statement. About that. Yuan went to explain how it was bizarre and strange for a mere Commodore to defeat a warlord, which they agreed, either that was due to Marine's incompetence to see one's potential to be higher ranked, or the warlord had been slacking off and gotten weak over time. and also how in the newspaper it also mentioned Luffy along with his other fellow pirate mates being spotted in Arabasta during Crocodile's downfall. Even the siblings who weren't the brightest could see the picture of what really went down in Arabasta. That Commodore didn't beat Crocodile, it was Luffy, wasn't it? Effler said what everyone was thinking about while glancing at Luffy. Yup, probably would have been a public embarrassment for the government if word got out that a pirate crew had dealt with the mess rather than the Marines themselves. I can imagine the outraged Mondior said thoughtfully while rubbing his chin, imagining the scenario. The Marines would have been viewed as an unreliable and an incompetent organization if the truth ever came to light. It would be way more troublesome considering Crocodile was given the position of warlord personally by the government too. Speaking of public embarrassment, how do you think the world is handling the news of the utter failure from the War of the Greats? Galette asked, which had put a finger on her chin, being thoughtful about it. Now that you mention it, the entire world saw how it went down, and how the Marines got absolutely annihilated by our little bro, yes? Poyer said with a hint of pride and respect while looking at Luffy, especially with the main objective being to execute Roger's son, Ace being an utter failure. They took down Whitebeard, but it was either his decaying health and old age or fighting in Marineford that would have finished him off. Opera said wisely. Although Luffy's display of power probably had more of an effect considering he was just considered some rookie from East Blue, and it turned out that said rookie from East Blue would be the biggest annoyance and obstacle in the Marines' plans, huh? Smoothie said while smiling towards Luffy. She wanted to spar with her brother to see how she can hold herself in a battle against him. Melise leaned forward while smiling sinisterly. A rookie along with some impelled down prisoners coming from the skies, defeating admirals and castrating one for life, saving the son of the Pirate King, and not to only mention escaping with said son that was supposed to be executed? Yeah, the public outrage and complaints of this utter devastating failure has to be quite the sight to see. The rest also imagined it, and can't help but see the public demanding answers on why they haven't eliminated that rookie earlier. He had broken and saved the Devil Child from Eni's lobby while defeating a Cypher Pole agent after all. That should have raised some eyebrows towards him. But they wrote him off as the same as the rest of the supernovas. Snack snorted before grinning. Imagine how the world would react if said rookie turned out to not only be the child of Dragon, but turned out to be the son of Mama as well when we finally reveal it. At that they can't help but crack smiles or grins at that image, or the panic that would surge through the world when the day finally arrives. Luffy looked confused at why his siblings were smiling or giggling to themselves before shrugging and lying down on the fluffy cloud. Mama is Luffy's mama. So what if the world finds out? Unfortunately, there still hasn't been a single person who told him about his mother's status and position and how her bounty was times bigger than his. Rayleigh figured that someone would have talked about how Luffy's mother is kind of a big deal. But nope, there hasn't been a single one yet. But even if he found out, that wouldn't change a thing between them, Yonko or not. He would always consider Lin to just be his mother. Looking up towards the night skies, he wondered about his hometown, the mountain bandits, Makino and Major would slap, about the friends of his Nakama and people he met along the way. How would they react to the crazy shit he just pulled off in Marineford? Around the world, in various times, in Fuchsia Village's party's bar, days after the war. A toast to those crazy boys of ours. Yeah, East Blue's pride and joy. Ace with million and Luffy with a record-breaking billion. People were cheering and celebrating over the news of what Luffy did inside the bar while Makino just giggled while looking over the newspaper behind her counter. She was glad Luffy saved Ace and got of that place together. It was a pretty huge shock to them when they learned about Ace's and Luffy's fathers. But they still were the same to them either way, notorious parents or not. They still were Luffy and Ace. There were those who did curse them for their lineage and existence. But honestly, they can just off for that. Major would slap, who was sitting on a stool beside Makino, just sighed heavily with a mug of beer in hand. He really needed a drink after hearing what happened to Marineford and what that brat Luffy did. And as much as he wanted to shut them up, he knew it would be pointless. He was glad those boys made it out of the messy ordeal alive and well, although it still didn't change that they were now even more notorious criminals though. We shouldn't be celebrating about this. Those brats have gone off and became even more of a menace. Cheers to that. Major would slap couldn't even find the strength to retort towards them after prior attempts and resorted to just sighing instead. Even if I'm the damn Major, people won't listen to me. The Major slumped down dejected while Makino giggled behind him while looking at the bounties of Luffy and Ace. Luffy and Ace sure are trouble magnets, aren't they? At least they still are definitely alive. Makino beamed. After the war, Luffy and Ace had never been sighted apart from Luffy showing up at Marineford and ringing the ox bell a few days later. probably to avoid Marines that would definitely hunt them down and not let up and trail behind them if they were sighted earlier. She and everyone in Fushan knew they were alive and well, and probably eating a whole lot too. Everyone was celebrating and being noisy, much to Woodslap's annoyance, until the door opened with Dayton and her mountain bandits behind her with a serious expression. Everyone went quiet and tensed at the mountain bandit who walked up to the counter and sat beside the major, who was internally panicking but kept his composure. "What do you want, you damn mountain bandit?" Dayton snorted and looked amused. She could see the fear and worry in the major's eyes. "Isn't it obvious?" The mean woman took out a bag of berries and dropped it in front of Makino, who upon seeing the bandit's expression just smiled and went to fill another mug. Dayton turned around towards the entire patrons of the bar waiting. When Makino finally gave her a mug, she grabbed it and raised it in front of them. "I'm here to celebrate my boy's achievement. Why didn't one of you came and told me?" At that, they relaxed, and their smiles and grins returned and raised their mugs back to her. Maybe the mountain bandits weren't so bad after all. "Sorry. We were too busy drinking ourselves in joy over this. Ain't that right, lads? Invite me next time." "Why won't ya, you selfish bastards?" We shouldn't be celebrating about their crimes, damn it. In Shellstown's bar, days after the war. Will Kobe be okay?" Rika asked, worried, while sitting beside base commander of the RD branch, Ripper, along with his fellow man. Ririka came over and gave Ripper a glass of wine, the other man accompanying him a mug of beer each, and her little daughter Rika a strawberry sundae. Ripper just pat Rika's head and rubbed it reassuringly. "Don't worry, lass. That lad of ours got guts and was personally trained by Vice Admiral Garp. Ain't no way he ain't gonna keel over and die from a scare like that." The Marines gathered in the bar had several bandages wrapped around parts of their body that had been injured during the war, but they were fortunately the ones who received the lesser injuries. It was a ing shit show, especially when they saw the same kid who took down Morgan, falling down from the skies above with several prisoners and proceeded to beat the ever-loving shit of the Marines. But, even if Luffy has become a threat that could no longer be ignored by the government, he still would be the same boy that freed them from their previous hellish base commander. But still, that other friend of his has definitely been either holding back or had a major power boost. To beat the admirals like that, and that poor admiral, even if he was a piece of work, Ripper shuddered. He was one of the unfortunate Marines that witnessed the devastating hit that unfortunately graced Admiral Sakazuki's nuts. But after seeing Kobe try and single-handedly stop the bloodshed even though their objective was lost, he felt way less bad for him, and also his respect towards the boy being raised considerably. He knew he was a Marine, and he shouldn't be thinking this, but thank God for the red-haired Yonko Shanks stepping in and saving Kobe from a fatal blow coming from that red dog. Right now, Kobe was in a coma, and they had no idea if he had woken up or not. After the war, all base commander that weren't in a severe state with the Marines that are under them were to be immediately sent back to their base and manage the islands they are tasked with protecting. They had left several islands open just for the Yonko fight. Right now, the boy was in the infirmary just like the many injured Marines. Noticing the mother and daughter duo's confused expression, he just huffed before taking the new bounty poster and displaying it to Rika and his mother. Rika looked at all while her mother looked stunned when they saw their savior's new bounty. His bounty is taking rather a considerable time to circulate around in this part of the seas, but everyone will eventually know about it. Ripper's side higher-ups are losing their crap and going nuts over trying to calm down the press over the failure, especially what the boy did. But even so, we won't forget what he did for us. But make sure word doesn't spread about his actions. Could draw unwanted attention. Yeah, Ripper said, smiling softly while winking at Rika, to which she smiled. My lips are sealed. Rika continued smiling before Rika remembered something. Oh yeah, Ripper-san. What is it? My daughter is interested in being a waitress in your base. Do you mind taking her in as a trainee of sorts? In Baltigo, base of the revolutionaries, Sabo had come back and greeted everyone before making his way towards Dragon's office. Everyone who looked at his face as he walked couldn't help but wonder what had their chief smiling from ear to ear, absolutely beaming with positivity with a certain bounce in his steps. He was so drunk of joy, he didn't even bother to knock nor open the door like normal. Instead, he just kicked the door with a stupid grin on his face. Dragon turned to Sabo, a bit amused at his actions but didn't show it. I take it your little reunion went smoothly? At that, Sabo nodded rapidly. Yeah, Dragon huffed before going back to his serious attitude. Anyways, you came at the perfect time. We had just received words about crewmates of Straw Hat being sighted that snapped Sabo out of it, and he looked interested. Really? Who are they and where? Demon Child Nico Robin and possibly Black Leg Sanji. Ivankov from Momoro Island had contacted us around a few hours before you left, and we conversed a bit before he informed me of someone claiming to be Black Leg Sanji on his island, but his bounty poster doesn't match his facial appearance at all. Sabo didn't react much to Ivankov's return. He knew Ivankov-san would be okay. Ivankov slightly suspects the man to be a government spy, but besides that, not much is known about the man for now. Sabo slightly tense but relaxed, knowing Ivankov-san could probably take care of the man if he did turn out to be a government agent. As for Nico Robin, Kuma unfortunately sent her towards the bridge country known as Tequila Wolf. At that, Sabo seemed stunned. Isn't that? Dragon nodded in confirmation. One of the places we liberated a few days ago. But unfortunately she was sent there prior before we showed up. It took some time before the news finally reached towards us, which was just a few minutes ago. Dragon continued on. We should be expecting for her arrival in another or days or so while Ivankov is busy investigating further about the man's identity. Also, did you manage to get a way to contact my son? Sabo nodded and grinned. Yeah. Before we departed, I exchanged numbers with Rayleigh-san, who is training Luffy right now. He raised an eyebrow at the mention of the Dark King Rayleigh? As in Roger's first mate? Sabo nodded. Yeah. That guy. Sabo went on to explain that Luffy was training with Rayleigh for years while his crewmates were presumably doing the same thing. His son was strong enough himself and could take on any opposing forces from the New World, but his crew, on the other hand, he couldn't tell. He only knew their bounties and what they did on paper, but that was it. He can't gauge their strength without personally seeing it in action or in footage. With that in mind, he assumed that they were probably around the levels of a low-ranking rear admiral. Theoretically, they have potential to become stronger if they unlocked or train their Haki, work on their personal flaws, or improve and upgrade on something they have good efficiency in, which now made him frown slightly when he thought about training. What kind of insane bats hit insane training did his crazy old man put Luffy through to make him so damn powerful? He knew his son was going to be strong, but he didn't expect for him to be close to Yonko levels of strong. He shrugged off that thought for another day. He was inwardly shivering, remembering his own training from his old man. Sabo, if possible, contact Rayleigh and get Luffy on hold from him when either Ivankov confirms that it is Black Leg on his island or when Nico Robin arrives. Got it. At the location of the Whitebird pirates. Eh? What the hell are you guys talking about? Ace right now was flabbergasted and shocked of what his brothers and one sister said towards him, with either smiles or grins on their faces. Marco, the first mate, walked forward with a lazy smirk. Isn't it obvious, you are? Or should we say it again? The Phoenix took Ace's silence as a yes. Turning around towards his siblings with a grin, he shouted, "All in favor of Ace being the next captain, say aye." Aye. All Whitebird pirates, without hesitation, shouted in agreement over this decision. But why? Shouldn't it be you, Marco? You are the first mate, you know? The pineapple just snorted as if it was always going to be you, Ace. You are the favorite brother, you are. And besides, Oyaji and us talked about it. Before the war took place, we knew Pops may not make it out alive with his condition, and even if died wouldn't have much time left over that, you all. Marco said solemnly. Everyone had held their breath and tensed up when they had that talk before going into battle to save their favorite brother. Some even had tears threatening to spill out of their eyes when professional nurses on board the ship gave their professional opinion, even if it also hurted them to say it out loud. But they knew it in their hearts it was bound to happen. His cancer was progressively getting worse, his old age just making it faster and worser for his health. He suffered from several strokes throughout his life. It was honestly amazing and a testament to his strength that he could still wreck Marineford that badly with not only his poor health but also with how many injuries he had sustained throughout that war. But I got missile captured? Yeah, we still haven't scolded your ass for that now, have we? Did you have any idea how much we worried you all? Marco said with tick mark on his head. None of them had drilled their disappointment into his thick-headed skull yet. And before you start spouting about how you are too weak, remember that most of us witnessed how you could somewhat go toe-to-toe against Pops you all. Weakened or not, that still is something not a lot of people can do, you know. Ace was about to talk about how he was Roger's son, but again before he could open his mouth, Marco cut him again almost as if he was reading his mind. And also, before you start talking about how you are Roger's son and how that makes you unfit to take after Pops, are you Roger's son or Whitebird's son? Okay, now Ace stepped in at this slightly pissed. I'm always his son. Not that bastard of a pirate king. Marco lazily smirked at that. Alright. As his son, you should obviously take over his place with how you are not only the favorite child, but also the favorite sibling. End of discussion, you all. Holdo. Ace is hereby the captain. Let's celebrate. Yeah, I have an AG. Bring out the booze and food. Just make sure to get the crocodile meat. Lou, congratulations. Ace, let me have a say over this, damn it. Over wherever the red-haired pirates are at. A few hours after leaving Whitebeard's funeral. Anchor sure has grown strong, aye? Shanks said, sitting down with one hand on a bottle of bourbon, while the other had his new bounty. It was safe to say they were surprised at first before proceeding to throw a celebratory party over their anchor's achievement. Ben just snorted and smiled slightly after taking a huge sip of whiskey. Of course he would. Don't you remember that he used conquerors and armament when he was just ING? Especially when we trained him and helped him understand what he could do. Shanks just huffed and smiled in nostalgia at that. He didn't expect to be shocked by anything in the eastern seas, but Luffy proved him dead wrong with how he dealt with those mountain bandits, especially that one who flaunted his bounty and tried to kidnap him. Poor bastard must have broken a few bones when Luffy turned the tables on him and started punching and kicking him while using armament before landing a huge blow and sending him off into the ocean, where he was later eaten by the local sea king. But that's what he gets for trying to kidnap Luffy, and also with the fact that his father is the most wanted criminal in the world? Yasopp added before chugging a bottle. All of them snorted before Lucky Roo grinned. I bet you that Luffy's mother turns out to have a ridiculous background or reputation. All crewmen on deck grinned while coming up with bets on that. It's a celestial dragon. That family tree line of anchors is beyond Ed that it might just be possible. On the mother turning out to be a woman that turned into a man to disguise the identity of who Luffy's mom is. Snort, as if. Bet you Anchor's mother turns out to be a high-ranking marine, and it's an extremely private affair. On that being the case, I'm gonna one-up you on that and put that it's a Cypherpole agent. You all are thinking too small. Everyone winced before looking at one of their crewmates who looked beyond wasted with bottles of alcohol surrounding him. It's one of Big Mom's child with how Anchor's appetite is as big as a sea king. Everyone looked in disbelief at that ridiculous bet, and how much he was willing to put such a hefty sum of money for it before Shanks grinned at that. Oh yeah? I bet the mother of Anchor is Big MOM herself. Everyone looked even more flabbergasted towards their captain's extremely bold bet. Even the drunken one instantly sobered up. That's how ridiculous it was. This was getting beyond stupid and generally out of hand at this point. And how much are you betting on it being the case, Captain? Ben raised an eyebrow towards his captain, removing his cigar in exchange for having a bottle of whiskey in his mouth instead. He immediately did a huge spit take at that. Everyone looked at their captain before looking at each other, and proceeded to just drink, laugh, and joke around at that. As if Big Mom could be Luffy's mother. Right. In the wreckage of Marineford, weeks after the war. Right now, every person who could move were packing stuff and placing them on boats to be shipped off towards G. The Marine headquarters was planned to be moved from Marineford to G after several discussions on what to do moving onwards after the war. Although, for several men, that was postponed as they can't help but sweat while staring towards two admirals facing each other off. Even if Fleet Admiral Sengoku supports you in taking his steed, your lazy and incompetent behavior is inappropriate for such a high-ranking position and carrying out justice. The center of attention was Admiral Sakazuki and Admiral Kazan facing off. On the Red Dog's side it was boiling hot while the Blue Pheasant emitted a cold chill around his surroundings. Akiji has not responded or retorted in any way, as Akainu kept stating how he shouldn't be the fleet admiral and sometimes threw insults in his sentences that was directed at him. But he kept his chill. After all, he had a very strong counter-argument, courtesy to a certain pirate. Akiji kept silent until he raised his head up and smirked. Sakazuki-san, you? Being the fleet admiral? Let's not joke around. With the biggest grin Kazan could muster, he finally retorted with one sentence. With one sentence out of his mouth, it caused everyone who heard him to drop their jaws and single-handedly made him the most respected man on the spot for what he just said. Navy history was in the making with the insult from Akiji directed towards Akainu. From this single sentence alone, you ain't got the balls to lead the Navy. Admiral Kazan, the legend that the Navy didn't need, but deserved. A fight ensued later on in Punk Hazard that was recorded as the most legendary and most destructive battle between two admirals that went down. And even if Akiji lost or won when he fought Akainu on that day, it didn't matter to him. He would be the one smirking in the end when he remembered this moment forever for the rest of his life. Back towards Luffy and his family. It was a long and boring ride with Broly and some of her siblings pleading for her mother slightly for Zeus to move at max speed while Broly along with some to put their foot down and heavily convinced their mother that it was not a good idea, for their sake, to go faster. Big Mom just shrugged before she took a coin out of seemingly nowhere and flipped it. Heads will be max speed and tails will be normal speed. Katakuri looked towards his siblings that sided with Broy in pity, for fortune was not on their side, as it landed on heads. When Mama flipped the coin and it landed on heads, Broy paled while Broly grinned. Zeus! Max speed! Yes, Mama! Oh, come! As if history was repeating itself, Broy found herself clinging to Broly while the older sibling just grinned and laughed. Unfortunately for some and fortunately for others, it was rather short-lived. The island's over there, Broy said when an island finally came into view. At that, Zeus slowed down before eventually stopping upon Mama's orders when they had a good distance between them, much to the disappointment of Broly, Luffy and several others, while Broy and the rest let out a huge sigh of relief. Marble stepped up and took out binoculars and inspected the island. Looking at the island, she noticed how the layout was similar to that of a normal marine base with several forts fitted with cannons surrounding the island. What does it look like? Mikuru asked, walking and crouching beside her. They are built similarly to a marine base. Loads of twin-barreled turrets, and some triple-barreled turrets surrounding the place. Their base is probably at the center with how much that one building stands out. With her long arms, she pointed towards the giant building that looked like a medieval castle. What about their port? Big Mom asked. Marble turned her head towards the left, looking at the harbor. Their port's got 3 ships docked, a modified civilian galleon with extra cannons mounted and having some steel on their hull, while the other 2 seems like regular civilian frigates. The harbor's got barrels, crates, and cages? She asked to particularly no one. She was wondering what the hell were in them. There was huge rags covering them, so she couldn't tell. Cages? Anything in them? Can't tell, they're covered. She passed her binoculars towards Mikuru, who was beside her. After passing it around so everyone could get a good look, Big Mom ordered Zeus to move again. All right, Zeus. Hover over them above the clouds. Yes, Mama. After ascending towards the skies, the children looked in awe, admiring the night skies above the clouds while Big Mom walked forward and looked down. That's at least a, or FT drop from Zeus to down there. She took off her hat and turned towards her children. Napoleon! Expand! Got it, Mama! The hat homie slowly expanded towards the size of a caravel. Alright, listen, you all get into Napoleon, and I jump off. Once we land, leave Napoleon and start slaughtering everyone, got it? She spoke her plan out. Yes, Mama. Wait, what? Most of the Charlottes agreed while the rest weren't really keen on that idea. Some were thrilled by the prospects of falling off from Zeus while others couldn't stomach that. Don't worry about it. It's just a few seconds of falling. She lowered Napoleon down until all of her children were on board before picking the homie up and looking down. Some were reluctant to get in Napoleon while others just threw themselves in and were hyped about it. Taking one step back, she jumped forward. Operation Night Witches, commence. Chapter. At the harbor, 2 men were walking over to the harbor to have a smoke break. What's wrong, Pensider? The man asked, side glancing at his friend rubbing his chin in deep thought. Don't you think Butcher-san and his group are running a bit late? They should have shown up right about now. He's probably having too much fun with dismembering and chopping those people up along with the rest. We should have went with them. The men said reassuringly with a hint of jealousy. He wanted to skewer and bath in the blood of the Tato land citizens and Charlottes along with them. I don't know, man. Sure, we are strong, but we still are targeting a Yonko's territory after all. Pensider said, sweating a bit. He was more confident if it was a warlord's territory that they were targeting. But they weren't hunting for them. They were hunting something bigger, and they may have bitten off more that they can chew for all they have known. He wasn't the only one, prior towards the operation, when they raided and made this island theirs. They were initially going to target a warlord's territory in the New World, but their boss wanted to hunt a bigger fish, a Yonko's territory instead. Some of his man's protest, to which he either waved off their worries or just straight up executed them on the spot himself for insubordination. They zipped their mouths and agreed to this very reluctantly. They wanted to disagree, but they didn't want to join their friends who did vocally display how they disagreed, which demoted them from a member to funds and profits. The plan was to deceive idiots into a suicide mission under the guise that it was a capture mission when they were actually just pebbles being tossed towards a bear. They kept tossing group upon group until it was deemed that the Yonko's forces should be weakened enough for attack. But the smarter ones that weren't high of their power, wind streak, ego, and increasing notoriety knew this wasn't going to work. Pebbles weren't going to do shit. The only thing they were doing was just poking a hornet's nest. A big ing hornet's nest. Whatever. Anyways, got a lighter? Mine seems to be out. The man sighed, looking somewhat irritated with a cig in his mouth, as he kept flicking his lighter without a spark being set off. "Yeah, sure, give me a minute." His buddy dug into his pocket and found his lighter. He brought it into his own cig in his mouth and flicked the thing a few times before finally a spark ignited and it lit up his cig. "Alright, here's a thud." The other man had his jaws hanging open, letting the unlit cigarette fall out of his mouth as he stared wide-eyed towards the night sky. "What's wrong? Is that the sun?" Before he could fully register what his friend said, "Prometheus! Incinerate! Candy shower! Machi Hayden! Juicy sparkle! A/N! Juicy sparkle!" Charlotte Smoothie shoots several exploding droplets of juice/water from her sword. Based from pirate warriors, their defenses mounted around the island were destroyed before they could even aim or know whoever was attacking them. The sirens sounded and a panicked voice could be heard over the speakers. "Attention! The big MOM pirates are descending down from the skies above us." The man looked surprised before looking up and paling considerable when he saw pretty much their grim reaper coming down on them. They poked a sleeping behemoth, and it woke up pissed. He uttered one word that summarized their situation, right before he himself died along with his buddy when they turned into a sponge from the raining arrows made out of candy that skewered them. "Shit." Charlotte's POV. "Brace." Thud. Big Mom made sure to jump and land onto one of the boats docked in harbor, breaking the boat in half with her landing. Before her heels were touching the seawater as the ship was sinking, she leaped onto the port, and her children immediately left the hat while drawing their weapons when they saw the oncoming forces. "Mama!" Your Perispero was cut off as Luffy zoomed past him, sprinting towards a group of enemies with his finger in his mouth. "Gear RD!" He jumped and blew onto his mouth, while his siblings watched on his reckless charge. GOMU no. Gigant pistol! He decimated the forces like bowling pins. Big Mom looked on amused before issuing her order while pointing at her reckless son. "Follow your brother's example, and just destroy them without hesitation. Pick a group to play with." "That's my order." "Yes, Mama." They followed after their brother. Many observed the many organ harvesters that were flooding down from the stairs. Some just jumped down or fell off from the harbor down to the port. Luffy landed and deflated his arm back to normal, while giving a challenging grin at the enemies who had several faces of shock, fear and surprise. "Oh, what the hell is someone like him doing here? Did Mujiwara allied with Big Mom?" A man stepped up with a feral grin. "So? What if Straw Hat allies with Big Mom or not? The Charlottes are all here in one place, aren't they? Their organs are gonna sell high when we rip it out of them. Kill them, yeah!" Their morale shot up instantly, and they charged recklessly towards the family. The Charlottes just split off to deal with the several small forces that were approaching them. "They sure are confident in themselves," Oven scoffed at their ignorance before calmly walking towards a group, looking at the man clad in what seemed like custom-made medieval armor which made him stand out as the idiots under him raised their weapons and charged at him. He snorted before launching a boiling warm right hook when they got close enough. "Heap Danashi!" He threw a punch infused with his devil fruit, decimating the reckless enemies and melting their weapons and, for the unlucky ones, their skin in the process. He kept walking forward while staring at the knight, who even under his armor, he could tell was sweating slightly, which had Oven grinning sinisterly. "What's wrong? Can't handle the heat?" He taunted him. Don't be so full of yourself. You are our prey. So are you." The knight flashed behind the high-heat human, plunging his sword into the man's back to skewer the man's heart, but was shocked when his blade melted into molten steel upon touching his skin. He stared at his broken blade, which was glowing red, before he dropped it while backing up away from the man, the monster in front of him. Oven slowly turned with yellow glowing eye trails and gave a smile that was mocking and taunting in nature at the shocked man that thought he could actually wound him without Haki. "Ho? You scared? Why not I give you a nice warm hug?" Oven said mockingly with a wide smirk while spreading his arms wide open while he took a stance to charge at him. "And monster!" The armored man started to sweat even more as the monster wearing human skin in front of him just kept glowing and getting brighter in front of him. In fact, it felt like he was slowly getting cooked alive under his armor. Oven, without warning, launched himself towards the knight, who squealed and tried to move out of the way, but unfortunately, he collided with Oven, who wrapped his arms around him and put him in a tight bear hug. "Do you know? Tightly covering food in aluminum tin foil and shoving it into the oven to cook it creates more steam in the process." The man's eyes widened before he slowly faced the monster, hugging him with horror etched all over his face, his instinct telling him to do anything it takes to get away from him, while the monster hugging him kept the grin on his face. Humans smell like burnt pork roast when cooked for a certain amount of time with the right temperature. Oven's grin kept getting wider and wider, while his eyes held glee in them when the men went from frozen solid to squirming a lot, and he could hear him whimpering and sobbing for his life, his flailing not helping his case at all. He wanted to make him panic even more by slightly raising the temperature a bit, which got what he wanted, the man squirming and screaming for absolute mercy now while trying to wiggle his way out of his grip. "Ella, let me go. Someone! Save me!" Oven snorted before he slowly but surely raised the temperature higher and higher at a slow but steady pace, which made the man panic more. The armor his prey was wearing has turned into a human-shaped brazen bull, his very own sarcophagus that accommodated to his build. Steam slowly started to come out of his visor while his armor was starting to glow red from the heat. "No! No! No! Let me go! Let me go! Someone! Anyone! Get me out of here! Waha!" He kept screaming and wailing, squirming and shaking his entire body desperately to get out of Oven's grasp to no avail. He responded to his struggles by tightening the hug but kept the increase of heat at the same pace, making sure not to melt the armor and only heating it. He wanted to make this a long and painful experience for him. He wanted to make these bastards pay dearly for annoying him and having the audacity to attempt and bring harm towards his siblings. Although it might be short-lived when he saw how enemy reinforcement was approaching his position. The reinforcements approaching were shocked and alarmed when they saw one of their top officers getting roasted in a bear hug by one of the Big Mom's children. "Let go of Briggs San. Kill that man." "Yeah, TSK. Guess our hugging session is over. A shame, honestly." The man just responded by letting out whimpers in response. He broke his vocal cords with all the screaming. Steam was emitting from his visor a bit, but was able to fully obscure his face, which probably was for the best. He was no longer wiggling, possibly from relief that Oven would end his suffering and just kill him already. But just as Oven was about to let go to deal with the reinforcements, "Don't worry, I will handle them," Daifiki said stoically while walking past his brother, scoffing at the knife wrapped around his brother's arm when he took a quick glance while he walked forward towards the enemy while waving off at his brother. "Continue baking him and feed him to the fishes in the ocean when you're done." Oven just smiled at his brother, especially with his brother's suggestion on what to do when he was done, before slowly grinning towards the burnt man who whimpered even more. Even with his vocal cords broken and possibly fried, he still was able to painfully let out a few words. Let go just ust. K kill me already." Oven snorted before acting like he was deep in thought about whether to prolong or end his suffering for a few seconds before he disturbingly, cheerfully beamed at him. "Nope." And just like that, he raised the heat again, much to the man's burning despair. Daifiki didn't look impressed by the small group charging towards him. He surveyed his surroundings before grinning at the group in front of him. His siblings weren't near him, which meant he could freely command his genie to his bidding. Mama and his siblings were not happy when he sometimes hit his own allies or almost grazed his siblings whenever his genie swung. He shuddered a bit when reminiscing, remembering his younger sister smoothly chopping the shit out of his head for nearly putting a scar on one of his sisters when he flew into a blind rage when he was dealing with a bastard that kept dodging. He even subconsciously reached to rub his head as if he still could feel the pain. He rubbed the center of his belt, which had a depiction of a genie lamp which was glowing. "Let's go, genie!" Blue smoke shot forward from his belt, and it formed into a giant blue bicenta-wielding Majin. The organ harvesters approaching Daifiki now paled and came to a full stop. "What can I do for you, master? Those insects charging at me off with their heads." The genie humphed when receiving his orders and flew towards the group, who now slowly started to take a few steps back. When the genie got in range, he let out a war cry and spun his bicento above his head, which had the enemies finally sprinting away. Unfortunately, they still were in range. Genie Yu in rage split. He swinged horizontally and expertly aimed for all of their necks, separating their heads for each and single of them, even those who were the farthest from his blade. Daifiki stopped rubbing his belt, which made the genie just poof out of existence before looking back at Oven and whistled at the sight. The night Oven was cooking had his armor showing signs of melting with how molten steel was dripping of him. The visor emitting white steam was now emitting black smoke. He finally stopped hugging him and just lifted him up so he could come face to face. Well, what's left off his face? He had to give it to the men though, cooked for such a long time but still hanging in there, even if it was by a thread of his life. It was quite an impressive feat to live for that long while cooked alive for roughly minutes under such high temperature. Welp, let's hope the fishes and especially the sea kings find you still edible. With one hand holding onto his torso, With all his might, he tossed him far into the ocean like garbage. Alright, we should probably sweep the harbor clean and move up to port, Oven said, observing the port, while Daifiki grunted in agreement. Towards their left, their younger sister, Amanda, walked slowly towards her own group that she would deal with. She hadn't unsheathed her blade yet, in exchange for holding a cig and lighter in her hand to smoke, all the while calmly walking towards the organ harvesters. She couldn't smoke throughout the journey, so her non-smoking siblings wouldn't have to smell the nicotine from her. Demon Lady, a person amongst them, murmured in fear before gulping while shakily gripping his blade. Putting the cig in her mouth and lighting it, she was satisfied she could finally smoke, although it didn't show on her face. She put away her lighter and had a hand on her sword's hilt, and unsheathed her weapon slowly. She finally bothered to raise her head to see them with her eyes when she could see their feet under her hat before taking a deep inhale and exhale from her cigarette. Not worth putting much effort in killing or drawing out a fight from them, really. The organ harvesters were tense as the tall woman in front of them kept walking calmly towards them. She muttered something under her breath before vanishing. Huh! One member of the group exclaimed before there was suddenly a large shadow looming over them, and they now could smell the faint scent of cigarette smoke. Wait! Shit! She got BHI. Slow waltz. The last thing they saw was their headless bodies, with Amanda looming over behind them with a bloody blade as their heads hit the floor before they blacked out. Amanda sheathed her blade before looking over her sisters, particularly paying more attention to Effler. They were about done with dealing with their group. She looked around and saw her other siblings sweeping through the harbor, and narrowed her eyes at the forces they are either dealing with or dealt with. The information Snack received about how many people they should be expecting was either a lie, or they hired a lot more men, which made the information outdated, with the latter being the most likely. Hard for anyone to lie when they were interrogated by them of all people. No matter though, just extra garbage to get rid of. She wasn't the only one who noticed the unnaturally high amount of enemy forces too. They have a little more than Perrin, the eldest son said out loud to himself as he passed by people whom he suffocated in candy. Looking at the enemy reinforcements that were sent towards the harbor, they were dealing with more than, and they hadn't even moved up to their base yet. Although it made sense, the island's facilities and the place itself was pretty huge, which meant they would require a lot of men to maintain and operate the entire place. Either that or their little friends in Madior's prison may have been way more mentally fragile than they thought, and they spewed out jumbled and messy information in a haste to stop their suffering that was dish out from Snack and Cracker to get them to spill about the organization. Judging by how they were recklessly charging towards his siblings without a second thought, as if they were confident in taking one of them down, and the fact that he has only seen one so far using Soru, he has nothing much to worry about. The eldest son, Perispero, hearing his own name being said, he turned towards the source of the voice, with his interest being piqued a little at the men who spoke his name. Ho? And who are you supposed to be, Perrin? Your executioner. You? My executioner? Are you sure it's not the other way around? Perispero said, putting more weight on the last part with a challenging look, daring him to make the first move and try to even put a scratch on him. The man scowled before quickly going back to a poker face while looking like he was heavily concentrating, which made Perispero narrow his eye and put his guard up a bit at the man's facial expression. The man dashed forward and threw several throwing knives at fast speed, but Perispero quickly prevented them from hitting him. Aim mini umiyoshi. He spurted candy from his left hand, not only stopping the blades from hitting him, but the candy was also making its way towards the knife thrower, who quickly leaped over it before he could be engulfed by candy, and was now wielding a tomahawk aimed at the eldest son of Big Mom, who in response just simply blocked with his staff. The man leaped behind Perispero and tried to kick him with Haki infused in his leg. Perispero was now even more interested. It has been a while since he fought a Haki user, and he was the first one in a long while besides his siblings in a spar that had him use armament Haki, especially to defend himself. But not only that. Who are you? You clearly stand out more and dress differently amongst the savages that dared provoke us, Perrin. Perispero asked with a diplomatic tone with a tinge of playfulness in it. Me? Well, considering you are going to be a dead man when I'm done with you, I guess I should indulge you. I'm the leader of Silence Embrace, a mercenary group of men for hire. Now it makes sense, Perrin, guessing he paid really high for your services, huh? Especially for you to target me, huh? Perispero said with a joyful tone that didn't hide the venom dripping in it. If he was the leader, his siblings wouldn't have problem with the rest of the lower members then, although he should watch out for more hired groups. Indeed, he would fully pay me your bounty of unlike the Marines who would give % of what you're worth if I present your corpse to them. Quite the deal, indeed Perrin, a hefty sum of money, why not I strike a better deal for you? Perispero said, getting quite amused when he could see the greed in the man's soul flaring up. A man driven by money, someone that shouldn't be trusted, so blinded by greed that he wasn't even paying attention to his surroundings. Ho! A deal with the Charlotte family would be quite beneficial and may prove more valuable than the present deal for your death. What do you propose? Yours. Perispero said, mixed with a hint of venom in a gleeful tone. So be it. Your head shall w what I ask this. The man tried to move into a pose, probably to strike him, but couldn't move his legs. Looking down, he was surprised when he saw a puddle of candy underneath his feet that was slowly making its way up on his shins. Do you think you truly dodged my initial attack, Perrin? I was busy buying time by talking with you as my small sea slug of candy was slowly crawling towards underneath your nose. Curse you to hell. The man said, struggling to move as the candy moved up to his upper torso now. Not the first nor the last who will condemn me to hell, Perrin, now, Candy Man. The candy instantly made its way onto the man's face, suffocating him to death as the candy forcefully entered his mouth, ears, nostrils, and eyes. Now, I wonder if there were more groups hired, Pero. Perispero muttered to himself. It seemed plausible. Organs do sell quite high in the black market, which meant more men could be hired. The harbor was slowly turning from a battlefield to just hills of bodies littered everywhere. Finally, after some time though, the numbers dwindled into none. We have dealt with more than of them from my count, Katakuri said, sitting down with his legs crossed on piles of bodies while stabbing his spear onto one of them and let it stay there. Many had a hole between their eyes while others showed several holes punctured through their bodies. He turned his head and was looking at Snack and Cracker. Maybe we went a little too hard on our little hostages? Snack said, sheepishly rubbing his head. They might have used very strong means to get the information out of their prisoners. So strong, in fact, that it might have broken their mental state. Because clearly, this was a little more than, and that excluded the people who proudly declared themselves as being part of another group or being the leader of said group. They weren't so confident when he dealt with them with ease though. He deserved it, Cracker said shruggingly while waving off at Snack. They should have known the outcome of dealing with them. It would take a miracle to even harm one of his fellow sweet commanders, including himself. Hell, even Anana was able to incapacitate one before he showed up and finish off the man, and like the big brother that he was, lightly scolded her to go back to Mama for her safety. Although he made sure to praise her for stabbing that man in the Achilles heel, years old, and already assisting in murder. He couldn't help but rub her head for that as she walked with a jump in her step towards Mama with a smile, waving a knife, probably to tell her about her small achievement. Did some of them proclaim themselves being hired men by any chance, Sparrowin? Perispero asked. In response, several siblings shot their arms up. Welp, that confirmed his suspicions then. Pretty sure I heard someone said something about being the leader of Black Hearts, or whatever, Cracker said shruggingly. For me, it was a captain of the Dread Pirates. Here is the guy. Punna said cheerfully, hoisting the dead captain's limp body up with her claws still pierced through his chest, blood freshly still dripping. She then threw the body aside after everyone had a good look. Dealt with some former Marines, but they must have been low-ranking ones, Smoothie said, pointing at the pile of dead bodies with the corpses all having the standard-issue Marine coat hanging from their shoulders. Not only do we have to deal with their main forces, but we have to deal with hired mercenaries, Piero Perispero said, which everyone nodded at. But that didn't matter, they will just crush them like everyone else. Although, why have the forces stopped coming? It went from a noisy battlefield to just dead silence now. Dior asked to no one. He was a bit paranoid and was thinking about the reasoning at the sudden halt. They probably are huddled up in the main bases and other facilities. Galette offered the most reasonable explanation towards her sibling. It doesn't matter, they are clearly weak. Let's just crush the rest of them. Smoothie said, raising her sword to the sky. Her siblings followed. Yeah. Also, where's Luffy? Perispero asked, looking around before. Gomu Gomu Giganti pistol. The port shook along with several screams piercing the night, and they looked at the harbor with smoke rising from the distance. The Charlottes just stared at the smoke. Some twitched their eyebrows before sighing and just running towards the harbor. Their brother sure was reckless. A/N. Bruh, couldn't upload, save or shit on fanfic for a while till now. Still busy with personal stuff, but I think I can manage somewhat. On brighter news, the telehead is nearing .k subscribers, so that's neat. Working on all of the Charlotte's bios and etc., so there is that too. Also, the Wattpad ver. So far for now, we'll have a couple of chapters rewritten. Chapter 1 now has a bit of a flashback between the moments of Big Mom and Dragon. Next chapter will probably be a short side story so I could put the bios and tongue sticking out. I will also be making another story later down the line, essentially all one-shots of how Ace could have been saved from Marineford or impelled down, while I rake my brain on ideas on how to progress this story. Anyways, here's a canon make. Tongue sticking out, Akainu's miserable adventure as Fleet Admiral. Akainu sat down in the Fleet Admiral chair in his new office after his promotion, his body heavily wrapped in bandages underneath his clothes from his fight with Akiji. It was definitely going to leave a scar. He was staring down at the table in frustration, reminiscing about the fight. That bastard. Damn, Akiji muttered, cursing as he laid down on his stomach before he turned over and looked towards his lower torso and grimaced. His foot was definitely a lost cause. The burns were too severe. He looked up, away from the leg and focused on a less but still severely injured Akainu, panting heavily but still standing up straight without slouching as he stared him down. Blood covered his entire body like him. Give up, Akiji. I will never accept you as Sengoku's replacement. Akainu said, wheezing a bit before he breathed heavily while panting. He didn't know how long it had been, but the fight must have gone on for days straight. Neither side were willing to lose this important battle of their lives. A battle that will be the ultimate decision of what the Navy shall become. Either way, it will be a turning point in marine history. The loyal red dog against the blue pheasant, both suffered severe wounds. But in this moment Akainu had the upper hand with amputating his fellow admiral, all to achieve his goal no matter what. He respected his strength, but somewhat as laid back and lazy as him couldn't be an admiral. He refused to accept it. He would ruin the Navy if someone as incompetent as him was to be put in charge. He took a side glance towards the other admiral who was spectating from the sidelines, sitting on a lawn chair with a bucket of popcorn on a table next to him while holding a megaphone which was lying on his lap while staring at them. Laid back as always while keeping his views on justice unclear to anyone, Kizaru took a handful of popcorn and ate them, not breaking eye contact with Akainu when he see him side glancing, and instead shot him a smirk which had him getting his attention back to Akiji. Akiji defiantly just smirked at him before he made an icicle and stabbed it into his burnt leg and cut it off. He grunted in pain before he placed his hand on the stump and froze it, and made a peg leg of sorts with ice. And let someone like you take over? Akiji said, standing up, getting used to the ice peg leg while glaring at Akainu before grinning again, which had Akainu practically internally groaning. You don't have the balls. And now Akainu was groaning externally in irritation. He has his AAA point and ya no? Kizaru said into the megaphone while munching on popcorn, which was also transmitted on the megaphone, which now had Akainu additionally face-palming. How many times did it make it? How many times did Kizaru join along with Akiji? How many critical hits did he have to take to his dignity and pride before Akiji can go down? Kizaru reached into the bucket for another popcorn but couldn't feel anything inside. He shrugged before he reached down into the ground and took his ND bag of popcorn and opened the plastic packaging and refilled his bucket before throwing it away and going back to eating popcorn. Akainu just gritted his teeth and charged at Akiji, who did the same. One was smirking mockingly at the other, who was gritting his teeth in frustration. He looked at the cigar box in contemplation before taking out a cig and lighting it, inhaling the toxic fumes to calm his nerves. He won the battle, but at what cause? Even as Akiji handed in his resignation, he continued mockingly smirking and taunting him as he left, much to his dismay. Fleet Admiral Sakazuki. Brand New approached his office in a panic with sweat on his face as he saluted, which had Akainu's attention. At ease, Lieutenant Commander Akainu stood up as Brand New dropped the salute, but he did not loosen up at all. What is it? Akainu asked, wondering what had him scurrying here looking panic. Multiple marine bases and ships have been attacked. What? Who's responsible? Akainu understood the man's worries immediately now. Fire Fist Ace, the son of the accursed pirate king. What is his motive? Akainu scowled, remembering the failure of the execution immediately as his name was brought up. Brand New just shakingly raised his hand, which held pictures, which had Akainu raising his eyebrows at before taking them and looking at them. What is this? Akainu asked, dumbfounded, as he turned the pictures towards Brand New, looking at him in disbelief. The aftermath of his attack. Sir Akainu just pinched his nose at that as he looked at the pictures again. It showed pictures of the deck, hulls and cabins of numerous marine ships, along with pictures of multiple marine bases along with their facilities. They all had one thing in common: multiple messages burnt and charred onto the surfaces, like a lunatic in a mental institute writing on the walls frantically. Change my name back to Port Gas. Ace. Showed burn onto every possible places it could be burned onto. What shall we do, sir? Brand New asked frantically while Akainu raked his brain. Abiding to the cries of a pirate was something he would never do, but right now, he had the responsibilities of managing every single marine. If Goldace didn't have his name changed, then he would continue attacking anything affiliated with the Marines. He could foresee the severe migraine coming his way if this were to continue, and besides, with his name changing back to Portgas, the damage would have already been done. Multiple posters of him bearing GOL and his name had already been printed and spread throughout the world. They won't retract it back. They will just print another set of posters with his Portgas name on it. Even if they do magically disappear, everyone would have burned it into their memory that Ace was Gold Roger's son. Brand New Akainu asked, looking at Brand New. Why, yes? Get a new bounty of him with Portgas back in his name, along with increasing his bounty too, for his destruction on marine bases and ships. But make sure every marine is reminded that his name will always truly be Goldace. Yes, sir. Brand New said, walking out and closing the door behind him, leaving Akainu alone. He slumped down and rubbed his head. He had a feeling, deep down. The Charlottes split off in separate directions, going building to building and clearing them out of any enemies, while their mother did the same, slowly walking while her children around and below followed behind her closely, although she made sure that Smoothie would chase down and join Luffy in demolishing them. Right now her son was making a beeline towards the center, their main base. He could probably handle himself just fine, but she still wanted someone to keep an eye on him. There are many ways to tell a person's personality when they fight, and Luffy is proving to be similar to Cracker. Reckless. For the rest of her children, anyone above and around were trained in combat by either personally herself or their older siblings. They can reliably take on the fools hiding, considering they were curled beneath them with their pathetic display of strength at their harbor. As she walked further towards the center of the island, she could see smoke and fog coming from several locations, sometimes accompanied by the screaming and agony of people. They are snuffing them out. Zeus and Prometheus were floating in the skies before they lowered themselves to around Big Mom's shoulder, as her children looked at them in wonder. Mama, I know, she said knowingly and patted her two homies. They nodded and grinned before raising themselves up near the clouds again. She clapped her hand before stopping dead in her tracks, turning around to face them with a bright smile. All right, let's have a game of spot the idiot hiding around us. Now then, where do you think these soon-to-be dead people are hiding behind? She cheerfully asked her spawns with a dangerous glint in her eyes as she looked around her. She could feel the souls of around people. Most of them were inside the buildings around them, and were just behind the closed windows, while others took cover in the alleyways and corners outside. She couldn't help but internally laugh when she could physically see a man clearly trying to hide behind cover on the roof when she was around the height of the building, and he was shaking a lot, making it even more obvious. There are people around us? Vero asked, clearly surprised even though it didn't show as his hair blocked half of his face. The other children also were surprised and started looking around them. Mama nodded before grinning brightly at them. Indeed, and if you spot them, I will give you candy. She sang the last part, practically dangling a prize in front of them. Her children perked up at that and turned their heads in several directions, eyeing their surroundings in curiosity without worry if they jumped on them. Their mother was with them after all. As her children were essentially playing hide and seek with them, she slowly took off her hat. Napoleon, sword form, she said with a neutral tone while taking off her hat. Homie, yes, Mama. She held onto the hilt and stabbed the blade into the ground and waited patiently for her children to spot someone. She noticed Angela widening his eyes at a direction, and she took a glance to where he was looking and scoffed. A window on the RD story quickly closed a split second when it was in her line of sight. The fool probably was trying to take a peek at them. Mama! I saw someone open the window over there. Angela cheerfully beamed while pointing up at where the idiot was hiding behind. She could now sense panic in his soul, which had her grinning wider a bit while Angela's siblings followed his finger towards a closed window. Oh? Are you sure you weren't seeing things? Big Mom said, teasing her little son if he actually did see a man while she walked up to the window. She made sure to add more weight in her steps to let the fool know she was approaching his hiding spot. She placed her hand on the wall above the window and just waited. She was tempted to tap against the wall, but ultimately just waited. Yeah. I swear. Before Angela could finish his words, the window slammed open and a man sweating heavily pulled out a cannon and aimed at Big Mom's face. He was shaking uncontrollably in fear as she just had a disturbing Cheshire grin sharply pointed at him. Before he could pull the trigger or anything, she slid her hand that was touching the wall and grabbed him from above, squeezing him until she heard his bones breaking, not caring nor stopping as he screamed for his life. She grinned as she was absorbing his lifespan while crushing him, like squeezing juice out of lemon. After a while she eventually could feel and hear his bones break. She grinded the corpse in her hand carefully, turning his bones a bit into powder before she dropped the meat bag. She took the handkerchief she kept in her pocket and wiped the blood from her hands. It was a hassle to clean off when dried and hardened. Good job. She knelt down and rubbed Angle's head with one finger, which he enjoyed with glee, before giving him a giant piece of wrapped candy that she kept in her pockets, to which he beamed at before he unwrapped and started chewing on. She raised her eyes at her other children, who looked on in jealousy, before she clapped her hand to get their attention. Now there is still plenty of people around us, she cheerfully said, which had their mood lit up at that. Now where do you think they are? Her children lit up and started looking more frantically with grins on their face. She waited patiently as her children slowly but surely snuffed more out, to which she drained their souls off. More left, and she could feel the uneasiness, the fear dripping off them, much to her delight. Most of her children grinned as they had a piece of candy, some of the more observant ones rewarded or for spotting more people, but few of her children were clearly sulking over not getting candy, particularly Dosa. She gently knelt down towards her children who didn't had any and gave them one piece each, much to their surprise. They looked up at their mother in surprise and wonder. Don't be so disheartened, a lot of your siblings also aren't really observant. We each have our own strong points and weak points. The next time we play, it might be something you excel in, she explained gently towards her children, who grinned back and had their moods raised up. Yes, Mama, they beamed back adorably. Ah, the joys of being a mother. Smoothie was taking a casual jog with Luffy by her side. It would seem like a nice stroll if you take aside the buildings that were turned to Swiss cheese with the amount of holes and chunks missing from it, and especially the limp bodies of organ harvesters that they punched, kicked, slapped, drained, and stabbed off. It took a while for her to finally catch up to her brother, with her taking care of the ones who weren't in her brother's way and hid like cowards. But she made it, and just jogged with her energetic brother, who had a big grin on his face as he punched people left and right while she kicked and stabbed them, sometimes giving them a backhand slap. You really are like Cracker in his younger days, she offhandedly remarked, seeing the similarities in recklessness, while Luffy tilted his head at her in curiosity while punching a person who jumped out of a trash can. Always attacking without help nor a plan, she huffed as she sliced a building in half to get to them who were either hiding behind or inside the building. Shishishi. Don't worry. I'm strong. Luffy beamed at her while flexing his arm, emphasizing his point, which had Smoothie giggling under her breath in amusement. Eh? Cracker? You are going to go alone? A year-old Smoothie clung on to said older brother's leg while looking worried. Cracker rubbed Smoothie's head with a confident and arrogant grin. Yeah. Don't worry, I'm stronger than those weak s. He reassured her before he widened his eyes, realizing what he said before looking around frantically as if he was being hunted by Cypher Pole, while Smoothie deadpanned at him. He had a sailor's mouth, a loose tongue to boot with it. She was pretty sure most of her siblings, including her, learned cussing from him. Safe to say Mama was not amused by his antics. Maybe those rumors of his first words as a baby being motherer are actually true. Don't tell Mama what I said, yeah? Cracker smiled nervously at Smoothie, who continued to give a stoic and emotionless look at her brother. Buy me grape juice when you come back. Deal, yeah, just like a certain strong reckless idiot older brother. A/N. I'ma be honest with ya. I wrote the omake first before the actual chapter LMAO. Anyways, it probably will be weird considering the omake may actually be longer than the actual chapter. But I have my reasons. Still working on something really bloody long. At the end of finishing it, it probably would be like K words long theoretically. I don't even know if it is possible to fit it into a chapter 2, was planning to put it here, but I am still not finished with it. Anyway, here's a omake that is canon, especially with Kizaru. Omake features: Shiki gets up to date, Akaino's suffering more, Kizaru's happy time, Shiki's bounty. The golden age shall return again. Shiki looked forward towards the island he was approaching with a sinister and grim look on his face, all the while basking in the good old fresh wind and the smell of seawater that he used to take in when sailing before he got his ass handed to him by Garp and Sengoku. It seems the world has moved rapidly forward while he was imprisoned and impelled down. Roger was executed in that pathetic little town in the weakest of sea of all places, like those bastards planned to carry out the execution. But the biggest piece of news that he was taking in right now was the War of Marineford. To think Edward of all people was gone, it was an odd feeling for him. For a rocks pirate, even one of the former horsemen and strongest out of them. for him to die was so odd. But it wasn't unexpected, from what he heard while spending his time, and absolutely wrecking the brat's little palace, choking out the cabin boy with seawater who weirdly was smiling all the way through, quite literally asking for death. He didn't know if he was super drunk, or he just swinged like that, but he ain't one to judge a person's kink. With Kaido and his little group, Edward suffered from declining health and old age, even possibly having strokes throughout his battle to save one of his sons. He snorted when he thought about Roger's child. He couldn't help but find it all too amusing. Poor Gastiace, or rather, Goldace, the child of the pirate king on board of his rival's ship, even acting as a commander under Edward's ship, it was all too funny to him. He should pay a visit to his sons when he finds their whereabouts and have a drink with them. In fact, he was planning to drink with all the emperors and their crews except for Kaido, for he already did that with him. Especially with the brat that sailed under Roger and replaced him as an emperor of the seas after his fight with Garp and Sengoku, Shanks. And when that is done, he will find Edward's grave, finally pour a bottle of sake for the now dead former crewmate and mourn in silence. His final drink with Edward. He closed his eyes and reminiscent about those days again, when he was just a crewmate with people who somehow had either the same or more screws loosed in their heads than him and were stab happy on a / basis. He still remembered when he woke up in the middle of the night to someone who had a knife above their head, ready to plunge it into his chest, to which he immediately killed them and just went back to sleep. Ah, the good old days. But as much as he would like to remember those blood-soaked glory days and have a drink with the emperors right now, he had to do something. He had several newspapers around him, and he had gone through all of them. Like he suspected, numbskull pirate wannabes are scavenging the seas for Roger's treasure, much to his displeasure. Sengoku was promoted to Fleet Admiral, which Shiki hummed at. He could see it, although it seems he was stepping down now and was replaced by Akainu, who was promoted into an admiral, while he was an impelled down, it seems. He still remembered all those times he taunted, mocked, and beat the living snot out of the Red Dog when he was still a low-ranking fool who blindly chased after them, particularly gunning for Rock's head, much to the crew's amusement back at the time. Some pirates serving as government dogs, to which he scowled at. They were a disgrace to be even considered pirates if they accepted to be under those snobby bastards. He would rather go to war, bring hell forth the Holy Land, and die under his own terms rather than be under their control. Several crews of pirates above million that are considered the worst generation, to which he scoffed at. Worst generation? Has the world forgotten about the previous generation where Rox was still around? Although as he pondered on that, he realized that they probably put a rug under that bloody and chaotic part of history. He widened his eyes a bit when he thought about something and scoured through the newspaper, and his assumptions were correct. None talked about him being out of impelled down. Hell, none talked about any impelled down prisoners breaking out at all. But as he looked through the news, he knew why. Not only was the execution a failure, but a rookie from East Blue, he couldn't help but feel boiling anger and internally grumble. Of course, had to be that bloody sea of all places, was the main reason it went to a shitshow. From the revelation broadcasted live that he was the son of some brat called Dragon, to breaking poor Gastiace out of his cuffs, to beating the current admirals and even castrating Akainu, to which he winced but laughed at, and finally getting away with it with minimal injuries along with the surviving members of Whitebeard and supposed to be executed brat from Marineford. He was interested in that East Blue brat, especially when he found out his name was Monkey D. Luffy, Garp's grandson, a rookie pirate from Paradise that turned into a major threat. Now that got him to bust out laughing maniacally. Better yet, Garp's son and father of Luffy was a revolutionary, the most wanted criminal that is openly revolting against the government. Now that made the sun seem to shine brighter when he found out about this information. He could feel his hair shining gold for a moment, it was so good. It made the fact that this rookie was from that pathetic sea more bearable. The world is in disarray from what Garp's grand brat did in Marineford, so naturally, to save a bit of face, they placed a rug under the mess that is the biggest breakdown in impelled down history. Yeah, he could see the citizens' reaction to how pathetic the Navy looked after botching up that big event at Marineford, at the impelled down breakout, and people might protest and riot for their incompetency, so covering it up seemed natural. And he was about to pull that rug for the whole world to see. Hell, he might pull the other older rug while he was at it too. He's sure the others won't mind it. He couldn't help but want to pat Garp's grand brat on the shoulder for absolutely demolishing the Marine's reputation for what he did when he met him face to face eventually. After all, he helped spread the message he wanted to convey for everyone to know, but he wanted to cement it. The rookie laid the foundation base, and he will show up to place the sign onto it, and finally make the message go through everyone's thick skulls. What this means, what will always be a fact. Pirates are the one true rulers of these seas. Fleet Admiral Akainu. Brand New showed up yet again towards his office looking pale, not a good sign. It has been a month after the War of Marineford, after dealing with Akiji, after dealing with Gold Ace, and now whatever Brand New is about to report to him. There were other notable problematic pirates, especially Eustace Kid. For reasons unknown, he has been more active in attacking towns, ports and marine bases, kicking the violence and murder higher. The motives so far are unknown, but his bounty had been increasing more and more because of his recent atrocities. A lot of high-ranking Marines were sent after him, but he keeps either slipping through their grasp or decimating their forces, much to his irritation. At ease, Lieutenant Commander, report the situation, he said coolly. He was getting adjusted towards his new position and the duties of Fleet Admiral, but that was probably because he was smoking to deal with the shitshow. When he was an Admiral, he just had to report to the Celestial Dragons and Sengoku. When he still was the Fleet Admiral, he occasionally dealt with upstarts that proved problematic for their potential to become a major threat in the future. They were quickly snuffed out before they could grow. But now, he has faced his biggest opponent yet: paperwork. Dear Lord, the reports from all the bases, the request for supplies, the request of Marines with notable accomplishments and ranks to be transferred to another base. He has taken interest on two particular individuals after looking through their reports. The requests for research and development in weapons and prototypes formed the SSG. There were also reports of notorious pirates being spotted, reports of confrontations and combat aftermaths with said notorious pirates too. How the hell did Sengoku handle all of this? Unfortunately for Akainu, Sengoku didn't handle all of this alone, and the Buddha might have let it slip in his mind to tell him he could hand the paperwork to a division he personally made to deal with the stacks of documents and reports, but hey, he's on vacation. He pinched his nose, ready to deal with whatever bad news Brand New has come to deliver to him. To add on, Gold Lion Shiki has been spotted approaching Sabody. Akainu widened his eyes and let the cigar fall out of his mouth before gritting his teeth. Shiki, the flying pirate, a prominent rival of Roger, more prominent than Whitebeard, for they had confronted each other more frequently. That bastard had tried talking the Pirate King into an alliance where they could rule the bloody world together. Fortunately, that never came to fruition after the Pirate King's execution and the Golden Lion's imprisonment. But now the lion is freed from his cage, with his rival dead. Who knows what his next move will be next? But more importantly, a person who is supposed to be impelled down, out of his cell and sailing freely? If the public recognized him, which they surely will, quickly get every available Marine that is either on or close to Sabody to intercept the Golden Lion. Akainu said, standing up and heading outside. I want every Vice Admiral on base to get on a battleship and form a fleet with Kizaru acting as the head of it. Brand New flinched at that, which had Akainu narrowing his eyes. What is it? Brand New gulped before looking nervously away from Akainu. Admiral Kizaru is. Akainu couldn't believe the bullshit he was hearing right now. What do you mean he went out for his happy times? Kizaru smiled as he went into his room on the small ship that was far, far away from Marine HQ and locked it. Sitting down on his chair, he placed numerous tone dials on his desk with several recordings of music on them, and for the center and main piece of interest in Kizaru's eyes, a bag of Zaza that he dropped onto the table. It helps keep his mind calm and focused, allows him to plan his next move and series of attacks on his opponents rather than frantically shooting out attacks in wild panic. Speaking of keeping his mind calm, Marineford was a shame. He couldn't hit a blunt before the war. If he did, he could have properly fought and deal with Luffy. He was genuinely taken aback by his usage of armament Haki when he was intercepting him. If only Akainu didn't drag him off towards the execution platform before he could get high, he could have kept a cool, calm, collective consciousness. His mind was racing too fast, too many thoughts were going through his head before he could even think of countering his fist with his own Haki at the time. He was planning to get Akainu back for effectively killing his high, but seeing Straw Hat kick the shit out of Akainu's nuts, now that had him smiling even without being on some ganja. After that he had to deal with pirates groups popping right, left, and pretty much anywhere after Whitebeard just had to confirm the existence of Roger's treasure. It was pretty easy to deal with them, for they were just idiots who got ambitious with egos that might even be larger than his stash of green. Then Akainu just had to get salty over Akiji being the next fleet admiral after Sengoku. Speaking of, think that no one knew he occasionally went on a break during Akiji and Akainu's fight to smoke some good kush, although they probably wouldn't have noticed considering those two were so engrossed in their fight to even bother looking at their surroundings. He leaned back on his chair and slumped his legs onto the deck. He gently raised his left leg and hit the play button with the heel of his shoe on one of the tone dials and let the music play. The intro sounding pleasant as he rolls up a stick and smoked it, exhaling the smoke with great pleasure, while the song continued progressing. Smoking without a care in this chaotic world, for he left his den mushy back at base so no one can interrupt him. As long as the Zaza kept rolling towards him, he was a relatively happy man. This was the life. Akainu groaned. Must he do everything by himself? Advise everyone that I shall be leading the fleet in Kizaru's stead instead, he sighed as he walked towards the harbor, taking in the sight of all the ships docked before. Brand new, take point as the temporary fleet admiral and make sure run things smoothly in my absence. And, yes sir? Brand new responded as Akainu stopped dead in his track while staring off at the hallway, seemingly lost in thought to him. If the Golden Lion Shiki is indeed spotted by citizens and especially the news reporters, and in the worst case scenario, Shiki gets away with it, put him on the list of potential new Yakos and reactivate his old bounty of minutes. It took them to clear the harbor before they spent another minutes pushing up towards the town and closer towards their base. It was honestly a bit pathetic. They easily plowed through their large forces that spilled forth onto their harbor with minimum effort. Some stood out from the rest, but they were dealt with like the rest of them before. It was just smooth sailing from that point. They were dealing with pretty much the leftovers at this point. Many siblings internally admit that it was a nice change in events. Going out of Toto Land for a nice night stroll through the corpses of their enemies was much more fun than the boring patrol duty and ingredient gathering task. They enjoyed this moment of freedom and savored it. But for the rest, they were rushing it, most prominent being Katakuri. Some of them wanted to end on time and head back home and just hit the bed, where they let the embrace of sleepiness take hold of their bodies, letting them slumber. Right now, the siblings closest to the main base of operations were Luffy and Smoothie, followed behind by Cracker and his triplet sisters. Speaking of which, these buildings sure are old, Custard offhandedly commented while walking beside Angel, while their big brother was ahead of them. Angel nodded at that statement as she looked at the two-story building towards her left. The harbor and port's appearance and condition were a stark contrast towards the main town. The port looked like it was built a month ago, while the buildings looked centuries old. But unlike ancient ruined buildings, these ones were still very well intact with a bit of moss on it, several cracks forming and a few walls missing a few chunks. But it still held strong. It seems abandoned well before those bastards came over and took over this place, and made it their base, Angel said while Custard nodded at that in agreement. Is there anything written down about this island before the organ harvesters came around? Custard asked Angel, who shrugged, making her look at Cracker instead. Hey Crack, she said, using his childhood nickname the triplets fondly have given him to get his attention, to which it did. He stopped dead on his tracks and turned slowly towards them. What? Didn't you hear what we were talking about? She pouted childishly at him, while he shrugged in his armor still. She sighed and repeated herself, is there any history written down about this island before? You know, the island became the base of these guys? Custard said, kicking one of many that they had slayed. Cracker shrugged, nope. I don't deal with that shit. Go ask Mondior about it later when we see him. We probably have a book about it somewhere in our library. He turned back and continued walking while the sisters stalled for a second before they continued walking with a sigh. Yeah, they probably should have expected that. As Cracker walked, he was frowning inside his armor, twitching his eyebrows, digging through his memories. Something doesn't add up though, Cracker said internally, cranking the gears in his head as he started recalling his ventures. He had been through several missions which involved claiming islands, gathering ingredients, and etc. He had been to several places. He wagers about either a quarter or a third of the New World. He had even traveled to Maguro Kingdom before to chat with several brokers to inquire information related to something Mama desired, several times throughout his before his strength was required elsewhere. But he still frequented the island somewhat, his last visit being about a year ago. And he will deny any accusation or claims his siblings made about him going there just to witness the underground fights that happen in a certain part of town, while betting most of his allowance and spoils of war on a certain pair of funky siblings. No sir, not at all. He has taken several routes there, came across several islands along the way when visiting the place. He never remembered coming across this island before. Not only that, the map Snack used. In the library geography section, they have an archive section containing several maps of the entire world, each map made from when a new year came rolling around the corner. The map Snack was using was the most recent and updated one so far until the next year started to roll in. This island was between Maguro and Toto Land, Big Bro Daifuka's island to be more specific, that was between the kingdom And he had traveled along that path, even departed and sailed off from Daifuku's island once. Everything was in proper working condition. Everything. The compass definitely was working, considering that they were able to reach the kingdom and go back smoothly. So how the hell did he not see an island that he should have come across? That was something he will think about later. Right now, just kill anything moves. Enemy contact, just like right now. Pathetic. Katakuri huffed in slight disappointment, expecting a much more stronger force than the ones in the harbor, but he easily plowed through them with ease. Anyone that was called strong amongst the enemy ranks were clearly just some guys that has a grasp of Haki, maybe even know a government technique as a bonus, and that was pretty much it. He had set extremely low expectations for them to be able to put up much of a fight, but they somehow managed to dig underground and go lower than he could have ever imagined. But honestly, after seeing Luffy easily deal with that one guy back then, yeah, he probably should have foreseen this. And speaking of Luffy, he expended and stretched his leg with Machi, also adding spikes around before hardening it with Haki, and let it stay there high up above the buildings before a bunch of enemies bursted forth from their hiding spots and were about to shoot him until they were squashed by his foot. Him needs more momentum and just general speed. It would be better if I used my arm instead, he commented to himself, retracting his leg and looking at his hand, and thought about it, thinking about how he would gain said momentum to slam down his fist at a fast speed. He also wanted to finish quickly to get back home to eat his beloved donuts, maybe even spinning one on his finger before he ate it. Spinning a donut, and it hit him. He was smiling a bit underneath his scarf, as he now knew how he would reach the speed. He saw one of the organ harvesters somehow still alive from his attack and was crawling away, albeit slowly and twitching a lot. He took several steps back while facing the crawling man before he turned into a donut, and was spinning rapidly towards the man. He leaped up before returning to normal, raised his hand which stretched and enlarged with spikes on it before hardening it with Haki, making it look like a gigantic, spiked mace, with the momentum from spinning as a donut. He slammed it hard into the crawling man. I will call this Buzzcut Machi, he said while inspecting his opponent, which was stuck on his arm thanks to the Machi before he grew another idea. A way to finish off the opponent, but he won't put that much strength into it. The man was already dead upon impact. He stretched his Machi arm above the buildings and spun several times before he slammed it down, grunting a bit as he put a bit of muscle into it, resulting in an explosion of debris and dust to be formed as he slammed him into the ground. As the dust cleared, a giant hole was formed from where he slammed him into. Katakuri hummed to himself, satisfied with the move he created before he moved forward while thinking, I wonder how many more moves my little brother shall display? He mused while walking towards their base, wondering how he can mimic or get inspired by his little brother's move sets. Luffy was casually jogging with Smoothie towards their base, occasional punching some dude that popped up. Keyword being was. As he was running, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, frozen in place for a split second before he had a feral grin with a bit of drool coming out as he turned towards the direction of where that delicious smell he so bloody missed. Meat, he shouted with arms raised before dashing off, literally leaving Smoothie in dust, who just looked confused before ultimately shrugging with amusement. Little bro has a strong nose when it comes to his favorite food, it seemed. She saw how Luffy dealt with that one guy back hours ago, really not worth remembering with how weak he was. She probably could deal with the boss herself. But she was curious about what meat tasted like. Smoothie never had eaten anything like meat throughout her life, but her older siblings did. But that was because Mama left them on an island so they wouldn't get hurt while she sailed with the Rocks pirates. It was a rare sign of motherly affection considering how she was like before. Sadly, over time, with how they spent most of their lives in Tato Land, where the main source of food is desserts, snacks and sweets after their mother returned after the Rocks pirates' disbandment, her older siblings gradually forgot the taste of meat, so she really had no idea what the taste is like. Sure, many of her siblings, including herself obviously with how she was a sweet general, went out of Mama's territory to do tasks and stuff that benefited the crew and kingdom, but they never really ordered meat before because they wanted to go back immediately in fear that they would incur the wrath of their mother for taking too long, and they will have to tell her why it took longer than usual. Well, back then anyway, they still were on that mindset that something bad would happen if they were later than usual. Nothing really changed about that. Old habits die hard, she internal thought, grimacing a bit at that. But they were getting better. They were slowly getting used to live and do personal things for themselves and not for their mother's sake and ambition. They were getting used to living out their lives for their own sake and their own lives. Do things that they personally wanted to do without ridicule or disgust from their mother's gaze in the past. They could wear whatever they want without being forcefully dressed up like some kind of doll for all to see and gawk at. They could talk freely and be themselves, no longer putting up a facade because they weren't allowed to show their true selves to others. She could stop hiding her right eye underneath her hair because it was different than the other. The mere thought of such freedom hasn't truly gotten through her and the older siblings' skulls yet. She finally stopped turning her head, which kept looking between the path of her objective and looking to place Luffy ran off to just staring at where he ran off to now. It wouldn't hurt to be selfish and curious now, would she? So, she looked at the direction of the base of the enemies before shrugging and heading towards the direction of where her brother went. It might be irresponsible of her to postpone her duties as a sweet general by dragging out her task to eat foreign food, but it was her life. And damn it, she wanted to enjoy and live a little. And naturally she went from hunting her target to chasing her brother while internally chuckling in amusement. She never really thought much about her freedom till her brother came in. Mere days of him socializing with the few of his siblings, with her personally interacting with Luffy for a few minutes. And yet even with those few minutes of interaction, he had her realizing about how she was free to do whatever she wanted now, without even speaking to her about it. But looking back, with Broly, who seemed to walk more straighter and brighter after coming back with their little brother, Poir and Bhaskar being more confident with their appearance, putting when they leaned in to listen to their night conversation, she couldn't help but hold a genuine smile on her face while facing forward in curiosity and amusement as she spoke to herself. Luffy, you are an interesting little brother. I wonder what effect you would have with the others? Amazing! Luffy stared starry-eyed at what seemed to be the canteen kitchen. There were pots of steaming hot curry with multiple bowls, some empty while some filled with either rice, curry, or both. But he ignored that in favor of staring at the giant amount of meat stacked on top of one another on a plate. He ran over and took a bite, before another, and yeah, you already get the gist of it. Delicious, not as good as Sanji, but delicious, he exclaimed in joy within bites. Oh, so that's what it smells like. Luffy let a confused before turning to look at Smoothie with a piece of meat still in his mouth, eyeing the meat like it was some sort of artwork in a museum. Luffy gulped down his food before fully tuning his head to look at Smoothie in confusion before his eyes widened. It can't be. Oh, why does it sound like you haven't tasted meat before? Luffy was visible sweating in worry. Who in their life hasn't gone on without meat? Because I never did, Smoothie answered with the most genuine voice, which had Luffy's jaw hanging low in disbelief. It stretched downwards before eventually hitting the floor. Eh? What the hell? You never ate meat in your life? Luffy shouted, almost sounding desperate for it to be a lie, to which sadly it wasn't. It was merely the truth, confirmed with Smoothie shaking her head at that. Most of us grew up eating nothing more than desserts and sweets, never knew why meat was never imported to Tato Land. We had the resources to do so, she shrugged before eyeing the plate. Smoothie went and extended an arm to grab the meat, and Luffy, for once, decided to let someone eat meat in front of him. Because goddamn, a life without knowing the taste of meat is a life he would rather not be in. Smoothie inspected for the final time before she indulged in her desire. Taking a bite out of it, she chewed on it before swallowing it and looking at the meat with all delicacy. She engulfed the meat, and Luffy smiled before grabbing the entire plate and eating it. She knew what meat tasted like. That's all Luffy cared about before he rapidly engulfed it all in front of her, who looked surprised, her mouth gaping with the corner of her lips facing upwards while twitching her eyebrows before she rolled her eyes and looked amused rather than annoyed now. She could enjoy the meat later when it reached Tato Land. She remembered Mama saying she will import it to Tato Land, and she takes her promises quite seriously. Although her siblings and herself may have to fight their little brother in order to taste even a single slab of it. Welp, there's that, Smoothie said, wiping her lips with a handkerchief she kept on her. Did you grow up only eating meat or something? You seem quite infatuated with it, Smoothie said, noting how Luffy looked like a dehydrated man in Arabasta found an oasis when he was eating it. Luffy rubbed his head as the memories of his childhood mentally appeared in his mind, while he was smiling to himself. Me, Sabo and Ace were raised with mountain bandits, but we normally went out to hunt for our own food cause they wouldn't feed us. If we wanted food, we need to bring the food. He cheerfully recalled those good old days where they used to be together, but they have their own ambitions and goals now. Their brotherhood is still strong, but they have their own respective crews that they sail with. Gramps would always throw me into a forest into wild beasts to make me strong up until I was where he tried to train me into being a marine, Luffy said, grumbling, sticking his tongue out at that as if I would ever be a marine. Smoothie on the other hand winced at that. Make him stronger, her ass. That was blatant child abuse from the hero of the Navy. Although she would admit, That must have been a major factor in her brother gaining Haki at such a young age. Seems and sounds traumatizing enough for him to gain Haki that way. The brothers he's sworn to probably gained Haki that way too. She really wanted to slap the out Garp while draining the life out of him for being such an incompetent ass towards her little brother. Dragon more so with how he handed Luffy to said old man. But unfortunately those men aren't here right now. She shoved her hatred for those bastards aside in favor of generally interacting and getting to know her little brother better. That must have been rough being raised by that kind of guy. Mama and him used to fight often or years ago, Smoothie said, remembering the bedtime stories and tales their mama talked to them about. Mama fought with Gramps? Luffy looked generally shocked while Smoothie nodded in confirmation. Smoothie nodded and took out a pocket watch before putting it back from where she took it. She had enough time to tell some tales from Mama. Yeah. In fact, Mama used to sail with the Yonkos, most obvious being Whitebeard, Kaido and Shiki. Luffy sat on the table with his legs crossed while paying very attentively towards this story, a story that would be spreaded by a golden lion in Sabody weeks from now. While Smoothie was retelling small parts of Mama's adventures, a certain sister of theirs was having a good time, to say the least. I may have to move the story to mature for this, but worth it. Listen up here, ya ing wankers. You bloody less spineless twats. Why y'all clearly are class of comedians, cause your life is a ing joke. Currently, Charlotte Millise was standing on top of a bunch of bruised and bloody bodies who all were conscious. They were beaten to an inch of their lives with most of their bones broken and had no choice but to lay on top of each other while the Charlotte made them question the reasoning for why they were born to this godforsaken world. She had a huge grin plastered on her face, basking in the joy of being able to pull out her extensive knowledge of roastology on these cunts. It was nice to let loose on being a proper and elegant lady and rip these fools a new one. PP please. And mercy. Some dude said under his helmet. Millise looked at the man before kicking his helmet off, and looked disgusted. Was this guy even a human being at this point? Ah hell nah, what the are ya? Did you style your hair to look like a ing toothbrush for Sea Kings? Bet you have to pay extra to stay at a place while getting charged with every second you're there, don't ya? Your mother must have been the bravest woman on the earth with how she let herself get shagged by animals, and Sea Kings along with different people of various races to create an abomination like you. If you were sold to slavery, you would be the one paying your master to hire you. She spitted on the man who looked dead inside before walking towards another victim who was desperately crawling away from the Satan spawn that was Millise. Looking at her new victim, she just nodded to herself. Oh yeah, you must be a celestial dragon with that kind of face, cause who in the world would want to go near you? You look like the kind of guy who tries to join in on the conversation of people talking who all look at you like the most creepiest motherer they have seen in their lives. If you became infamous, you wouldn't have a bounty or be mentioned at all. Because why would the Navy want to make someone traumatized when they see your ass in the papers? The only thing you will be attracting in your life is germs and bacteria. I thought it was impossible for an aborted fetus to be alive after surgery. But clearly I am wrong. Let me guess, infanthood in the dumpster, childhood in the sewers, and adulthood as God's mistake, right? You look like you spend years in prison for public indecency because you didn't wear a paper bag over your H. Bang! Millise scoffed as the man grabbed a flintlock pistol and shot himself without hesitation after he finally had enough, it seemed. And it seemed those years in the joint made you a ing. She just stood there, basking in the absolute fiesta she caused before she saw someone crawling away, looking directly at her. As they made eye contact, the man had eyes of acceptance. He stopped crawling as she walked towards him with a calculative stare. And he knew that he was ed/n. Damn, school started again, so balancing on this is pretty rough. Can manage but will be rough. As in it will take longer to write this. Anyways, here's a canon make of Lola's perspective from Thriller Bark till now. In the eyes of Charlotte Lola was rarely fazed by anything nowadays, sailing freely around the seas. A sea king? She has seen numerous since she was a child, even slayed one as an adult with the aid of one of her siblings. A Yonko's might? She lived with Mama and was used to fighting Kaido's crew alongside her siblings before she eventually departed from her home. But she couldn't help but spit out her water, going wide-eyed as she read below the headlines of the War of the Great Monkey. D. Luffy was Dragon's son, his son, Mama's son, her brother. She groaned in frustration. Of all times to sail around without any course for a while in order to enjoy the freedom and smell of the fresh seas after being trapped in Thriller Bark, it had to be when the Navy announced the execution of Fire Fist Ace. She recalled those moments in Thriller Bark where the Straw Hats saved them before groaning again. How couldn't I have noticed? Lola was infuriated with herself. She should have had the smallest of suspicions that Luffy was somehow her brother that was taken away from home, even though the chances were small. His abnormal strength and toughness, like how most of her siblings including herself inherited from Mama, although it seemed to be getting weaker and weaker with each new child Mama had. Rarely did any of younger sibling have the potential to rival the older ones in terms of inherited strength except for Snack. The way he uses a seemingly useless devil fruit and turned it into a force of nature through sheer creative usages and applications of it similar to some of her own siblings. His large appetite. Damn, so that bastard took Luffy to East Blue of all places. No wonder they couldn't find him. They searched everywhere in the New World, leaving Paradise out in belief that Dragon couldn't have gotten that far off considering the time it would have took, but he did just that. She mentally shrugged off trying to think about how the man got that far, and favored those moments she spent blissfully unaware she was conversing with her brother. To think I had been saved by my own little brother. Lola couldn't help but huff in amusement at that. She donned a serious face and stood out of the deck. No doubt that word had reached New World. Alright. You guys. Chart a new course. We ain't longer free sailing the open seas. The crew jumped a bit and tensed up. Lola only looked serious in either proposing to another person or in a fight, and she definitely ain't looking to propose. Where to cap? Toto land. The crew gulped but ultimately responded. They were pretty pale but complied, less tense and fearful knowing about Lola's family. I loosen the top sails. Get them all out, turn the ship to starboard and let her do the rest. Check the log pose. Lola nodded, proud. Her crew immediately went into action, while she retreated into her captain's quarters, before proceeding to look nauseous and green in a sick, horrid realization, remembering her first meeting and her choice of words when she met Luffy. Oh God, I asked him to marry me? Her family was never going to let her live that down if word got out. Organ Harvester's POV. Oi, Hector? Hector? Respond, damn it. Right now, the command room in the center of the base was in chaos. Many were losing communication with their members left and right rapidly as many looked pale and horrified about what will happen to them if those monsters reach here. In a corner of a room, a man looked down towards his pistol, snorting before chuckling to himself as he put the gun against his head and closed his eyes with a smile of acceptance. He was spotted by a young man going through several radios to get into contact with at least one of them on the field before he froze and stared at his comrade. Hey. Don, bang. Nothing he could have done or said would have changed his decision. Shock, as quickly as they felt it, was shoved aside in favor for trying to keep and getting in contacts with their troops and allies on the battlefield. But the mood turned grimmer and grimmer as many paled in realization of their situation, looking through several of their still functional cameras, showing the Charlotte family closing in on them while stepping over numerous dead bodies. Some even paraded their bodies around with a smile on their face. Slam. An older gentleman slammed his fist on the desk before standing up and turning towards the door to leave the command room. Hey, Hank. What the hell are we supposed to do? You are foreseeing and leading this battle, aren't ya? A man stood up and looked at Hank, who had a solemn face, void of any emotions. We ain't foreseeing shit. We are just spectators witnessing a ing massacre down there. He shouted through gritted teeth, causing the men to flinch. But he didn't back down and fired back with another question. What are we supposed to do then? Leave was what he simply said, but the weight behind those words were heavy. But what about our boss? He will personally hang our heads on a pike for desertion, the man said, stressed out over the situation like many others while Hank snorted at that. Well, if you want to deal with that, be my guest. We either die here or die trying to escape this hellhole. Hank shrugged as he raised his arm to point at one of the cameras. They all turned heads to what he was pointing at and blanched in utter fear. On the camera, showed Charlotte Mascarpone and Jascarpone, taking turns, stabbing a man, the siblings holding calculative gazes as they went for stabs that wouldn't kill the man. They were playing some sort of twisted up game, the game seemingly being to try and prolong the man's suffering, the loser probably being the one giving the finishing blow. As they stabbed him and he still lived through it, they seemed relieved he lived through that and laughed it off before the cycle continued, judging by his injuries through the cameras alone. Injuries sustained to the back, stab wounds, each seemingly stabbed between organs, possible chance that they have stabbed one of his lungs with how two of the stab wounds were on his upper back, particularly around his left side. Injuries sustained in the legs, left with sword stabbed into his leg and right having sword stabbed, impaling him on the spot, no chance of crawling away unless he rips them off. His toes all are also cut enough and his Achilles heels are sliced, the wound halfway from completely amputating his foot, which dangled around, holding on to the still intact flesh. Injuries sustained in the arms, left and right hand, all fingers cut off, along with a sword impaling the palms of his hands onto the ground, similar to the legs, impaling them. Both elbows bruised and bent backwards in an abnormal and seemingly excruciating agonizing state, along with several stab wounds on his arms. Injuries sustained around head, both pupils and eyes seemingly having different size, one seemingly shrunken while the other was slightly bigger, a sign of a concussion with the lack of symmetry, probably from whatever hit him in the head, causing him bleed all over his face. As he gasped when stabbed, a look into his mouth displayed a severed bleeding tongue along with a handful of teeth missing from his mouth. Yeah, that. They were getting the out of here before they became their toy. There are emergency rowboats stored away in one of the facilities at the back of the island. Use them to sail away as far as you can from this place. This brought relief to them somewhat, knowing they did in fact have a chance of survival in this ordeal, albeit it was quite slim. But they would rather take that than guaranteed torment by the hands of the Charlotte family. What about you, Hank? One of them looked at him in curiosity. What the hell was he trying to do in this situation? Because he sure as hell doesn't seem like he was going to go with them. Go and meet our boss. Consider it me buying you guys time before he finds out about our desertion, cause he sure hell will chase us down to the ends of the earth when he realizes. Why, yes. Thank you, sir. They all quickly left, as Hank simply stood by the door aside, letting his comrades pass through by him. As they all left to try and find a way to escape, he went up to the mic and made an announcement through the speakers. Attention! Run away! Get away from this hellhole. Resistance against the Big Mom pirates is futile. Get thee away from those demons. He put down the mic while internally thinking about his words in amusement. Even in the grim situation, that must be pretty demoralizing to hear. But it's better they knew about their shit situation right now. Some might be able to live because of his announcement even, but that's just blissful thinking. He left the command room and went the opposite way his man had went, making his way to his boss's room. And now that he thought about it, why the hell was he seemingly so quiet? Earlier he was in the command room with him, overseeing the fight through gritted teeth and several veins popping off around his body in pure anger before he left, slamming the door behind him, the walls cracking along with the force. As he walked, the hallways shook from an explosion that sounded awfully close to the base, which made him walk faster. Walking a pile of steps upwards to reach the top floor with a straight path towards the upstairs, leading to his boss's room. Taking each step, he took a couple of deep breaths before standing in front of the doors. He looked at it for a good second or before huffing, shrugging his shoulders and just kicking the doors open with a good kick. No point in having manners considering the situation. Looking around the room, he narrowed his eyes as he observed everything. Pile of papers were scattered all over the floor near the desk, which had bottles of alcohol on them. Speaking of alcohol, numerous amounts of bottles laid around along with the papers, all mostly empty. Some stained the floor, while the bottle that contained them was nothing more than mere shattered shards and fragments. He walked past the desk and looked down from the observation deck of the room and grimaced. His boss probably spectated everything from here, drinking to take away the stress, but it seemed it did nothing with how many bottles he counted were empty. He went into the door to the left, leading to his boss's bedroom, and opening it normally. This time he gulped before his jaw hung in disbelief as his eyes widened. His pupils shrinked and shook rapidly in pure shock. He slammed the door shut and slumped his back on it, sliding his body down before he sat down, leaning on the door, still shocked by the sight he had witnessed. His body twitched and shook before he had found the strength to stand up, albeit shaking a lot as he did. He just couldn't believe it. So that's why he's been quiet for a while. Shit, he said as he saw a bottle of whiskey rolled towards him, to which he picked up with amusement. At least the Lord was merciful enough to give him a last drink. It took a while, but he got his breathing under control before leaving the room with a solemn look, with eyes filled with disappointment at what he saw. He took out the whiskey bottle he found inside the room and chugged it all and tossed the empty bottle behind him and continued walking, this time towards the entrance, to where the Charlottes would come and face him. If he was going to confront them, he was going to go down swinging. He sighed, only having one thought going through his head as he faced forward, marching to essentially his death, just like how he walked to the guillotine before he was saved. What a coward you have become, you, who wouldn't hesitate to rush in ahead of all of us in a fight. You, who would drink and party, bringing life to our gang, which was still small back then. You, who let your ego go into your head and started showing your true colors to us all. You, who preached about always fighting alongside us, now leave behind us. You, who would only target marine and noble scum, now doesn't hesitate when killing a family. You, who used to share the gold with everyone and finding it trivial, now hoarded it to yourself, even if it meant killing us off. And now, you who hated living the easy life took the easy way out. Truly, what a piece of shit you have become. Hank sighed, reminiscing about the good old days he was supposed to have been executed years ago, all because a nobleman didn't like how he had secretly passed food to a slave with his master's head turned away from him. The audience didn't give much of a shit about him. Some did shoot him sympathetic glances, but the older ones, the ones too used to the brutality of the world, just gave a cold, indifferent look. They were too used to seeing people hang, beheaded and impaled, be it some unlucky pickpocket, or some child who bumped into a noble or celestial dragon on accident. Someone was always going to be on the chopping board. And they could do nothing but watch in fear of joining them too. If it wasn't for his boss, who was way different back then, he would have been beheaded. From a group who went around hunting, skinning and dissecting nobles of numerous kingdoms, to a group viewed as rightfully a bunch of savage monsters that kills everything on sight. Where did it all go wrong? Hank took a deep breath as he found a crate and dragged it along. As he reached the front gates, keeping him between the incoming Charlottes and him, he put the crate down and sat on it. He took out his blade still sheathed and laid it on his lap and unsheathed it, slowly running his fingers along the blade. A blade he used to kill the same noble who gave him the death sentence. The same blade he used to cut down people who didn't deserve it. Genocidio Justo was the cutlass he named. He found it on a display case of some noble he killed in his bedroom, couldn't help himself, and took it as his main blade. Keeping a blade sheathed behind glass was stupid in his opinion unless it was a merchant. Swords are meant to be used, not as a trophy to show to others. The only exception with showing it off was if you were going to slice someone with it. He snorted like all the other times as he thought about the name he picked for it. The genocide and massacres this cutlass has witnessed and gutted was not righteous at all. He stood up and stabbed the blade in the ground and kept a firm grip on it as he stared at the door, feeling his demise approaching him. It was well deserved with what he had done, and an appropriate fate to boot. He, who slayed the weak who viewed him as a monster, was now going to be slayed by people he considered monsters who probably considered them weak. Would have been nice to fight alongside the original founding members of the group. Too bad they all died by the hands of his boss because he deemed them weak except for Hank. Bastard even had the audacity to replace his first mate by dumping his corpse into ocean and getting some piece of shit going by Gore Fisher for his high bounty instead of his fighting powers. He tore off his uniform that was issued for every official member after his bastard of a former boss set in those regulations which sucked ass. He will not fight as Hank the silhouette of organ harvesters, he will fight as Hank, and nothing else, just some exceptionally strong murderer making his last stance for nobody but himself now. Maybe after all of this is over, he could finally have a reunion toast with his true fellow bastards in hell. Smoothie and Luffy's POV. Oh? So, your older brother raised you instead of Garp? Yeah. Besides training us brutally whenever he came back, he usually left for months, so Ace took care and raised me all by himself. Right now, Smoothie and Luffy carried on their conversation from the canteen to the outsides as they continued jogging. They heard the announcement going through the speakers that probably sent the surviving enemies away from here. Less pests to deal with was good, but makes this hunt duller and more boring. Hopefully the ones who made some dumb last stand would be strong. There are bound to be stubborn fools who stayed and fought to their death. Smoothie hummed as she put a hand on her chin and thought, that did make sense and no sense at all. It was understandable because Garp, albeit old, was still an active marine whom with his reputation, rank and standing would likely be majority of his time, out at sea with whatever mission he had to deal with. Also, the old bastard clearly did it to conceal Luffy's and Ace's existence to the world. Assuming the Navy knew about Garp's son, they would get suspicious of why he visited Dawn Island so many times. That's a sign of something being utmost of importance to him at the island. And there is bound to be one who gets too curious and investigates why he visits the island a lot. Which is why he rarely visited his children well if he actually thought that part, or even planned at all. It honestly was fortunate for Garp to choose bandits who seemingly had a soft spot for them, albeit their teaching methods were cruel for children with how they had to hunt their own food with animals majorly being beasts from what Luffy had told him. But it was a lesson they needed with their heritage and goals. They were going to be on their own when they set sailed and all. They needed the survival skills if they ever got stranded and washed ashore on an unknown island. On the other hand, who would leave their adopted and biological grandchild to take care of themselves, especially in a house of bandits to boot? Garp's reputation as the hero of the Navy was a heavy and enormous title to have. He could have requested from Sengoku to put his position on hiatus to raise and actually properly groom his children to be Marines under the guise of cashing in his well-deserved vacation, because Smoothie knew from Mama's report from her spies that he was active as on the seas. So a break would be logical from how hard he seemingly worked. Better yet, Garp could have given them to Sengoku. That guy, despite being a manipulative and cunning bastard, was an intelligent and patient person. He could properly raise and taught Luffy and Ace as normal kids, gave them fake identities to hide their bloodline if he ever found out, although that was left up to chance. Whether he executes them or not, for their lineage was up to Sengoku's hands. Hell, he could have steered them into the righteous path of being the Marine bullshit. Although Garp taking a vacation is a better option than that. She groaned in frustration as her thoughts clashed, from whether or not Garp was a piece of shit, or the old Marine could only do so much on his own. He might and probably even have gone a bit senile at that time with his age. To slap a man or to stab and drain a man within an inch of their lives, either way, she was going to hurt him for what he did. When she hears about Garp's next sightings, Marine hero or not, she ain't walking or sailing away unless she gets a hit in. She then moved on to another topic which was less grim and was more amusing and entertaining to her. Do you still retain your title of champion of the Underground Dawn? Smoothie asked curiously, to which Luffy nodded with a smile. Still reign undefeated. He pumped his fist victoriously while Smoothie giggled at that in amusement. One of the many interesting and curious things she heard from her brother, at the age of months before meeting Shanks. Garp, quite literally, yeeted his ing grandson into an underground ring full of giant men with physiques comparable to a muscle builder and heights of as tall as houses. Well, when Luffy was still a short-year-old at least. Not only that, Luffy's first opponent was nicknamed Bone Grinder by the crowd, because he tended to continuously stomp a person's body even after cracking their bones, as if hammering them into dust. There were so many problems from what Luffy told him, but she just nodded with a smile instead of being concerned about his opponent, because why would she worry about her little brother that had the blood of Mama and that bastard running in his veins? As such, it was no surprise when Luffy brightly beamed at her, as he proudly talked about how he had one-punch knock out the man after a sec. The bell rang, and did the same to the next, and the next until he reached the last guy. At least he had to punch his face 2 times rather than 1 to bring him down. Smoothie had no doubt in her mind that Garp bet on Luffy with a shitload of money in the process, as he fought his way to the top. You should talk with Cracker about fighting in an underground ring. He frequents them to gamble his money. He would be more than happy then to send you to beat someone to a pulp, Smoothie suggested with a smile, casually exposing something Cracker tried and failing miserably to hide, while not seeing any problems with that statement as Luffy grinned in excitement. Really? Smoothie nodded almost sagely. Indeed. Not only that, but they are way tougher than those idiots you fought. Luffy laughed at that prospect. I can't wait. Let's go beat their captain's ass already. His morale seemingly shot up as he now ran while Smoothie huffed in amusement before following suit. Right behind you, Smoothie cheerfully said as she looked on, observing the empty streets. She sensed only a few signs of life now. They were retreating away from here, either hiding or getting away from the island. As they ran through the streets, Smoothie took a side glance at a house to her right. Her eyes widened as she got a split-second glimpse at the inside through the open door. There was a skeleton with clothes still on, leaning through the door. The bones were dusty, and her skull had cobwebs sticking with the floor. She turned her head and looked at the path ahead instead, but with a calculative look on her face before shaking it off. Smoothie can investigate later. Killing the boss of this operation came first. It took them minutes before they finally reached the base, both siblings having the same thought process, and kicking the door, blasting it off its hinges as dust formed from the impact. As it settled, they were met with a black-haired topless man, exposing many scars over his bodies while his hands firmly gripped his sword that was stabbing the ground. His cold eyes stared at them with a calculative gaze. Smoothie shot him back a glare of her own and took out her sword. This man gave off a vibe different from the rest. He might prove to be somewhat of a better challenge compared to the common brutes. Luffy, on the other hand, raised his fist up with a challenging grin on his face, not sensing any danger radiating from him at all, although he could sense an aura of solitary coming off from the enemy. You aren't the boss. Who are you? Smoothie said, pointing the sword at him, holding authority in her voice. She wasn't asking, she demanded it. The man across from them just snorted before standing up and pointing his sword at them, no words coming out of his mouth, but his actions spoke for him clearly. Just fight. And so, with a shrug from Smoothie, the siblings charged at the man who got into a stance. So are you? TSK, he's gone, keep an eye out. Smoothie warned, getting into a defensive position looking around the room while Luffy did the same with his back facing hers, looking around the room which turned dead quiet. Their eyes kept darting around the room before Luffy blinked as he saw something out of the corner of his eye, the man's shadow. His He quickly whipped his body around but he wasn't there. Was I seeing things? I thought I saw his shadows though, Luffy said confused before Smoothie's body shot up and turned to face her brother who stared at her confused on why she looked so tense. Watch out! She quickly raised her sword and aimed it at Luffy's head, the rubber boy getting the message, ducked down a second before Smoothie plunged her sword, stabbing the ground behind him. A split second before she hit her target, the shadow closing in on her brother quickly retreated back into another shadow. What was that? Luffy said, tilting his head in confusion looking at where she stabbed before. Mauve Valona/Black Needle. Suddenly, a black hand appeared from the shadows, pointing at them before several black spikes conjured and flew towards them. Luffy coated his arms in armament Haki and punched them away while Smoothie parried them, even deflecting a couple back, but midway through, the projectiles disappeared. Be on guard. He's got a devil fruit related to shadows or something. Smoothie used her observation Haki. Sensing a presence, she lunged forward and kicked the wall which the man was seemingly in with Haki infused into her legs. But he quickly slithered away before she could actually kick him. Shadows? Moria? Luffy said, trying to think, but before he could, quickly twisted his body and punched the blade with his arms still blackened as it met the blade of the man. Correct but wrong. I ate the Kagekage no Mi. I am a shadow person. But unlike that pinball of a man, I am a lobia that can blend into the shadows, he said with a grin before swinging his blade back before his entire body seemingly turned black and melted into the floor. Before fully submerging, with a grin still on his face, he said one last thing. If I'm dying, I might as well take down one of the Yonko's precious sweet general and son. His laughter echoed from everywhere around the room while Luffy and Smoothie looked around the room tensed. Back to back, she shouted with her sword raised while Luffy grunted in acknowledgement, although he slammed himself onto her legs rather than her back due to her height. You have been training with Rayleigh, right? With your current observation Haki, what can you detect and sense? She asked while keeping her guard on. I can tell where and when he's going to hit me, but I can't tell where a person is exactly at yet, but I'm close. Luffy responded, arms up. Can sense incoming attacks but can't pinpoint a person's location. Got it, she summarized. How about you? Luffy asked in curiosity. I want to know what level I need to be on. I can sense when he is going to attack and can tell where he is, even pinpoint his location even if he's far, Smoothie said plainly while Luffy gasped. Really? Amazing! You tell where the nearest restaurant is at with Haki? The older sister huffed, and started to now smile in amusement. Indeed, I'm the ND best when it comes to observation Haki, first being Katakuri, she said, proud of her elder brother. Less talking, more fighting. Hank once again appeared from the shadows and used the opportunity to try and plunge his sword through Luffy's chest. Smoothie on the other hand grinned, sensing him finally stopping dead in his tracks. Finally, you damn slippery bastard. She quickly turned to face the man bursting forth from the shadows with his sword pointing at Luffy. She reeled her blade back which had a blue glow coming off from it. Juicy saber. She thrust it forward and the blue glow seemingly formed like an extension of her blade, making it longer. She used her empowered blade to stab the man's arm into the wall, but the attack simply passed through his arms. Idiot! I am a lobia, you can't hurt me with Goma no rifle. He punched that proud grin off his face as it connected with his Haki hardened fist while Smoothie kept her grin. Haki, was what you were going to say, yes? Too bad for you, most of us have it. Smoothie raised her right leg which blackened in Haki and kicked the man's torso, hard, getting him to cough up blood from his mouth. The man gritted his teeth before slamming his hands on the back of the wall. Scotino's Thalamos/Dark Chamber. Several black stones shot out from the shadows above and below them, making them back away from the man while having their guard up as he didn't submerge in the shadows. He just stood there taking deep breaths. As expected from a sweet general and a person who took down admirals. Tell me, boy, are you really Big Mom's child? Hank said looking at him. He was the only one in the room besides his boss who witnessed Straw Hat with the family. Everyone else was too busy panicking and directing everyone on the field into position. It was quite the shocker to see someone like him with the family of all people. Luffy nodded with a smile. Yeah. Dad took me away from Mama and my siblings don't know why though, he shrugged while Hank huffed. That's so your family is weird, you know that, brat? Hank huffed before raising his fists to fight while Luffy did the same, laughing away. Yeah, well whatever, Mavro Kanoni / Black Cannon. The man raised his hand with an open palm and a ball-like object the size of his hand bursted forth from it. Rapidly flying towards Luffy grinned and just dropped his hand, ready to deflect the ball before the last second. His observation Haki went off and he sidestepped, narrowly missing the cannonball much to his confusion. He got his answer when several spikes sprang forth from it, to which he gulped. Man, that was close. Smoothie on the other hand charged from the sides while he was focused on her brother. Got you. She reeled her sword back as the blue glow coated her sword again. This time it seemed the tip was glowing brighter and brighter before she lunged forward. Human mixer. A small blue glowing ball shot forward towards Hank, who looked at the ball for a split second before it bursted, and he was now in a miniature tornado of juice. He tried holding on, but eventually he got caught up and was swirled around in it before it exploded, sending him flying towards Luffy with his head stretched back. GOMU now. Ding. Bell. His head collided with Hank, who fell down to the floor holding his head from the severe headache he had gained from that headbutt. Before he could do anything, Smoothie already pointed a blade near his neck. Don't try anything, give up, and we might take you prisoner. Hank on the other hand sighed but ultimately raised his hands up. You got me, what do you want? He asked, looking towards the two siblings. Simple, where your boss is at. Hank at that flinched before looking down. Top floor, don't expect much of a challenge from him. Luffy blinked at that before looking up at Smoothie. Both siblings staring at each other before looking at Hank. That was easy. Stay here and don't try anything funny. My siblings can kick your ass just as easily as we did. She threatened before retracting her sword. I don't really have much of a choice here, do I? Hank huffed while Smoothie simply nodded. You are strong though, nowhere near us sweet generals, but still quite strong. Mama might have some uses for you, Smoothie said ominously, as she sheathed her blade back while Hank gulped in worry. Alright. Let's go kick that guy's ass. Luffy went back to being joyful while Smoothie huffed once again. Right behind you. Before leaving, she glared once last time at Hank, putting her thumb across her neck while letting her tongue out. Hank nodded rapidly at that. The message was clear. Try and leave when we are gone to deal with your boss. I will find you and behead you. They made their way through the stairs, going through several hallways. As they do, they passed by several paintings and decorative ornaments. They even passed by a hallway that had a display of armor knights that were old and rusty. Eventually they passed by a door labeled Command Room. Taking a peek inside, the screens were all static and a bunch of papers were all lying around, chairs seemingly thrown all over the place. If they had leaned closer towards the window, they would have seen the corpse of another man that took the easy way out of this ordeal. They eventually reached the stairs and took it, walking up one last corridor that had a bunch of glass fragments shattered all over near the door that lead to the boss's room. Smoothie and Luffy nodded and were on guard, prepared for any surprise attack as they stepped inside. As they stepped inside, the only noticeable thing were the empty glass bottles. Much to their confusion, they both shrugged before they went and opened different doors, Smoothie opening the right and Luffy opening the left. Smoothie closed hers as quickly as she opened it. He wasn't hiding inside his own bathroom. Nothing in here. How abo Luffy? She turned her head and was concerned seeing her brother's expression. He gulped and just stared, gasping in disbelief before Smoothie walked up behind him to see what caused such a reaction. She widened her eye and clenched her fist at the sight. The bastard hanged himself, she said in slight shock, staring at his body which was motionless while the noose around his neck was firm and strong. His neck also seemed to have stretched a bit. He must have hung himself for quite some time now. They were expecting a big fight, but was this even a victory? Luffy walked away, summarizing the dead man with one word which Smoothie nodded in agreement with before she followed him closely behind. Coward, A/N. For those wondering what is up with Hank's attack, his shouting his attacks in Greek while the English part is just translation. P.S. Luffy is colder when it comes to death. It's a mix of his Charlotte lineage and his past which was more traumatizing and etc. Suicide is the same as giving up on your dreams in Luffy's eyes, thus he views it as a cowardly thing to do. Anyway, here's a more cheerful canon make of Sengoku finally letting himself go. LMAO. The Buddha reaches enlightenment. Turn that shit up. Sengoku right now was in an underground illegal rave out of uniform and was wearing a Hawaii shirt along with some shorts. He probably should be reporting the illegal activity to the authorities. But it's his vacation. And besides, it's just some harmless fun. Years of managing so much stuff and bullshit from his shitty government superiors was quite a toll on him. not to mention Garp's family. He can finally give less of a shit about what Garp's grandchildren are up to now. He popped the cork of a wine bottle for himself at that pleasurable thought as he chugged away his worries. No longer had he needed to put up a front as a fleet admiral that manages the navy. He was now Sengoku, an old man that retired from his grueling duties and was currently experiencing the life of the party. The music raged on as he continued drinking his problems away, laughing as he danced along with crowd, lights flashing all over the place. He was snapped out of his drunken state when he felt his den mushy ringing in his pocket. He grumbled but ultimately went somewhere quieter and more isolated to take the call. Finding a nice place away from the fun zone, he took out the snail and answered, "Hello, this is former Fleet Admiral Sengoku on the line, totally not participating in an illegal event along with stealing a bit of Admiral Borsellino's stash of weed," he answered calmly, as if he didn't snitch on himself or Kizaru at all. "What? Never mind that, Sengoku-san. We have an emergency." The Buddha blinked as he recognized that voice. "Oh. Brand new. Why are you calling? Has Akainu finally found a way to grow a pair of new ones for himself or something?" Sengoku said plainly. "No. It's, I see. Has he taken up on Akiji's offer to transition to a woman because has always considered Akainu to be a whore for justice before he left?" "No. Oh wait, don't say it. I already know you finally found Kizaru's secret stash, right?" "No sir." "What or wait, are you drunk, heh?" "I have no idea why you are talking about," Sengoku said before he looked at the contents of the rum bottle he was drinking from and whistled. "Damn, this stuff is stronger than the sake we have on the base." "Wah, nothing brand new. Anyways, what is the matter?" Sengoku coughed into his throat, sounding professional, somewhat. "The golden lion Shiki is sighted coming towards Sabody." Sengoku flinched, and was a bit startled by how loud Brand New shouted. "Ah, is that so?" Sengoku rubbed his beard calmly before shrugging, cupping his mouth into the microphone. "Shit! Sor SSSSBBBUTT the CC connection breaking up, good luck, you're on your own, CYA. He hung up and threw his den mushy to the ocean with a shrug. He could get a new one when he came back to base. He was sure Akainu can figure out what to do with Roger's former rival. If not, sucks to be in his position, and luckily he wasn't. Now then, back to reaching enlightenment. Sengoku smiled to himself as he entered back to the rave with a skip in his steps, back to obtaining inner peace. He should have retired a long time ago, and dumped his work on someone else instead. Chapter. Smoothie and Luffy walked back down to Hank. Both had grim expressions while their eyes of various emotions pierced at him, which had him looking down, finding the floor more enticing rather than facing their expressions of disappointment. They both wordlessly walked outside while Smoothie simply dug her fingers into Hank's scalp and dragged him along with them. Both siblings' moods being dampened by the sight they saw upstairs. Going outside, she lightened a grip on his head and slammed it towards the wall, hard, with all the pent-up frustration from what she saw upstairs, knocking him out instantly from the impact. Luffy and Smoothie just stood there in silence before the older woman broke it with a sigh, noticing the gloomy look in her brother's eyes. Most people take themselves out for many reasons, either to not give the enemy the satisfaction of finishing them off or giving up in general, but it's still a sight you don't really want to see, even if you have seen it multiple times. Luffy hummed in reply, looking downwards as his bangs covered his head. Not the first time. Smoothie raised an eyebrow at that, filled with curiosity before Luffy elaborated, diving back into memories he long left ago. Years ago, when Luffy was years old. And monster. Jaya. A young Luffy panted as he knocked the last of Blue Jam's man down before he glared at the man who was petrified in fear at the sight in front of him as the flames around them burned brightly. How? Those are bloody sea stone shackles? Blue Jam staggered, taking steps back as he unsheathed his swords and pointed it shakily towards the small menace in front of him, this demon of a child. Ace, are you okay? Luffy continued staring towards Blue Jam as the younger Ace breathed heavily but ultimately got up with hands on his knees. Yeah. The elder brother responded as he clenched onto his pipe after knocking down a couple of them. They both have taken out around men that now laid lifelessly around them. Luffy let out a sigh of relief before his stance became slouched and he knelt down, exhausted as he raised one of his hands lazily, cursing the sea stone cuffs on his wrists. They all ganged up on him, just to put the cuffs on to weaken him and beat the shit out of him, but not before of them were kneeling in pain from the punch and kicks of retaliation he gave out. They forced them to do their gang's bidding for a bit as they constantly had men on them on watch, on guard, knowing their capabilities despite being children. But unfortunately, they just had to talk about what was going on with Sabo, which led to this scenario of brothers pissed beyond belief. Immediately Ace quickly got towards his little brother's side and knelt down, putting a hand on his shoulders and looking towards the weird cuffs that put him in such a state, and started cursing. Damn! There isn't anything around to picklock them. Ace cursed his luck, feeling like shit he couldn't really do much to prevent those bastards from weakening him severely with sea stone. He knew Luffy was leagues ahead of him, but that was no excuse for letting this happen as an older brother to him. It was pathetic of him, honestly. Luffy gave a big grin, albeit very forcefully. I will be fine. We just got to kick his ass. With resolve rekindled and burning brightly one last time before the curse of the sea fully does him in, he groaned harshly as he forced himself upwards and cracked his knuckles, clenching his fist, blackening them with haki that only lasted for a second before it dissipated. Damn, I can't concentrate properly. Luffy gritted his teeth at the cuffs that could somehow nullify his devil fruit powers and put him in such a state, along with getting beaten severely while weakened. Honestly, it was a miracle he was still up and going. Why is that brat so important to you? He's just some goddamn noble child in his rebellious phase. That brat is going to grow up and out of that phase and show his true colors, becoming like his shitty little daddy. A rich scumbag glaring down at us like trash. The older man clenched his fist in frustration as everything was crumbling down, the flames closing in as his life seemed to have reached a roadblock, the end of his journey, for he couldn't see anything ahead. Luffy and Ace snapped their heads towards him with fury that burned brightly as the flames around them, but out of the two, Ace's rage burned brighter. Blue Jam could even physically feel the heat he irradiated purely from anger. If he had his devil fruit from the future right now, he could have actually been burned alive by it. Don't compare Sabo's failure of an asshole father towards him. He will never ever become like that sack of shit. He was drilling holes into the man's soul, disregarding his swear filter around Luffy just for this time. Yeah. Sabo ain't like that. Luffy added his 2 cents in as both brothers raised their fist/weapon up, ready to throttle the son of a before. He chuckled, which got them confused. What are you laughing at? Have you finally lost your mind? Ace taunted him, but was tense, as the only thing that did was having him laughing more. It seems, Captain? Luffy and Ace frozen stiff at the unfamiliar masculine voice that sounded from a distance behind them. No, they were already tired, for crying out loud. That fortune is on my side. Blue Jam grinned maniacally as both exhausted brothers turned around and couldn't help but sweat at the sight. It was another group of Blue Jam's men. They had no idea where they came from, but it wasn't looking good. Could they pull it off one more time? Especially when, after dealing with them, they had to face off with Blue Jam. It was fight or die, and if this was their resting place, then they weren't going down easily. But before they could reach them, what do you think you're trying to pull off on my boys? Luffy and Ace lit up at the familiar voice, smiles spreading on their faces as the mountain bandits intercepted Blue Jam's man and clashed head-on with Dayton calmly coming into view with her axe slumped on her shoulders, walking towards them with a cigarette and a dark look on her voice, clearly not amused by Blue Jam's shenanigans. Dayton, said woman, huffed but visibly lightened up seeing the 2 brothers call out to her. Looking at the 2, they were a bit roughed up but ultimately okay, just scrapes and bruises at best. No permanent damage by the looks of it, but they were clearly struggling to stand upright while breathing heavily. She looked further on ahead and upwards and changed demeanor quickly as she drilled holes into Blue Jam's soul. Said man had his jaw hanging low in disbelief as hope shattered right in front of him. Ace, get whatever is off from Luffy's wrist and kick that bastard's ass. Dogra came running towards his boss's side, reeling his arm back before throwing a set of lockpicks towards Ace, who caught it, jumping to grab it, and immediately got to work. Blue Jam tried to take a cheap shot by leaping towards the brothers when they weren't focused on him, but before he could even swing down his sword, a weird-looking man whose appearance somewhat resembled a chicken bursted forth from the flames and met his blade with his own. Don't even try it, Magra said with narrowed eyes as he pushed him back with his own blade, which had Blue Jam gritting his teeth at the man. Clink. All right. I'm going to kick your ass. Luffy cracked his knuckles as the cuffs fell onto the floor. He got into a stance, but before he could launch himself towards Blue Jam, Ace patted him on the shoulder, getting his attention. Launch me at that bastard. The younger brother nodded without protesting on getting a hit on the bastard himself, and stretched his arms way back while Ace got in front and kneeled. Gomu no bazooka. Luffy gritted his teeth as his arms violently retracted and lashed forwards towards Ace with open palms, the older brother jumping perfectly in time to get sent flying towards Bluejam's head like a missile, with the older man staggering back in shock and surprise. Bonk! Gah! Bluejam choked on his vocals as his head violently snapped backwards as Ace swung his Haki-coated fist towards his head, memories flowing through in his head off every lesson from Luffy on how Haki worked, and also unknowingly unlocking his conqueror's Haki back in the time this way. The sheer emotions flowing through him was at its peak for it to shine. Never talk shit about my brother, Ace sighed as he looked towards the sky, taking a deep breath before turning and facing his younger brother, who grinned and gave a thumbs up which had him doing the same thing back at him. He walked towards Luffy calmly. It was over for now. They still needed to get Sabo back from his jerk of a parents. Huh, so this is it. Ace immediately turned back at Bluejam, who slowly and shakingly raised his torso up, clearly still feeling the pain from Ace's hit along with the effect of Conqueror's Haki. You still want more, you son of a? Ace easily reignited and was ready to throw another one, and quite possible an extra to make sure he stayed down for good. Bluejam snorted and raised his hands up. Nah, I give up. This is it for me. He stood up while groaning harshly in pain before bending down and grabbing his sword, which had Ace doubting he was actually surrendering. He snorted at how tense the brat was. Relax, kid. This sword ain't pointing towards you. This is it for me. My crew's beaten up and I myself got beaten by you brats. Honestly pathetic. Even took orders from a bloody noble too, of all people. He sighed, disappointed at himself, as rubbed his palm downwards on his face before grinning at them. His final words echoed and ringed in their head for a long time before they moved on. Him placing his own sword on his throat took more time to forget about. When you brats come over to where I'm going, let's all sit down and have a drink, aye? Be sure you die as man though. He slit his neck and fell back, choking on his blood as he shook violently before becoming still, staring at the night skies in his final moments. Luffy and Ace just stared at the bodies, even with Magra trying to block their views. It was already embedded into their minds. They had seen enough already. Dayton pat their shoulders from behind with an unreadable expression on her face, but the tone of her voice was enough. Let's go home. No, not until we get. Thud. Dayton made sure to catch them before they fell from exhaustion. Back to the present. Smoothie didn't interrupt her brother, as he recollected the day before Sabo died. For two young boys to beat that many people was honestly impressive, especially when Luffy had sea-stone cuffs on throughout the brawl. When he got to Dayton's family coming in and saving them from another brawl, she paid close attention in hearing about how Luffy described the mountain bandits that raised them, coming in to intercept a second group of enemies. She respected the woman herself along with the bandits for what they did. Smoothie genuinely wanted to meet Dayton and give her gratitude for what she did for her brother. Maybe she could ask Mama to make Dayton the godmother of Luffy? She was a tough but caring woman deep within, secretly loving them, but didn't show it from what Smoothie had gathered. Now Ace was a person she took great interest in, with how he was not only the son of Gold Roger, but also Luffy's sworn brother. To unlock Haki, and especially Conqueror's Haki, at such a young age was also abnormal, like Luffy, but to be expected with his blood lineage along with prior lessons from his younger brother, who was trained by Garp and taught by Shanks. Honestly, she couldn't help but think about the elder siblings, especially Perispero, Compote and Katakuri, when hearing about how Ace violently snapped at a person talking shit about his sibling. But to be fair, anyone would. The only person allowed to talk shit about their brother or sister was another sibling, and no one else. And then there's Bluejam. She honestly didn't know how to feel about his death. Dayton told me later that when people's dreams and ambitions are crushed with no hope in sight, they will get super sad. Sometimes those people kill themselves. Luffy said softly, still remembering how she dragged him away from Ace for that private talk. Is that why most of the people you fight you let live? Smoothie asked, remembering that detail. Despite how strong his brother was, he never killed that many. A couple of bones at best and life-changing injuries at worst, but ultimately, anyone who fights Luffy tends to still be alive majority of the time. Luffy shrugged at that. Something like that. I just don't see the point in killing people unless I really need to, and besides. He slowly tilted his head towards Smoothie, his face making even a sweet commander like her have shivers tingle down her spine. What's the point of killing someone who's already dead at that point? I see, she simply replied before they just stood there awkwardly. How about you? Smoothie blinked as Luffy looked at her in curiosity. Fortunately, he seemed to be somewhat back to his usual self. She hummed to herself before gazing towards the night skies while Luffy just patiently waited. It's neither a common nor an uncommon sight around here, but it really depends on the person and situation, she finally said after some thought as she dug through her memories. The first time I saw someone killing themselves was when I was, she sighed remembering that sight. Cracker was out claiming territory, and I begged him to bring me along because I was interested what places outside Tato Land looked like. He brought the topic to Mama, who gave the green light, but added the condition to bring his sisters with him to babysit me. Naturally, me and Cracker along with Angel and Custard sailed towards the island. We decimated their forces, burned a couple of their buildings, and well, I just stumbled upon a person leaping off a chair, hanging from a noose around their neck while I was drinking my smoothie. My appetite was ruined quite quickly, she quickly summarized. Huh? You talking about us? Smoothie and Luffy looked up to see the mentioned triplets walking up to them. Ah, nice for you three to join us. I was telling about little bro here about past memories. Smoothie smiled towards them. Memories? Custard tilted her head while Smoothie nodded. That island you guys conquered when I was. Ah, that time, Angel simply said while nodding to herself, having a neutral face before having a frown, remembering what Smoothie saw. Why that of all things to talk to Luffy about? Smoothie leaned forward and gestured for them to do the same, whispering to them a summary of what Luffy told her, which had them grimacing. Damn, that's rough, little bro, Cracker said while ruffling Luffy's hair as he got out of his armor a while ago. What about those bastards that were under him? Probably dead. Any survivors from the fire would be put down by weird man in these yellow suits covering everything. Luffy simply replied, shrugging. He felt bad for them, but he didn't know them well, so he never gave that much of a damn about them. Clean up probably, Angel soundly concluded grimly, with the older siblings nodding in agreement in solemn. Years ago, nearly around the time where Smoothie became a sweet general, Huck Custard muttered while rubbing her chin while Luffy perked up at that. Sweet general? What's that? Food? Luffy asked, which had the siblings blinking before they huddled towards the sidelines, leaning forward to one another, leaving Luffy aside, who had question marks hanging above his head. Now that I think about it, did any of us explain how our family generally works towards him? Custard asked, looking at her sisters and older brother, who was also just looking at one another before they all looked at Custard. Probably not. Yeah, figures. Is it me, or do I have this gut feeling he won't give a shit if we explain how we work towards him? Custard now asked another question, which had Smoothie snorting. Don't doubt it at all. Well, maybe if meat is involved then he might listen, she shrugged, which had the siblings staring at her in confusion before the sweet general elaborated with a simple sentence. Imagine a version of Mama who loves meat instead of sweets. Ah, say no more. Cracker nodded, getting the gist of it immediately, with his triplet sisters humming alongside him. What are you guys talking about? They blinked before looking at Luffy as one and speaking in perfect unity. Nothing. They dispersed, which had Luffy pouting, wanting to know more about what they were talking about. Oh yeah, what about the boss? You guys dealt with him? Cracker asked while looking toward the top of the castle, while Smoothie sighed. Why do you think we suddenly talked about such a grim topic? Oh, another spineless fool. He scoffed while slumping down on the wall. No wonder his two younger siblings started to talk about such a shitty event. Where's Katakuri and Snack, by the way? Smoothie asked, noticing how her fellow sweet commanders weren't here, which was an odd sight, especially when Katakuri absolutely wastes no time. Not sure about Snack, but Katakuri is definitely going door to door in every house, even if he uses observation Haki. His very thorough in extermination, Cracker huffed while leaning back on the wall before he took out a deck of cards. So, blackjack? He innocently asked, which had them all deadpanning while Luffy perked up at that. Sure, why not? Luffy walked up and sat across Cracker, who raised an eyebrow. You gamble? Luffy nodded and grinned. Sabo, Ace and I would go to gambling dens because I'm really lucky. Is that so? How about you three? He took out the Joker cards and started shuffling them as his head faced towards his three present sisters, who looked at each other. Nothing really better to do, so why not? Custard sat next to Luffy's left side while Angel shrugged before joining in on the younger brother's right side. Cracker looked at Smoothie, who shook her head. Spectator. Cracker nodded, respecting his little sister's decision, and placed the deck down, Luffy being the fastest and cutting the deck, to which Cracker started shuffling once again for a bit before flicking the cards towards his siblings. Same rules with me. First is Luffy and last is Angel. His sisters nodded while Luffy tilted his head. Cards face down instead of up, and if you have cards and it's equal or less, then it's the same as a blackjack. Oh, Luffy slowly nodded in understanding the difference about his version now. Are we betting on anything? Nah, we playing for fun. Save our game faces and all for Saturday night at the treasury. Custard nodded. Smoothie, mind if you find some crates or chairs along with the table? Got a gut feeling it will be a long game, Angel simply said while looking down towards her cards. Sure with that, though were left alone as they looked at their cards. Luffy _king, Custard, /, Angel /ace. All their cards were hidden alongside Cracker, They all look at their cards with small emotions. Cracker slid the deck towards Luffy, who shook his head and grinned. Nah, I'm good. He simply nodded before moving on to Custard, who took a card. Custard, comma. She took another one and hummed at it. Custard, ace. I'm good. Custard smiled as her brother moved on to Angel, who was in a dilemma. Screw it, she shrugged as she wasn't losing anything and picked a card which had her eyebrow twitching. Angel, ace. She wordlessly grabbed another card and blinked. Angel, ace. She grinned and flipped her cards, showing them before taking another card. Doesn't matter, it was her win no matter what. Angel, ace. My win, she grinned, which had her brother snorting. Not bad, not bad. Now then. Cracker tapped his fingers as he had a calculative gaze. He leaned forward and tapped Custard's card. Open. She did, and proudly showed her hand, to which her brother snorted. Ooh, one short. Alright, open all. Cracker, king, dash. Custard huffed before looking at Luffy, who grinned and opened his cards. My win. Cracker hummed. Alright, that was a pretty good hand. But what about the second round? I'm back. Smoothie put a bit of melody into her tone as she dropped the crates. Immediately they sat on them while Smoothie plopped a table in the center of them. Smoothie sitting down on a crate she found for herself and sitting with a barrel of juice next to her. So, who won first round? Luffy. Oh, good job, lil bro. She nodded at his general location, while Luffy grinned back. Thanks. As the cards were reshuffled, with Custard cutting the deck this time, they proceeded towards the second round. But before Cracker could flick the cards towards his siblings. Oh, are you playing right now of all time? The 5 siblings turned their heads towards a grinning Snack who had Bavarois and Katakuri behind him. Their boss is dead, so we are killing time with cards, not betting on anything too. Cracker reported as his 3 brothers approached him. Got room for 2 more? Snack grinned while pointing at himself, and towards Bavarois behind, who took his gloves off while smirking. Sure, why not? Just sit your ass down next to them. We start with Snack and end with Bavarois now, Cracker announced while both brothers sitting across from each other. Katakuri walked towards Smoothie, who looked on with legs crossed while sipping her drink. Smoothie, who's that guy over there? The elder brother pointed towards an unconscious Hank, slumped down on the wall with a cracked wall above him. Someone that Mama might have used for. Katakuri just simply hummed in acknowledgement as he gazed towards his siblings playing cards, many of them having mixed facial reactions towards the hands they were given with. Saturday game night practice? Saturday game night practice. Smoothie nodded in confirmation as they both gazed onwards. Both siblings enjoyed the silent solace of each other's presence, although Smoothie noticed the glances Katakuri was shooting at Luffy while subconsciously reaching for his scarf, which made her frown at his worries. Even though it was a short time spent with Luffy, I know little bro wouldn't give a shit about your teeth. He would probably have flowers spewing from his mouth about them, and you two know that, don't you? Smoothie leaned forward as her head slumped against her hand as she gazed at her brother. Katakuri sighed as he dropped his hand that was clenched on his scarf. The only people Katakuri has shown his teeth to and explained why he hid them were the older siblings along with his triplet brothers, the sweet commanders and Mama. I know, but it isn't that easy for me. Smoothie never will be after what happened to Broly. I must keep up this image no matter what. I can't fail anyone else, even if it was once. Smoothie sighed but didn't push her older brother, respecting his decision and wishes, but she still prays for the day to whatever deity to give Katakuri a break. One day, big brother, one day you can be yourself without self-scrutiny about your weakness, about your failure. She sighed sadly but held hope for the day Katakuri could smile freely at the dining table amongst their family. And as she gazes onwards to Luffy, she smiled. And maybe that day won't be so far off. Where's Mama and the rest, by the way? They should have come by now. Smoothie tilted her head while the brother answered about their absence. I intercepted with them mid-slaughter, more specifically, Mama along with our baby siblings with a handful mix of older and younger siblings accompanying them. Raisin stumbled across their warehouse, and they all decided to go see and loot for all it's worth. Don't know about the others though. Smoothie hummed at Katakuri's report, now understanding for why most of them were late. But that doesn't excuse the rest though. You think Mama has fully gotten over it and moved on? Doubt it. It's hard to overcome such grief, guilt and self-hatred that easily. But Luffy helped tremendously in getting her out of her gloomy mindset. And our mother is strong, she will get over it, we just need to be there for her. Smoothie said while genuinely smiling on. Katakuri hummed in agreement. Time shall heal those wounds. Smoothie nodded at that as they continued watching onwards as their siblings gambled on. Cracker groaned when he went past, which had the siblings chuckling at his bad luck for this round. Damn, if this is my luck on Saturday night, he muttered under his breath while shivering internally at that thought as he collected his siblings' cards and reshuffled again. As he flicks the cards towards his siblings, he looked at his hand and grinned a bit. Blackjack. He flipped his hand to show the ace and king he had while his siblings shrugged and flicked their cards towards him, all except Luffy, who grinned and flipped his hand. Me too. To reveal the same hand as his. Cracker twitched his eye but nodded in acknowledgement. Okay, he was starting to see how lucky his little brother was. Minutes later, round. Oh hey. Blackjack, what the is this? Cracker muttered as his eye twitched heavily while gasping in disbelief. Currently, some of the siblings had arrived, majority taking a seat on the table to play along while the rest just spectated. How many times has he hit blackjack? Amanda asked curiously while sipping a glass of wine as she and her quadruplet sisters sat next to Smoothie, who was sipping her own glass along with sitting with her own triplet sisters. Along with getting cards under times, which is its equivalent, Smoothie said, keeping tabs as she leaned forward impressed by the absurd luck she was witnessing. If this was a real game, Luffy would be a billionaire, Cinnamon mused as she looked at her siblings around the table playing, just staring at their brother who just beamed brightly as if he didn't perform some kind of godly miracle with the level of luck he had in this game. Must be real fun for casinos when he comes knocking around, Hachi commented, smirking as she watched Cracker trying to process how this was possible. Speaking of gambling, why aren't you playing with them, Amanda? Even if it's practice without money on the line, out of all of us, you're one of the top in the family who is an absolute degenerate gambler, Effler asked as she sat on the grass, drinking a bottle of whiskey before spitting it out as Amanda smacked her head while huffing. Because unlike Cracker, Oven and the others, I know when to cut my losses. And also, I would rather watch Oven's eventual eruption. Amanda pointed towards Oven, who was fuming as he looked at his shit hands, his devil fruit reacting towards his anger as the temperature around him became warmer. But he cooled off when Daifiki bonked his head with armament Haki with an annoyed grunt. But during the last Saturday night, you kept betting all in times in Aro. Effler was once again swiftly bonked on her head, this time with Amanda using the hilt of a sheathed shirao. And I won them all, still doesn't change the fact that I know when to cut my loss. Amanda still kept her poker face, but there was a certain edge towards it which had the siblings around her sweat dropping. Alright, Effler sweated heavily as she rubbed her head, soothing the pain. Oh, finally, Bavarwa sighed, placing his hand down as the siblings first looked at him before looking at where he was gazing off to. Mama, along with the rest of their siblings, slowly came walking towards them with Pudding at the lead with Flamp behind her, rubbing her head while whistling as she avoided facing them. Eventually, Pudding awkwardly just stood in front of her siblings around the table gambling as she waved awkwardly towards them. Hey everyone, having fun, why yeah? The stuttering had either given them confusion why she was acting like this or setting alarms off their head, concerned about what happened. The most vocal of the latter being Luffy, who immediately stood up and walked towards Pudding worried. What's wrong? Why are you acting weird? She started twiddling her fingers, not finding the courage to face her brother, which caused him to tilt his head. Katakuri pinched his nose and sighed. I may have eaten a devil fruit on accident? Luffy blinked as he didn't see what the big fuss was about. The rest of the siblings, on the other hand. What? The lion reunites with the snake. Citizens of Sabody. This is Vice Admiral Momonga speaking. Currently there is a catastrophic threat heading this way. We have several temporary evac ships docked at the harbor. Please proceed in an orderly manner towards the ports where you will be further instructed on what to do. If you unfortunately cannot do this, then please find a building to stay inside and make sure to never take a peek outside until the threat is officially clear. A sigh came from out of the speakers as the Vice Admiral sounded grim, but held determination in his voice. We understand most of you will doubt our forces able to deal with the threat after that shameful display at Marineford, but please believe in us and the admirals. We are currently doing the best as we can to uphold justice for the sake of peace. We promise that you will be able to come back to your homes that will be in one piece. Shaki huffed out smoke as she sat outside on a lawn chair while smoking a cig, listening to the announcement that was followed by regular people frantically running towards her left side as they were advised. The screams of despair echoed loudly, which had her sighing, but she ultimately did what she was told, well, the second part anyway, folding up the chair and heading inside and closing up shop until whatever threat was cleared. She sighed, taking out the cancer stick out of her mouth and extinguishing it before kicking back behind her counter. Knock knock. She narrowed her eyes and slowly stood up as she stared at the door. Sorry, but the bar's closed for today. Even for little Oelmi? She stilled at the familiar voice before she cracked a smile. She walked up to the door and opened it to be met with Shiki, who was grinning madly while getting a good look of her before scoffing. You haven't aged a ing bit, you wretched snake. Naturally, and what is that I see? The angry little lion is starting to lose its mane? Shaki grinned wider as he fumed at the reminder of the fact that he was balding. Both pirates continued staring down at each other before Shiki couldn't hold up the facade, snorting which set off Shaki, who giggled before they both devolved into full-blown laughter and amusement. Good to see you kicking around, Shiki. Same for ya, Shaki. They shook hands as they both genuinely smiled at each other before Shaki retracted and went to her fridge behind the counter. You need a drink? Bourbon if you got the stuff, Shaki hummed as she grabbed it. She didn't even bother to get a glass, just tossing the entire bottle towards her former comrade, who caught it effortlessly before she grabbed a bottle for herself and sat across Shiki, who sat on a stool. So, you're the catastrophic threat? She mused as Shiki huffed, taking a big swig. Why else would they sound such an alarm? Good point, but how are you out of Impel Down? Shiki snorted before giving her the general rundown of what went down in Impel Down, to which she snorted in turn. Just like how they covered up what we Rocks pirates did to those kingdoms from the public, huh? Shaki mused as the gold lion snorted. Pretty much. Both former crewmates just sat there in silence before the atmosphere became gloomy, mostly due to the negative energy radiating from Shiki. So about Edward, Shiki looked down as he inspected the brand with a frown on his face. Eddie-chan knew his time was coming. He wanted to end it with a bang while getting his sons safely out, especially Ace. She kept her smile on her face, but her eyes spun a different tale. Out with the old and in with the new, huh? Shiki gazed at the ceiling, his expression hard to read as it was neutral, while Shaki looked on before throwing her own thoughts about it. We are getting old, my friend. People change over time. Even Lin-chan mellowed out, became a proper mother to her children. Shiki at that choked hard on his alcohol before looking at Shaki in disbelief. Lin? The same, Charlotte. All children are my tools and are born for my own benefits, Lin. Shaki nodded in amusement as Shiki slumped down, still unable to process this into his head. Rayleigh came across her children, who told him about her well-being. Imagine my own surprise hearing the news that she turned a new leaf for their sake. And how Luffy-chan was her son, to which she left out. She would let Shiki find out by himself about that fact. Time truly has passed. At least those brats of hers are being raised better, unlike us in our childhoods. Shiki bitterly smiled at that before taking a swig. Shaki gave her own sad smile as she looked down a bit. We all were truly the black sheep among our respective people, weren't we? Shiki grinned, knocking his bottle on hers, which got her attention. At least we didn't live a boring life, desperately trying to fit into a society that gives us the finger in our attempts. That shit got lame real quick, so we gave them our own finger and banded together under a shitty captain given the chance. Shaki giggled at that. Indeed, I wouldn't have been happily engaged towards my dear husband if I didn't join our little crazy crew of misfits. Oh, you're married? Good FO. Wait, you let someone get laid with you? Shiki eyes comically popped out of his skull as the sentence finally registered fully in his brain, while Shaki chuckled and shook her head of her friend's way with words. Indeed, it's not surprising that I'm engaged with Rayleigh. Wait, you're actually. This explains a lot. Shiki rubbed his chins, reminiscing on the many moments where their crew and Roger's would clash and how Shaki and Roger's first mate tend to fight off in a desolate place. Well, that's what Shaki said when she came back after the fight ended, along with a huge smile on her face for some reason. No wounds nor scars on her body to boot. How she for some reason gets really close to Rayleigh whenever they did clash for both crews to see. But both crews silently agreed to just ignore and keep fighting who was in front of them. Huh, where's Rayleigh anyway? Shiki blinked as he looked around while Shaki placed her bottle down after a swig, not bothering to hide anything. His off-training Luffy-chan observation. Haki. Shiki raised an eyebrow. That brat again. And for Shaki to add chan to their names at the end indicates trust towards the individual. I heard of that brat from the newspapers. Ed up the Marines really good, especially neutering the red dog and making it his, right? Shiki grinned sinisterly while Shaki giggled. That's the Straw Hat Luffy that you have been hearing about in the newspaper, all right. He even has me rooting for him personally too. Huh, now I'm more interested in him, the gold lion huffed, while Shaki snorted before grabbing a piece of paper and writing on it, slipping the note towards Shiki, who stared at the paper in confusion before she explained. You can find Luffy-chan around this island. But Shaki clasped Shiki's right hand before directly staring into his soul, her eyes resembling a snake gazing at its prey, which even had him sweating. Try not to do anything funny, especially towards my beloved, yeah? Shiki-chan. I will happily walk to my grave if I were to do that. Shaki let go and went back to her calm smile as Shiki took deep breaths. Damn, Shaki might be weaker than him, but she still could decently kick his ass. Do your best to keep your promise. Shiki simply nodded at her advice, seemingly seeing an end to the conversation, but before he left. Oh yeah, take this. Oh? Shaki looked at the den mushi that Shiki took out from his kimono. I'm planning to get all of us Rocks pirates that are still alive together at his grave. A last drink with our buddy, you down? Shaki widened her eyes before she huffed. It seems, time has also changed you too, Shiki, she teased, which had him huffing, still waiting for a response before she nodded. Of course, he was a good guy that you could get along with. Good, Shiki simply said before standing up, drinking the last bit of bourbon and tossing it into the trash can. Oh yeah, I'm also gonna give the Marines a bigger headache too. Shaki blinked at this random announcement that came kind of last second. That's so? Yup, and how are you going to do that? Educate everyone in this new generation about us. Shaki blinked before she smiled, although it felt and looked sharper. Sure, why not? A little history lesson about what we did in our youth to the public wouldn't hurt. The whole family was riding on Zeus right now. Big Mom was just humming to herself, feeling the night breeze while sometimes awkwardly taking a short glance towards her children, who were also doing the same thing save for the humming, their gazes directed towards a rather embarrassed Pudding. They all got whatever they could grab that was valuable, or seemed like it, and hopped on Zeus before departing rather quickly than they should have. Zeus working overtime but could manage as he expanded and enlarged himself for the valuables Mama's children have grabbed and placed onto him. They all agreed that they would talk about the devil fruit pudding ate when they reached back home. It was obviously going to be a very long conversation, along with amusement and teasing afterwards. So, what did you guys even find? We wrapped it up so fast that we didn't hear what you guys looted from the warehouse. Oven asked with arms crossed while looking towards his siblings who took part in looting it. Aside from body parts and cold storage pyro, they got a pretty decent haul of berries and gold along with stuff that I no doubt those snobber-rich nobles outside our territory would probably buy at a high price at an auction. And we got another sibling with devil fruit powers pyro. Perispero slowly turned his head as he mentioned the last thing they found. Pudding squirmed a bit from the simultaneous stares being shot at her for a few seconds. Compote nodded along before taking a piece of cloth out of her pocket with a serious look on her face. Along with this logo I found on a table. It was surrounded by crates that were loaded with weapons and ammunition. Big Mom took interest in what brand they traded or stole from, leaning forward and lowering her hand out, to which Compote placed the piece of cloth in her open palm, the giant mother bringing it close to her face for her to see clearly. She clenched her hand and scoffed before tossing it down on top of Zeus like litter, which had all her siblings scurrying around it to take a look. It's one of that ungrateful brat's underlings. Everyone recognized the logo. His presence and reputation in the new world was hard to ignore. Luffy tilted his head towards the logo in confusion, vaguely remembering that one guy at the auction with a similar symbol on his jacket, except a line crossed the skull and there wasn't anything protruding from it. Trafalgar Lord? That guy worked under Kaido? Luffy said in slight disbelief before pouting he could have told me about it. Trafalgar Lord? Cracker, who was sitting across from Luffy, narrowed his eyes with arms crossed, head tilting in confusion, while rubbing his head, which was going through his memories. Was he some fresh new recruit that the Heavenly Demon recruited? He wasn't the only one confused with how his siblings showed their own signs of confusion over this guy. Who is this brat you are talking about? Big Mom narrowed her eyes. She kept tabs on that particular brat and his family, with how he climbed rapidly in the underworld, alongside a drug dealer that was slowly but surely overtaking Peklo, who stated his worries once over a tea party about the guy. Apparently his new competitor's supply has been given a star rating from very satisfied and happy customer who had held quite the reputation. Rumors even say an admiral has directly met the dealer himself in person and made some transactions. Only reason she refused to do business with that man was because of her sheer spite towards his connections with Kaido. If it was any other Yonko or powerful group that the Don Quixote family were affiliated with, she would have put an effort in trying to get him to favor her side. Met him in Sabody in the auction. He can do this cool thing where he can create this blue sphere thing around him. He sliced some dudes and reattached their bodies in the wrong way. By any chance, does this man have tattoos on his fingers that spells out DETH? Snack asked, to which Luffy beamed in turn, which was enough of an answer. Yeah, that guy. Trafalgar Law is probably what he meant, Smoothie said, saying out loud what was on most siblings' mind, which had all of them snorting while many others sighed but nodded in acceptance. That was butchered beyond belief. That's not how you say his name, it's Trafalgar Law. Cracker said, squatting down in front of Luffy, who nodded with a smile. Terragor law. They snorted louder, Puer smacking her hand over her mouth and giggling a bit. It's hard for them not to crack a smile over the utter confidence their brother had in pronouncing a very butchered name. Trafalgar law, Torafulgor lore. Many followed what their sister did while some were quietly letting it out, most prominent being Broy and Bruley. Big Mom couldn't help but crack a smile. It was nice to a spark of childish innocence in this harsh, cruel world sometimes. They kept on going for a good minute. The more he butchered, the more hilarious they found it. Damn it! It's Tr Trafalgar L law. Cracker took many huffs trying to die down his own laughing fit but couldn't hide his grin that kept widening on in amusement. Luffy once again beamed, except the bulb above his head shined brighter, as if he finally connected the dots. Trafalgar Lola. They weren't so quiet about their amusement anymore. Luffy even copied Cracker's stutter, they just couldn't. Add proper English P pronunciation for complex words to the list of things to teach him. B before he butchers more, no matter how hilarious it is. Galette said through a small giggle fit while slightly smacking Ma Dior's shoulder, who dutifully noted it down, albeit a bit wobbly as he was silently wheezing. After a minute, they recollected their calm and went back to the topic in hand, although many silently agreed to share the names of more notorious pirates to him just for pure amusement in him butchering them to high hell. Their logos sure are similar, but the only people that particular warlord allows for people to use his Jolly Roger freely are people part of his family, allies, or some superfan maybe. Overwash shruggingly proposed the possibility which seemed likely. Get a hold of our regular informants to keep eyes and ears open if they encounter or got anything about that brat. He might turn out to be interesting later on. Big Mom said, following her gut instincts, her eldest acknowledging it. Of course, Mama Parasparrow bowed his head slightly while tipping his head down, feeling a similar gut feeling about Trafalgar Law too. Meanwhile, Smoothie patted his little brother's shoulder and shook her head. No, we aren't talking about law. We are talking about Doflamingo. Luffy at that before tilting his head, another question forming. Who's that guy? Smoothie blinked before crossing her arms and huffing with a neutral look. A pretty strong and infamous warlord, especially in the underworld where he became a rather influential broker quite quickly under the codename Joker while also running the kingdom of Dressrosa as its king. He's in an alliance with the Yonko Kaido that is unbeknownst to the world except for pirates like us. That heavenly demon is dealing and trading something we aren't particularly sure of towards Wano through meet-up points. He even struck a deal with the SD Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates to get some experienced veteran nurses to tend towards his former captain to combat against his worsening health. Snack added on, to which Smoothie hummed that too. Luffy just nodded, not really getting much except that he was strong and was working with someone who was on par with Shanks. I see, he did not. Smoothie simply hummed at that before joining her triplets and gazing at the skies along with most of the siblings. The stars sure are bright for tonight, she commented to particularly no one while the siblings around her agreed internally. Why not we go stargazing on top of the chateau one night? I can get the servants to clear up the place, Big Mom offered to her children, to which a few nodded, most prominent being Angel and Broy. Shishishi. If you guys want to stare at the skies, you should do it around autumn. The stars are the brightest during that time. Oh? You enjoy watching the stars at night too? Broy asked, inching towards Luffy, who chuckled with a nostalgic look on his face. Amazing, right? It's always either a tall place or an edge of the cliff where you can stare at the stars shining their brightest until you fall asleep. Although I prefer if it was in autumn, that's when they truly shine their brightest. She added on, do you also do this with Shanks and his crew? Yeah. Although it's hard to find an island with people that will accept us docking on their port because we are pirates, those cowards. Yuta pouted. Both future Pirate King and Diva laid down on a patch of grass as the night skies glowed, Yuta raising his hands towards the moon with an open grasp with an ambitious look on her eyes. One day, I will reach my new Genesis, she softly muttered as her eyes glowed while Luffy grinned. Shishishi. And I will become king of the pirates. Especially before you do that. Yuta scoffed before turning towards her side and giving a smug but affectionate look at Luffy, her first and only friend she had made. As if, loser, I will reach my dreams before you. No way, yes way, no way, yes way. Both children twitched their eyes as they stood up and butted heads, saying the same thing on their minds simultaneously towards each other. Oh, it's on. Yeah. It's even more fun with people though. Luffy gave a bright grin. Eventually, Toto Land came into view with the multiple islands that made up the archipelago having multiple lights shining from lamps and windows alike, as there still were crowds of people wandering around the place as the shops that were exclusive for the night opened up for the residents, while the ones open/were still serving people. Big Mom gazed proudly at the empire she had built, although she still wasn't finished with it, not by a long shot. There still were problems, most of them being her own doing, but she has undone some of them. The rest will take time though. But she will eventually reach her goal of change. But for now, she just wanted to be with her children. The moment they were all going to be together won't last long. Everyone has their appointed duties as ministers of the surrounding islands, even if they have people that oversee their duties for them. Her children's presence was important, and she will savor every single moment when she can be with everyone. As they reached the rooftops, Tamago simply awaited them along with a few chess soldiers on standby. As they landed, Big Mom stepped off from Zeus and approached him. Status report. Nothing strange nor noteworthy happened in your absence, Spawn. Good. Big Mom simply nodded. Take everything off from Zeus and place them in the treasury. We will sort them out tomorrow. Yes, Mama. Tamago commanded and lead the chess soldiers on taking the multiple bags of loot, and once they do, Tamago led them downstairs, presumably towards the treasury. All right, Mozart and Marnia, be a dearie and take your baby siblings to bed, would you? Join back for the talk though. Yes, Mama. The twins guided them along downstairs too. Why, I feel kind of sleepy too, so am I. Pudding froze like a statue as marble, and Maple simply put a hand on both of her shoulders while shaking their heads. She was not getting out of this one. Sorry, Pudding, but you can't hide it from family now, can you, Paroin? Especially since I had a good chunk of berries on it happening. Paraspero said internally with a grin as he stared at Zucado, who immediately understood what the eldest was thinking, and simply just scoffed and flipped him off once he saw Mozart, along with Marnia, escorting the younger siblings out of sight. Is it really that big of a deal? Luffy asked while tilting his head at them with arms crossed. It might not be for you, but it is for us, especially since it's a first in a family for someone to eat a devil fruit by accident. Zucado grumbled while slipping some bills to Paraspero, while he cackled quietly at his earnings before storing them in his pockets. Ma Dior, go get the devil fruit encyclopedia. Ma Dior simply nodded and headed downwards while Galette and Opera followed along to help search for it. Now, let's go and wait, Big Mom said while her children wordlessly went downstairs with her ahead of them, heading off towards the middle floor with Flamp dragging Luffy along while walking next to Pudding, the trio walking behind the rest of the family. So, how did you eat the devil fruit by accident anyway? Luffy asked as Flamp let go of him as he followed behind them, Pudding turning flustered as she recollected her memories. Well, Pudding avoided eye contact while twiddling her fingers. Compote, open up the warehouse, would you, dear? Of course, Mama. Compote happily beamed as she simply reeled her hand back and punched a hole clean through the thick shutter doors, pulling her hand back along with the door as she then pulled it out of her hand and tossed the shutter doors aside. I sometimes forget she can easily erase our existence with a single punch if she slipped up her restraint. Dakuai said, sweat dropping as he glanced at the shutter door that Compote ripped off. It was clearly heavy duty once you get a good look of how thick it was. Agreed, Marnia said next to him. Compote was a pretty gentle woman, hard to anger, and was a bloody good babysitter since her S. Rarely aggressive and tends to avoid fighting overall if possible. And she could easily destroy a small fortress by herself if she needed to without the use of Haki at all. Onglet and the rest of his younger siblings just stared in awe at the display at their eldest sister's strength before they stepped inside the place before being followed by their older siblings. Big Mom simply leaned forward with bent knees, moving her body under the entrance and into the warehouse. She had to keep her knees bended to maneuver around the place properly without bumping her head on the roof, which would be annoying. So she simply raised her hands up and ripped the rooftop off and tossed it aside like Compote, except on a larger scale. Her children looked at her before shrugging as they started to crack open the crates. It was like any other warehouse. A lot of stored contents with shelves upon shelves holding them. There was also a large cold storage that took up 1/3 of the place, and it was pretty obvious what was inside, considering what their enemy was profiting from. As they wandered around, Pudding came across a weird cardboard box in the corner of a shelf. It looked like the rest, save for the fact that it was entirely pink along with a giant logo which was a cupcake with cartoonish eyes and arms, spray painted white on top of it. Much to her confusion, the others were all either metallic or regular normal cardboard boxes. All have stickers plastered on their external surfaces that displayed its contents, but this one just had some cartoonish food mascot painted onto it. It was out of place. Opening it up just confused her more, The box was completely hollow. There was almost nothing inside. Almost. Lying in the bottom, at the center was a lone cupcake, served in a light purple paper cup. The cake itself was an ominous dark purple and was topped off with rainbow-colored sprinkles. Its texture seemed fluffy and soft. But what was up with the weird swirls around it? It resembled something akin to an ice cream swirl, but each layer had strange line patterns on them. Maybe it was just for a decorative touch? She reached down and held the cupcake by its paper cup and gave it a closer look, squinting her eyes and making several faces as the logical side of her brain were telling her to not eat something from a box that you don't know about, especially when it's from the enemy. But she let her curiosity win, the devil on her shoulder successfully convincing her to do it, along with running the thoughts of what's the worst that could happen in her head. And so she did. She took a bite out of the cupcake, taking in the doughy complexion texture before swallowing it, and immediately looked disgusted as she stuck her tongue out. Ugh, this tastes like utter crap. Pudding blanched as she tossed the cupcake away, which caught a lot of her siblings' attention. Sparrow, who had been looking through the contents, uncovering large quantities of gold and diamonds stored inside them, gave a side glance towards his baby sister and grew worried seeing her facial expression. The eldest carefully laid down a gold bar he had been inspecting, as he walked up to Pudding, looking at the cupcake she had thrown away, a bite mark showing proof of her biting a chunk out of it. Must have tasted like absolute shit for her to make such a disgusted face. Here, keep licking until it goes away, Sparrow said, making a piece of candy as he handed it to Pudding, who gave a grateful nod and immediately did so. Where did you get that from? He asked, pointing towards the bitten cupcake laying on the ground, to which Pudding immediately just took the box and gave it to her brother, who inspected it. He squinted his eyes at the seemingly normal box, gazing at the logo to which he couldn't connect to any brand. Maybe they just sucked at cooking? Sparrow's mind kept producing possible reasons until he flipped the box and gazed at the bottom. Plastered perfectly center was the contents page. Egg whites, grams of butter seems normal so far. Sparrow squinted his eyes as he continued reading aloud the recipe. As compote, Brulee and Broy made their way towards Pudding. What did it taste like? Broy said, tilting her head at Pudding as she blinked. It must have tasted awful, especially when Pudding's facial expression reminded her of when Brulee ate her devil fruit. Like chewing medical tablets without the water, Pudding said as she continued desperately to rid the pungent taste that unfortunately graced her mouth with her brother's candy. Grams of flour, tablespoons of milk, a slice of the memo no mi, and finally grape jello. Sparrow nodded as he finished reading the contents, not seeing anything wrong as he stared at his three sisters, who had various reactions. Broy's eyes comically widened to the size of dinner plates as she stared blankly in stunned silence. Brulee's jaw hung low as her eyes widened, while Pudding was the worst. Her facial expression was as if she witnessed and saw the horrors of some crazed drugged addict who kept shouting in the streets, "All hail the sun!" before stripping, dousing himself in cooking oil and proceeding to burn himself alive as he did some ritualistic dance until he finally died. And everyone agreed to not speak nor recollect of what went down during Kapakuri's, Daifuku's and Oven's birthday ever again. The eldest brother blinked, staring at his stunned siblings for a solid seconds as his brains processed everything, recollecting the ingredients he read for a minute until his eyes widened and looked over the ingredients again, more specifically the second last part. A slice of the memo no mi, huh? I have seen pictures of what devil fruit looks like along with some of our older siblings getting their devil fruits. I should have known something was up with that cupcake when I saw those swirly patterns, Pudding said softly and quietly. She had reflected upon it several times, and the more she thought about it, the more she should have realized the similarities. It's interesting that someone actually tried making food with a devil fruit, Flamp said, looking a bit amused, wondering what the reason behind it was. It probably tasted decent before the devil fruit was added in. So, what even is the devil fruit? Can your body stretch and stuff? Luffy said, poking and pulling on her cheek as they turned a corner. Ow. I don't think so, and besides, that's your power. Pudding huffed as she lightly smacked her brother's hand away and rubbed her cheek as she grumbled a bit. Oh right. Luffy simply nodded before coming up with another idea. Maybe you are like Ace and can't be hit without Haki. Here, let me take a swing at you, Luffy helpfully offered, not giving Pudding much of a say as he rolled his shoulder and cracked his shoulders while Pudding gave a nervous smile, backing away with raised open hands. Oh, let's not resort to that yet. Mukuru, who was the closest to them and could hear clearly what the three were talking about, immediately pulled Luffy by his shoulder away from Pudding, who let out a sigh of relief and shot a grateful thumbs up towards her older sister. before she blinked and looked shocked at her. Wait, what do you mean by yet? Marble, who had been by her fellow long-armed sister's side, rolled her eyes, before she got closer to them and placed an arm around Luffy and Pudding. Let's figure that out in the meeting room. Let Monsieur get the encyclopedia and we figure it out from there, she suggested, to which both younger siblings nodded at, with Pudding shaking her head faster than Luffy at the saner option. And then we can try punching her if it turns out she is a Logia, Marble said with a bright smile, something Luffy mimicked with Pudding blanching in fear at, as she stared at her sister in disbelief. I'm joking somewhat, she simply shrugged in response towards her sister's worries and fears, which did not calm down her panic at all. Heading inside the room, it was spacious enough for all of them. As they got seated, they just patiently waited for the ones who went to the library to come here. All of them chatted about their achievements of brutality against their enemies, the spoils of war they have uncovered and taken, and many talked about whole other topics instead. After a while, Monsieur, Galette and Opera finally came back with a huge book which was humongous to accommodate the size of Big Mom. Monsieur let the book lean onto the wall as he flipped towards the book's page of contents, which spans at least pages long. The encyclopedia came into existence from generations upon generations of a family line of explorers who scoured over the lands from both the New World and Paradise, documenting all the devil fruits or devil fruit users they have come across. Some descriptions of devil fruits have multiple pages dedicated to their powers. Sadly, the last heir of the family passed away decades ago due to a severe illness that had deteriorated his health. His last wish was to pass away peacefully on a chair on a cliff, to face the sunset one more time, to which was granted. He died with a serene smile on his face as his dead open eyes still gazed at the sun going down. In the former land of O'Hara, in honor and recognition of his family's life work, the scholars of the island took all documents of all the devil fruits written down by his family line and had printed his work into a book thicker than a dictionary. But production was limited as the government picked wind on this quickly and swiftly prohibited them from publishing the books to the public and demanded them to send the copies to them for their own benefits. A total of books were only printed, were burnt and destroyed. Books were given to the government and Marines, the scholars lying about the books being all they had printed, and the rest were smuggled or secretly released outside through irregular or shady means. And fortunately, Lin snagged a book for herself and had someone recreate an exact replica except being built to accommodate her size to read it easier. This book was so damn rare and valuable, it could easily sell 4.5 billion berries minimum in the black market. Alright, what devil fruit did you eat? Monsieur asked, tapping his foot as he gazed at Pudding, best to figure out what it was before she spoke of how she ate it unintentionally. The memo no mi, Pudding said, nodding a bit while all siblings turned their chair to gaze at the book. Alright, let's see. Monsieur deduced that it had to be a paramecia with a name like that, flipping over towards the paramecia section as his fingers trailed off the page that listed the fruits in alphabetical order, more specifically in the M section, until his finger finally pointed at it, and he was right on the dot about what type it was. Entry. Page. Memo no mi, paramecia. With a cough to clear his throat, he began to read out loud. The memo no mi is a devil fruit that allows the users to dig into a person's head to pull out their memories in the form of a movie film in a long strip. Their memories of what they saw can be visually seen on this strip. Monsieur was intrigued as he continued reading on, already forming several mental images of it. The rest of the siblings were also in a similar state. It was a pretty useful power. Saves them time and energy from getting information out of someone besides interrogation or bribery. The older ones, however, Cracker, Oven, Smoothie in particular, stiffen at the thoughts of their memories being exposed, past memories of them being dumbasses in their youths doing some nefarious and blackmail-worthy shit flashed through their heads like a psychological horror film. They all simultaneously shuddered at the thought of a past they thought was buried deeply enough with the corpses of their respective witnesses, along with hush money that reached digits were paid to get people to shut the up. Also, the light will never shine down upon it. But now one of their siblings had the means to incinerate them all to ash and let their shameful display of their youth to be laid bare for all their younger siblings to see. They must not allow Pudding to see what they did when they were younger, and no matter what. Anyways, here Monsieur took out a bookmarker and smacked it on top of the page with Pudding's name on top of it. If you need to know about what you can do with your devil fruit, just go to this page and read the full description. It's very in-depth. Thank you, Montenay. Monsieur huffed and waved off her sister's gratitude as said sister was beaming brightly at him. Anyway, how did you get your devil fruit? Well, one lengthy recap about how Pudding ate the devil fruit towards the rest later. Huh, that's a unique way to make a cupcake, Smoothie commented, rubbing her chin in thought. Never in her life had she thought about using devil fruits in cooking recipes, especially with how said devil fruits in question taste like shit. Not only that, but there might be more from where that came from, Cinnamon said as she crossed her arms, leaning back and gazing absently at the ceiling in thought. She doubted that a cardboard box originally had a single cupcake inside it. Others probably took one from it and ate it, leaving the last one for pudding. But still, it was kind of dumb to eat food out of some random cardboard box, especially considering what those guys' business were all about. Could have eaten a cupcake that had pieces of brain, intestines and eyes in them. Compote scolded while Pudding Face turned green at the godforsaken mental image that conjured up. Yeah, she can't deny. That sounds worse than accidentally eating a devil fruit. Their mother on the hand was leaning forward, side glancing at Perispero and her more perceptive and smarter children who were probably thinking along the same wavelength. A food company where their foods contained a portion of a devil fruit as part of the ingredients would have made the news for everyone around the world. But yet this was the first time they were hearing about this. They had many ideas about what this mysterious company was, but kept it to themselves for now. Linlin didn't need to say a word, for she could just tell her children would dig into this themselves. A good mystery once in a while was intriguing to solve, so she will allow them to play detective for a while until she steps in. Well then, besides sorting through the spoils of war tomorrow, anything else we should talk about? Brownie asked, yawning into his hand as his droopy eyes looked at his siblings, wanting to immediately slam into bed and sleep. Who's on night duty again? Cracker simply asked. If I remember correctly, Mondi and Hachi, Counter along with Cadenza, Punna and Raisin, and finally Chiffon and Daquoise. That was yesterday's arrangement, you drunk. Hachi bonked Zukoto's head for that. Oh. Alright, so whose turn is it then? Gala and Cabaletta, Mobile, Maple and Marble along with Snack and Bavarois. The mentioned ones simply either hummed in acceptance or groaned in annoyance but didn't fuss. Everyone had their turn with staying up late till morning once they reached. Alright, if that's all, see you. I'm going to bed. Brownie stood up, slid his chair in and just walked off, some following him immediately while the rest lagged behind. Except for Perispero and Big Mom, who sat in the comfortable silence once Compote, the last sibling, left, closing the door behind them. Perispero sighed as he leaned back into his chair while Big Mom grabbed a wine bottle she tends to hide under her table to pour herself and her son a drink. My son, my suspicions. Big Mom, once she finished pouring 2 teacups, drank directly from the bottle. Unfortunately, they are a reality. Perispero sighed, withdrawing his hat from his head, placing his hand inside to dig out massive pictures he had rolled up inside the hat, rolling them out and placing them on the table, to which Linlin leaned forward to grab and inspect, her face looking dark as she does so. Our undercover spies spent some time carefully navigating away from Marineford before they made contact with us. The infiltration was a success, and we got what we were looking for. Big Mom hummed at that. All high-ranking Marines took part of the war, on the field, leaving only the stationed guards in the base. It was the perfect time for anyone to break in and have a search around and take pictures of their findings. As Linlin gazed at the picture, she gritted her teeth as she glared venomously at the picture while her eldest drank from his teacup of wine. The picture was shot at a bird's-eye view, probably taken from standing on top of a chair to take an aerial shot of below, that below being a table with bounties spread out on it. Charlotte Anglais, wanted dead or alive. Charlotte Wafers, wanted dead or alive. Charlotte WRO, wanted dead or alive. Charlotte Dechat, wanted dead or alive. Charlotte Normandie, wanted dead or alive. Charlotte Dolce, wanted dead or alive. Charlotte Drage, wanted dead or alive. Charlotte Anana, wanted dead or alive. Linlin slammed the picture down on the table. Her hand going through the table and suspended above the floor, she retracted it back, leaving a hand-shaped hole onto the fine furniture made from atom wood. Perispero flinched at the impact and stared blankly, drinking his wine without looking away while his mother breathed heavy, forming smoke when she exhaled. Linlin wasn't surprised nor pissed about the bounties on her children. The Marines started doing it after Smoothie's, Cinnamon's and Citron's birth, giving a minimum bounty of when one of her children were discovered. But these were her youngest, starting with Anglais years old all the way to Ananat. Her youngest ing children, who majority of their lives stayed on Whole Cake Island, hidden away from the world, their existence only being known once reaching. The only exception were the ones who attended her tea parties. Perispero, compile a list of all previous guests and attendees of all my tea parties. I want them after a week, she commanded. Yes, Mama, he nodded with his own glare, which was directed downwards onto the floor as he tipped his hat, brain already going at work as memories flashed through his head of all people he had talked to. The eldest took his leave with determined eyes to find the damn snitch who leaked his baby siblings' existence towards those self-righteous s, placing a target on their backs. Big Mom sighed, leaning back as she stared at the ceiling. Couldn't be Morgan's. No matter how much he liked publishing big news, even he had standards and avoided posting information about her children. Couldn't be Drug Peklo, Dufeld, Giberson nor Umit. They feared and respected her, and they don't really stand much to gain much from it except an execution performed by herself. But Stussy, Big Mom sighed, recalling her time with that woman when they were the Rocks pirates. She was all over Edward, wanted to get a child from him, but the man couldn't give much of a towards her. Actually, he didn't give a ing towards her at all. She always lightly sulked about the rejection, always walking up to the nearest woman to drink with, Lin herself being no exception, which normally ends in them, including herself, being under the sheets with a bad hangover with Edward's biggest crush. Some days there were more women in bed with Stussy after getting hammered so hard from drinking with the woman. After they disbanded, she lost contact with her for a while, maybe a decade before she came into contact with her, and came to a business arrangement with her. But Miss Buckingham felt off. She talked, behaved and walked like Stussy. She still talked about Edward but talked about him like he was a dead boyfriend. Before he actually passed away, she also held her strength when they partook in a friendly spar for old time's sake. Her moves were still all there. A couple of new ones also introduced but didn't give off the right vibe. Those moves didn't give off ones invented by themselves and honed to the best of the move's capabilities. The new move Stussy displayed, it felt militaristic, as if practiced and trained by another more professional individual. As Big Mom pondered and pondered, she rubbed her forehead in irritation. She wanted to write Stussy of the suspect list she conjured in her head, but her gut instincts prevented her from doing so. Stussy, what happened to you after that bastard died? Golden Lion against the Red Dog. This is Vice Admiral Bastille, reporting from Interceptor Ship Number. We have confirmed visuals of the Golden Lion's ship flying in the air. All interceptor ships are in defensive formation. Distance between our fleet and target is roughly around km. Any signs of the man himself on the deck? No. What are your orders? Sail back to Sabody while firing at his ship. Don't end the call and report for any changes. Yes. Akainu sat down as he heard the sounds of cannons being fired from the Denden Mushi. Currently he had majority of the naval warships anchored near the shorelines of Sabody, all fully broadside and ready to rain hell upon his ship upon entering firing range. It won't kill Shiki, but at least it will somewhat shake the bastard a bit. Vice admirals on small agile and fast ships were ordered to sail further outwards to get first sightings of his vessel and perform what was essentially a naval run and gun. The main forces were scattered strategically around the shipyard and tourist zone of Sabody in which he should come from. Makeshift defensive positions were set up all around Grove in which he should come from. The Marine headquarters in Grove had all their cannons turned towards the two islands' direction. The firepower and barrel length should be good enough to hit him from afar once he comes into effective range. And then there was he himself, who was situated around Grove, the fleet admiral standing between the two sections of Sabody, as he prepares himself for Shiki's arrival. Sir, is this a good idea? Akainu gave a side glance towards the approaching Vice Admiral, a man who had an X-shaped scar on his face, his eyes closed for he is blind while his weapon was strapped to his waist. Vice Admiral Fujitora, are you challenging my authority? Akainu questioned. He was a part of many that came from the world military draft plan that he himself held, a call to arms against pirates. After the Marineford disaster, their forces were severely diminished, which was why this draft was held. Fortunately, their manpower had increased drastically thanks to this decision, but that was probably because Akainu had spent a good chunk of the world government's increased funding on the Human Resources Department, increasing overall pay and added benefits and bonuses to lure more people in and boost general morale even if it's low. A lot of good people had come towards them. Majority of them were seasoned soldiers from different kingdoms along with ordinary citizens tired of pirates rampaging through the seas, many allocated to what suits them best, and Akainu couldn't help but feel glad that majority of these people were suited for combat-related positions. And luckily Fujitora along with another person excelled greatly in this field. Both rapidly climbed the ranks in the Marines. They will easily become the two new admirals of the Navy with their potential. Just a question. Sir. Akainu glanced back at the ocean as he smoked away in thought. No, the logical thing to do is evacuating everyone out of here and let the Golden Lion pass by, the fleet admiral admitted. Against someone like Shiki, it was like a natural disaster. It was best to stay clear from it and let it pass. Then why? Because if we did nothing, then who will? If the Navy were to just simply stand back and do nothing, we will be considered more of a joke than we already are. Akainu scowled. The Marines had taken a large blow from the War of the Best. Loss of trust among the public and kingdoms along with the pirates becoming more bolder. It was an absolute shitshow that he was getting under control still. Many good people are going to get injured and killed. Fujitora muttered with a deep frown but accepted this fact. Nothing he can do will change it. Consider it first-hand experience of what's to come and what to expect. To uphold justice is to carry the weight of the world against all who opposes it. Akainu said as he looked onwards towards the seas with arms crossed. We must end this confrontation quickly, Fujitora simply said. Now that's something we can both agree on. Oh? Then get on with it. Both Akainu and Fujitora tensed up, the atmosphere turning dreadful in an instant as they quickly turned around. The sudden feeling of a malicious presence behind them was instant. Walking towards them from the distance, releasing Conqueror's Haki that knocked out all the weaker Navy soldiers around him was Shiki, grinning with his two swords unsheathed and in his hands. So, you're the new fleet admiral, huh? Of course, the government would select you of all people. Shiki sighed in disappointment, while Akainu clenched his fists before relaxing it. I see, you were never on your ship. You came here with your devil fruit powers yourself. For what purpose have you came here personally, you bastard? The fleet admiral already had smoke coming out of him as his body glowed of magma. Can't you let an old man explore the world and see what the new generation is like? Also, think fast. He let go of his swords which rapidly launched towards two unconscious soldiers. Fujitora sprang into action, immediately dashing to one of the soldiers to parry the sword away. But much to Shiki's surprise, he was bewildered by the fate of the other unconscious soldier. There stood Akainu in front of the lying soldier, who smacked his katana away, instead of taking the opportunity to launch himself towards Shiki, who left himself unarmed. Even a leash dog changed during my imprisonment, Shiki muttered in curiosity, as he retracted his katanas away from the admirals and back to his hands. Magos/Dark Hound. Shiki leaped backwards, away from a charging Akainu who had turned his hands into pure magma. But the spite still burns brightly, Shiki mused. He floated in the air as he reeled one of his hands back, gripping hard on his katana. Zenkishoku/Eclipse. He released a large eclipse-shaped blade of air that appeared golden, aiming for the top of their bodies, but more specifically towards the blind man. Fujitora simply leaped out of the way while Akainu took the hit, the blade of air going through his magma body, which quickly reconnected. But Shiki didn't let up as he charged towards Fujitora, clashing blades with him, starting a conversation with him. Using observation Haki to see, I presume? Shiki casually said as he looked at the admiral's eyes that were opened a bit. They were completely whitened out. Indeed, Isho admitted. But yet you can hold yourself quite well. Impressive. YTH. Shiki kicked Fujitora in his torso to launch him back as the lion himself leaped away, pressing his foot against the ground hard to forcefully launch himself away as Akainu blasted magma from where they previously stood. Irritation shone clear on his face. Stop casually talking towards our enemies and fight. Sakazuki scowled, his entire right side covered in magma with the other half being normal so he could clench the den mushi. With a click off a tongue, Shiki dug his foot onto the ground before kicking the dirt up. Cracks quickly formed from where he had kicked, which quickly made its way to Akainu before it exploded underneath him, rocks bursting out and hitting him. But they simply went through his body. Holes were formed but quickly closed with magma. Akainu, despite being unaffected by a weak attack, simply clicked his tongue as his vision was obscured by the rocks along with the dust that came with it. Using observation Haki too late, as he felt pain radiating from his back as he was sent flying towards. Shiki looked disappointed as he placed his foot back to the ground after delivering a Haki-imbued kick towards Akainu's back. After all these years in prison, you Marines are improving powers in the wrong areas, Shiki huffed as he calmly walked to Akainu, who quickly got back on his feet. Seriously. After the Golden Era, with monstrous legends like Garp and Roger were seen as the strongest, had the Marines been turning a blind eye to what they should be more reliant and working on? Here, let me show you what you fools are severely lacking in. Digging his feet to the ground to the point, cracks formed before he launched himself, kicking up the soil as he reeled his fist back and punched Akainu hard in the stomach. The fleet admiral coughed blood but quickly gritted his teeth as he attempted to wrap an arm around Shiki's waist and burn this old alive. But the Golden Lion simply kicked him away before he could and created distance between them. As Shiki touched the ground, his body suddenly became heavy, the ground breaking around him. He gritted his teeth as he felt the pressure. What is this? Shiki looked at Akainu before looking at Fujitora, who was walking up to him with his sword slightly out of his sheath. It had to be that blind man's devil fruit power at play. Your execution! Akainu reeled his fit back, prepared to repay him kindly for those hits he had given him, but as he swung, Shiki simply stopped resisting towards the amplified gravity, letting his body fully slam into the ground, narrowly avoiding the magma from touching his face. As he laid down on the ground, he forced himself to roll to the sides before droplets of magma, dripping from Akainu's still magnified arm, could melt through his back. Shiki felt the gravity becoming normal as he rolled out, able to stand up without any pressure now, as he saw the cracks from the ground form which he laid and stood on continuing to crack further and further, only affecting areas anything within a radius similar to my own fruit. Shiki brain theorized. As he got his grip again, he started leaping and dodging immediately as craters formed from where he previously had stood. It was abrupt and instantaneous. That blind man's devil fruit was the opposite of his. He could strip away gravity while that navy dog amplified it, ranging towards an extreme degree in less than a second to boot. He finally leaped in the air but floated instead of landing. He rolled his shoulders before looking down at Akainu and Fujitora, both men facing him. Sure Odoshi / Lion menaced. The ground shook as giant pieces of soil busted out from the ground. The unconscious soldiers that laid around were knocked up in the air from the sudden explosion of dirt that broke the ground beneath them that made its way towards Shiki. The chunks of earth headed to the skies and floated right above his head. Pieces of it broke away throughout its ascension, slowly sculpting and shaping itself into a lion's head with a scowl on its face. He pointed Kagurashi towards them along with the lion heads, smug and arrogant grin on his face, getting back to the swing of things after being chained down in prison for so long. It was a good way to get his bearings back in the new world, using these admirals as a warm-up. Sure Odoshi, Hayaku and Okiba / Lion Menace. 100 fangs sharply constructed spikes of dirt rained down upon the two admirals along with any unconscious marine around them. Moko / Raging Tiger. Ryusei Kazan / Meteor Volcano. In return, Akainu launched multiple giant magma chunks that resembled its fist, colliding with the spikes to stop it while Fujitora reeled his katana back before slashing, the spikes slowing down before coming to a complete halt in the direction of its swing before being pushed back and blown away to a dirty mist of soil. The lion heads didn't let up on the barrage, but they became smaller and smaller until they were just the size of Shiki's torso. Alright, not bad then, how about this? Maintaining his grin with a glint in his eyes, Shiki raised his hand. The small lion heads crumbled into dust and were sucked in like a black hole towards an ever-expanding orb above Shiki's open palm. It took shape as he conjured one single massive lion head which, along with his hand, lowered and faced the admirals. It was similar to a hand cannon. He placed his hands on the back of its soil head, the color changing from dirt to a blackish clay which made it kinda tense while Fujitora furrowed his eyebrows. Armament Haki? The Vice Admiral muttered while Akainu widened his eyes, reaching the conclusion of what was coming almost too late. Sure Odoshi, Ohagura no Reiju / Lion Menace. Black teeth of the beast. Hundreds of smaller but faster spikes came descending down towards them, major difference being the color which was noticeable dark. Fujitora tried to use his devil fruit but had to dodge before he even had the chance to conjure his strength. He found himself on the defensive as he kept on parrying or dodging the lethal projectiles. Dai Funka / Great Eruption. Akainu was releasing forth a great burst of lava to try and halt the movements, but the tip of the spike still was able to reach him, majority poking into his clothes but some were able to pierce through his skin, making him grit his teeth as he bled from it. The onslaught of Haki-imbued spikes pushed them back, anything in its path obliterated. The trees turned to Swiss cheese, some collapsing form having too many holes while others unfortunately found themselves a more fleshy target in the form of the still unconscious marine soldiers. The very lucky simply were grazed, the less but still lucky had a quick and swift death as their heads turned to find mist with a spike as its replacement, while others had an unceremonious wake-up call to reality, before dying from shock as the spikes pierced through their internal organs, breaking multiple ribs and bones along with the unfortunate ones getting dismembered. Akainu, throughout this ordeal, finally erupted in great rage. Inugami Guren / Dog Biting Crimson Lotus. From the lava Akainu spurted forth, out came a fanged dog head of magma that rapidly shot towards Shiki while the man himself was taken aback by his ferocious attack. It was the size of an ING galleon and the length of a sea beast. Shiki reeled his hand away from his cannon and rapidly flew out of range as the dog head bit on his construct, the thing returning back to regular magma which plummeted down towards the ground along with it. I really pissed himself, Shiki chuckled humorously before smacking his hand onto his face, sliding it down to his chin in thought before grinning, one which screamed bloodthirst. Yeah, time to kick things up a notch. Days has flown by after the battle with the organ harvesters. Tato Land was no longer being targeted, for now. There were bound to be more idiots that think they could take them on if such a pathetic little organization thought that they could. But for now, they can relax and chill, run their operations normally while Luffy continued on with his training with Rayleigh. Currently, said Rubberman laid in a crater panting with Rayleigh standing over him with a wooden stick slung over his back. Fallen trees surrounded them along with Cracker who was sitting on a stump. The sweet general, out of his biscuit armor, came to see the progress along with just being genuinely bored without anything assigned to him and wanted to see something entertaining or interesting, so he decided to come babysit his brother for entertainment. He couldn't help but sweat drop at the sight of his little brother's training that he will be going through for a couple of months, shivering at every impact delivered by the former right-hand man of the Pirate King towards the top of Luffy's head throughout the day. If it were him, he would have dropped and rolled around the floor, screaming in pain. Hits dodged now. Think you can make that in a row? The old man teased while Luffy gritted his teeth. The young captain's improvement was still pretty rapid, but every hit or so, Rayleigh changed things up, by either concealing his presence more, attacking faster and more aggressive than usual, and etc., making sure the Rubberman would adapt, forcing his body to stand back up, his stance back in the offensive as Rayleigh didn't waste time and charged at him. Cracker couldn't help but lean forward and take mental notes of Rayleigh's words of advice that he threw to Luffy as he continued dodging and making distance from himself and Rayleigh. Some advice from an experienced old man such as himself could also help him train his own observation Haki further after he comes back to Tato Land with Luffy, but Cracker doubts that he himself would get to Katakuri's level no matter how much he trained. Luffy, on the other hand, had massive potential for power. He sailed for a couple of months and already had a ING bounty bigger than some in the New World. Definitely a world record. Couple that with Rayleigh's training, the seas will be ING stirring and the skies brewing a storm upon his return and reunion with his crew. Focus on the intent of an attack. That is the hint, Cracker muttered, repeating the old man's words he kept conveying to Luffy. It was something the right-hand man commonly said to him throughout training. He and his siblings' observation Haki training was similar to Rayleigh's. A blindfold and another person taking a swing at you, except the more Cracker and his sibling progressed in training observation Haki, the more people would be added to try and hit you too. Sometimes feral animals along with homies specially made by Mama would be added into the mix. And it was his first time in his years of piracy, hearing such simple words, that accurately described on how to improve or get observation Haki. Although he couldn't ponder more of it as Cracker leaned back quickly, narrowly avoiding a stray rubbery fist that nearly knocked him out, but instead put a crater into a tree as he retracted it back. Hey! Watch where you're aiming that thing! The sweet general rubbed his chin that was almost grazed by his brother. Ah! Sore OW! A comical bonk sounded as Rayleigh landed a hit on Luffy's head, adding another bump to the stack of bumps on top of his head. Focus on the fight. An enemy won't give a second thought on attacking you when you let your guard down. Pirates aren't honorable fighters, Rayleigh said, amused smile on his face as he looked down at Luffy before he looked at Cracker. Despite you being here for a while now, I can't seem to recognize you from the bounty posters related to your family at all. Are you perhaps a Charlotte the Marines don't know about? Cracker snorted, understanding his confusion. Oh no, you probably heard about me. The name's Cracker. Seeing the immediate raised eyebrows of Rayleigh, he clapped his hands, conjuring the head of his biscuit armor which he juggled with one hand. I'm normally in an armor made with my devil fruit. Only time I walk around without wearing it is either in my house or the whole cake chateau. Everyone besides my family think I look like this guy. He chuckled as he stopped juggling and threw the head behind him as Rayleigh let out an O as he absorbed that piece of information. That must be useful, being able to travel around normally without being linked to your bounty poster. Cracker nodded in agreement with Rayleigh at that. Just need a change in clothing, hairstyle, and nobody would bet an eye. Rayleigh nodded at that. Wouldn't hurt to be cautious. The clothes stand out like a sore thumb heavily along with his hair that somehow had sparks at the end which Rayleigh didn't bother to question. It was the least weird thing he had seen around the seas where the impossible is pretty much possible. As Rayleigh continued on training Luffy, he was just almost breaking his record of dodging consecutive hits, but could barely dodge the The strike was getting closer and closer to a mere graze, but the stick still made contact with his head, but he was almost dodging it. The training ended once it was evening, time to head back for dinner. Well, that's it for today. Once you break your record on another day, it will be easier to dodge, Rayleigh complimented while Luffy groaned, lying on the ground as he rolled over and bowed his head to the old man who huffed, but felt warm. Seeing someone be this grateful towards a person who beating the living shit out of him for the purpose of training was a tad bit amusing. Thanks, no problem. Now go off with your older brother and back to your mother, Rayleigh said, waving him off as Cracker approached his brother, slumping Luffy's arm around his shoulder as he dragged his ass towards the mirror and stood in front, waiting for her sister to come and use her devil fruit powers to open the gateway back to home territory. But not without looking back at Rayleigh, expression neutral if you ignore the maniacal grin on his face. Why not come with us and have dinner with Mama? She doesn't hold grudges against you for what you and your crew did, I think. The sweet general shrugged. Sure, maybe she was still slightly annoyed with how the Dark King got rubbings of Mama's poneglyph, but she would be less pissed about him considering he was training her son, right? I could get my little sister Bruley to secretly sneak you back here if Mama is still pissed about what you did. Cracker quickly added on while Rayleigh rubbed his chin, facing a little downwards as he pondered on the offer, before shrugging. The 2 previous days, different siblings came with him. He had a few moments of small talk with them. Sometimes they gave more details about Luffy's abduction from Land, Lin's current status, and just generally how they were doing. But all asked him the same thing. Yesterday, it was 2 young girls going by Flamp and Pudding, and the day before that, it was an older man going by Oven. It would be rude to turn down an invitation to a dinner a 3rd time, wouldn't it? So, with an amused smile, he chuckled a bit as he accepted the dinner invitation this time around. Sure, I wonder how much Land had changed after so many years. Cracker huffed, grinning wider. Good, it was a Saturday. Today and tomorrow would be the last time all of them could be gathered at once before Monday arrived and they eventually sailed back towards the islands they respectfully govern. No doubt his siblings would be curious about the former right-hand man of Roger. An old pirate always got a shitload of stories to tell. After a minute, Bruley's head popped out of the mirror, facing a severely beaten and exhausted Luffy being carried by Cracker with Rayleigh standing beside them. She huffed before retracing her head back, which was their cue to enter. Stepping into the mirror world, Rayleigh examined his surroundings, an endless place that seemed to stretch endlessly with mirrors everywhere. So this is what the mirror world looks like. As Bruley heard the mutters of Rayleigh, she widened her eyes at him before looking at Cracker, who simply nodded back at her, which made the end of her lips twitch upwards. It's something straight out of a fairy tale, isn't it? Bruley teased as she stepped forward, circling around Cracker as she looked at Luffy and shrugging, giving Cracker her diagnosis. Luffy is alright, just needs some food and rest to prepare for tomorrow's training. Cracker simply nodded at that before they all continued moving forward. Meat, I wanna eat it. Cracker rolled his eyes while Bruley scoffed. He had been whining nonstop about it for a while now. Don't worry, Mama finally got a hold with a company willing to ship it days ago. They arrived while you were training and are being prepared by the chefs as we speak. Luffy's head shot up, face beaming as he shrugged off Cracker's grasp on him, much to the older man's surprise. But none were more surprised and taken off guard than Bruley. Luffy ran ahead of the group as if his energy was magically restored, mouth forming into a ravenous grin and pupils turning into meat on a bone. He reeled his hand back and wrapped around Bruley's waist, the older woman blinking a couple of times before realizing a little too late to make a comment. Come on! Let's go, Branch! He launched his free arm forward, letting it stretch until he felt something and latched onto it, and let his body be pulled forwards along with his arm retracting back along with Bruley in his hold. My name's Bruley. Her screams slowly become more quieter the further she went with Luffy. The 2 men were left in the dust, the Charlotte facepalmed while Silvers just stared. We should probably quicken up our own pace, agreed. Amanda stood guard at the mirror that led to the dining room, Shirao sheathed and on her waist as she leaned on a wall, arms crossed without a cigarette in her mouth to not ruin her taste buds for dinner. She pushed her body off the wall, hand hovering above sword. Her poker face remained intact, but she couldn't help but notice the 2 familiar approaching presences darting towards her with observation Haki. What worried her was the speed they were going at. Eventually, she was able to see them visually as she squinted her eyes. Her right one twitched violently at the sight of a grinning Luffy carrying Bruley like a sack of potatoes, the woman shaking violently, probably to get out of her little brother's grasp. Let go of me! You ran off without the others. Oh. Right. Luffy nodded while Bruley sighed in relief. thinking her brother would finally let go of her. But that hope shattered like glass as Luffy simply turned around and sped off again, this time to get the other two. Big sister Amanda. Help me, said Tallneck Woman, simply just stared before sighing as she sauntered. Trying to catch up with her brother, she couldn't help but let a small smile escape onto her lips as she did, amusement rolling off her eyes. Well, at least things aren't boring with him around. Oh? So instead of letting that sea monster go after snarling at you guys, Roger actually dived into the ocean and tried to stab it by swimming towards it while waving his sword around? To be fair, we were drunk of our ass, so we weren't thinking straight at the time. Should have seen Crocus, didn't hesitate to dive after him, grabbing several harpoons to throw at the poor beast. More and more people joined our captain in the cold waters trying to kill a single sea monster. Pretty sure that big fish had tears in its eyes when they continued stabbing it before they finally finished it off. Cracker blinked before nodding, letting out a huh at that fact. To think the crew of the Pirate King were chill like that. Where were you in all that madness, being the responsible drunkard? Just in case the ship drifted away from everyone or the unforeseen happened, I stayed on deck. Tom, the man who built our ship, would have killed us if we actually lost the Oro Jackson like that. Should have seen Shanks when he was still a brat, despite being the one of the two sober ones because we only allowed men to drink. He tried diving into the oceans too. I managed to grab him by the collar of his shirt, and I might have given him a headbutt. But I can't remember, the memories become blurry after that. Rayleigh sighed, nostalgic about all the migraines and headaches he got with his crew. Sounds like your time as a part of your crew was chaotic as hell. The Charlotte commented. It was, and it's where my happiest moments were born and forever ingrained into my memory. Cracker kept silent. The eyes on Rayleigh strongly reminded him of the days when Mama would stare blankly out of into the skies seldomly, as if lost in thought or memory before someone snapped her out of it. Oh, seems like he came back. Cracker blinked at Rayleigh's facial expression becoming a bit brighter, confusion on his face before he felt what Silvers was feeling as he gazed in the same direction as he did. Wonder why. With how fast he ran off, he should have reached Big Sis Amanda by now, Cracker muttered as he squinted his eyes. Luffy came to a screeching halt, just stopping a feet away from them as he grins at them. Come on, come on. Branch my name is Bruley said there will be meat. Meat? I haven't eaten meat for days already and I need it. Luffy whined. Sheesh, you're insatiable for that, aren't you? Cracker huffed as he pried Luffy's arm open in the moment, letting Bruley drop to the floor much to her relief as she stood up and dusted her clothes. Upon being freed from her little brother's hold, she didn't hesitate to lightly flick his forehead, making him dramatic whip his head back, putting his head over the place where she flicked his head, while Bruley had her hands on her hips, looking down like a bemused mother. Geez, you don't know a thing about tact, don't ya? What's that? Food? Let's just go eat. What is this? The menu of tonight's dinner's course, Sir Oven. The chefs are simply jumping with joy at the fact that we are cooking up a meat-based dish for today. Oven raised an eyebrow but shrugged. The cook just simply came in with these papers containing the list of what they will be served for dinner, and the chef might as well be on whatever Kizaru was on with how unnaturally happy he was about it. Quite an extensive list, Oven mused, going over everything. He was one of the few who tasted meat before, but that was long ago. After Total Land's formation, he only ate whatever he could bake, which was mostly sandwiches, baked potatoes and apple pie. Yes, we cooked up a variety of meat-based dishes, maybe too much, the chef admitted sheepishly, but he made sure to keep out the fact that they cooked extra food for themselves to enjoy. They hadn't had the taste of chicken, pork, beef and fish ever since they came here, and they were sure the Charlottes wouldn't notice. Hopefully. He wanted to try a bowl of chicken nuggets with ketchup dipping sauce again after so long. Once he excuses himself back to the kitchen, he was going to savor that shit. The table was full of dish covers, concealing the appearance and fragrance of their dinner, while they all had different shapes of cups and glasses, filled with soda, wine, cola, tea and whatever beverage they desired. Katakuri, unlike most of his siblings who were looking at the stainless steel covers on the table, Simple kept his gaze at the large mirror hanged on the wall. His eyes glowed red momentarily before they went back to normal. He huffed, smirking underneath his scarf as he gazed at the mirror with newfound interest in the future he saw. It's been a while since they had a guest. They are coming. Finally, Mondior muttered, interested in a couple of dishes that had cheese in their name. We are back. Luffy was the first to bust out of the mirror, looking happier than usual. Someone probably told him that dinner will be meat-based, which is why he was in a good mood. Welcome home, Master Luffy's chef who stood nearby greeted him while bowing, with the boy himself just simply waving along with a yo. All servants in the chateau were all sworn to secrecy about the existence and return of Charlotte Lingling's son, especially after the Charlottes made an example out of a person who simply questioned what would happen if they did. Made forced to watch the man tossed off a cliff with his legs and arms bound by shackles along with a rope tied around his torso connected to a boulder was quite the strong enforcement for them to shut the up about this matter, and they will happily oblige. Cracker, Amanda followed behind and the chef greeted them all the same, but the next person made the chef shriek as he stepped back. "Ho, isn't this quite a fancy dining room?" At the unfamiliar voice, everyone turned their heads towards the old man popping out from the mirror and reacted immediately. Everybody knew who he was, despite his hair being longer and completely white. There was no mistaking that he was Silver's Rayleigh, former right-hand man of Gold Roger. Some were relaxed, but many others were still tensed, not worried about the Dark King being a possible threat, but rather because of Mama's former spite for the old man's crew. You haven't changed at all, Lin. Rayleigh mused. His face was all smiles with a friendly demeanor, but his hands twitched, ever so slightly, ready to grab his blade to go on the defensive in a moment's notice. But he relaxed as tensions eased in the room as the Yonko laughed without any maliciousness in her tone. "And you changed a lot. Let's agree to bury the past. It was a long time ago, no point in holding a meager grudge." With that sentence, Rayleigh couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly at that, but quickly reverted back to his neutral face. She really mellowed out a lot if she considers that a meager grudge, and it was just from seeing a newborn smile. Rayleigh gave a side glance towards the boy in question. The corner of his lips couldn't help but point upwards as he thought about another baby, except him and his crew found him from a treasure chest. "Yeah, there's no doubt. You picked good on who to give that straw hat to, alright, you damn red-haired brat." Agreed. Rayleigh nodded. Like dominoes, everyone relaxed, shoulders slumped with a few even letting out a sigh of relief, but the attention was still on him. He just stood there as he watched Amanda, Bruley, Cracker and finally Luffy move to their seats. Upon seeing the rubber boy sit down, he seemed to be conversing with those same two young girls that visited him along with another taller boy with a smile on his face. He should probably sit with them. It's always good to sit with people you knew. So, he just simply grabbed the nearest chair near him and walked towards them, walking a circle around the room till he reached them and sat down between Luffy and the other person. "Don't mind me, don't sweat it, Ewan reassured Rayleigh as he moved his chair for the man to sit between him and his brother. "You sure do have a lot of siblings," Luffy-kun, Rayleigh mused, internally sweat dropping as he looked around him. It's been a while since he had many people stared at him in recognition. He could eye some who he had seen in the newspaper along with their bounties, but majority of them were unknown to him. Ewan and Luffy laughed at Rayleigh's comment. "Yeah. In total, including Luffy here and me, there's children, brothers and sisters. Shishishi. I can't wait to tell Ace and Sabo about you guys." "Yeah. Go ahead, your sworn siblings are also ours too, Ewan gave the thumbs up to Luffy, who responded with a wide grin, unaware about the majority of the older siblings, including their mamas, thought about that. Yeah, they needed to address and discuss that later, push that for the future selves, present selves just wanted to enjoy dinner. "You sure seem to have gotten along with your siblings quite quickly," Luffy Rayleigh mused, making the young boy to laugh again. "Alright. Without further ado, please enjoy your dinner." The chef excused himself out of the dining room, leaving the family alone. He sure left in the hurry. Daifuku huffed before focusing on the dish covers as everyone started pulling them off, revealing the plates. The fragrance hit them harder than any armament Haki users could ever accomplish. It was alien to majority of them, but the rare few were nostalgic about this old but recognizable smell before the formation of Tato Land. The smell was violent in its impact, unforgiving for their nostrils as they took in its fragrance, which was enhanced by its seasoning. There were plates of popcorn chicken, chicken nugget, and fried chicken, jerk chicken, steak fingers, hot dogs, turkey leg, Salisbury steak, buta kimchi, several slabs of different steaks stack up on one another, sashimi, crab legs, lobster with butter dipping sauce, beef tenderloins/Wellington, colladettes, burgers, sandwiches, pizza with meat, sushi with salmon and various slices of fish, lihaparaka, barbecue skewers, spaghetti with meatballs, ramen with beef pork chicken, grilled brisket, bacon-wrapped dates, sauté sticks, shepherd's pie, pork loin, stew, chicken tikka, burritos, quesadilla, shish kebab, stew with different meats in them, ham/turkey slices, meatloaf, And finally, the simple but a favorite for Luffy's, meat on a bone, specifically sea king meat. Overall, it made them incredibly insatiable for the taste for it, to sink their teeth into it and have a taste. The first one to do that was Luffy, who happily grabbed the bone and started chewing barbarically. Smoothie followed next, grabbing a barbecue skewer and eating with delight as all followed, hands outstretched to grab different food from the plates. Delicious! Damn, this is good. Rayleigh looked amused as he ate slices of ham and turkey along with a couple pieces of beef Wellington while gazing at Luffy. The plate of meat on the bone was placed in front of him's seat instead of being scattered around the tables like the rest, which was left up for grabs. Not only that, the portions were bigger, probably cooked for him so he would only focus on it rather than the others. He wonders how many times he's stolen food from his siblings until they came up with this solution for this day of dining. Your chefs did well. You must pay them high if you eat like this every day. Lin snorted at Rayleigh's compliment. A chef working for her were one of the most well-paying jobs in Tato Land, but they went above what she paid them for. A bonus was probably in check for their hard work. She will just grab a handful of gold straight from the treasury and toss it to them. Let them split it amongst themselves. Naturally. They are cooking for all of us. Any human who could single-handedly feed me or one of my children alone earns my respect. Lin said with pride as she devoured the slabs of steak on a plate. Understandable. I see half of where Luffy's appetite comes from, Rayleigh mused. The other half of where that black hole of a stomach was inherited from was towards Garp. He wasn't sure if Dragon inherited that big appetite trait from his father or not, but it was highly plausible considering he was the Navy hero's son. Katakuri took great interest in the lihoparaka. It was a type of pie made from the dough used for donuts, mixed with meat in it. He hummed, using the same trick he used when eating around his family without showcasing his mouth, intensely concentrating on the pie and devouring it at the speed of light, his head motionless while a good chunk of the food disappeared, leaving only bite marks which was proof of him eating it. Good. Katakuri hummed in approval at the taste while Oven and Daifuku just deadpanned at him for a solid seconds before they continued eating on. The snake-neck quadruplets in particular were ravenous. Amanda in particular was devouring food at almost the same speed as Luffy, the woman gulping different foods, finding the seafood most enjoyable. It took minutes before everyone cleared the table, many degrees of satisfaction plastered on their face, Luffy being the brightest. Well, that was fulfilling, Perispero hummed, licking his lips to clear any leftover crumbs on his mouth while Compo nodded alongside him. To think you eat like this every day, I'm quite envious of you, Luffy, Rayleigh said with an amused smile at the younger boy who simply laughed at that. All right, Big Mom clasped her hand, looking down towards all her children, getting their attention. Do you mind leaving me with this old man so we can converse for a bit? The siblings looked at each other, nodding at one another before one by one they all left, Ewan dragging Luffy out along with him, shooting a glance at his brother who kept staring on at Rayleigh and their mother, just staring at each other. Rayleigh broke the silence once the doors clicked. So, what do you want to discuss with me, Big Mom? Lin huffed, drinking from her wine glass that was half full. Don't worry, it's just a simple question. Rayleigh quirked an eyebrow but nodded. Go on. Are you actually married to Shaki-chan? Yes, I am, happily so. So all those times you both clashed back when she and I were still a part of Rocks, you both were actually flirting? Yes, we were. Big Mom blinked, before reaching from behind her, towards a drawer, a flower vase at the corner along with various den mushies at its side. She grabbed the furthest left one and placed the snail phone on the table and simply dialed. Puru. Rayleigh blinked, seeing the expression of Big Mom's eyes narrowed with a shit-eating grin on her face while waiting for the other end to pick up. It was as if she hit the lottery. Who are you calling? Give me a moment. Puru. Puru per click. Good evening. This is the captain of the Beast Pirates, Kaido. How would you like to die? Brat. It's been a while. Old hag? What the do you want? So, that's why Mama wanted you to stay behind with her, pretty much. Rayleigh currently was sitting around a table with a couple of Linlin's kids which consisted of Smoothie, Katakuri, Opera, Galette and Poir. The old man, after minutes of listening to Lin and Kaido's petty argument escalating into threats of death and war, made Rayleigh feel like there wasn't any reason to stay. So he simply left through the door and wandered to the nearest sign of life which led to the current situation. Didn't expect the Dark King himself to be married, much less to one of Mama's former crewmates too, Smoothie mused, her eye held curiosity over the matter. She heard tales of Mama's different crewmates before, Shaki was described by Mama as a pretty strong fighter that could hold her own damn well, along with being a sweet talker that could get along with anybody and was a good drinking partner. Another thing about her was the fact she also brought another woman along for the ride on board the crew. Rayleigh snorted as he leaned back. I didn't expect to fall into love in my life on piracy. But when we both clashed with each other for the first time and met up in less hostile terms after mine and her crew disbanded, we gave it a go, and it worked out for us. Love is weird, Galette bluntly commented, with her younger twin nodding her head in agreement. You think that's why Parasparrow shudders at the thought of himself being in a romantic relationship? Poor mused, her tone genuine, which had gears turning in their heads. Even Katakuri was internally considering that to be the possible reasoning on Parasparrow's complete avoidance of romance, which had Rayleigh internally chuckling in amusement, external expression unchanging except for an uncontrollable smile on his face. He always does have a look of disdain on his face whenever we bring that up. F.A. Opera nodded to himself, recollecting those moments when he drank away in a pub ran by one of their siblings alongside a few others. Every time someone teased Parasparrow about love, his face either looks completely uninterested or disgust. Katakuri closed his eyes to recollect those moments too, but remembered about a memory that happened a few moments ago, and snapped out of his thoughts. He remembered the reason Rayleigh was still here and looked at said man apologetically, giving a slight respectful bow. Apologies for my sister Bruley for not being here right now. She went off to tuck our siblings and under into bed. I did not foresee that moment. No worries, babysitting is quite the task, especially with how you have multiple young siblings who haven't reached puberty to boot too. In your case, really stressful stuff, Rayleigh dryly said, the light in his eyes dead as everyone felt nothing but sympathy for the poor old man. They know a person who dealt with a baby's goo-goo gaga shit just by a mere look into his eyes. A fellow comrade in misery like them. Indeed, Katakuri responded. The atmosphere around him was gloomy as unwanted memories made its way into his line of thoughts. He would rather fight king or queen solely to avoid it. One of the eldest and strongest he might be, but damn does taking care of one of his siblings when they were babies till they can take care of themselves the worst task. Nay, the worst punishment anyone can be given. Who's the little shit you had on board? Only person I can see is red hair with his age. Smoothie got her question answered with Rayleigh's head nodding. Didn't help that none of us knew how to take care of a baby. Had to smack Roger's head once when he shoved a damn bottle of whiskey into Shanks' mouth a month before he learned to walk. Rayleigh slid his hand down his face, memories being unburied and being replayed in his head much to his displeasure and self-amusement as he continued on. Should have seen Crocus. Poor bastard's bedroom was next to Shanks'. Took him within a week to finally go mad. We had to travel back to Tom, the man who built our ship, to soundproof that red-haired brat's room before our doc finally decided to throw him overboard as an offering for the Sea Kings. The Charlottes let out various degrees of dry chortles, their tone laced in understandable suffering. A fellow comrade in baby-raising misery Rayleigh truly was. That gloomy mood was broken when Cinnamon came into the room, bag of berries in hand with eyes glittering in anticipation. One Rayleigh was too familiar with. He's seen the same glimmer whenever people entered the casino, only for that to either die or glimmer even more when they leave. Hey Smoothie! The decoys are in PL Silver, Rayleigh? Her attention immediately shifted towards the old man who just waved, but curiosity was in his eyes, which he directed towards the sweet general. Decoys? Mind telling this old man what this is about if it isn't anything troublesome? Secret, she simply mused. But the musing turned to curiosity as she pondered about something. Meeting Rayleigh's eyes, she smiled, curved lips sharper than a knife as she quickly formulated an idea. Although, since you are stuck with us for a while and have nothing really much to do save for training our little brother back on Rizakana, why not participate in one of our usual nighttime activities? Smoothie offered. Her siblings around her immediately knew what she was talking about. Saturday game night, betting absurd amounts of money and anything valuable in a room away from any prying eyes. Only rules were to never let anyone except a trusted individual know about this event, and not to whine or brag about your wins and losses afterwards. Not to cheat, and most importantly to never use Haki, a rule made to deal with Katakuri's future sight bullshit. A game hosted and known only by the siblings themselves. The way it normally goes is some would take turns playing in a secret room while others stay outside and do the usual night routine and cycle to avoid drawing attention or suspicion. The ones entering and leaving was entirely pending on who Mama chose to roam around the castle as security. What made this game so special was that every single person who was up for game was here without the need to travel through Bruley's mirror world. When Monday came around, they all will go back to the islands they are supposed to be governing, and it will take a while before they all are reunited again in a single place without the need of Broly's powers. And this night will turn historic if the right-hand man of Rayleigh joins. Sorry, missy, but I ain't got no money. Well, I can give you that money, but you will have to hear me out and agree upon something, you interested old man? Smoothie offered with a grin, setting an appetizing bait in the form of a proposition for the right-hand man, a bait that he was all too willing to bite down on. Interesting, continue on. Rayleigh responded back with a devilish look, a grin of a shark and eyes of a predator, something that everyone in the room was wary of right now, some shuddering at how both stared at each other with such sinister looks on their faces. Where are we going? Luffy asked as he was descending down the castle, getting dragged along and currently escorted by an all too pumped up Amanda who kept her poker face up while her body movement showed her emotions, a rare small smirk miraculously cracking through the emotionless look as she turned her head to face her brother. Somewhere secret, a place Mama nor her subordinates and homies know about, away from prying eyes, the snake neck simply said as they headed for the alcohol storeroom, a storage area adjacent to the treasury on the 4th floor. Getting onto the floor level and barging into the storeroom where shelves, crates and barrels of alcohol were kept and stored in room temperature, Amanda placed her hands on the left side of the wall and walked along, her hands sliding on the surface before finally finding the small opening. She unsheathed Shirao and stabbed through the opening and used her sword as a crowbar, prying the wall open to expose a hallway that led down to a wooden door. Huh! You guys have a secret tunnel in here? Is there a buffet at the end? Amanda snorted at that, giving her brother a push so he could go in first before she followed, pulling the handle mounted behind the wall to shut it closed behind them. No, sadly. But we do have games, make sure to not tell anyone except the ones inside the room, alright? Luffy nodded his head rapidly. Yeah, somehow, Amanda felt relaxed and tense, like the secret will stay hidden, but other people will know but simply shut their mouth about the matter, and she could only hope they stay like that in the future. Here, I'm betting you on this, Amanda said, placing a hefty bag of money onto her brother's hand, tallied up to roughly 1,000,000 berries worth of gold, valuable treasures and money bundles. Luffy finally realized the situation he was in and couldn't help but bear his grin out, one sharper and more gluttonous than his usual more cheerful ones. A grin he only used over the gambling dens that he, Sabo and Ace screwed over to get money to support their pirate fund. A shame they couldn't enter the official casinos in the rich side of the island to gather way more. They could have brought the entire kingdom to its knees if they were allowed to dive into that massive pool of cash. Luffy opened the bag and chuckled at the money. He looked at Amanda, and she knew he was up for game. She knows the look of a gambler when she sees one. What games are we playing? Amanda simply smirked at the question. No questions needed to be answered beforehand, straight to the point. Little brother already knew what is up and she liked it. Craps, roulette, blackjack and good old poker. Luffy simply laughed, nodding at the mentions of games he was pretty good at. How will we split the money? Let's go /. Alright. Luffy accepted as he opened the doorway. The eyes of all around so inside the room gazed at their little brother entering along with Amanda following closely behind. They started continuing on what they were doing after taking a glance at them. They were arranging tables and chairs, shuffling and checking through cards in their boxes to remove the joker cards for blackjack. One person was fiddling with the roulette, spinning the wheel around before abruptly stopping the rotation by simply pressing his finger on top of it as his attention as now at Amanda and Luffy. Ah. Glad to know we got another gambler in the family. Cracker grinned, although it died down a bit in favor of his curiosity when he looked at the bag Luffy carried before glancing at Amanda, who's behind Luffy and was waiting for him to fully step inside before she did so with narrowed eyes before they widened in realization. The grin his sister shot him when she noticed his attention on her was a dead giveaway on how Luffy attained that money. Damn, she's already gambling money on little bro before the actual game starts. He internally shouted in disbelief as he kept a calm facade on the outside. The gut feeling of going home broke could be felt as he gazed at the two. Usual time? Amanda simply asked Cracker as she stepped inside, already going towards Compote and Oven to help them set up the chairs. Yeah, clock strikes. We are starting without delay nor waiting for anything. Once everything was arranged, it was simply the waiting game for them. So, feeling confident in winning some, a little brother? Luffy blinked at the voice coming below him before he looked down to see a smiling tablet whose arms were crossed. The older man had finally decided to get to know his brother a little better somewhat with small talk. The long-haired blonde could see the confusion by his head tilt before snorting. Yeah, should have figured. It was hard to remember so many of his siblings. Hell, many of them including himself forget some of their/his siblings' names sometimes. "I'm your older brother Tablet," he introduced before jumping up on a table to get on equal level with him. "You're short." Tablet snorted at Luffy's bluntness but appreciated his honesty, which was refreshing. Most of his siblings tend to tiptoe around the subject of his height, or avoid the subject altogether, which actually was more infuriating than straight honesty. "Yeah, I was born on the smaller scale of the family. Your hair looks cool though. You remind me of a lion, tahahaha." "Is that so?" "Yeah, my hair looks wicked, doesn't it?" "Oh yeah, he can definitely get along with Luffy just fine, alright, he can feel it." As they both happily converse, their attention was drawn to the sound of the door being opened. The hidden entrance was once again open, with Smoothie, Katakuri, Opera, Galette and Poir coming inside, to which they were greeted by numerous people as per normal. The last person that entered had Luffy beaming brighter up at. "Rayleigh! Oh, so that's where you ran off to," Rayleigh huffed as he approached Luffy, who sat on a chair beside a much shorter man who sat on a table who looked at him with curiosity. "You gamble?" the old man simply asked as he sat down next to his student, who simply chuckled, and he can feel it in his bones that he was sitting next to a pro. "Yeah. Me, Ace, and Sabo used to go to these small buildings in the slums against the bad adults to play when we were still kids. We couldn't go to the big ones in the kingdom though, because Sabo said the guards there will be a real problem to us if we were caught," Luffy said, pouting in remembrance as he was told and reprimanded by both of his older brothers. Rayleigh simply hummed at that. It was a smart move, despite their prowess. If they were to cause a scene in a notable area, it could catch the unwanted attention of others, and no matter how powerful they were as kids, they were just boys against who knows how many people that will be sent to catch them. That, and they had to be adults in the first place if they wanted to enter. "How's your skill?" "Pretty good. Although they weren't happy about me whenever I won and never lost." "They were pissed, weren't they?" Tablet chimed in with a wild grin, something Luffy matched with his own grin. "Shishishishi. Yeah, they were. But they would leave us alone when Ace threatened to torch the place down, and Sabo tearing the place up with bombs he made if we weren't allowed to leave. Geez, weren't you three a bunch of bloodthirsty little brats back then?" Luffy just laughed more at that. Oh, how he wished Sabo and Ace were here right now, but he will make do with himself. "Not our fault they were sore losers." Rayleigh and Tablet snorted at that. The room was bustling with conversations, with occasional giggles and scoffs there and there, all here for the same reason, which was to get money off from the other. All voices dialed down quickly for all to hear the alarm going off from where Cracker was, the general grinning as his eyes had nothing but malicious greed. "Let's begin. In a distant kingdom somewhere. Is it there?" "Yeah, they're auctioning off your dagger right now before your hat. I'm seeing a lot of nobles in here, all smug and snobby ones by the looks of it. Probably the type to wipe their ass with berries. Those motherfuck dash." "Calm down, Ace, we will get your stuff back." Ace clicked his tongue and grunted in acknowledgement, but it did not put out the ever-growing fire within. Currently, Ace and Marco were outside, loitering around the outer premises of an auction house in the dead of midnight, cloaks draped over their bodies to hide their appearance. The TH Division Commander Haruda, whom also accompanied them, was currently disguised inside the place to survey the interiors while rigging the place up. Sabo had called him, pulled some contacts, and received words that the stuff that were confiscated from him when he was temporarily imprisoned and impelled down was being sold off in an auction house in some rich kingdom. The revolutionary wanted to inform him, knowing Ace wanted his stuff back. Although it was more for his hat rather than his dagger, that headpiece was just too cool to be sold off to anyone, especially those, and to quote from Sabo, filthy egotistical wankers. At least Sabo was starting to make up for making him and Luffy think he was dead till he showed up in the flesh. The times he had prayed for his soul in a temple or isolated area whenever his death anniversary came up, thinking that the blonde was watching over them when it turned out he was alive. He was grateful for such an unexpected surprise to pop up after his breakout. But like, come on, he thought he was going to be joining him in the afterlife in a minute. Damn, would it have been awkward to find himself alone in the afterlife and find out Sabo was alive the entire them if the Marines were successful in killing him. Ace shook his head and smacked his cheeks. No point in thinking about useless things now, he should be living and thinking in the present. Him and Marco were able to knock out a patrolling guard outside, took his uniform and made Haruda wear it when his build was perfect to slip into his garments. Fortunately it covered up his face so he wouldn't be recognized while inside. Alright, Ace grabbed the snail phone's dial and called in Haruda. "How's it in there?" "Security is pretty light. I see a vice admiral near the entrance with a couple of commodores and lieutenants. Besides that, just the usual auction guards." Doesn't look like they are here on official nor approved orders from the Navy considering the way they carry themselves. Looks more like they are here on favors and personal reasons. Ace hummed at Haruta's observation, rubbing his chin before a grin made its way onto his face. And Marco couldn't help but groan at his next sentence, his mind connecting the dots from how they prepared beforehand. Are the distractions set up? Haruto was grinning deviously on the other end, something the snail mimicked when his brother asked that. Yup, got them rigged underneath the chairs, behind potted plants and paintings. What did you guys even stuff inside those little bombs of yours? Don't worry about it, Marco. The smell after detonation isn't that bad, I think. Marco felt so reassured at Haruto's so calming words. We are going to have the entire naval fleet on our ass, aren't we, wa? The Phoenix answered the most obvious question with how they were assaulting a place full of high-standing figures, to which Ace looked at him with an expression that screamed that's the plan. Well duh, I haven't actually fought against an army before, so I want to tick that from my bucket list, and Admiral coming would be a bonus too. It's all in an effort so you can have a higher bounty than your brother, isn't it, Iwa? It's so that I can get a higher bounty than Luffy. Ace nodded without shame nor hesitation. We ain't even a month in laying low and your dumb ass is already going to be causing mass panic in a kingdom, you included too, Haruta. Marco pinched his nose as he stared at the more alluring wooden branch. The need to bang his head against a solid surface over dealing with his crew's shit was strong. He didn't even need to look up to know Ace and Haruta's face on the snail phone had the most shit-eating grins etched onto their faces. Hey! At least I'm doing this for a good reason also. That hat is a part of my identity, and I wouldn't be complete without it. Don't want to be the hatless one amongst Luffy and Sabo too. Ace puffed up his chest as he stated ever so pridefully about how the hat meant so much to him, irritation of Marco just deepening as he simply sighed longer. The Phoenix was wondering if he could smoke whatever Kizaru was on to drift off to another plane of existence to avoid dealing with this bullshit. You can just buy another one. Won't beat the original, and besides, I got it for free. The SD Commander Division knew Ace's shenanigans to know too damn well enough that he most likely committed arson or something similar, and just grabbed the hat along the way for how it looked. No way he got it normally. Marco and Ace snapped out of it when Haruta called out to them from the other end. The auction starting, both Marco and Ace silently listened to the other end before they flinched slightly at Haruta's gasp. The SD Division being concerned Haruta's cover might have been blown. What's wrong, Harutiwa? Damn, Ace, Haruta whistled, impressed on whatever he was seeing in the auction. Your dagger alone has a starting bid of berry. Their eyes widened, Marco whistling too impressed by the value while Ace gawked in disbelief, something Marco didn't miss as he snorted at his reaction. Don't be surprised, you are, considering your infamous biological bloodline. Marco carefully chose his words, a wise decision when seeing Ace's scowl upon his wording, but it seems he kept control over the fire within right now as Marco continued on. They will obviously find the possessions that is associated with a notorious figure very valuable. Damn, it's climbing fast, it's at Mill. Mill. The more Haruta talked, the more Ace felt his soul departing further and further away from his body, slipping out of his gaping mouth as Marco rapidly shook his body to snap him back into reality. That dagger just costed me around. Berries from some dude selling it on the streets, the hell? Ace shook his head, snapping out of it while getting a headache as Haruta continued on, the price ramping up to $500 million now. Again, reputation and infamy of previous Holdriwa. Marco shrugged, waiting for the signal which was the end of the bidding which wasn't ending anytime soon. I bet you 1,000,000 berries it ends at more than billion, Marco begged in amusement, while Ace huffed, not biting the bait that this pineapple head that he considers a brother was tauntingly dangling in front of him. They can take the dagger for all I care. Anyone who touches the hat is getting a live cremation. Marco chuckled at that. Minutes later, a wand, it's over. Congratulations, Ace. Your dagger alone is expensive. Ace groaned at that, just glad the bidding's over, but still flabbergasted at the final offer. That piece of steel had a value on par with the ING Yonko's bounty. Seems like they are taking a small break. Don't worry, it ain't off the table. They plan to give it away after it's all settled. Haruta trailed off before speaking in a more serious tone. Initiate phase. Alright, now that's done and over. Iwa, Haruta, your finger on the trigger for whatever you guys cooked up. Yeah, be prepared to storm in. Both Ace and Marco nodded as they hanged up and moved onwards towards the next step of the plan. As they stepped out from the shadows and walked towards the entrance, they sighted the security stationed outside with nobody around. 2 heavily armored guards were stationed, wielding halberds along with a flintlock strapped to the side of their hips. Both immediately noticed them by the sounds of incoming footsteps. Excuse me, gentlemen. Ace didn't even let the guardsman finish, mentally exhausted at hearing the price of his dagger, as he simply coated his hand a charcoal black that shined through the darkness, and delivered a karate chop to his neck with it, knocking him out quickly as his body went limp. Ace retracted his hand and sidestepped to allow the body to fall down to the embracing cold dirt ground. Marco instantly gave a follow-up, not letting the other guard to take action when he got startled after watching his fellow man get knocked. The Phoenix swung his leg high and kicked him hard, around the same area that Ace had struck to the other man, knocking him out similarly, and letting him join his fellow brethren in the cold, dirty comfort of soil. "Mask," Ace simply said as they reached for a pair of respiratory masks slung on their hips that they got from a mining operation nearby alongside some goggles. "When we hear the explosion sound, we quickly get in, grab my shit and get the outta here." Marco nodded at Ace's command as he lazily smirked under his mask. "Yes, Captain." Ace visually cringed and shivered hard at Marco's tone in that delivery. Oh, that was going to take some time to get used to, if he can ever get over his new position that was given to him without much consent. Pops was someone irreplicable, but someone needed to fill in his shoes. Marco was a better fit, but yet here he was, quite literally forced into the position without much of a say. But now wasn't the time for self-doubting. Save that back when they got on board the Moby. "Let's just get this over and done with," he scoffed, unamused as Marco snorted, feeling quite the opposite. Sure. Couple of seconds flew by before explosions went off along with the screams of tormented souls inside, which was their cue to make their grand entrance. Opening the doors, they were met by the sight of Haruta in the far-off corner waving them off, mask on as he slithered his disguise off like a snake. The man was clearly grinning behind his protection against the nauseous concoction as Ace and Marco calmly walked down the stairs. Nobles, guards and marines alike were kneeling and coughing around the room as the nauseous gas fumes from the detonated bombs filled the room. But the smell wasn't their main concern, but rather their secondary, for the main irritant was the effects it was having on their eyes. One marine was tenacious enough to charge at them with a war cry, sword reeled back in the air, ready to feebly strike them down, which Marco casually dealt with. A simple leg sweep to make him lose balance along with his head hitting hard against the edge of the chair knocked him out real quick. "What the heck did you guys put in stuff you all?" Marco asked again, sweating as he watched the nobles' various forms of suffering. One was scratching their skin hard till he bled red. Many were frantic and crazed as they seemed to be suffering severe hallucination as they screamed blood murder as they tried backing away in a corner while crying murder. The rest were either unconscious or rolling around the ground as if they were being burned alive. Ace simply chuckled under his mask, a chuckle that made Marco shiver with how devious it was, something that was not helped when Haruta joined in as he helpfully finally revealed what diabolical brew they stirred up. "Oh, nothing special, just little touches of cinnamon, pepper and chili extracts, cow dung, pieces of the devil's lettuces, weed, and some random bright-looking shrooms and plants we picked off from random islands." Marco blinked, brain unable to decide if he should feel sympathy for the victims lying around him, appalled by his brother's concoction of random shit, or curious how effective it would be in an actual battle. Maybe they could use it against that damn traitor. Ace casually shrugged through the surrounding nobles' suffering as he calmly walked towards the stage where Haruta was, standing up and grabbing his stuff and quickly walking out as fast as he entered alongside his brothers. "That was easy," Haruta mused as Ace huffed, as they stepped outside. The Whitebeards, upon taking off their gas masks to breathe in the fresh air, looked back as they heard a groan. Someone was crawling with his elbows towards them, eyes bloodshot red with bleeding self-inflicted claw marks that bled all over his arms and face as he too was desperate for fresh air. Haruta simply walked up and kicked him in the face without emotion nor remorse, sending him tumbling back before gazing at Ace. They both nodded and got to work. They first closed the door shut as Haruta pushed his body back against it, Ace running off and coming back with boxes, something he placed next to Haruta. "What are you dumbass doing while prolonging their suffering?" Haruta and Ace said in sync without hesitation as they continued on building the barricade. Marco could only sigh in utter disappointment, like a father seeing his child committing the dumbest thing possible. "This is stupid. Why are you standing there, Marco? 'Cause I'm the only responsible adult here that needs to supervise two idiots?" Marco rolled his eyes as he spoke with clear sarcasm in his voice, head trying to wrap around why he was here. "Well, why don't you be responsible by helping me stack the crates against the door?" Marco snorted, as if he were captain's orders. Marco blinked before he groaned as Ace's words sank in, already regretting calling him captain from earlier, as Ace shot a smug grin that he so wished he could dig his fist into right now. But captain's orders were captain's orders, and he was the SD Commander Division and right-hand man of this somehow functional shit show. So with a sigh he helped, doing the bare minimum by hauling 2 loaded crates towards the makeshift barricade. Haruta stopped pressing against the door as they replaced it with loaded crates. Just in time as the gas started seeping out from underneath the small openings through the door that had banging noises coming from behind, the nobles and marines desperate to get out, unaware how much of a task that would be. Once both were satisfied, they walked up to Marco, who had been watching from a fair distance, looking quite proud of themselves. The Phoenix had a look that just pretty much exerted done with this shit energy on his face. Something that he ran through with his hand as he let out a disappointed sigh for what felt like the time of the day, which had Ace and Haruta chuckle like little gremlins they were in amusement. The amusement didn't last long though, losing in favor of Navy soldiers running towards them, donning coat jackets only worn by high rankings or the notable ones in the Navy. Something expected considering how loud that explosion was and the fact that some naval ships were docked around here. But against the forces of the 3 men, they were good as dead. Ace stood in front with a feral grin, body partially set ablaze, Heiken/fire fist. The Marine soldiers screamed in burning agony as they were incinerated, much to Ace's glee. He was going to be extra satisfied in roasting the Marines alive for the next couple of months after what they tried to pull against him. Alarms sounded loudly from everywhere, alerting every single civilian that a threat was walking around amongst their land, much to the irritation of Marco, and the excitement of Ace and Haruta. You too, Harutiwa? Well duh, who doesn't want a higher bounty? Mine's just sitting at. Marco shrugged while Ace nodded in understanding as he went deep into thought. He had a head start against Luffy as he sailed earlier than him, accumulating a bounty of. Before Luffy officially sailed, he wanted to get at least 2 on his head, but Blackbeard's execution took priority at the time. He couldn't let the rat go scot-free after committing the worst sin possible on a pirate crew. And now, after the mess that was Marineford, his bounty sat at, while Luffy was exactly $1 million more than his. Ace had years to raise his bounty way up, overtopping his brother's bounty, make his pops wherever he was watching over them proud and become as strong as him, and deal with the traitorous Teach, but that was going to take a while. As much as he wants that rat incinerated, he needs to be careful and actually plan instead of charging head on like a dumbass. Everyone would beat the shit out of him if he pulled another stunt like that again. Fortunately though, their pops gave them time to prepare for Teach's next course of action. Honestly, Teach could actually just be dead, considering the last and final beatdown Pops gave to the ungrateful bastard son that was broadcasted for all to see. Their old man completely ignored the posse Blackbeard amassed after his betrayal. Didn't matter how much they shot him, Pop's rage and determination seemed to have numbed the pain in favor of his desire to punish Teach. When Pops finally withdrew from his assault to give his grand speech and pass away, Teach's corpse-like body was hastily dragged away by his crew, probably to get a doctor to treat his wounds. His family, himself included, honestly weren't sure if the bastard was unconscious or near death's doors. Pops probably thought he had done him in for him to just walk away from the bastard traitor. That was their father's last gift, a setback in Teach's plan. Doesn't matter how fast the rat can recover, the injuries he sustained would take at least a month to heal, and a miracle for no permanent or life-changing injuries. It was the perfect opportunity to track him down and finish him off, but Marco insisted they need to prepare rather than go for the kill, a decision majority of his brothers went with. Teach might be out of commission, but his crew was an entirely different situation, and so, prepare they shall. Ace needed to get stronger, and what better way than to fight people who were on Pop's level? He had a lot of targets. The other Yonkos were a good start, especially Shanks with how peaceful he was compared to the more vicious, so that was an added bonus. But first, he needed to fight a man who was on par with the Yonkos, hell, a person that had gained quite the reputation for fighting against Garp, Roger and Pops equally in a versus. The legends around the man became mythical after the fact that he hasn't aged in a bit, and was still seemingly in his damn prime. The man who sails the new world alone like he owns it. The Red Count whose presence demands respect when people are around him. I'm seeing some Navy warships coming into view. They're sailing for the harbor. Ace, seems the kingdom ain't letting us go that easily. I see a wave of them descending down from behind us, and they are pissed. But first he needed to join back with his family. So, with a grin on his face with hands ignited, he commanded with excitement in his voice. Let's go. Yeah. Back with Luffy. On an ace deuce. On Max. On a pair of. On the no-pass bar. Effler shook the cup with 2 dices inside once everyone around the table got their bets in before letting the dices fly out freely onto the table, the 2 cubes spinning around the table before it laid flatly. Shishishishishi. Majority of the people groaned apart from the two winners, which was Luffy, as he got a for payout easily, and Melise, whom huffed in satisfaction, alongside riling up his siblings even more by smugly displaying her shit-eating grin at them. He never got this much out of anyone when he gambled. Only a couple million berries, and that was it. Effler laid her arm on the table and pulled everyone's money onto her side with a smug grin, counting them up to million, to which she gave million from it to Luffy, to which he cheerfully collected alongside giving Melise her rightful payout, making her hum. Not bad, little brother, not bad. Melise gave a sly grin of approval to him, which made Luffy laugh once again. Lucky bastards. Daifuku clicked his tongue, glaring at the large amount of berries Luffy now acquired in utter envy and disdain, while Effler snorted, "Don't be such a sore loser, Dai. When you walk up to the table with money on the line, always be prepared to lose," Effler said, rolling with utter confidence, her tone sagely to give off a wise impression. Everyone apart from a starstruck Luffy rolled their eyes, Melise even flipping her off despite her not losing, to which Effler happily responded with her own, "Oi, chill out." In another area, around the poker table, Katakuri, Perispero, Compote, Mondi, Zucado, Dakoi's deadpan towards oven boiling as he sat in between them alongside Cracker, who played the role of the dealer after his turn of blackjack. The pot grew to a round, and was lost to Perispero, whom had a better hand than anyone else, which let him take it all. Oven did not take big losses quite while. The siblings communicated through eye contact alone, before all eyes turned to Katakuri, who shrugged as a form of approval. Compote reached down under the table, a prepared bucket of water that was also underneath the other tables, and casually threw the water onto Oven, bucket included. "My bad," Oven said, voice a bit muffed and echoing as the bucket was on his head, steam coming off from his body that came into contact with the water as all three elder siblings just stared on. They quickly continued on as Oven removed the bucket and placed it on the ground. "Blackjack, not cheating my ass." Amanda and Smoothie were playing blackjack against each other. Everyone previously around them that played made the wise financial decision, which was to not play into their snake of a sister's hands, and left. Everyone except a stubborn Smoothie, determination setting her fate in stone. Said sister was currently cursing her snake-neck sister, whose expression was unchanging as always save for the eyes that looked smug as hell, which made Smoothie's own eye twitch at her in irritation. Amanda simply responded with action, not words, taking Smoothie's money and added it to her pile. Amanda looked on at infuriated Smoothie, who was looking down at the pile of cash that was now nothing more than a couple of stacks, with amusement. She can see the contemplation to forfeit. She won't allow that. When a snake wraps around its prey, it won't let it go so easily. "What's wrong? Is my little sister afraid to lose to her older sister?" No shame in walking away. The tone of her voice was as always flat and monotone as it usually is, but Smoothie could sense the smugness in her voice and clicked her tongue. She was mocking her, and it riled her up, something her future self would punch herself over her own stupidity and emotions controlling her in the moment. "One more round, you!" The snake inwardly smiled at that. "Where did you get the money to gamble anyways, Rayleigh-san?" "From your sister Smoothie over there. If I profit, I give her half of cash I won. If I lose, I have trained her alongside Luffy." Mosquito whistled at how easily he was bribed. Doesn't matter how much money was lost, lessons from the former right-hand man of the Pirate King were worth more than any gold or ancient relic that could be sold if one wants to become strong. "Well, thank you in advance for training her. I'm happy for Smoothie when she will be getting trained by someone as infamous and strong as you." Rayleigh looked insulted and offended at Moscato's utter display of sincere gratefulness. "Are you insinuating I'm going to lose it all?" Yes, you are. Even our youngest sister amongst us triplets here agrees." Mash put her own opinion in, Cornstarch nodding in agreement, unable to refute seeing how much money Rayleigh lost, winning little and losing big. The right-hand man of the Pirate King let out an undignified scoff as he placed his bets in, before Mosquito and his triplet sisters placed their own and let the roulette spin. As it slowed down, the triplets around Rayleigh looked at him with amusement as he let out what sounded like someone who's been punched in the gut. "Seems like you are going to have another person to mentor soon enough," Mash teased, watching as the roulette table slowed till a halt, white marble ball stopping on a black tile, the opposite of what Rayleigh bet half of Smoothie's remaining loaned cash on. Possibly the old man grimly accepted it with a strained smile at that possibility, as the triplets snorted at him. Who knew the Dark King had such shitty luck in gambling? This lasted a good while. People rotated around what games they played. A few were leaving and entering in the room to do guard duty outside to avoid suspicion and cover for their notably absent siblings. The sweet generals, especially Snack when he was part of the regular routine, were the hardest to provide an alibi for their noticeable prolonged lack of existence around the night. Many cheered, many groaned, as lots of money was exchanged till finally, it was over. Several were content with how much they got, but others were pretty gloomy at their losses. But all were in sync as they gazed at the top winners of tonight's game. Amanda and Luffy happily conversed, massive bag of berries behind them which they leaned back into like a bean bag, making many of their siblings shoot envious and jealous looks at them. The duo simply added fuel to the fire, Luffy being the most visual as he shot a smug smirk, while Amanda's smugness glistened from her eyes. "Good job, little brother," here Amanda said, finally tallying up how much Luffy profited with her money as she gave his share, which had him looking awestruck at it. "I can go eat at so many restaurants with this." Luffy drooled while Amanda let out a quiet chuckle that only Luffy heard, running her hand against his hair subconsciously at how much of a kid he currently looked like, the image being clearer with how he brightly beamed at her. Katakuri was in a corner, sighing at Oven, who looked at him with a mixture of a kicked puppy and a homeless beggar on the streets, to which he simply gave him some of his massive earnings, which made him beam. Katakuri couldn't bear the sight of Oven's face. Even someone as stoic as he was fighting back the urge to cringe hard. And finally, there was Cracker, who did the smartest thing, which was simply to avoid gambling at all costs against Luffy, Amanda, and anyone whose luck was peaking in the room, allowing him to keep a large sum of accumulated wealth. He had already gotten a taste of what entailed if he fought against his little brother on the table with money on the line. He was a monster on the battlefield, but a goddamn bigger monster when it came to gambling. He had been staring at Luffy when he went and played blackjack against Opera and his brothers. He had never seen a single person get blackjacks in a ing roll till now, nor has he seen them this crushed, especially Counter. Seems he would be sleeping on the couch when he went back to his island. Smoothie gazed expectantly at Rayleigh, who nodded in acknowledgement. Something good came out of her losses at least. More time to spend with her brother alongside the prospect of pushing past her current limits was worth the loss of money somewhat. Right now, they were just waiting on Bruley, one of the last sibling who had to leave the room for night patrol alongside Marble and Mikuru. Status report. Everything's good. Anyone's who's asking for a specific sibling was soundly deflected. Nobody seems suspicious. We don't know Mama's current situation. She isn't in her bedroom, so she's busy with something. Snack hummed in approval over his twin brother Bavarois' report. Where's Bruley currently? She had to accompany Anglais. He was feeling thirsty, so they are heading to the kitchen. Should take around minutes. Daifuku groaned in annoyance before grunting as Compote elbowed him in the gut with a click from her tongue, making him roll his eyes over his older sister, which earned him another elbow for his attitude. Alright, we will wait for Bruley then. Call us if anything pops up. Got it, you better give back the I lend you. Yeah, I will add an extra mil as a sign of good faith. Snack hung up, and it was now just simply the waiting game. Mama is busy? Doing what still? She can't be still arguing with Kaido, right? Tablet asked, arms crossed in thought as he looked up at the siblings around his age who were also thinking the same thing. The older siblings, on the other hand. Perispero gazed down, responding to his younger brother, well knowing Mama and Kaido's relationship. With Big MOM Charlotte Lean, captain of the Big MOM Pirates. Off, you old diabetic witch. I did not puke all over the damn deck when I came back after drinking at the pub. You did, you incompetent little shit for brains. Why did you think everyone was glaring at you when we cleaned up your mess when you were off in dreamland, you cunt? We almost didn't stop Edward from killing you off just so we can beat the shit out of you too, instead of letting you depart from this world so easily. They were still fighting over the ing phone. A/N. Oof to that vow I made to release this chapter before New Year LMAO. Mashal finally got an anime adaptation. SING slaps, which is Pog. I want to see Mash fight Domina so badly, bruh. On ways back to Shiki. Boiling point. Quickie! Move up and away towards the farther groves. Yes, Vice Admiral. Fujitora grunted as he dashed off towards the next signs of life that were close to Akainu and Shiki's fight. Whatever the Fleet Admiral was unleashing, the sheer shift in personality and emotion sent his body to work the moment Akainu gave a command, a simple one that sent shivers down to his spine. Get any nearby naval soldiers away from here. Back them off towards the tourist zone and the shipyards now. It felt like he was being warned of a natural disaster, one that could swallow the damn island whole. Fujitora kept sprinting around the island, even using his devil fruit on himself to fly vertically through the groves. He had also been communicating with the Denden Mushi he had on hand to tell the other higher-ranking Marines to order their man to back away too, but the ones closer towards the fight might not make it. So he personally gave them a push by using large chunks of soil to push them away. They might break a couple of bones, but at least they will live. Honestly, he should be more rational, but his instinct was firing off on all cylinders. Every second passing became more audible. He could hear his own heart beating in his chest. Any second now, something will erupt. Fujitora! The man perked up, sensing the familiar presence that was closing in on him. Aramaki! What are you doing here? Checking up on you. Mamanga told me through the dial about your order. His order isn't that bad. Fujitora's face went grim. We will have to see. Aramaki hummed at that. Seems his friend was just as clueless as he was about what Akainu was about to unleash. Both men didn't have to wait for long as the ground shook. Fujitora could hear the other man gasping in surprise next to him. Whatever he was witnessing was just that grand. What is it? What do you see? It's the man couldn't help but gaze onwards towards the endless tall trees, a bright red light shining behind them. Aramaki was in awe as the light grew brighter and higher, black clouds ascending above the trees and into the skies to smother out the blue. He could see the trees close towards the red light falling down and disappearing slowly into the ground. Eventually he could feel the heat burning onto his skin, but he was simply too in awe to give a damn. It's the power of the fleet admiral. What ferocity, Shiki mused, but the flying pirate felt himself tensing up for the first time since he broke out of impel down. Shiki went harder on Fujitora and Akainu, hitting harder along with moving and attacking faster. It seems the brat's power stems from his emotions. More piss off, more firepower, Shiki internally speculated as he rapidly descended downwards to narrowly avoid a dog head made of pure molten magma. Sure, Senjindai, /Lion, Thousand Slice Valley. A barrage of bladed waves made its way towards Akainu, the attack simply passing through his body and sliced up the trees behind him until they either dispersed or hit the ground. Futile, Akainu coldly stated as he gripped his hands, raising his arms towards the man floating above water. The Funka/Great Eruption lava burst forth in great volumes towards Shiki. The man simply grasped his sword and swung hard, sweeping the air along with the magma attack along with it towards the side which plummeted into the ocean. But the magma spewing forth from the fleet admiral was still coming towards him relentlessly, so he made the wise decision to dodge and weave around it while taking a good look at Akainu's state. The man's surroundings turned to charcoal black as cracks formed. Out came lava from the openings which glowing brightly and hot as if ready to erupt at any moment. There had been openings, massive holes of lava that were formed, and anything that was dropped into it was devoured whole. Shiki gritted his teeth as he kept flying around like a mosquito in the air, avoiding the relentless magma as he looked down at Akainu, the man glaring at him, his eyes homing in on him unblinking. The golden lion stopped dead in his tracks, turning his body before descending rapidly towards Akainu like a cannonball, his two katanas unsheathed and reeled back over his shoulders, hands coated in haki alongside his swords. Sure, Moritsu Kiba/Lion, ferocious fangs. He swung down hard. The lion's bladed dark steel stabbed and sliced through the red dog's skin like butter, blood spewing forth in the form of an X shape as Akainu gritted his teeth. Unfortunately for Shiki, he gritted in pain as droplets of magma had separated from Akainu's body and found themselves burning into his skin, leaving holes that were smoking. Shiki kicked Akainu away when he attempted to punch him, leaving both injured. Akainu as his ribs were further broken from the strong armament haki, while the pirate himself found his legs shaking in pain as a puddle of lava stuck to his feet and burned through. A light tap with his katana on the lava made the searing hot liquid disperse from his leg that will have another scar towards his body now. Shiki muttered, gritting his teeth as he did the same for the droplets burning inside his body. The pain was bad but still manageable. He had felt worse during his time as a Rox. The golden lion leaped into the air again before a wave of magma could consume him, taking a good look at Akainu. He had personally cauterized his wounds with his own magma. The man's face showed no pain, just pure hatred that was all for Shiki to savor against his will. The pirate had to fight back a flinch from the sheer gaze. Shiki kicked the air, flipping his body upside down as he flew rapidly downwards, making a sharp cut from a downward descent to a human projectile barreling towards Akainu. Rapidly accelerating with one hand on the handle of his right sword, Shiki grinned as he suddenly gained a massive boost of speed. Zangasei/Eclipse, the golden lion, upon being approximately meter away from Akainu, unsheathed his sword that was already coated in haki and forced his body to turn a sharp left, stabbing and cutting deep into Akainu as his gutted him like a fish, floating rapidly away alongside his blade that he dragged and sliced through Akainu, leaving a deep bleeding scar. Alongside avoiding the droplets of magma from the sheer speed he flew at. Shiki grinned as he flew upwards, over Akainu's scarred body before repeating the same thing. Fly up, down, then towards him, stab, fly and slice away. Repeat. Shiki did it about times before the brat countered good, erecting blobs of magma around him before he could reach Akainu. Upon just narrowly breaking, the magma exploded outwards, which had him sputtering back in a panic to not be doused in the flesh-melting liquid. Unfortunately, he was too focused on the magma and ignored the charging Akainu, whose fist was reeled back. Inugami Gurin / dog biting Crimson Lotus. That was a good one, he had to give it to him, using his distaste of being burned by his magma for a surprise attack. Not bad but futile too, Shiki muttered humorously, body stance shifting as he no longer gripped his sword, and gripped the air itself. A little trick he learned after witnessing Newgate's devil fruit in action. With a couple of loose screws in his head, a stubborn determination to mimic that one move, he achieved it. His hands were reeled back, hands opened with palms facing each other, his fingers positioned like that of an animal's claw, and he extended it outwards towards Akainu, mere milliseconds before his attacks could touch him. Nanabiki no Shishinahoko / roar of the seven lions. Akainu's body froze still, his attack mere inches away from being in contact with Shiki's head. Something was wrong. No matter how much Akainu tried to push forward, he couldn't move. The surrounding sounds felt muffled. He could barely hear anything, as if there were water in his ears clogging up his hearing. His body felt a gentle but chilling breeze that slowly colder every second, as if his body was becoming frozen. All he could do was stare at Shiki, who calmly went back to a relaxed and unguarded stance as he stared at Akainu before hovering to grounds free of his magma. The grounds covered by his magma slowly, but surely receding back, and slowly. He had hated it, or what he would do to get his hand clutching his skull and melt through it to give him what he deserved, but yet he couldn't. Shiki, who was a couple feet away, gazed at the ocean from the edge of a cliff with his back turned, suddenly grew further away. Slowly, sound came back, and all he could hear was the sound of rough wind as he kept getting further away and away from Shiki before suddenly everything went to black. Shiki huffed as the air blast made his cloth wave aggressively forward. He could feel the rough winds hitting his back alongside the sounds of trees breaking, stones breaking, and soil being dug up as Akainu's presence rapidly became further and fainter away from him. As peace and quiet came back, he turned around and grinned at the sight. Still got it. From where Akainu used to stand, everything behind him was nothing more than a large gaping hole that spans to half of Sabody, the trees and dirt having large chunks removed to form a perfect circle. Shiki huffed, amusement rolling through his mind, wondering what state Akainu was currently in. Maybe if he was lucky, he snapped his neck along the way from his rapid departure away from this grove. But he doubts it. The presence of multiple marine dogs around the island probably meant that the ones near his landing were already closing in on Akainu to get him help. The brat will probably live to see another day. What's the worst that can happen if he was left alive? And so, Shiki's walked around freely without the worry of any marine's presence, for they were all away from him, until finally, he stopped to gaze at the tall tree, more particularly, towards the tall branch covered by many of its leaves, a good place to hide and spectate the fight from. The branches rustled as Shiki flew towards it. Whoever was hiding could see his gaze locked onto him despite his cover, a gaze that became more clearer and closer as Shiki rapidly flew towards the person. That person was frozen still in pair as he gazed into the eyes of a predator. Before the person could leave, Shiki extended his arm outwards to grab the person's torso. A feminine yelp came from it as Shiki quickly flew far, far away as he grabbed her, weaving through the trees and flying above the leaves to conceal his presence. Eventually he settled down on a grove that was isolated and left unfortified by the Marines as Shiki got a good look at her. At this balza woman who dared stay to witness such a fight. A camera was in her hands along with a notebook and a pen. A journalist or a reporter seemed to be her occupation. Shiki grinned, but made sure his demeanor was calm. Relax, you are not my enemy yet, Shiki said, the last part being a joke that frightened the girl, making him chuckle. What do you want? Oh, nothing much. I just want to enjoy my vacation time. See how much the world changed, he answered sincerely and honestly, the reporter still tense but intrigued. Say, you know who I am? Shiki mused as the reporter hesitantly shook his head up and down. And naturally. You are Shiki the Golden Lion, the flying pirate, admiral of the Golden Lion Pirates, a former emperor of the sea with a bounty of berry. The woman gulped nervously as she squeaked the last parts out in the presence of such a dangerous being. Shiki couldn't help but smirk at the titles, nodding to himself as his ego inflated quite a bit. Good, now how about you? Oh, I'm Alessia. I'm a reporter for Big News Morgans. Alessia said through her fear, which was settling down as Shiki grinned at his luck. I take it a reporter such as yourself is looking for a good scoop. Her fears instantly drowned in turn for absolute curiosity about him, much to the man's surprise as it looked like he flipped a switch on her. Very much indeed. Excuse me if I'm intruding into your personal space, but tales and stories from a figure such as yourself would hit big on the news. Oh. Your voyage must have been grand and… Shiki blinked, observation Haki futile to keep up with every word spewing forth from the reporter who had a damn machine gun for a mouth, shaking his head as he cut her off by smacking his hand over her mouth to speak over her. What if I were to tell you about how I was a part of a crew under a captain? A crew consisting of the most dangerous individuals to roam the seas, Shiki offered. Her head rose to face him, eyeing him like prey, hungry for information, hungry for an article to hit it big to the world. Shiki slowly retracted his hand away from her mouth to let her speak. Then I would be happy to hear it. Good, but first, I want you to take me to your boss to run some things down with him. Chapter. Today was a good day. The sun was out, the seas were calm, and not a single Navy ship was in sight around Rosicana Island. In other words, shit, a perfect day to train. A long-legged woman was sent flying, her back colliding against a giant rock that served as a hard cushion that made sure she didn't fly any further away from her sparring opponent. Shishishi. You are going to need to do better than that, Smoothie, said Big Sister groaned in response, hands on the hard rocky cushion to push herself off, standing straight for a solid second before she had a hand on her knee with the other clutching the area where Luffy had punched. She found some small form of relief at the fact she couldn't feel her bones out of place nor heard any cracking sound when the punch landed. That's some strong coat of arms, the former right-hand man of Roger complimented, Rayleigh's eyes staring in awe as he finally got a close look at the explosive power his student was already packing in armament Haki somewhat. He couldn't get a perfect read when Luffy was holding back for obvious reasons, although it felt eerily similar to that brat's Haki when he did the same to train Shanks and Buggy when Roger asked him to, albeit said brat held back even more since those two brats were younger, along with the fact he got his Haki way later. Currently, Smoothie was also training under Rayleigh's supervision on Tsukina, which had been Luffy's training grounds for the past weeks. The boy's observation Haki training will be going under rescheduling to accommodate for the new student he would be training, which was Smoothie after what happened yesterday. A deal was a deal, and it wasn't even his money that he lost, so why not train another? He wasn't one to back down on a promise, and besides, Luffy's progress in observation Haki was faster than Rayleigh had been expecting. He could utilize those free extra months by training Luffy's older sister too. Speaking of which, the two were currently sparring against each other. Fighting against someone strong, especially stronger than you, was a simple but very effective way to improve fast, especially when she was pitted against what was essentially a prodigy in armament Haki. Punches and kicks imbued with armament Haki were only allowed. Normal attacks wouldn't work on Luffy, which is why Haki-only attacks were allowed to make it fair. In the fight, no devil fruits nor weapons were permitted, and thus Smoothie simply gave her sword to Rayleigh, the right-hand man blinking as he simply marveled at the massive sword for a second before laying it down on the ground. Now in the present time throughout this entire sparring match to make Smoothie stronger, Luffy was severely overpowering her easily. It was an obvious outcome, but quite a sight to behold to witness a Yonko's top crewmate being dominated so easily. I get you're absurdly strong, but how the hell? Gramps training? Oh yeah, right? Smoothie clicked her tongue, huffing before painfully groaning as she set her back straight and faced him, shifting her stance, ready to go at it again for what felt like the time of the day. She knew Luffy was strong, but she wasn't expecting for Luffy to be just as hard-hitting as Mama was. Smoothie has clashed against King the Wildfire before and held her ground against a man before Katakuri came and aided her to push the man back when a confrontation between her family and Kaido's crew occurred. Had stood her ground against a hunger pang-induced enraged Mama for minutes straight until someone got the food she was craving for, and was able to fight and defeat Compote after grueling hours of non-stop fighting against the woman which had solidified her rights to replace the elder sister as the new sweet general. But this was something else. A close-quarter duel against someone who can hit as strong, if not more than Mama? Someone who had strong battle sense and can alter his movements, stance and techniques to fight more effectively against her? She had never truly fought a Yonko, but in this moment, this spar alone gave her an idea of what would the outcome be if that ever happened. He wasn't even giving it his all. The same could be said for her with how devil fruits were left out. But she knew how unfair it would be if it was an all-out brawl. Every kick or punch Smoothie threw was either instinctively dodged by Luffy or was met with a strong defense to counter her attack in the form of Luffy's arms coated in his abnormally tough armament Haki to block her strike. And she had to grit her teeth every time she did collide against his Haki-imbued limbs. It felt like hitting an extremely thick steel wall. The way he fought too was another challenge in of itself. He fought wild and freely like an unchained animal on an extreme caffeine high. His fighting style and patterns were never a constant flow of strikes, always altering and changing along with very well-placed feints, making Luffy absolutely unpredictable without Haki. It felt like punching and kicking a wall that could hit back harder and irregularly. But throughout all this sparring, all the muscle aching heavily and the pain she was receiving, she can feel her Haki growing stronger. It was small and barely noticeable, but it was pretty fast improvement considering this was the SD day of training, alongside the fact her growth slowed down till a halt a couple years ago. Alright. Here I come. Smoothie was broken out of her thought as Luffy loudly declared with a feral grin, cracking his knuckles before rapidly closing the distance between them as he launched himself at her. His right arm reeled back behind his shoulder as his fist clenched and shined a charcoal black. Smoothie huffed before matching his grin with her own wild grin as she charged towards him. Every strategy and intelligent thought thrown out of the window as she resorted to mirroring the actions of her younger brother. She couldn't help it, she knew she was outmatched, but yet her heart pumped faster not in fear, but in pure wild excitement. The wind felt cool and breezy against her skin, the colors of the jungle became livelier and more colorful as if life was breathing down on the scenario. Her heart kept on pumping faster and faster as her grin became more genuine and wilder. She had never been so aware that she was alive and breathing until this moment. No reputation to uphold, no sword unsheathed and raised when ordered. She was doing this for herself and herself alone. As both siblings got close, both slammed their foot on the sole, digging up dirt as they slid to a halt. Torsos turned as their fists were on a one-way collision course towards each other, and their punch connected. Bang! As both stood at a standstill with their fists colliding, the ground cracked and formed a web between the two that spread outwards like a parasite, the soil pushing forth out from the ground as they continued exerting their power, both fighting for power. Luffy exerted his power with ease and a grin bearing his face while Smoothie was struggling but was matching his power with her own grin, although her teeth were grinding against each other as she did so. Shishishi. It's been a while since I properly fought someone with Haki, Luffy said with glee as he pushed his fist forth against Smoothie whose arm rattled in the sudden increase of force. That so? Smoothie spat out as she struggled, letting out noises of what sounded like a person suffocating as she pushed back, their fists going back to a standstill as Smoothie fought hard on what was essentially a reverse tug of war over power. Luffy's grin turned wider, seeing this as a challenge as he pushed forth, overwhelming the poor older sister easily as his fist slid away from Smoothie's and connected to her lower rib, forcing all the air out of Smoothie's mouth as she skidded away. Two lines forming from her boots that had been dug deep into the ground until she finally halted from her slide and kneeled, hand grasping where her brother had hit her. Ah, my bad, it's fine. Smoothie waved off Luffy's apology as she laid her back on the ground and took heavy breaths. She hadn't been hit this badly apart from Katakuri or Compote. Impressive display of Haki you two displayed, Rayleigh mused, walking up to Smoothie, an already cut coconut in hand to which he offered to the tall lass who gratefully took the drink and barbarically gulped it down in seconds without grace. Smoothie groaned in response as Luffy just let a noise of acknowledgement at Rayleigh's compliment, with the younger sibling walking up and sitting across from her. This settles today's lesson, the skies turning orange and the suns descending down towards the seas. Luffy, I will train your observation Haki this week, Smoothie, the next, we will alternate like that. Both siblings nodded as Rayleigh simply walked away, dropping Smoothie's sword next to her after their acceptance, probably towards the pot over the fire that kept his dinner hot. What kind of hellish training were you put under to become this monstrous? Smoothie slightly whined, pain subsiding slowly but surely as she stared at her brother in slight disbelief. Well, Gramps started training me since I was. He made me punch boulders with my bare hands for hours after breakfast, and only stop when it's dinner. Then he made me fight him every day when I became 4 years old? Somewhere around there, and whenever I'm not training, he would leave me alone deep in the forest by myself. Luffy shuddered, remembering those sleepless nights of being constantly on guard because of the wild animals that would try and kill him the moment he let his guard down. But he was glad that at least it wasn't all quiet inside, all alone by himself in the dark. With the wildlife around him and the occasional fireflies that flew by, at least he knew he wasn't alone. That was a hell he would love to stay away from. That's something no child should go under. Smoothie clicked her tongue in disdain at this new piece of information. Her siblings would only start training once they were, or younger if they kept on bugging Mama to commence training earlier on in their life or simply ask an older sibling to train them. She was going to later inform Monsieur of this, add it to the list of things Garp did to their little brother for later use, be it blackmail or mass-scale reputational ruin for the Marines and governments. No doubt Morgans would be highly interested, spreading it far and wide. The shit show would be catastrophic if the world finds out the so-called hero of the Navy, one of the most well-known walking legends in the world, was a child abuser. Hell, many would probably link Garp's training to the reason his grandsons became criminals in the first place. That was honestly probably one of the few reasons why Luffy became a pirate upon further thought on the matter, his sworn brother included. Luffy chuckled. He couldn't help but see Ace's anger in his sister. The way they both grumbled about Gramps' training was way too similar. Yeah, I found that out and got jealous really quick when I saw the other kids who lived in the village normally, but then I thought about it and realized I wouldn't have it any other way. I don't think I would have met Shanks, Ace, or Sabo if I lived like M2. Smoothie couldn't help but huff, a bitter smile of her own making its way onto her face. How many of her siblings and herself had wished for a normal life, only for them to accept it would never happen, considering their lineage and the fact they would be always seen as pirates. Didn't matter what kind of good they did in the world or if they made some world-shattering discoveries or inventions, they will always be viewed in the light of negativity for the cursed lineage they were under. She wondered, hey, humor me a bit, little brother, if a child was born and scorned for having the blood of a pirate running through his veins, would that child be destined to follow his parents' footsteps and become a pirate themselves no matter what? Especially when everyone tells them that's the only path that they can take? That's dumb. Gramps is a Marine, Dad is a revolutionary, but you don't see me like them. I'm a pirate. And I chose to become that because I wanted to. Luffy huffed as he laid down on the ground like Smoothie, as said older sisters simply listened quietly. Blood doesn't make you who you are, it's you who decides what you want to become. Screw those bastards who decided what you will be in the future. Live your life as you wanna and become whatever you want to be, Luffy said with a grumpy attitude as he groaned, getting the shivers as memories flooded of Garp convincing him to become a Navy soldier. Smoothie just laid there in stunned silence, taking in her brother's unexpected sagely words of wisdom. Words that should have come from the elderly, came from a year-old. She then continued on, a bit of hope in her voice. Then let's say if that child had already become a pirate she wants to chase after her dreams when every single one tells her to just be someone else, can she chase her own dreams against everyone's wishes? Ha! Well, duh. They don't control her life. It's her own. And besides, she's already a pirate. She can do whatever she damn well wants to when she is one. Why should she listen to anyone else besides herself first? Smoothie spurted, the lips of her mouth pressed against each other before she couldn't hold in her laughter anymore and bellowed out wholeheartedly, as if hearing the most ridiculous statement she had heard in her life, wanted to hear in her life. Oh, if only you were raised alongside us. Our lives would have been complete. Huh, don't worry about it, just me thinking about something. Smoothie huffed, ruffling Luffy's hair as she stood up, a smile on her face, the most grateful and sincere one she could subconsciously muster at those words. Come on, let's go, this will be the last time we all would eat dinner together, for a long while anyway, Smoothie said with an upbeat voice, leaning forward to hold out a hand towards Luffy, whom took it to stand up himself, looking confused at his sister's words. Last time? What's happening? Smoothie snorted. Right, he still doesn't fully understand a lot about his family. Most of your siblings, including myself, have places to be. Governing an island and making sure everything runs smoothly without problems. Be it overseeing facilities or just overall serve as deterrent for anyone thinking of committing mischief by simply being there. Huh? Really? We won't see each other again anymore? Don't worry, we tend to gather back on whole cake after months or so, but it really depends on how busy our schedule is and the overall time it would take to sail to Mama's castle, and besides, the ones who aren't a minister of an island can choose where to reside. A third of our family still lives with Mama. Maybe or a single month for Anatar family reunion if we are lucky, or if many of our siblings asked for it, Smoothie internally added on. Smoothie shrugged. They could also meet up in Broly's mirror world too, although it all depended on how much her older sister can run mirror to mirror, the quantity of siblings joining, and just generally if Broly was free or not, which was something the elder sister seems to always be with how she wasn't a minister, that tax being passed to her twin sister. Luffy though looked relieved. Oh, so not the last. That scared me. He hadn't spoken with all of them or got to know them yet. Smoothie simply huffed in amusement. Yeah, it just will take a while for all of us to meet up. You can also talk to Big Sister Broly to take you to one of us at any time. Just walk up the mirror and shout out her name. Alright. What the hell happened to you, Smoothie? Both Smoothie and Luffy winced at Broly's shrieks of clear concern seeing the long-legged woman's state. The elder sister has never seen her younger sister, much less a sweet general to boot, look like they had been through a cannon barrage with how many bruises and scratches she had. She entered in the mirror world freshly wounded as if she stepped out of a bloody battlefield. Well, actually, she went on to explain everything, how she had been pitted to fight against Luffy for hours straight, and Broly responded by lightly bonked both of their heads, doing a leap to reach Smoothie's thick skull after giving one to Luffy. She looked bemused at their blaring similarities when it comes to training. Why was it the strong, the bloodthirsty, and the wild brothers and sisters in the family always looking for ways to train themselves to the point of severity or near death? She knows there isn't and never will be a single sane one amongst the family. But why, just why were so many lacking common sense? You damn reckless idiots! Smoothie! You got to take training easy, little sis. Last time you had trained so hard was when you were trying to strengthen your shins by hitting it against the iron pole. A solid piece of steel. You painted one entire side a bloody red with how much you were hitting it, for crying out loud. And Luffy! Know your siblings' limits. We might be as tough as an iron hull, but your strength overpowers our toughness and could severely injure any one of us. We can recover quickly, but a broken bone would still need a doctor to see it. Sorry. Both siblings apologized simultaneously to their older sister, but the two either looked like they were processing Broly's words through their heads nor had an ounce of regrets or remorse displayed on their face. Both might have a somewhat sheepish look dawning their faces, but that was mainly because the mirror woman was glaring them down. With a deep sigh followed by a tongue click by Broly, she simply motioned for them to sit down as she inspected them, opening up a bag of medicinal equipment for on-the-field treatment. For Luffy, she took a quick glance and evaluated he was completely fine. It was a no-brainer. Of course the boy who fought admirals and won was unscathed. Smoothie on the other hand. Broly looked up and down, letting a big sigh out before reaching her hands into her bag to pick up some stuff to treat her injuries. A couple of elastic bandages for whenever their siblings were sparring, although it was rare for her to use a lot on a single person, much less a sweet general. She wrapped it around her limbs, making sure it was secure and the right tightness, ensuring that it wasn't overly done, which would lead to overswelling. A process done for both arms and legs before she looked at Smoothie. Bones? They're fine. Any bruises underneath? Most likely. Look away, brother. Okay, Luffy hummed without question, averting his eyes as he darted around the numerous mirrors. Broly sighed again as she stared unimpressed by Smoothie, who nonchalantly unclipped her leotard and pulled up the front piece of cloth, exposing herself with a blank expression on her face, not looking bothered. The elder sister never understood why a leotard of all things. She knows the sweet general needed free legroom to kick enemies, but the same effect could have been achieved with shorts. She didn't dwell too much on her younger sister's poor sense of fashion as she winced at 2 purple spots before getting to work, using the same treatment as the rest of the other bruises. Alright, you should recover in at least a day. Make sure you sleep with your arm, legs and upper torso raised, Broly commented, gaining a nod of acknowledgement from Smoothie as she quickly redressed before they both stood up, Broly dusting off any dirt she could have gotten on her dress as she petted Luffy's shoulder to get his attention. Come on, Mama's waiting for us alongside everyone else. The mood in the dining room was awkward to say the least when the last of them rolled in. It wasn't every day they saw one of their own, much less someone as tough as Smoothie looked so beat up as she drank the grape-flavored beverage she was named after calmly. She was completely unbothered by the attention she was getting, numerous eyes darting around the bandages wrapped around parts of her body that were visible, her triplet sisters staring the most with concerned eyes, to which she simply gave a shrug. They were told that she would be training with Luffy, and by the looks of her state, it could have been falsely assumed to be an endurance training from hell with how she was halfway mummified. Majority looked wary or in awe of Luffy, whom innocently ate the meat on his plate, the worried ones making sure to not piss him off down the lines, while the ones in awe were curious about the scale of his strength. Sheesh, you don't hold back, don't you? Ewan discreetly whispered, sweat dropping down his head as Smoothie was slowly but surely being questioned more by their siblings about her state, to which she simply smiled and waved off their worries with a "I'm fine" or "I'm good." Eh? But I didn't use my devil fruit. Luffy now looked at them in confusion as they started sweat dropping more. Honestly, the best way to scale his strength would actually be a one-on-one fight against Katakuri or Mama herself. Speaking of the two, Katakuri had his arms crossed, back sat straight as always, subtly glancing at Luffy in clear interest. Oven and Daifuku simply stared at Katakuri in silence, taking quick peeks at Katakuri alongside the direction to where he was staring off to. He definitely was going to fight Luffy within a week or month, no doubt. It was inevitable, a future set in stone. Big Mom, on the other hand, had been taken aback from seeing her bandaged-up daughter but died down her worries when she saw how she didn't seem negative about it but rather had the look on her face that just spelt looking forward to next time written all over her face. It was all training, no personal feelings involved, which placed her in such a state. Although it would be nice if they toned it down a bit in consideration for Smoothie's health, but knowing her daughter though, she probably wouldn't let that happen. Hell, Smoothie would be the one asking Luffy to not hold back against her if anything else. And it seemed her son was all too glad to comply with his sister's wishes with how nonchalant he was acting about what he had done. "Mama, you alright?" Linlin blinked, staring down at Compote before nodding, consuming her food finally. "Yeah, just having dinner thoughts. Nothing more or less, my dear child," she reassured her. Her eldest daughter nodded slowly before continuing to eat. Although Compote shot curious glances a few times alongside majority of her other children, curiosity etched on a few, but most were painted with worry on their face for her, which made her heart feel fuzzy with their concerned and worried glances at her. It was nice. Home sweet home. Smoothie sighed, stretching her back before groaning in pain, a reminder that she needed time to recover and take it easy. At least she was one of the few in the family blessed with great natural healing factors. It normally takes a few days to be fully alright if it was any other sibling. "Sister, whatever advice Broly gave you, you better take it seriously," what she said, "or we will chain you down to your bed." Cinnamon and Citron shot her a look that just spelt harsh scolding if she were to ignore their words. Her triplet sisters were also probably a big factor why she can heal quickly, with how they really made sure she was recovering properly at home and comfortably in bed and not out patrolling, fighting, or training. She couldn't help but wonder if she truly was the eldest amongst them with how they act around her all the time back when Smoothie was first assigned as a minister. Hell, they treated her like she was a child with how they always either cooked breakfast for her, wake her up personally in the morning, lecture her about stuff moms tell their year-olds to or not to do. It was ridiculous, but she just rolled with it, figuring out they would eventually stop. They didn't. With a sigh, Smoothie just waved off their concern. "Sheesh, you girls, I will be fine. I'm tougher than most. You know that. You didn't say anything about resting." She walked forth, ignoring her sisters as she turned a left to face doors in the hallway, doors on the right, a door on the left, and a door at the end. The nearest to her were their separate living rooms. The one at the end though. How long has it been since she has opened that door? Her childhood, her aspirations and dreams, she took it all, placed them in that room, and abandoned it. "Oh, this is very nice. You got a knack for this, lil sis. Hey, you know, maybe one of these days you could see one of your canvases hanging out a museum. Wouldn't that be something? You got real talent there, little sis. Just make sure no one sees it, and don't tell anyone about this, yeah? Especially Mama." An artist, that was what she originally aspired to be, always had been at heart, spending hours regularly on a canvas, painting away in her own little world that nobody except her sisters knew of. But she was also just as skilled, way much more, in fighting. A potential that was favored and valued more by others, especially the old Mama. She tried showing everyone that she was more than just another strong fighter amongst the familiar, tried to show she could be more than another fighter. She should have taken Cracker's advice to heart to keep that to herself. The pained expression of his face when he said that to her should have told her all she needed to know. "Ha! Drawing? Why? You should go and train like the rest of your siblings, Smoothie-sama. Paintings are worthless and considered cursed if they were drawn by pirates. Especially with who your mama is, you're better off with a sword in your hand than some paintbrush. A warrior is more suited for you than some feeble artist. Pfft, don't bother, little girl. We are pirates, whether we like it or not. The government will forever label us as that, and they will see us just that. Nobody will see you as an artist, just a mere pirate that finds joy in pillaging and murder rather than a normal person, and your mother also would like to keep it that way." Jie ha 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 ha. Hick, did you listen to what the young Les said? An artist? Jie ha ha hick ha ha ha. The beer really be kicking in tonight. You must be talking about painting the walls a bloody red with the blood of your enemies, right, girl? As if any one of you or your siblings can be normal. Ho? What is this? Nice drawing, Kid Rip. She quietly snorted. Unlucky bastard just had to do that when Cracker was around her. Her older brother made sure that man was nothing more than a mere pile of flesh for making her eyes go watery. Although he didn't need to go as far as to tear the entire inn down in her name. Not a lot of people really took her seriously whenever she proudly told them about what she liked to do. It became more of a curse rather than a blessing whenever she brought it up. But at most she just left in a grumpy mood, spirit unshaken by the words of grown-ups telling her what was best for her. Their words didn't truly crack Smoothie's conviction. The one who did was none other than Mama herself, shaking that conviction to her core. And all it took was a single sentence. Mama, tell me, Smoothie, what is this? Oh. That's one of my drawings. Rip, what a waste. Huh, you heard me, child, this is worthless, a talent that won't benefit me at all. Tell me, Smoothie, can a person defend our lands by wielding a brush? Can they bring me a step closer to utopia, world peace? No, you damn selfish brat. It's all just worthless shit that won't help me reach my future. If I want a painting, I will just simply take it from someone else or someone better than you. Abandon that path, Smoothie. Your potential lies in fighting. That's why I will turn a blind eye to your disobedience this one time. I want what is best for you like everyone else. And that is for you to be a good child that will listen to me just like any other. So listen very closely. You will never be an artist. You are better off using a sword, a fighter. You might even rise up and become a sweet general child. Don't you want to be like your few reliable and strong siblings who stand atop at the pinnacle of your brothers and sisters? You have high potential, Smoothie. One I can't ignore, and I desire that for you. Now go. I already cleared some time off from Katakuri's schedule so he can waste his precious time to spend on someone like you. Are you going to waste my time once again, child? No, Mama. Then go. Stop pursuing something not meant for you. Do it for me. Yes, Mama. Smoothie shuddered a bit in remembrance of that day. That was the first time someone truly made her question everything. She never openly drew ever again. Never with a bright, prideful smile. Locking herself in her room alongside with her other canvases to continue onwards. Sometimes her hand shivered, holding the brush as she painted on the canvases. But what truly shattered her dreams and fully embraced an unwanted path was that accident. Where did that go? That damn sucking. Click, this is Melise. That damn revolutionary isn't here. Not here either, Tisk. We shouldn't have let our guard down. Click, this is Perispero. We have scoured the entirety of whole cake. He must be further out. TSK, got it. I will get the fleet to form a circle around our territory. Rendezvous with Bruley and head outwards to the islands furthest away from the chateau. We know nothing about that man's whereabouts right now, but let us assume he is midway from escaping. We mustn't allow that bastard to escape with him. Any other outcome except his capture and execution is simply unacceptable. Got it / yeah, clank. Damn it. Smoothie cursed as she watched on. Soldiers running in and out of alleyways, many prowled on top of the rooftops while majority were running around the streets, running door to door without care of the citizens to perform a thorough house check. Everything was in utter chaos. Torches lit up everywhere, on the streets, on the roofs. Even the other islands around the one she were lit up by several orange dots, like a great migration of fireflies. Such a beautiful sight was drawn for a terrible scenario. She sprinted forth towards the mirror, shouting with all her might, Bruley! He isn't here either! Bring me to the next. She ran through the entirety of Toto Land and quite possibly a fraction of the mirror world, altering between the two worlds frantically just like every other sibling and available soldier and homie. God bless Bruley's soul with how she was handling all of this movement of people entering and exiting her mirror world. That damn dragon was someone everyone was rightfully wary of the moment Katakuri pointed his spear at him on sight when he stepped into their land. But Mama waved off all their concerns. Someone whose observation Haki surpassed many, couldn't feel or sense the bastard anywhere within the waters of Toto Land. She can't allow it. No, his escape being successful can't be the outcome of this mess no matter what. Mama had shown signs of turning over a new leaf. She can't allow the opportunity to be ruined by that damn bastard. Her newest baby brother did something no one else including herself do, and that was make Mama reflect on herself for once in her life. She can't allow him to be stolen away now of all times, damn it. How did this happen? Why did it have to be him? Damn it, if only she was stronger, then maybe, just maybe, she was a child that had shown great potential for possessing great skill in Haki after getting hers ahead faster than most, and had displayed rapid and successful growth in observation and armament equally. If she had spent more time training than painting away without a damn care dash. Held out a little longer dash. That was the moment she abandoned the brush, and truly fully embraced the sword she now carries. Her back straightened, her posture full of confidence and authority. Her hands no longer dyed in various colorful paints and colors. It was all soaked in a bloody red. Also, such an accident can never happen again. And so, she let herself turn into Smoothie, gaining the epithet the One-Eyed Terror for her natural hairstyle covering her right eye at all times. A sweet general, a seasoned pirate that had over on her head. But now she wanted to be more than that. That's dumb. Gramps is a Marine, Dad is a revolutionary, but you don't see me like them. I'm a pirate. And I chose to become that because I wanted to. Blood doesn't make you who you are, it's you who decides what you want to become. Screw those bastards who decided what you will be in the future. Live your life as you wanna and become whatever you want to be, huh? Well, duh. They don't control her life. It's her own. And besides, she's already a pirate. She can do whatever she damn well wants to. Why should she listen to anyone else? She couldn't help but laugh in that moment. A smile creeped on her face. Luffy would have probably been upset if he knew, which was why she will never tell him. Because that's one of the many damn things she wanted to do in her life. She was a pirate after all. Just as he said, she will do whatever she wanted. This was her life. Only she could decide what she wanted to do and become. He was right. Why the hell should she let others dictate what she wanted to be? There was no one that owned her, no strings attached that could control her, and that new realization creeping into her soul felt liberating. She was free. Smoothie, what's wrong? Said woman side glanced to look at her sisters who looked worried before she blinked in realization. Right, she had been thinking for quite a while motionless. Of course it would look weird and concerning to others. She huffed, waving off their worries with a lazy grin. Her black slightly slumped as she finally let herself relax. Her mind was no longer on her duties and responsibilities. Discipline and upholding order be damned. Just give her a day to be free. She didn't need to shoulder her burden all alone when she had her reliable sisters around. Don't worry about it. Just thinking about something. She turned her body to face her eye reignited with passion as she gave a bright smile. Say, wouldn't it be nice if we had some paintings around the house? Around the same time Luffy and Smoothie had leapt into the mirror. Hey, that was, definitely, no mistaking, that was Charlotte Smoothie. What is one of the Yonka's top members and daughter doing here? Training with Luffy more or less. Another woman? Sandersonia and Marigold tensed, spine shivering as they slowly turned their heads to look back to see their seething older sister. Who's trying to steal my Luffy? A/N. Alright, this shit was overdue El Mayo. Honestly, I didn't think it would take this long. I haven't updated this for nearly a year it feels like. Anyways, still figuring out how to do this. Mix Luffy interacting with the Charlottes while progressing the story, or push all that interaction to the end. Working on the bio still for all. I'm at the child still. For Smoothie, why? But I feel like she has the demeanor of Robin mixed with the brashness, recklessness, and boldness of Luffy. Tongue sticking out. Life be rough, bro. Second year of schooling feeling like shit. Got a trip to Nam, so that's something I guess. Anyway, here's a canon side story. Tongue sticking out. Golden time. What does a lowly life form think they're doing to someone as prestigious as me? Apologize and kill yourself before me, you lowly pagh. As much as I would love to permanently silence you, a friend of ours would very much like you delivered to him alive. Sabo sighed in disappointment at that part, twirling his pipe around as he squatted, looking down at the celestial dragon he cornered in the alleyway after taking out his goons and recently bashed his head in. The imprint read invisibly, which was a small consolation for this annoying bastard assaulting his poor ears with garbage vocabulary. He couldn't help but gently place his hand over his scar that was reacting strongly to the sight of this snobby creature, the burning sensation fresh in his mind. He had seen what these inhumane trash that believe themselves to be high and mighty have done to those not born in the Holy Land. He could be seen as one of the lucky victims compared to the more unfortunate and gruesome fates of others who had less than stellar meetings with them. Celestial dragons were a breed that could unite all people from different races and backgrounds to hate and despise on, well, except those that protect them. Our benefactor would like a word with you, so please try and be cooperative as we take you to him, Sabo advised, patting his shoulder as he stood up, dusting his clothes, reeled his hand back as he dangerously sped up his pipe, twirling as he delivered another blow. A satisfying sound of what seemed like his jaw breaking came from the hit as he laid limply, much to the blonde's sinister satisfaction. A secondary hit was needed to ensure for complete non-consensual cooperation for him to simply keep quiet as they carry and lead him to their investor. With 2 claps of his hands, 2 of his colleagues stepped out of the alleyway, a fisherman and woman that wore raged robes to hide their figure, pulling down their hoods as they observed the unconscious celestial dragon. These were none other than Hak and Koala, 2 people Sabo grew up close to in the Revolutionary. "This is the guy we are supposed to bring over to Gold Star?" Koala asked curiously. Gold Star, one of their biggest backers and reason how the revolutionaries were so well funded. Many felt iffy about his generous donation to their cause because of his anonymous status and background. He normally left the funds for the revolutionaries in dead drop points. Most preferable method of his were big empty ships loaded with cash in the middle of nowhere. But today was very different, because this will be the first time they actually see the man up front, handing in the cash personally. Not only that, he tripled the monthly funding, just under one condition: catch a certain celestial dragon, the one which Hak was tying up, gagging, blindfolding and finally putting him inside a large bag to disguise the bastard they were hauling off as nothing more than a sack of potatoes. Not only that, but Gold Star even was generous enough to bribe the Navy to leave the island unguarded, which in his words were through a good motivational stack of berries for their hard day's works alongside ensuring the citizens would either be minimal or none when they nabbed him. He really was thorough about the operation succeeding with how invested he was into it. Wonder why specifically this person, must be personal, Koala commented. It wasn't uncommon and was the most logical reason to point towards. People who funded and backed them up all had very bad blood with the celestial dragons, real nasty past meetings with them that obviously ended in sour emotions. Whatever the reason is, let's go. Those bodyguards of his would wake up and alert the government soon. Hak huffed as the younger people nodded, leaving and making sure not to draw attention to themselves. By the way, Sabo, how was it? Reuniting with your brothers? Koala wondered, which made Sabo flinch before chuckling. Nice, it was nice. It truly was. Ace didn't straight up kill him on the spot while Luffy was still Luffy. He was glad that his birth contributors didn't target his brothers and they were still alive after he lost his memories. Although he doubted anyone except maybe around a Vic Admiral or 2 would be needed to handle them. Luffy was a monster in his own league, someone whose growth clearly didn't slow down, which was made clear by the little show of power he gave in Marineford. Hell, even now he was getting stronger by being trained by Rayleigh. No doubt his brother's charm even works on the right-hand man of Roger to persuade him to train him. He was no slouch either, considering he was taught Haki by Luffy before undergoing amnesia. Even with his memories temporarily gone, he could use Haki as freely as he breathed, something which made a lot of people in the army to freak out about considering his age at the time and where he was found. He rose in the ranks easily once he officially joined the ranks of the Revolutionary after practically being his second family to him, raising him and seeing them as great friends. Although his brothers will always take top priority. He was the only non-devil fruit user that can swim amongst them after all. Someone needed to save their arse if they were to trip or somehow drown in the ocean. And he was willing to throw away his life as the revolutionary for his brother's sake if they ever needed it. Something he made clear with Dragon, to which he respected his wishes. That, along with how he can't, nay, absolutely not fail them a second time after Marineford, he won't forgive himself for not showing up if a scenario like that were to ever come up again and he failed to be there. The guilt burned deep but was eased by his brother's acceptance, and just needed time for him to overcome this stupid feeling and focus on the present times. Any bets on who it is? Koala broke Sabo out of his train of thoughts, blinking at her before answering without thought. Zoro. Eh? That guy? Zoro. Gil Tesoro, the casino king to be more exact. On the surface, he was the wealthiest man, the owner of Grand Tesoro, a massive ship with a metropolis built on it, described as the largest entertainment city in the world. But the ones who dug deeper beneath the surface will see how far his roots dug around the underworld and the world government are. His influence was immense as a kingpin, which led to his underworld nickname, Monster of the New World. Well, he does have a lot of gold, and is a golden human himself, Sabo mused, although there was another reason. Star. His high-ranking subordinates all had stars incorporated into their clothing, something Zoro probably ordered. Add that with the fact he had a massive gold deposit that he could control with the Gorogoro no Mi, and the rumors off the lucky people who saw Guild Zoro personally perform on stage. Well, you got a golden star. Honestly, it was a pretty simple way to connect the two dots. so simple that Sabo initially scoffed at the simplicity. But the more he pondered about it, the more he can't help but feel like he hit the nail on the head. But the mere notion of such a man backing the revolutionary was ludicrous. Unless the man himself had a sour encounter in the past with a celestial dragon, or a government-related situation. And not a lot of people know much about him. Even the best information brokers in our networks combined could only dig and find already known information. Sabo added on, there truly wasn't much to go by. Zoro just sprung up in an auction and stole the Gorogoro no Mi from the warlord Doflamingo, rising to power, and seemingly making amends with the warlord and slowly rose to higher power. And that's where it ends. And finally the last thing to confirm my suspicions is you, Sabo mused, as the group stopped in front of an abandoned mansion in ruins. A wealthy slave merchant used to live here, but after Fisher Tiger's attack on Mary Gios, a lot of the former slaves came here for revenge, firebombing the place and crucifying their captor on a burning cross. Ever since then, nobody came here due to rumors of hearing screams of the damned haunting the grounds. That didn't stop their investor and his pose from using this as their meeting point, made evident by the bright golden star medal that hanged on the rusty gates. Opening the very creaky gates, they stepped in, Sabo taking out his pipe, tapping on the cracked grounds which made Koala and Hack on guard. Multiple people inside waiting for them, courtesy of his observation Haki. As they reached the steps up to the door, they were warmly welcomed by a small man who opened the door, bowing slightly. Greetings, our esteemed guest. Golden Star is waiting inside. I assume you have it inside the potato sack? Indeed, had to give a good hit on the head to keep it quiet. Is there any problem for damaging the goods? No, none at all. Come on in. He is quite eager to personally meet you upstairs. The small man opened the doors for them to come in, looking further ahead for any leeches that latched onto them while coming here. Then excuse us, Sabo tipped his head, entering with Hack and Koala closely behind him. Just as expected, the wood was creaky, many spots horribly charred from makeshift firebombs to tear the place down. No doubt fancy furnishing either were broken or simply stolen. This is kind of creepy, Koala muttered, shivering a bit at the atmosphere as Hack sighed, patting her shoulder while Sabo chuckled at his friend's nervousness. Don't worry, we just dropped the sack. Take the money and go, Sabo reassured as they headed upstairs, wood creaking heavily under their feet. Their heads snapped, with Koala shrieking as they heard a woman seductively laughing to the side, which got their attention. A long red-haired woman sat on a chair, staring at them amused as she flipped a coin before staring off into another direction. I told you, the young girl with them would definitely be quite a scaredy cat. Looks like I won the bet, right, Guild? Indeed you did, dear. Your luck truly surpasses all. Baccarat, a masculine voice replied with a grumbling tone that had a hint of playfulness in it, holding no spite, which made the woman named Baccarat giggle. It truly is you. Guild Tesoro! Sabo exclaimed, staring at Guild Tesoro, sitting in the center with expecting eyes on his calm face with a soft smile, staring between him and the sack Hack was carrying. You got him? Tesoro asked in a calm, soothed voice, but the ice in his tone was anything but. Hack simply approached and dropped the man, unwrapping the sack slightly to allow the celestial dragon's unconscious face to peek through. The reaction was instant, his pupils shrinking as his smile widened with a sinister glee in it as he glared a hole into him. That face, that goddamn smug face that had mocked him in closed eyes. A permanent mark that burned worser than the brand that burned into his flesh. What a stellar day it was. Baccarat's luck must be infectious, for today he had hit the biggest jackpot of his life. Sabo tipped his hat, bowing his head slightly enough to hide his eyes. So, Mr. Gold Star, our payment. The golden man of the hour grinned. You won't ask questions about my request to kidnap this trash? Is it our business to pry into such things? No. It's personal, very, very personal. And I appreciate your lack of questions at the moment. Then we will be on our way once you tell us where to get our pay. Good. Baccarat, yes, here. Boss was kind enough to make sure the location is much more discreet, a blind spot away from the Navy's patrols. Pleasure doing business with you. And just as Sabo reassured, they did just that, deliver, receive coordinates for their pay, and simply leave without causing much trouble. Stepping outside, they watch as the small man grinned widely at them as he creepily closed the door. The rumors aren't exaggerating, Sabo muttered, staring ahead as they continued walking to the rusty gates. Huh! What rumors? You can hear screaming here, all right. A lot of vengeful spirits lurking around those grounds, the blonde commented one last time with a huff, opening the gate as he let his companions leave first, giving one last good look at the ruined house before leaving himself without any further words. The screams continued on, accompanied by a lesser audible laughter of a mad vindictive man. Ah, what a lucky day it is! Can you hear it from the skies above, my love? In the very same house of the man that had made you a slave in the first place, just as you had told me in your tales from behind your glass display. I pray to the gods above, that the sounds of well-due retribution, the song of glorious agony that stirs from our tormentor, brings you as much peace and glee as I do right now, Stella. This dedicated live Gold Star hit single that I am making goes out solely to you, from wherever you are listening, Stella. My raw, pure emotions had been placed into this very moment. It is worth more than any gold that I could have in this very world. I will make sure to take this instrument back to the Grand Tesoro, so I can play it every day as tribute to you, my stellar star. I will make sure that only you and I can hear it in shared solitude. May you rest easy, unchained, and in peace, Stella. Thanks for watching this video. You really enjoy this video. Like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow Psychotic-Tomato for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.